My name is Lu Chen. I used to be an ordinary senior high school student on Earth. I studied hard every day and worried about exams. Until that day, I stayed up late to review and suddenly collapsed. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a completely unfamiliar world. 300 years ago, this world was torn apart by a disaster called the Abyss Rift. Countless monsters swarmed out, turning the blue planet into blood and ruins. The population has dropped by nearly half, and humanity is on the verge of extinction. At the critical moment, the temple emerged and digitized the world. Humans began to awaken their professions to fight against the invasion of monsters. With the power of awakening, humans built a city around the temple, and the monsters outside the high walls were blocked and kept in the darkness. And graduation from high school becomes a key node for awakening. Successful awakening means reaching the sky in one step and joining the ranks of the strong. If you fail, you are destined to fall to the bottom of the society and be trampled underfoot by others. With my hard work, I was ranked first in the key number 1 middle school for 3 consecutive years and became the genius that everyone was looking forward to. However, fate played a joke on me. On the day of awakening, I changed my job to the weakest F-class job, summoner. What's even more outrageous is that the creature summoned at the beginning is actually a little white rabbit that is so weak that it can only be used to make soup. The ridicule and mockery came like a tide. Even his girlfriend of 3 years broke up with him without hesitation. Just as I was about to accept my fate and be content with being ordinary, a cold voice rang in my mind. System binding successful. Little white rabbit plus iron bones equals devil muscle rabbit. Big yellow dog plus black flame of hell equals three-headed dog of hell. Little wild cat plus bloodline of the netherworld equals cat queen of the netherworld. In the abyss dungeon, the devil muscle rabbit smashes the monster with one punch. The three-headed dog of hell spewed out black flames and burned the lord to death. The cat queen of the underworld lazily massaged my shoulders and legs. And I, by constantly unlocking entries, become stronger and stronger. Until that day, the devil came and the whole world fell into despair. A giant monkey holding a black gold stick with dragon pattern and the power of heaven and earth swung the stick and directly killed the demon god. The whole world was shocked. And at this moment, I stood in the ruins, laughing wildly and announcing, "Who dares to say that summoners are weak? Come out and try." Walking out of the playground quickly, my eyes fell on the virtual system panel. My heart beat faster unconsciously, feeling both excited and nervous. System panel. Host. Lu Chen occupation. F-class summoner level. 1 experience. 0 out of 100 health. 100 out of 100 mana. 100/100 attributes. Strength 10, Vitality 10, Spirit 10, Wisdom 10. Summon. You can summon a pet to assist in battle, and you can summon an additional pet for every 5 levels. 1/1. Pet space. Click to open. Portable space. Click to open. Items. Steel bones. Level 1 gold item bonus. Enhances survivability. Standard system template. I muttered to myself, but my eyes were attracted by the pet space. Taking a deep breath, I clicked decisively. Instantly, a virtual space appeared in my mind, about the size of a basketball court, surrounded by soft green grass. And the environment seemed particularly quiet and peaceful. I seemed to have established some kind of wonderful connection with this space, and my consciousness was directly integrated into it. In the middle of the grass, a snow-white little rabbit was squatting there, chewing a carrot leisurely, its furry ears shaking slightly, as if it didn't care about the outside world at all. This is my summoned beast? The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and there was a hint of surprise and helplessness in my eyes. Not giving up, he reached out his consciousness to touch the little rabbit, and the attribute panel popped up. Little white rabbit level. 1. Synchronized with the summoner's level. Quality. Normal quality levels. Normal, elite, leader, lord, king, emperor, saint, god. HP. 2 halves. Physical attribute times 10. Mana. 0.9/0.9. Spirit attribute times 10. Attributes. Strength 0.1. Physical 0.2. Spirit 0.09. Wisdom 0.08. Skills. Chewing carrots can chew a carrot in 1 minute. After reading the properties of the rabbit, I really have the urge to stew it. However, the pet summoned by the summoner will be automatically bound and cannot be released. Even if the pet dies, it still occupies the summoning slot. With such restrictions, It is no wonder that summoners are classified as F-class professions. It really is a sewer profession. If there was no system, I would probably have no choice but to stew the rabbit and then go to the factory to screw in the screws. But now, even with the system, I still feel unsure. Can a golden entry really allow those at the bottom of the food chain to change their fate? After returning to the dormitory, I opened my personal space, threw the luggage on the bed into it, and then summoned the little white rabbit. Crunch, crunch! The little white rabbit had just finished chewing a carrot, and its two big front teeth were still rubbing against each other, as if it was enjoying the taste. I couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so I quickly opened the system panel and added an entry to it, Steel Bones. Ding! Tip. Entry attachment completed. Little white rabbit plus Steel Bones equals Devil Muscle Rabbit. Hint, the quality of your beast pet has been upgraded to leader, and you have received feedback, with all attributes plus 50. As the prompt sounded, the little white rabbit changed immediately. It stood up on its two legs, and its body expanded rapidly. 1 meter, 1.5 meters, 2 meters. In just a short moment, it had grown to 2 meters tall, and its thick white hair could not hide its devilish muscular outline. His red eyes were cold and ruthless, and his two large front teeth that had originally protruded had shrunk back, completely changing his appearance. Looking at the oppressive devil muscle rabbit in front of me, I was shocked. Is this still the same rabbit? At the same time, a warm current surged in my body, and my whole body seemed to be reshaped. As the quality of summoned pets improves, the summoner will receive attribute feedback, with all attributes increased by plus 50, which is equivalent to a 5-fold increase in strength. My arms tensed visibly, muscle lines faintly emerging as if filled with explosive power. My eyesight became sharper, my thinking became clearer, and even my height grew by 2 centimeters. When I clenched my fist, I had the illusion that I could kill a cow with one punch. The power was so strong. After leaving the dormitory, I went straight to the outside of the school. No one tried to keep him, and the top spot in the school has become a thing of the past. But for me, this is just a new beginning. On the way, I checked the properties of the Devil Muscle Rabbit and was immediately surprised. Devil Muscle Rabbit. Level. 1 quality. Leader. Upgrade all attributes plus 6. HP. 2000/2000 mana. 900/900 attributes. Strength 100, Stamina 200, Spirit 90, Wisdom 80. Skills. Hit you with a stick. Cause damage equal to Strength x2. Steel Bones. Gain 100 times the basic attribute improvement. 100 times the attribute improvement. If I change to a pet, I will be invincible. But it happened to be a little white rabbit, and I could only continue to use it and could not change to another pet. Although it's a bit regrettable, I'm even more looking forward to the gold entries that will appear later. After all, there's 1 gold entry for each level. After leaving the campus, I tested my physical fitness. I ran for 10 minutes straight without even breathing hard. This powerful feeling was something I couldn't even imagine in my previous life, when I was out of breath after climbing 2 floors. Walking to Haicheng Central Square, I finally reached my destination. After global digitization, the temple of each city is built into Central Square, connecting to Abyss copies around the world for professionals to grow and adventure. My goal is very clear. Relying on the system's gold entries, I will madly brush the Abyss, quickly upgrade, and strengthen my own strength. As I stepped into the temple, a noisy voice hit me in the face. A level 9 boxer is leading the team to clear the difficult level Wild Boar Forest, and we need an assistant. A first-level ranger, brushing a nightmare-level Thieves village, urgently in need of a meat shield. Voices asking for a team came one after another. However, I didn't plan to form a team and went straight to the left side of the hall, the Abyss Rift in front, the Goblin Forest. Goblin Forest, LV1, LV5 difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell single player. Reduced difficulty, experience and explosion rate reduced team. Up to 5 people, difficulty and explosion rate increased by 50%. I decided to enter the normal difficulty alone to test the waters first. Ding! Tip. You have entered the normal level Abyss dungeon. You can leave after killing the final boss. The scenery in front of me changed instantly, turning into a damp, smelly, dense jungle. Not far away, a green goblin was wandering around, and its attribute panel popped up. Goblin Outpost level, 2 quality. Normal HP. 110, 10 mana. 100/100 attributes. Strength 9, Vitality 11, Spirit 10, Wisdom 8. Skills none. No pressure at all. I summoned the Devil Muscle Rabbit, and it rushed forward impatiently, punching the goblin in the head, minus 110 critical hit. The goblin fell to the ground. Ding! Experience plus 10, not bad. Upgrading doesn't seem difficult. There are more than 30 ordinary goblins in the entire dungeon. After the Devil Muscle Rabbit and I killed 5 of them, we have already gained more than half of the experience. I even tried to fight a goblin in a one-on-one duel, and I was able to defeat it with just 3 punches. It really is very powerful. Continuing deeper into the jungle, a goblin warrior holding a bone knife appeared. Goblin warrior level, 4 quality, normal HP, 170/170 mana, 140/140 attributes, strength 15, vitality 17, spirit 14, wisdom 15. Skills, chopping. Although stronger than the Vanguard, it is still no match for the Devil Muscle Rabbit. Minus 170 was taken away with just 1 punch, and a white equipment bone stick dropped. Although it has no attributes, it can be used in conjunction with the Devil Muscle Rabbit skill, Give You a Stick. The rabbit with weapons was like a tiger with wings. With 1 hit of the stick, the 2 goblin warriors were instantly bleeding from their heads. Ding! Experience plus 40 tips. Level increased to level 2. All attributes plus 2. Free point plus 1. Trigger the first level gold entry. Nether Bloodline. I stared at the panel with mixed feelings. F-level profession is so useless. After the upgrade, all attributes increased by only 2 points, and the free attribute increased by 1 point. What about S-level jobs? Each level can gain 20 points of all attributes and 10 points of free attributes. This is a crushing difference. No wonder Wong broke up with me without hesitation. Without the golden finger and the system, I can't catch up with those high-level professionals. Not to mention the existence of SS-level and SSS-level beings. Those monstrous strongmen are not from the same world at all. I felt a strong sense of urgency in my heart. No, I have to upgrade quickly. I added that 1 point of free attribute to my physical strength and glanced at the newly unlocked gold entry. Netherworld Bloodline. After being attached, there is a chance to activate the bloodline of the Netherworld royal family and increase basic attributes tenfold. Can only be used on pets. I was stunned. The royal family of the underworld? Although it is only a 10-fold improvement, slightly worse than the 100-fold effect of the previous Iron Bones, it is still terribly powerful. Especially when I reach level 5 and can summon another pet. As long as it's not a trashy little white rabbit, with this 10-fold bonus, it will definitely take off. Not to mention the possibility of activating the mysterious bloodline of the Nether King. Thinking of this, my eyes became determined. I picked up a wooden stick and rushed towards a goblin warrior. I was not afraid despite the overwhelming superiority in all attributes. I raised my stick and smashed it down on the goblin warrior's green head. Dash 89. The opponent's bone knife hit me, but it only brought a burst of pain, without even reducing my blood volume. Bah! The Devil Muscle Rabbit on the side swung the bone stick violently, killing the enemy instantly with 1 blow. Hint: experience plus 15. My blood boiled with excitement, and I swung my stick to continue reaping the lives of the goblin warriors. Experience continued to accumulate and soon reached level 3. Wood Spirit Body. After being attached, the health recovery speed can be increased tenfold. When I saw the newly unlocked gold entries, I was ecstatic and my desire to upgrade became even stronger. At this moment, a low roar was heard from a distance. The boss of the Goblin Forest, the elite Goblin Captain, appeared riding a black-haired wild boar, and the weapon in his hand turned into a stone spear. Goblin Captain, level 5 HP, 410/4, 10 attributes, strength 39, vitality 41, spirit 35, wisdom 33. Skills: boar charge, stone spear throw. But I didn't take it seriously at all. The Goblin Captain roared and activated his skill, boar charge, aiming directly at me. But the Devil Muscle Rabbit pounced on it like lightning, grabbed the wild boar, and knocked it and the Goblin Captain to the ground. The Goblin Captain struggled to stab out the stone spear, but only knocked off 15 points of the Devil Muscle Rabbit's health. This completely enraged the Devil Muscle Rabbit, and it swung its bone stick at the Goblin Captain. Dash 96-180-204, dash 34 hits. With just 4 hits, the Goblin Captain was smashed into a pool of pulp. Tips: gain experience plus 300. Level up to level 4. Gain all attributes plus 2. Free attribute plus 1. Ding! The host level has been detected to be upgraded. A gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the entry, a heaven-opening entity. Tips: you have cleared the Goblin Forest, a dungeon with a simple difficulty, and received plus 100 experience points. You have refreshed the single-player clearance time for the Goblin Forest with a simple difficulty, and received plus 1,000 experience points. You have refreshed the single-player clearance time for the Goblin Forest with a simple difficulty, and received plus 1,000 experience points. Ding! The host level is detected to be upgraded, and a gold item bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the summoner exclusive item, Double Summon. My eyes lit up. Double summoning meant that my upper limit of summoned beasts doubled directly, from 2 to 4. With excitement, I immediately activated the summoning skill. The formation lit up, and 3 figures emerged. When I saw that one of them was as big as a cow, I was ecstatic, thinking that I had finally summoned a powerful pet. However, when the light faded, my smile froze. A big black cow, a big yellow dog, and a little black cat. The corners of my mouth twitched. If it weren't for the system, I would have wanted to restart the game directly. However, when I checked the properties, I found that the little black cat was not ordinary. Shadow Cat level, 5 quality, elite HP, 350/350 attributes, strength 35, vitality 35, spirit 35, wisdom 35. Skills: Shadow Assault, Shadow Body. Elite quality. I was overjoyed and immediately added the gold entry Nether Bloodline to the Shadow Cat. Tip: the entry has been attached, and the Shadow Cat has successfully activated the bloodline of the Netherworld royal family. Shadow Cat plus Netherworld bloodline equals Netherworld Cat Queen. Hint: the quality of your pet, the Queen Nether Cat, has reached the King level. You will receive feedback, and all attributes will increase by 150. I locked my eyes on the little female cat in front of me, which transformed in the light and instantly turned into a charming cat queen. She still has the features of a cat's ears and tail, but the rest of her body is indistinguishable from a human. A black JK skirt is paired with a silk-collared top, black leather shoes on the feet, and the snow-white slender legs are covered with black mesh stockings, and the pure and lustful temperament strikes the soul directly. I was stunned. Is this really a pet? Can a summoner resist such temptation? Meow, especially. She can even act like a cat. Master, won't you give me a name? The sweet voice brought me back to reality from my shock. My eyes suddenly widened. You can speak? As soon as the words fell, the cat queen turned around gracefully. Her JK skirt lifted slightly, and her black cat tail swayed gently. Master, I can not only speak, but also do other things. Meh. She's a cat. She's a cat. I took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down, and looked at her delicate face. Stop messing around. Just call me Xiao Meow from now on. My name is Little Cat. Thank you, Master. The little cat blinked its bright cat eyes, and its voice was so sweet and lovely that I almost lost control. In order to distract myself, I quickly checked Xiao Meow's attribute panel. Nether Cat Queen, a little meow level. 5 quality. King, all attributes plus 15 for each level up. HP, 4250/4250 mana. 4250/4250 attributes. Strength 425, Vitality 425, Spirit 425, Wisdom 425. Skills: Queen Summon, Nether Raid, Nether Clone, Nether Purgatory. Bloodline, Nether Royal Bloodline, all attributes increased by 10 times. My eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The gold items added by the system were simply ridiculously powerful. As the remaining 2 entries do not have attribute bonuses, I attached the Wood Spirit Body to the Devil Muscle Rabbit. Tip: item addition completed. Devil Muscle Rabbit plus Wood Spirit Body equals natural rabbit quality. Lord level. Feedback: all attributes plus 100. Life recovery speed increased by 10 times. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the natural rabbit whose white fur turned green but was still cute and adorable. I'll just call you Green Hair. After taking back the green hair, I checked my system panel. Host, Lu Chen occupation, F-class summoner level, 5 experience, 525/1600 health, 3250/3250 mana, 3200/3200 attributes, strength 320, vitality 325, spirit 320, wisdom 320. Summon. You can summon a pet to assist in battle. You can summon another pet every 5 levels. 4/4 pet space. Click to open, portable space. Click to open, item. 1 stick to open the sky. Summoner exclusive item, double summon. Level 5, all attributes exceeded 300. I couldn't help but clench my fists. Without summoning beasts, you can crush most professionals on your own. With invincible confidence, I took the little cat back into the pet space, stepped into the teleportation array, and left the abyss copy. The temple was still noisy. I glanced at the time and decided to eat a meal before continuing to explore the abyss. At the same time, I gave Green Hair some carrots to prevent him from eating grass because of hunger. After eating 6 bowls of ramen, I was satisfied, so I ran to the pet store and bought 10 pounds of carrots, a bag of cat food, and a bag of dog food. I spent 700 yuan. Looking at the hay that cost 100 yuan a bale, I decisively gave up buying fodder for the big black cow. Let it go to the dungeon to eat the hay by itself, saving 200 yuan. Returning to the temple, I once again came to the Goblin Forest Abyss dungeon. When I just finished the easy difficulty, I found that the temple would reward extra experience for the first time, completing the Abyss dungeons of various difficulties and refreshing the clearance time. Maybe because of the level limit, I found that no one has yet cleared the Goblin Forest at the held difficulty level. The level limit of Goblin Forest is LV1, LV5. My current level is just at the upper limit of LV5, so I can still enter. With my current strength, it will be no problem for me to clear the held difficulty. Not only will I be able to obtain the First Pass experience reward, but I heard there will also be the First Pass points reward. Points can be exchanged for things in the temple, including equipment, potions, skill books, etc. Without further ado, I chose the single-player held difficulty and was about to enter, but a crisp sound suddenly interrupted me. "Classmate, do you want to form a team?" 2 girls came over, wearing the school uniform of Haiching No. 2 High School. One had a ponytail and held an iron sword in her hand. The other held a short bow and carried 2 baskets of arrows on her back. They were both very beautiful, especially the one holding the short bow. Even without makeup, she can kill my ex-girlfriend Wong in seconds. I wanted to refuse, but when I thought about the 20% more experience and drop rate for joining a team and the lack of weapons, I nodded and agreed. "Okay, but I want the captain position." "Ah, okay, no problem. The experience is the same anyway. By the way, my name is Zhao Henin, and this is my best friend Wong Wenwen. What's your name, classmate?" The 3 of them introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other briefly. When Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen saw that I was full of confidence and wanted the position of captain, they thought that I had awakened to some powerful profession and wanted to show off in front of beautiful women. After all, the captain position and team member experience are the same. Only the temple points obtained when completing the game for the first time are slightly more. However, they were playing on normal difficulty, and there were no first-time clearance rewards anymore. So, under the misunderstanding of Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen, I chose to form a multi-person team again. After Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen joined the team, I chose the held difficulty and clicked confirm. After Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen joined the team, they also discovered my level and occupation, and their expressions froze immediately. Level 5, F-Class Summoner? Are you kidding me? Confirm. At this time, my urging voice sounded. They were both still surprised by my profession and didn't notice that the difficulty I chose was hell level. After all, no one would joke about their own life and choose a hell level difficulty for an F-level profession to die. Tip: you have entered the multiplayer hell difficulty Goblin Forest. You will experience the complete Goblin Forest plot and can leave the Abyss dungeon after killing the final boss Goblin Leader. This is the reminder sound of the Abyss dungeon, and everyone who enters the dungeon can hear it. So, Zhao Henin, Wong Wenwen, what the fuck? Wong Wenwen's words, "what the fuck," made me look sideways. I didn't expect that this girl with a pretty face could be so tough. She was obviously shocked by my hell difficulty operation. In order to avoid being misunderstood or scolded, I quickly summoned the rabbit Green Hair and the cat Queen Xiao Miao. Little Cat was fine, but Green Hair's body was like a muscular beast, with arms thicker than Wong Wenwen's waist, which immediately made Zhao Henin, who was about to start cursing, shut up. Is this your summoned beast?" Zhao Henin widened his eyes in disbelief. Green Hair's green hair and muscular appearance exude an aura of pressure that cannot be ignored. It is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary pet. She really couldn't imagine that this would be a summoned beast of an F-level summoner. Isn't it obvious?" I asked calmly. At this moment, Wong Wenwen suddenly exclaimed, "This is a Lord-quality pet." As a shooter, she obviously used the detection technique. Lord quality? Zhao Henin took a breath again, and the look in his eyes when he looked at me changed with deep awe. This is a big shot, and I was busy taking carrots and cat food from my personal space. When 2 carrots appeared, the green-haired boy's red eyes lit up instantly. As soon as I handed it over, Green Hair gobbled it up in one gulp. After chewing it a few times with a crunch, he swallowed it directly and then stared at me eagerly. No more. If you want to eat, kill a monster later, and I'll give you one as a reward. I immediately made the conditions. When Green Hair heard this, he immediately became alert, and his red eyes looked around, ready to look for the goblin at any time. On the other side, I stingily grabbed a handful of cat food from the bag and handed it to the little cat. Thank you, master. Meow. The little cat took it with a smile and started eating obediently. Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen were dumbfounded. I was afraid they would misunderstand that I had some special fetish, so I quickly explained. She is also my pet, a transformed cat. Wong Wenwen secretly used the detection technique. The little cat immediately wagged its tail in dissatisfaction. However, Wong Wenwen was completely shocked. The detection spell showed only the name Queen of Nether Cats Xiao Miao, and all other information was? She quietly told Zhao Henin about this situation. Zhao Henin was instantly excited. Wenwen, this Lu Chen is definitely a hidden professional. We have to hold on tight. Otherwise, you sacrifice your looks and seduce him. Why don't you go? Wong Wenwen blushed and retorted shyly. I can go too, but you are more suitable. You have been the school belle for 3 consecutive years. Zhao Henin continued to seduce her. What if he has a girlfriend? Wong Wenwen muttered softly. Stupid. If he had a girlfriend, would he come to the abyss alone? Zhao Henin said with a tone of disappointment. That's right. Well, let me try it. Wong Wenwen nodded hesitantly. Go ahead and believe in your looks. At this time, Green Hair, who had finished eating the carrots, had already gone into the jungle to explore. I was just about to ask Little Meow to look for the goblin's trail, but Little Meow said coquettishly, Meow master, how about I protect you? Bah! I kicked Xiao Miao into the jungle and shouted, Don't be lazy, search quickly. Wong Wenwen, who had just walked next to me, suddenly didn't know how to start talking when she saw this scene. At this time, I thought something happened to Wong Wenwen, so I looked at her. As a result, Wong Wenwen was so scared that she covered her butt and tried to hide in the jungle, fearing that I would kick her if she was a second slower. Are you gonna die? This is hell difficulty. I grabbed Wong Wenwen's arm and pulled her back. She is so pretty, but how can she be so stupid? Yes, I'm sorry. Wong Wenwen no longer had the toughness she had before, and she lowered her head and admitted her mistake obediently. I just let them stay by my side and not run around. Not long after, Green Hair rushed out of the jungle, pointing and gesturing inside the forest. I didn't understand it at all. Fortunately, Little Meow came back and reported, Master, there is a village in front of the jungle. All the people like you are dead. Same as me? A man? My face darkened, and I led the team through the jungle quickly. Before, when playing on easy difficulty, the goblin forest was just a jungle. Now on hell difficulty, there is not a single monster in the entire jungle, and Green Hair and Little Cat even found a village ahead. Soon, the 3 of them passed through the jungle and saw the village. At the same time, the reminder sound of the Abyss dungeon also sounded in the ears of the 3 people. Reminder, the pre-task has been triggered. Find the women hiding in the village and protect them from being captured by the goblins. When I walked into the village, it was dead silent. Men were lying on the ground in all directions, and there was no woman to be seen. According to the system's prompts, those women seemed to be hiding. Ugh! Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin vomited directly, their faces pale. Is this your first time seeing a dead person? I glanced at the corpse and felt a little heavy in my heart, but I still comforted the 2 of them. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the dry well. Gulp! Zhao Henin swallowed back the food that had just reached her throat. Half an hour later, I asked Green Hair to deal with the bodies together, and then used ropes to rescue the women hiding in the well, 21 in total. I was surprised how so many people could fit into this small dry well, but the system's prompt brought his attention back to reality. Ding! In the next 2 hours, goblins will continue to attack several villages. Please protect the women in the village. After the time is up, corresponding rewards will be issued according to the remaining number of people. I only noticed the key part. Within 2 hours, goblins will continue to attack the village. Isn't this giving away experience? Is there such a good thing? A shrill howl cut through the air. As soon as the copy prompt sounded, a group of goblins rushed out from the village entrance. My eyes focused, and the goblin leader looked familiar to me. It was the goblin captain riding the black-haired wild boar. However, this time its momentum is even stronger. It is wearing chainmail and holding a flashing iron spear. It is obviously no longer the weakling in the previous simple difficulty. I concentrated my mind, and its attribute information quickly appeared before my eyes. Goblin Vanguard, level 5 quality, elite HP, 620/620 mana, 510/510 attributes, strength 56, stamina 62, spirit 51, wisdom 49. Skills: Boar Charge, Vanguard War Cry. My eyes grew slightly cold, and then I glanced at the other goblins and found that although they were just ordinary monsters, their levels were all above level 5. Without waiting for my command, the green-haired rabbit rushed forward excitedly. The little cat slowly twisted its body and looked at me expectantly, with a strange light in its eyes, as if waiting for me to encourage her again. The corner of my mouth twitched. This time I didn't use my foot. Instead, I raised my hand and slapped her lightly. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the air, and my heart trembled slightly. The feeling was so great. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin looked at each other, not knowing what they were thinking. At this moment, an excited look appeared on Xiao Miao's face, and then he jumped up, and the summoning skill was activated instantly. For demonic creatures slowly emerged from the rolling black smoke. They were shrouded in smoke, like demons from hell, with hideous figures and fierce auras. What surprised me even more was that these 4 demons were all at leader level. Meanwhile, Green Hair had already engaged the Goblin Vanguard. Bah! The wild boar rushed over, but the Goblin Vanguard was still a head shorter than the green-haired one. Faced with the charging enemy, Green Hair did not give in. He knocked the enemy to the ground and then swung the bone stick and smashed it down hard. 390. One heavy blow from the stick, half of his blood is gone. The Goblin Vanguard struggled to get up, but Green Hair didn't give it a chance. The second stick followed closely and fell hard. Dash 230. Ding! Tip. Kill the Goblin Vanguard and gain plus 180 experience. The Goblin Vanguard fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the village entrance became quiet in an instant. A reminder tone rang in my ears. Zhao Henin and Li Wenwen only felt a shock all over their bodies, and then they found that they had been promoted 2 levels. Both of them were level 1, and they teamed up to kill a level 5 elite goblin. Even though they didn't contribute, they still gained 430 experience points, allowing them to level up twice. After being shocked, Wong Wenwen whispered to Zhao Henin, Henin, that goblin riding a pig is a level 5 elite monster. Ah! It was hit to death by that rabbit with 2 sticks. Zhao Henin was completely shocked. She had looked up information before, and even if it was a lord-quality creature, the damage shouldn't be so high. There's definitely something wrong with my summoned beast. Green Hair had already raised a finger to me proudly, indicating that he had completed a kill and was looking forward to the reward carrot. I smiled and nodded, indicating that I had noted the reward. At this time, Green Hair had already rushed into the remaining 15 goblin warriors again. Green-haired man wielded the bone stick with great force, and one strike could take a life. Even if a goblin warrior swings his weapon and hits it, the damage will be instantly recovered as soon as it occurs. Dash 12, plus 12, dash 19, plus 19. With the blessing of Wood Spirit Body, Green Hair became a mobile blood bank on the battlefield, constantly reaping the lives of enemies. Ding! Tip. You gain experience plus 10. Hint. The Goblin Warrior dropped a piece of white equipment. I quickly stepped forward and picked up an iron axe. Iron axe, quality, white attack, 2 to 3 description, made of pig iron, suitable for chopping wood. Not bad. It has an attack attribute of 2 to 3. I took it and waved it around a few times, and it worked pretty well. Then, the dungeon prompt sounded. Prompt. Congratulations, you have defended the first wave of attacks. Reward experience plus 300. Remaining number of attacks 1/12. Ding! Tip. Your level has been upgraded to level 6, gaining all attributes plus 2, and free attribute point plus 1. The host's level has been detected to be upgraded, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at each level. You gain the entry, Hell Black Flame. Finally, I upgraded. The higher the level, the more experience is needed to upgrade. Li Wenwen and Zhao Henin are both level 4, but I have only upgraded 1 level. After checking the entry I got, I found out that it was specially prepared for big yellow dogs. Hell Black Flame. After being attached to a target, there is a certain chance that the Hell attribute will be activated, and all attributes will be increased tenfold. If it is attached to a canine pet, the Hell attribute will be activated 100%, and all attributes will be increased 30-fold. In that case, I immediately summon the big yellow dog. Select the entry to attach it, and a black mist suddenly emerges from the void, wrapping the big yellow dog. Ding! Tip. Entry attachment completed. Big yellow dog plus black flame of hell equals three-headed dog of hell. Hint. The quality of the hellhound has been upgraded to Lord level. You will get feedback, and all attributes will be increased by plus 100. In the black fog, the big yellow dog's body grew rapidly, and in a moment it grew to more than 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters long. On both sides of its head, 2 large meat lumps grew, and in a moment they grew into 2 dog heads, which were exactly the same as the big yellow dog's original head. Finally, when the black fog dissipated, the big yellow dog turned into a 3-headed hellhound with black flames burning on its limbs, half yellow and half black fur, and looked very majestic. I was quite satisfied with the appearance of the 3-headed hellhound. I took out dog food from my personal space, grabbed 3 handfuls, and fed 1 handful to each dog head. Of course, the green-haired carrot was not forgotten. In this first wave of goblin attacks, Greenhair relied on his wood spirit body to kill everyone in sight. He killed 12 out of the 16 goblins by himself. The remaining 4 were killed by 4 demonic creatures summoned by the cat queen Xiao Miao. The cat queen Xiao Miao did not take any action. What I didn't expect was that although the 4 demon creatures summoned by Xiao Miao were of leader quality, their attack power and attributes did not seem to be high. They had to hit an ordinary goblin warrior several times before they could kill it. After grabbing a handful of cat food and giving it to Xiao Miao, I also checked the attributes of the Hellhound. Hellhound, level 6 quality. Lord, all attributes plus 10 with each level increase. Health, 4700/4700 magic. 5100/5100 attributes. Strength 360, Vitality 470, Spirit 510, Wisdom 500. Skills, Hell Explosion, Hell Gale, Hell Dead Water. Special skills, Hell Black Flame, Explosion, Gale, Dead Water. 3 dog heads work together to spray out black flames from hell, causing damage to all attributes times 10. Hell Black Flame. The hell characteristics have been activated, and all attributes are increased by 30 times. You have 3 pets. Zhao Henin and Li Wenwen walked over quickly, their faces full of surprise. They witnessed with their own eyes the entire process of the big yellow dog turning into the 3-headed dog of hell, and were deeply shocked. Besides being shocked, they were also secretly delighted. I actually evolved my pet in front of them without any hesitation. Does this mean that they have already embraced my thigh that is so thick that it cannot be any thicker? Isn't it obvious? I looked up at them and answered casually. The reason why I showed my strength in front of the 2 of them was because sooner or later these pets would be exposed to the outside world. Instead of hiding them, I might as well take the opportunity to shock them. More importantly, I need to use my strength to attract official attention and gain resource support. After all, the financial pressure on me is already enormous just from the food rations for these pets. Especially the green-haired rabbit, its speed of eating carrots was ridiculous. At this moment, the second wave of goblin attack began. There were still 16 goblins, with an elite leading 15 ordinary goblins rushing over. Leading the team this time was a berserker goblin, wielding 2 iron axes and looking extremely ferocious. The green-haired rabbit had just finished eating 12 carrots. He burped and looked at the goblin. His eyes turned green. Those were clearly running carrots. However, before it could make a move, the newly strengthened Cerberus could not wait to show its strength. The 3 heads all showed their power at the same time. 1 head spewed out flames, 1 head spit out black water, and 1 head summoned strong winds. The black water corroded and dissolved the goblins into a pool of black mud. The flames exploded and instantly blew the enemies into pieces. The howling winds swept away the wreckage, leaving not even a trace of residue. The green-haired rabbit looked at the spoils of war that had been snatched away and silently shrank his head. Ding! Kill the goblin berserker. Experience plus 150. Drop blue equipment. Berserker hand axe. Defend the second wave of attacks. Reward experience plus 300. Remaining waves February 12th. I immediately went over to pick up the equipment. It was blue equipment. A second later would be disrespectful to its quality. After all, In the professional weapon shop outside, the price of a piece of blue equipment is as high as 50,000 yuan. Even if you exchange it in the temple, you need 10 points. Then I checked the properties of the equipment. Berserker Hand Axe, quality, blue attack, 10 to 15, additional attributes, strength +5, stamina +5. Not bad. With an attack of 10 to 15 and an additional 10 points of attributes, it is a piece of top-grade blue equipment. I put the axe into my personal space with satisfaction. Such a valuable equipment should not be used easily. The best way is to sell it. I turned around and walked to the three-headed hellhound, petted its 3 heads, and gave it 3 handfuls of dog food as a reward. Well done! The three-headed hellhound rubbed against me excitedly, with its 3 heads moving separately and its face full of enjoyment. Seeing this, the green-haired rabbit next to him whimpered in grievance. I had no choice but to rub its rabbit ears and hand it a carrot, which then made it contentedly hold the carrot and start chewing on it. Meow, master. I want one too. The cat queen walked over with her waist twisted, with a hot body and seductive eyes. Pa! I gently patted her perky buttocks, earning a charming smile from the cat queen. This action has become a tacit interaction between the two of us. Zhao Henin and Li Wenwen were stunned by the strange way I got along with my pets. At this time, Zhao Henin seemed to have discovered something and whispered in Wong Wenwen's ear for a long time. Without giving them much time to think, the third wave of goblin attack began. The goblin attacks lasted 10 minutes between each wave, but since the third wave, none of the goblins lasted more than 10 seconds. The three-headed dog of hell unleashed its spells at full power, scorching earth wherever it went. As I continued to gain experience and equipment, I became more and more excited and even hoped that these attacks would never stop. Finally, after the 6th wave ended, ding! Level increased to 7. All attributes +2. Free attribute point +1. Obtained golden entry. Unlimited magic power. Infinite magic. After being attached to the target, it can gain endless magic, cancel the spiritual attribute, and double the wisdom attribute. This entry came at the perfect time, and I attached it to the three-headed dog of hell without hesitation. Ding! Entries added. Your Cerberus has gained unlimited mana. The quality of the Cerberus has been upgraded to king level. You have received feedback, and all attributes are +150. You have received the favor of the Cerberus, and the speed of mana recovery has increased tenfold. What makes me feel a little bit regretful is that the favor of the three-headed dog of hell did not allow him to obtain infinite magic power, but only increased the magic power recovery speed tenfold. 2 hours later, the pre-quest for the goblin attack on the village was over. Ding! Under your protection, no woman in the village was captured. Reward experience +1,000, temple points +10. You will be thanked by the women in the village and receive a random cyan equipment. At this time, a woman in a gray dress and with a haggard face came over. She spread out her palm, and a ring emitting green light appeared in front of me. Teleportation ring, unique. Quality, cyan, white, blue, green, cyan, purple, red, orange, gold color. Additional attributes, spirit +100. Additional skills, teleportation. With itself as the center, it can teleport within a range of 10 meters around it. Each teleportation consumes a fixed mana value of 100. Cooldown time, 0. Without waiting for the woman to speak, I grabbed the ring and put it on my finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I tried teleporting a few times, and it was so cool. This scene again stunned Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin. I teleported in front of the woman again, and she said with a face full of pain, "Warrior from another world, I beg you to save my daughter. She has been captured by those evil goblins. If she has been used as a breeding tool, please help her get rid of it. Hint, trigger the plot mission, goblin reproduction. Please go to the goblin's nest, rescue or free the captured girl, and kill the goblin leader." The sadness and despair on the woman's face deeply hurt my heart. These digitized creatures of the abyss are at the mercy of fate and cannot resist at all. And wasn't I the same in the past? I took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated emotions in my heart, and cast my eyes towards the hill in the distance. The goblins that had just attacked the village appeared from there. The plot quest has been triggered, and I can go to the goblin's lair. However, based on the description of the quest, goblin breeding, and the woman's words, a horrible scene inside the lair has emerged in my mind. I glanced at Wong, Wenwen, and Zhao Henin. Their cheeks were flushed, their eyes were burning with anger, and they obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. "Let's go!" Wong Wunwen said firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. I said no more, called back Green Hair and Little Cat, jumped onto the back of the Hellhound, and rushed straight towards the hill. Hey, wait for us! Zhao Henin shouted from behind, her eyes full of complaints. How can you be so unsympathetic to women? You didn't even take us with you. The two had no choice but to grit their teeth and run wildly to catch up with my receding figure. I sat on the back of the three-headed hellhound and glanced at the experience points. Level 7 experience, 4350/6400. Starting from 100 experience points at level 1, the experience points required for each upgrade doubles, reaching 6,400 at level 7 and 12,800 at the next level. I made a rough estimate, and it might take tens or even hundreds of millions of experience points to level up after dozens of levels. It's outrageous. No wonder most of those veteran professionals are stuck at level 40 or 50. Currently, the highest level professional in the world is the Chinese god of war, who is level 79 and has not changed for 3 full years. Soon I reached the hill and saw for the first time the huge cave at the bottom. The cave entrance was dark and cold, and the interior seemed to be completely hollowed out. The light that filtered in revealed a dirty and chaotic scene. A strong stench accompanied by a disgusting smell hit my nose, and it was hard to ignore even from a distance. I didn't rush in. I called back Green Hair and Little Cat first and waited for Wong Wunwen and Zhao Henin to arrive. 10 minutes later, the two breathless men finally caught up. Just as Zhao Henin was about to speak, a breeze suddenly blew out from the cave. Ugh! The two of them retched nonstop, their faces pale. What's that smell? Ugh! I looked at them with disgust. They were still trying to save people? They had just vowed to kill the goblins and rescue the girl in the village, but now they were vomiting like this before they even killed any monsters. They were so arrogant. Let's go! I was too lazy to say anything more. I jumped off the back of the hellhound, covered my mouth and nose with a wet towel, and walked straight towards the cave. Wong Wunwen and Zhao Henin hurriedly tore off their school uniform fabrics to cover their mouths and noses, gritted their teeth, and followed. Green Hair walked in front to explore the way, and the three-headed dog of hell followed closely behind. There were no guards at the entrance of the cave, but the moment they stepped into the cave, the scene before them stunned all three of them. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. The entire cave was echoing with low and eerie sounds. Zhao Henin and Wong Wunwen's faces turned red with shame and anger, and they hardly dared to look directly at the scene in front of them. Please, please kill us. A young girl saw me coming in, regained some consciousness, and uttered a weak voice. Who? Deep in the cave, a huge goblin leader turned around and roared, his eyes flashing with ferocious light. Wong Wunwen and Zhao Henin were so scared that they closed their eyes and dared not look directly. I glanced across the cave and found that all 15 girls were imprisoned with bulging stomachs, obviously being used as breeding tools. I sighed deeply, turned away, and raised my hand to signal the three-headed dog of hell. Alho! The angry three-headed dog roared towards the sky, and its three heads gathered power at the same time, spewing out terrifying black flames. In an instant, the entire cave was engulfed by black flames, burning everything. Ding! Tip! Kill the goblin leader and gain plus 2,000 experience. The goblin leader who was hit first was burned to death instantly. Immediately afterwards, system prompts sounded one after another, and reward information continued to echo in my ears. Hint: you have gained the girl's gratitude, experience plus 100. Reminder: level has been upgraded to level 8, gaining all attributes plus 2. Free attribute point plus 1. Tip: trigger the gold item bonus. Innate Holy Body. Innate Holy Body. After being attached, there is a chance to activate the Holy Body vision, and all attributes are increased by 10 times. If attached to a monkey pet, the Holy Body vision will be 100% activated, and all attributes will be increased by 50 times. Hint: you have killed the final boss goblin leader and have cleared the multiplayer hell difficulty goblin forest. Reward experience plus 3,000, temple points plus 50. Tip: since this is your first time clearing the multiplayer hell difficulty goblin forest, you will receive an additional reward: a piece of purple equipment, plus 10,000 experience points, and plus 100 temple points. The notification sounds kept coming, experience and rewards were overwhelming, and I was promoted twice in a row. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to level 9, gaining all attributes plus 2, and free attribute point plus 1. The host's level has been upgraded, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at each level. You gain the entry, Heavenly Tyrant Body. Heavenly Tyrant Body. After being attached, there is a chance to activate the Tyrant Body Divine Form, and all attributes are increased by 10 times. If attached to a pet over 2 meters in size, the Tyrant Body Divine Form will be activated 100%, and all attributes will be increased by 50 times. The three-headed dog of hell spewed out a breath of black flame and cleared the dungeon directly. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin looked at the cave shrouded in black flames, said nothing, and quietly retreated. I'm already a little overwhelmed by all the notifications and rewards. At the same time, Wang Yuqi, Ling Feiyu, and other geniuses from the Key No. 1 middle school who had completed graduation awakening went through various scenes and received various resources and rewards also came to the temple hall. Ling Feiyu formed a team. Except for him, the other 4 were all B-level professionals. Brother Feiyu, what level of abyss are you going to take us to clear? Well, let's try the difficult one first. If it's not too difficult, we can try the nightmare level the second time. Wow, Brother Feiyu is awesome. On the other side, Wang Yuqi also formed a team. In addition to her, an S-level professional, there were 2 other A-level professionals from Key No. 1 middle school. With such a luxurious lineup, Wang Yuqi plans to go straight to the nightmare level of difficulty. But at this moment, the announcement from the temple suddenly sounded. Announcement. The team led by F-level summoner Lu Chen has cleared the Goblin Forest of Hell difficulty. The overall difficulty of this dungeon has been reduced by 20%. Experience increased by 20%, and the explosion rate increased by 20%. This happened 3 times in a row. The entire temple was silent at first, and then suddenly became lively. Wang Yuqi, Ling Feiyu, and the others were all in disbelief. F-level summoner Lu Chen. Chapter 10. The Savage Bull. An F-level summoner led the team to clear the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. As soon as the news came out, it swept across the entire Haicheng like a tornado. No matter whether they knew Lu Chen or not, no one believed that it was possible for an F-level summoner like him to clear the dungeon. There must be other powerful professionals in the team who don't want to be famous, so they deliberately formed an F-level summoner to lead the team. Inside the temple, many people flocked to the exit of the Abyss dungeon in the Goblin Forest, wanting to see what the lucky F-rank summoner looked like and trying to see if they could hug the boss who had actually cleared the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. Isn't it just being a captain and taking up a title? They will too. When everyone in Key Middle School No. 1 heard this announcement, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Ling Feiyu. For a moment, jealousy, hatred, and other emotions appeared on his face. He was not in a hurry to enter the Abyss dungeon, but walked towards Wang Yuqi, who was also shocked. Your ex-boyfriend is really lucky. He can even hold his thigh like this. Wang Yuqi's expression returned to normal. She raised her hand to lift the hair on her forehead and said nonchalantly, "What's the use of that? Trash is trash after all. Anyone who can pass the Hell difficulty in the early stage must be at least an SS-level professional. Let's see which school he is from and ask him to join the team." "Oh, cool." Ling Feiyu nodded and stood at the exit waiting with Wang Yuqi. At the same time, upon hearing the news, members of various professional unions in Haicheng and admissions teachers from famous universities all rushed to the temple. However, they had a doubt. Because they had already done statistics, and the teachers who went to other colleges to recruit students did not see any SS-level professionals appearing. Only the 4th high school had an S-level student, who was recruited by Haicheng No. 1 University. So who was the one who cleared the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon? That F-class summoner? Absolument impossible. At that time, all the teachers and students of the Key No. 1 middle school, including admissions teachers from various universities and leaders of major labor unions, witnessed with their own eyes that the student who was given high hopes awakened an F-level summoner and summoned a rabbit on the spot. Could it be that he used that relatively fat rabbit to stuff the monster to death? It's funny just to think about it. Therefore, no one thought that it was Lu Chen who completed the copy as announced. There must be a big fish hidden in the team that they haven't discovered. In response to this, even the Professional Association of Haicheng sent its leaders to the temple to commend and reward the professionals who had cleared the Hell difficulty. At this time, Lu Chen, who was in the copy, didn't know that the outside world had caused a huge uproar because of him. He was also checking the entries he gained after upgrading, as well as the purple equipment he obtained after clearing the level. First of all, the 2 entries, Innate Holy Body and Heavenly Tyrant Body, really surprised him. Aren't these the 2 invincible physiques in some fantasy novel? Moreover, Adding a designated pet can 100% open the holy body vision and activate the dominant body form. He doesn't have any 8 pets yet, but he does have pets that are over 2 meters in size. The big black bull, who had been staying in the pet space, had long been envious of the big yellow dog that evolved into a 3-headed hellhound and the little black cat that evolved into the cat queen. Without further ado, Lu Chen immediately summoned the big black bull and added additional entries to it. Zhao Henin and Li Wenwen were not surprised at all when they saw Lu Chen summon another pet. Even when they saw that Lu Chen had 4 pets in total, they showed an expression as if it was natural. Li Wenwen saw that Lu Chen seemed to be about to perform the mysterious evolution on the ordinary big black bull again. She finally couldn't help but ask, "What method did you use? You can actually make these ordinary pets so powerful." Although she knew it was wrong to ask other people's secrets like this, Li Wenwen really couldn't help it because she was too curious. Lu Chen, who was about to add an entry to Big Black Bull, didn't intend to pay attention to Li Wenwen when he heard this, but he felt it would be impolite not to respond. So he turned his head and looked at Li Wenwen's face, which was so beautiful that it was unfair. His eyes swept over her beautiful figure unscrupulously and finally stopped at her upper body. "Show me how fierce you are, and I will tell you." This is a kind of rejection. But Lu Chen underestimated Li Wenwen's inner toughness and her strong curiosity. Almost without hesitation, Li Wenwen unzipped her school uniform and lifted up the white shirt underneath. The white underwear with lace edges and cartoon patterns, wrapped in a breathtaking white, caught Lu Chen's eyes. However, it only took about a second for Li Wenwen to put down her white t-shirt, zip it up, and said with a red face, "See it. Can you tell me now?" Lu Chen, careless. Zhao Henin on the side walked away tactfully. Seeing this, Lu Chen had no choice but to tell Li Wenwen about his ability to add entries to pets. "If you lose the bet, you must admit defeat. Besides, what would happen even if I told her? Can she copy it?" Afterwards, both of them tacitly asked the other to keep it a secret. He was surprised to see that Li Wenwen had a perfect figure and an amazing appearance. Lu Chen felt like he was scratched by a cat for a moment. Shaking his head and looking at the big black bull with eyes as big as copper bells, Lu Chen kicked it unhappily and added the entry of Tsang Tian Bati to it. "Moo!" The big black bull roared towards the sky. As a pet beast, the big black bull is over 2 meters tall and long, which fully meets the requirements of the Tsang Tian Bati. Moreover, the basic attributes of the big black bull at level 1 are Strength 25, Stamina 30, Spirit 20, and Wisdom 22. Ordinary quality has such attributes, which is considered top-notch. At this time, with the blessing of the heavenly tyrant body, the big black bull's body began to grow rapidly, especially the limbs, which have become visibly thicker and longer, with muscles growing out one by one, as if they were hard fillers. The originally bloated beef belly disappeared and turned into rows of abdominal muscles. Lu Chen drooled at the sight and thought that it would be absolutely delicious if he cut off a piece and fried it. As the big black bull stood up and its size became close to that of a human, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin, who were watching from the side, turned their heads away embarrassedly. Lu Chen was still a little surprised, but then he saw the lower body of the big black bull and immediately understood the reason. "Be good. It's bigger than the goblin leader just now. It seems that I need to get some armor and equipment for these pets. I don't ask for it to play a protective role, as long as it can cover my shame." In the end, the height of the big black bull was fixed at 5 meters, his shoulders were 1.5 meters wide, and his muscles were like iron lumps. The nature rabbit was just a little brother in front of it. After the entry was attached, the system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's ears. "Bite. Tip. Entry attachment is complete. Big black bull plus heavenly tyrant body equals heavenly savage bull. Tip. The barbarian bull of the sky has activated the dominant body divine form and currently has obtained the first divine form, the true dragon divine form. Tip. The quality of the Sky Savage Bull has been upgraded to the royal level, and you will get feedback, with all attributes increased by plus 200. Chapter 11. Classmate, you can leave now. The quality of the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull has reached the royal level. The smile on Lu Chen's face suddenly became as bright as a chrysanthemum, and he was extremely happy in his heart. But he still put the Sky Barbarian Bull back into the pet space first, and then began to check its attributes. The Bull. Level 9. Quality, Royal Grade. Each upgrade gains 20 points of all attributes. HP. 16800/16800. Mana. 1190. Attributes: Strength 1420, Vitality 1680, Spirit 1180, Wisdom 1280. Skills: Bull Trampling, Sky Roaring, More Courageous in Battle, Bull Bloodline. Divine Form: True Dragon Divine Form. Part of the body features are transformed into true dragons. All attributes are doubled. Immune to all negative states. Duration is 1 hour. Cooldown time is 1 day. Heavenly Tyrant Body. The Tyrant Body Divine Form has been activated, and the basic attributes are increased by 50 times. The 50-fold improvement in basic attributes, plus the extra 180 points of all attributes at level 9, also makes the total attributes of the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull exceed 1,000. Even the physical attribute is as high as 1680. It's really powerful. This is only level 9. I just want to ask, what other profession can compare? Lu Chen felt very happy, and he also checked the properties of the purple equipment. Black Iron Stick. Type: Weapon. Length: 5 meters. Weight: 999 kilograms. Quality: Purple Rare. Attack: 100 to 180. Additional attributes: All attributes plus 100. Additional feature: Stun. There is a 20% chance of stunning the enemy when attacking. If the attack is on the head, the chance increases to 100%. For enemies with a higher level than the enemy, the chance decreases by 1% per level. Description: An iron rod carved directly from black iron. A pet should like it very much. Black Iron Stick. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the last description for a moment. First, there was the entry for Innate Holy Body, which directly requested a monkey pet. And now here comes another weapon that monkey pets like very much. It seems that I have to get a monkey as a pet. Although Green Hair also used a stick, this black iron stick was 5 meters long and weighed 2,000 pounds, so Green Hair couldn't lift it at all. After putting the black iron stick back into his personal space, Lu Chen took one last look inside the cave. What made him speechless was that after the black flames of the Hellhound burned, the entire cave was pitch black and nothing was left. This made Lu Chen's original plan of seeing if there was any equipment to pick up go completely futile. In that case, after Lu Chen came out of the cave, he called Li Wenwen and Zhao Henin and prepared to leave the Abyss copy. At this time, Zhao Henin took out his cell phone and walked forward. Lu Chen, add a contact number. Lu Chen remained indifferent and walked towards the open teleportation array. Why add contact? I don't plan to fall in love. Zhao Henin was furious. Isn't she not as pretty as Li Wenwen? Is it necessary to treat them so differently? So, she said angrily, "You saw Wenwen. Don't you intend to take responsibility?" When she said this, Lu Chen immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhao Henin. However, before Lu Chen could speak, Li Wenwen took the lead and said, "Henin, listen, this was a fair trade. Don't mention this matter again in the future." Then she looked at Lu Chen. "Henin, we don't mean anything else. We want to add your contact information because we want to be able to play the Abyss with you in the future. Of course, we won't let you lead us for free. We will pay, and you can name the price." Real? When it comes to paying, Lu Chen becomes interested. He thought for a moment and said, "I will definitely play Hell difficulty in the future. With the first pass reward, 20,000 yuan is not too much for you, right?" 20,000? Wong Wenwen exclaimed in surprise, a little surprised. It's not that it's too expensive, but that it's too cheap. What does he mean? This made Wong Wenwen think of what happened just now. Could it be that Lu Chen liked her? That's right, with her looks and figure. There is almost no boy who doesn't like her. Too expensive? How about just 10,000? Lu Chen frowned, thinking that he had raised the price too high. Wong Wenwen, how about this? Henin and I, as long as you take us to clear the Abyss dungeon once, I will pay you 100,000 yuan, no matter what the difficulty is. In addition, everything produced in the dungeon belongs to you. If we need it and you are willing to sell it, we can pay you according to the market price. How about it? Lu Chen. Oh my goodness, it turns out that I didn't set the price too high, but too low. It's so low that people have to raise their own prices. Seeing Wong Wenwen's sincerity, Lu Chen also agreed. It was not until this time that Lu Chen checked the other person's occupation and attributes. Information panel. Target: Wong Wenwen. Occupation: B-Class Hunter. Level 9. Experience: 5330/10,000. Health: 950/950. Mana: 105 Attributes: Strength 101, Vitality 95, Spirit 105, Wisdom 110. skills, continuous shooting, traps, detection. Huh. Lu Chen's gaze suddenly fixed on Wong Wenwen's level of experience. Why does it only take her 10,000 experience points to upgrade from level 9 to level 10? Out of curiosity, Lu Chen looked at Zhao Henin again and found that she had even less. Information panel. Target, Zhao Henin. Occupation, C-Class Warrior. Level 9. Experience, 8,700/9,000. What's going on? Lu Chen suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his F-level summoner. But the specific problem is still unclear now. Perhaps it will be discovered when you reach level 10 and perform the first stage of career advancement. So Lu Chen suppressed his curiosity, added Wong Wenwen's contact information, and the three of them stepped into the teleportation array one after another and left the Abyss copy. It's coming out! Fuck! That girl is so pretty. Hey, isn't that Wong Wenwen, the school beauty of our number 2 middle school? Why are there only 3 of them? That man is the F-rank summoner? In other words, make way, make way. As soon as Lu Chen came out of the copy, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. At the exit of the Goblin Forest dungeon, there were 3 layers of people surrounding it. It was crowded and noisy, just like a vegetable market. Lu Chen even saw a lot of familiar figures, including his ex-girlfriend Wang Yuqi and Ling Feiyu, who wanted to buy his roasted rabbit. However, before they could get forward, they were forcibly pushed aside by a group of burly men in black suits. Then a middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting gray suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and a smile on his face walked over. This classmate is the F-rank summoner, right? The middle-aged man walked straight over, and his eyes fell on Lu Chen. But before Lu Chen could speak, the other party said, "Then classmate, you can leave now." Oh. Lu Chen was a little confused. Aren't you looking for him? He remembered that the temple would make an announcement after one had completed the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized something and couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seems that it is quite difficult to attract attention, even though I am an F-level summoner. In that case, then you should go find Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin. So, Lu Chen decisively slipped away. As he left, the voice of the man with gold-rimmed glasses behind him confirmed his guess. I guess it is you two who have actually cleared the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon? Let me introduce myself. I am from our Haicheng official professional guild. This time I came to give you the reward for clearing the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon and invite you to join the official professional guild. Zhao Henin? Wong Wenwen. It's Lu Chen. Chapter 12. Have a bowl of beef offal noodles with more beef offal. Although the exit of the Goblin Forest dungeon was crowded with people, Lu Chen got out without any effort and did not even use the teleportation ring to teleport. Not only did no one try to stop him, but the people surrounding him in 3 layers even hoped that he would get out quickly. After Lu Chen came out of the temple, he went directly to the professional equipment store around the central square. He was going to sell the blue-quality Berserker hand axe. There is no other way. If he doesn't make some money, he won't be able to afford to keep those pets. Because of the temple, the things that are most abundant around the central square are professional equipment stores, pharmacy stores, pet equipment stores, etc. Lu Chen chose a large and crowded store and walked in. A young lady in a gray business suit came up to us immediately. Seeing that Lu Chen was wearing a school uniform, she thought he was also here to buy equipment. What profession did this classmate awaken? We have equipment for all professions here. I see that you are from a key high school, so you should have awakened a very powerful profession. Unlike me, I only awakened an E-level life profession and don't even have the qualifications to enter the Abyss dungeon. I awakened an F-class summoner, but I'm not here to buy equipment. I'm here to sell equipment. Lu Chen took out the Berserker's axe and placed it on the counter. For some reason, the saleswoman's words made him feel like she was showing off. You're selling equipment. Let me see. The prices for equipment we buy here are the highest among all the stores nearby. The saleswoman was obviously a little embarrassed. She wanted to praise Lu Chen so as to start the sales work, but she never expected that Lu Chen, wearing the school uniform of a key middle school, had awakened an F-level profession, which was not as good as her awakened life profession. Afterwards, when he saw that the weapon Lu Chen wanted to sell was actually a blue-quality weapon, he was a little surprised. My friend, this piece of blue equipment of yours is quite good. The price we purchase it at here is the same, 50,000 yuan per piece. The saleswoman quoted a price. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately quoted a price without saying anything. 60,000 yuan. If the price is lower than this, I will sell it in other stores. 60,000. That's okay. Just come over here with me and sign. The other party was also very straightforward, because the Berserker's Hand Axe is a small blue top-grade equipment, and now it coincides with the graduation and awakening of students in major high schools. It is the time when they need equipment to brush the Abyss dungeon to improve their strength, so there is no problem selling it. So, after Lu Chen signed, the other party transferred the money without hesitation. 60,000 yuan was deposited into my account, just like that. On the other side, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin, who were surrounded, explained, and announced their professional levels, which made the head of the official professional union believe that it was not the Hell Difficulty Abyss copy that they had cleared. The one who actually cleared the level was the F-rank summoner, whom he just let go. Isn't this embarrassing? The real owner was treated as a mere bystander and sent away by him. In the crowd, Wang Yuqi and Ling Feiyu were in disbelief when they heard the news. They saw with their own eyes that Lu Chen awakened as an F-level summoner and even summoned a rabbit on the spot. But now, according to what the two girls said, Lu Chen's rabbit has not only evolved to the quality of a lord, he also has a dog with 3 heads. How is this possible? But they have revealed their professional levels. It is impossible for a B-level professional hunter and a C-level professional warrior to clear the Hell Difficulty dungeon. The person in charge of the official professional union had quietly gone to the side and made a phone call. Leader, there was an accident. This is what happened. After listening to the person in charge's report, a deep voice came from the phone. Okay, I understand. Come back. I will be responsible for this matter personally. Lu Chen was currently in a store selling pet equipment. There are many professions that can own pets, and summoners are not exclusive to them. For example, Wong Wenwen's hunter profession can contract a pet after completing the first stage of professional advancement. Therefore, there are many stores selling pet equipment, and they have pet equipment of various sizes and types, which is very complete. Lu Chen bought a set of equipment for the Sky Barbarian Bull, Green Hair, and even the Cerberus. But it has no attributes and is just used to cover up one's shame. The price was very reasonable. 3 sets only cost him 1,700 yuan. As soon as he came out of the store, Lu Chen received a message from Wong Wenwen. Wong Wenwen where? Lu Chen glanced at a small restaurant across the square and replied, Wong Laosan Beef, Awful Restaurant. Wong Wenwen, go eat beef awful. Lu Chen, is that not possible? If you guys don't come, I will eat alone. Wong Wenwen go. When adding entries to the Big Black Bowl, Lu Chen found that he actually wanted to eat beef. When he arrived at the beef awful shop, Lu Chen directly ordered 3 large bowls. Soon, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin came in stealthily. Both of them covered their heads with their school uniforms, looking a bit like they were fleeing. I think it would be better for you to make it public officially. Those curious and gossipy professionals are even following us to find you. Wong Wenwen took off the school uniform on her head and spoke. Lu Chen looked at Wong Wenwen's face, which was so beautiful that it was unfair, and said casually, Is it possible that those who followed you actually wanted to rape you? Wong Wenwen. Zhao Henin. At this moment, Lu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the number and saw it was an unfamiliar one. After the call was connected, a deep voice came from the other end. Student Lu Chen, right? I am Lin Fong, the vice president of the Haiqing Official Professionals Union. Oh, nice to meet you. Lu Chen was a little surprised, but not surprised. Do you have time to meet since you have cleared the Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon? As usual, we have to give you some resources as a reward. By the way, we would like to know some information from you. Lin Fong's voice was still low, as if he was deliberately suppressing his voice. Sorry, I don't have time recently. Lu Chen refused. Your beef noodles are here. At this time, the owner of the beef offal shop came over with 2 large bowls of beef offal. On the phone, after hearing this voice, Lin Fong said simply, In that case, I won't disturb you from having a meal. Oh, by the way, your taste is similar to mine. I also like beef offal noodles. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Lu Chen felt a little confused. While he was putting away the phone, the boss brought out another bowl of beef offal noodles. Enjoy your meal. You can get more noodles for free if you don't have enough. The boss said enthusiastically and went back to work in the kitchen. Lu Chen pushed 2 of the bowls towards Li Wenwen and Zhao Henin and said, Eat. This meal is on me. Wong Wenwen originally wanted to ask something, but was attracted by the aroma of the beef offal noodles. Plus, she was a little hungry, so she started eating with big mouthfuls. Zhao Hanin seemed a little dissatisfied and ate in small bites. I guess this was the first time a boy invited her to eat beef, awful noodles on the street. Just when Lu Chen was halfway through his meal, a middle-aged man wearing gray casual clothes, white sneakers, tall stature, and an imposing aura suddenly walked in. Lao Wong, give me a big bowl of beef awful noodles with more beef awful. The voice was low and seemed to be deliberately suppressed. Lu Chen immediately raised his head. The middle-aged man also looked at him. Even though there were other people in the store, Lin Fong recognized Lu Chen at first sight. At this time, Lu Chen finally understood why Lin Fong said on the phone just now that he also liked to eat beef awful noodles. It turned out that the other party was a frequent visitor here, and his exact location had already been obtained at that time. It only took him half the time it takes to get here, as fast as a bowl of noodles. Chapter 13, Heavy Weapon Battle Axe, Battlefield Destroyer. Huh, Uncle Lin, you come here to eat noodles too. What surprised Lu Chen even more was that Wong Wenwen actually knew Lin Fong, the vice president of the official professional guild. Who are you? Wenwen, you've grown so big. Lin Fong took a closer look at Wong Wenwen before recognizing her. Wong Wenwen stood up and asked Lin Fong to sit in her seat. She then took the bowl and sat next to Lu Chen and started chatting with Lin Fong. Uncle Lin, I've already graduated and awakened. I just cleared a hell-level abyss dungeon. You also followed into that dungeon? You guys. Lin Fong suddenly felt as if something was suddenly dawning on him. Lu Chen. All right, what a small world this is. Finally, after introducing each other, Lu Chen found out that Lin Fong, who was looking for him, was actually Wong Wenwen's distant cousin, whom he hadn't seen for several years. Lin Fong mistakenly thought that Lu Chen was Wong Wenwen's boyfriend. After all, if you're not a boyfriend and girlfriend, who would take you to play the hell-level Abyss dungeon? Because of this misunderstanding, the subsequent conversation went much more smoothly. Lin Fong's attitude towards Lu Chen instantly changed from that of a guild vice president to that of his own elder, and his tone became much kinder. He even directly recruited Lu Chen, Wong Wenwen, and Zhao Henin into the official professional guild. Finally, Lin Fong gave Lu Chen a bonus of about 100,000 yuan, as well as some resource assistance, and told Lu Chen to go to the official professional guild to collect it if he needed it. When Lu Chen asked what conditions the other party had, Lin Fong made it clear that there were no conditions. He said that the official professional guild was obliged to provide assistance to every potential professional, so he just needed to focus on brushing the Abyss dungeon to improve his strength. If there were any problems or troubles, he could call him and he would solve them. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this. When they finished their meal and left, Lin Fong paid for the beef awful noodles. Lin Fong holds a very traditional concept. That is, when elders and juniors have a meal together, it makes no sense for the juniors to pay. All the way to the parking lot of the central square. Until Lin Fong drove away, he did not ask Lu Chen any career-related questions. Are you really not going to brush it again today? Wong Wenwen couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen just nodded. When he just came over, Lu Chen said that he was a little tired today and planned to take a night's rest and continue to clear the dungeon tomorrow. It was already past 6 in the evening, and the sky in Haicheng gets dark early, so it was completely dark. He had spent the entire day clearing the Abyss dungeon today. Although his strength had improved a lot, he still felt tired. Where do you live then? Do you need us to take you there? No, I live nearby. Lu Chen wanted to find a hotel near the central square to stay for one night, because he had no place to stay. So, the three of them made an appointment, and Wong Wenwen drove Zhao Henin away in a very domineering off-road vehicle. This made Lu Chen extremely envious. However, he is rich now and seems to be making money very quickly. He can buy one to drive when he has time. After Wong Wenwen and the other person left, Lu Chen did not look for a hotel to rest, but came to the temple again. Even though it was already evening, the hall of the Abyss dungeon and the temple was still crowded. The main reason is that today is the day for high school graduates to awaken. A group of young boys and girls who have just awakened to their professions are full of enthusiasm and can't wait to stay here all night. Originally, Lu Chen was planning to come and see what he could exchange in the points store of the temple. But now, seeing the students who kept going in and out of the Abyss dungeon, each of them was full of enthusiasm, he also became excited again. So, he decisively took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Wong Wenwen. Lu Chen, come back. I will stay up all night to clear the Abyss dungeon and help you advance your career to the next level. As soon as he sent the message, the other party replied almost instantly. Wong Wenwen, got it. I knew you would do this. Henin, and I haven't left yet. Please wait for us for a while. We are buying drinks and snacks. Lu Chen. Was he predicted? While the two of them were not here yet, Lu Chen quickly walked towards the point store in the temple. The point shop of the temple is located behind the hall of the Abyss copy. It is not a structure with rows of shelves, but panels formed by energy that are neatly suspended in the store. As long as a person stands in front of the energy panel, the number of temple points he has will be automatically detected, and then the energy panel will open a corresponding item page for you. After you choose to redeem, the redeemed items will be condensed directly for you using energy. It's magical. After Lu Chen came in, he found that there were not many people in the point store, and he didn't even see his student who had just awakened. Because it is not easy to obtain temple points, they can only be obtained when you complete the Abyss dungeons of various difficulties for the first time, as well as when you refresh the dungeons of higher difficulties. Lu Chen also cleared a Hell difficulty Abyss copy for the first time and obtained 160 temple points. Therefore, when Lu Chen stood in front of an energy panel, the levels of the items that could be exchanged displayed on the panel were not very high. Blue equipment, 10 points per piece. Green equipment, 20 points per piece. Blue means 50 points, purple means 100 points, and red means nothing is displayed, which means Lu Chen does not have enough points to redeem. Lu Chen had not found any weapons suitable for the Tsang Tian Savage Bull in the pet equipment store outside the square. The purpose of coming here was to exchange a weapon for the Tsang Tian Savage Bull. It just so happened that the purple equipment was worth 100 points, and Lu Chen chose a long-handled battle axe to exchange. Then he spent another 50 points to exchange a cyan quality weapon for green hair. After all, a master cannot be too partial. After all, green hair is the first pet to follow him, and his strength is not weak either. After choosing to exchange, a stream of energy gathered and condensed into a 7-meter-long battle axe and a 3-meter-long stick directly in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately put the two weapons into his personal space, then teleported away from the point store and checked the properties of the two pieces of equipment. First is the battle axe of the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull. Battlefield Destroyer. Type: heavy weapon. Length: 7 meters. Axe blade width: 3 meters. Weight: 2,000 kilograms. Quality: purple rare. Attack: 100 to 300. Additional attributes: all attributes plus 100. Additional feature: destruction. When attacking, there is a chance to cause a devastating blow to the target, which can destroy some specific scenes. Description: a battlefield weapon made of heavy metal by dwarven craftsmen. It was originally used to deal with those huge orcs. Very nice. It completely fits the image of a battle axe in Lu Chen's mind and also possesses the attributes that a battle axe should have. As for the other stick, it is also particularly suitable for green hair. Elder's Staff. Type: weapon. Length: 3 meters. Weight: 120 kilograms. Quality: cyan. Attack: 50 to 99. Additional attributes: strength plus 50, wisdom plus 80. Description: the stick used by the forest elder Lu Chen is actually a branch of a 1,000-year-old ironwood tree. Chapter 14, a half-star trial ground. In the Temple of Haicheng, there are 8 LV5, LV10 Abyss copies. Among them, for have held difficulty, and no one has yet cleared them. After Lu Chen checked the 4 Abyss copies, he found that one of them, called the Trial Land, was not only nightmare level in difficulty, and no one had passed it yet, it also had a half-star rating. Star rating is only available in Abyss dungeons above LV10. Each star rating will increase the difficulty of the Abyss dungeon by 50%. In other words, this half-star Trial Land Abyss copy is 25% more difficult than other Abyss copies of the same level. It is one of the top-notch ones in the LV5, LV10 Abyss dungeons. And Lu Chen also fell in love with this Abyss copy at first sight. Because for him, half a star means 25% more experience and drop rate, not difficulty. After waiting for a while in the copy hall, Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen finally arrived. What surprised Lu Chen was that the two not only bought 2 large bags of snacks and drinks, but also changed their clothes. Zhao Henin changed into a standard warrior uniform, a set of silver-white armor, and even a helmet. The weapon in his hand was also changed to a blue-quality broadsword. Wong Wenwen still held a short bow and carried 2 quivers, but her clothes were changed into a white JK skirt, a white shirt with a folded collar, white stockings on her long legs, and black leather shoes on her feet. However, she was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled down low, so even though she attracted a lot of attention, no one recognized them. This made Lu Chen seriously suspect that Wong Wenwen was not here to clear the abyss, but to clear him. After all, he is also a normal man. And what normal man can resist such temptation? As soon as he took his eyes off Wong Wenwen, Lu Chen spotted a sneaky guy. It was a young man of the same age as him, wearing a set of expensive professional equipment that glowed blue and green. He seemed to be a thief and was in stealth mode, following Zhao Henin and Li Wenwen from a distance. Lu Chen didn't know why he could see through the stealth state of the thief profession, but that guy was as obvious as if he had a cursor, more eye-catching than in normal state. When the man and Wong Wenwen came closer and were about to cancel their invisibility, Lu Chen teleported over and kicked him. Plop! This kick not only sent the man flying several meters away, but also forced him to break out of his invisible state. At the same time, Lu Chen also saw a number representing damage floating above the other party's head. Minus 189. The man's health bar was reduced to half, and he was half dead from Lu Chen's kick. This was because Lu Chen did not use his full strength, and the man had good equipment. Otherwise, this man would have turned into experience on the spot. Ahem! You actually dared to kick me. Ahem! Do you know who I am? I'm going to kill you. The man coughed up blood and threatened Lu Chen. Oh! Lu Chen smiled, teleported over, and kicked again. But this time, there was no damage number appearing on the opponent's body, but a gray word, immune, appeared. Immunity. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen checked the other party's attributes and equipment, and then he discovered the problem. Amulet. Type. Accessory. Quality. Purple rare. Additional effect. When the wearer encounters fatal damage, it will offset 1 damage. 1/3. Description. An ornament made by blood, made Zhao Taiju. Luo Yuanto. Wong Wenwen was about to talk to Lu Chen, but in a flash, Lu Chen disappeared. Then a figure beside her was kicked away. When she saw that person, Wong Wenwen couldn't help but frown, with a look of disgust on her face. Zhao Henin also took off his metal helmet and said unhappily, "You actually followed us in stealth? Wenwen has told you so many times that she doesn't like you at all. How can you, the eldest young master of the Luo family, not have any shame?" After saying that, Zhao Henin suddenly pointed at Lu Chen and said, "See? He is Wenwen's boyfriend. Not only is he powerful, he is also handsome. Also, I'll tell you in secret, Wenwen showed him her viciousness." Woo! When Zhao Henin said this, Wong Wenwen remained indifferent. It was not until she finished speaking that she stepped forward and covered Zhao Henin's mouth. Luo Yuankuan, who was kicked several meters away by Lu Chen, was so scared that he drank recovery potions madly to stop himself from coughing up blood. But when he heard what Zhao Henin said, he successfully spit out blood again. Puff! Then, Luo Yuankuan simply rolled his eyes and fainted. Snort! Zhao Henin snorted with success, and Wong Wenwen's expression was also full of joy. Lu Chen did not attack the unconscious Luo Yuankuan again, because at this time, Lu Chen saw 2 people running in from outside the temple. They were both wearing black suits and were anxiously running towards the unconscious Luo Yuankuan, like his bodyguards. Seeing this, Lu Chen opened the Abyss copy of the Trial Land and chose the Hell level difficulty. After Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen joined the team, he chose to join. Tip: you have entered the half-star Hell Trial Land. You must complete all trials and kill the final trial boss, the Orc Lord, before you can leave the Abyss. On the boundless grassland, Lu Chen and the other 2 appeared out of nowhere. Behind the 3 people, there was an altar with offerings on it, and a flag erected next to it. 4 thin female dwarves were kneeling in front of the altar. They are praying, "Great Dwarf God, please send down a messenger to save us dwarves. We are willing to give everything. Just ask you to preserve the fire of our dwarf race." An old, deep voice sounded behind the 3 people. Wong Wenwen. Oh my God. Lu Chen, you don't disappoint me at all. Zhao Henin's face even turned pale. I heard that the nightmare difficulty of this trial ground has a 100% mortality rate. Our hell difficulty? Lu Chen, you won't fail, will you? Lu Chen glanced at Zhao Henin, began to summon his pets, and responded. Do you look down on me, or do you look down on them? When the 5-meter-tall Tsang Tian Savage Bull appeared, holding a 7-meter-long battle axe and wearing simple armor, Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen were still shocked, even though they had seen it once before. Indeed, with a pet like this, it is possible to clear any difficult abyss dungeon. Great Dwarf God, thank you for your protection. When the 4 dwarves saw the sudden appearance of Lu Chen and his 2 companions, as well as the Sky Bull, Hellhound, Green Hare, Queen Cat, and other pets summoned by Lu Chen. They all began to kowtow to the altar. Tips: when the first stage of the trial begins, resist the attacks of the orcs, protect the altar from being destroyed, and the dwarf priest from being killed. After completion, you will receive rewards and trial blessings. The more complete the altar, the stronger the trial blessing you will receive. Boom! As soon as the copy prompt sounded, a dull sound like thunder was heard in the distance. Lu Chen looked up and found a group of huge orc warriors with a savage aura, holding weapons, wearing armor, and strong strength. Orc Warrior. Level 10. Quality Elite. HP 1420/1420. Mana 900/900. Attributes: Strength 110, Vitality 142, Spirit 90, Wisdom 85. Skills: Orc Blood, Heavy Attack. Equipment: Mace Blue, Armor, Skirt, Leg Armor, Combat Boots Blue. Chapter 15. Three-Eyed Juyin. Lu Chen estimated that there were about 20 orc warriors in that group, and the strength of each orc warrior was the same as the first one Lu Chen saw. Elite Quality, Level 10. The difference is the weapons they hold. Some hold maces, some hold short axes, hammers, etc. They are all strong and sturdy, full of barbarism. No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare and hell difficulties of this trial ground yet. With the strength of these orc warriors, before they advance to their professions below level 10, they can't survive the first wave of trials without 2 SS-level professionals. Kill. Push back these orcs. The dwarf god has sent messengers to help us. At this time, 8 dwarf warriors suddenly appeared behind the altar, all holding forging hammers, axes, and other weapons, and bravely rushed towards the group of orcs. Lu Chen took a look and found that the 8 dwarf warriors were all of elite quality, but their strength was far inferior to those orc warriors. This should be a mechanism of hell difficulty. There will be dwarf warriors to help the professionals so that they will not be wiped out in the first wave. But Lu Chen didn't need it at all. Even though those 20 orc warriors were quite fierce, they were not strong enough to be chopped down by the sky-bearing bull. Zhao Henin changed into a warrior's professional equipment and originally planned to contribute and kill 2 monsters, but when she looked at those tall and savage orc warriors, she immediately gave up the idea. There's no way to fight. There's no way to fight at all. Even if she rushed forward with her small body, she would be no match for those orc warriors, so she had better just stay still. Wong Wenwen did try. She shot 2 arrows in a row, but she couldn't hit the orc warrior, which was so big, and she finally hit it with 1 arrow, but the damage was very touching. -15. Roar! The damage caused by her arrow successfully angered the orc warrior. This is too insulting to orcs. The orc warrior tore off the arrow that was stuck in his body and rushed towards Wong Wenwen with red eyes. Wong Wenwen was so scared that she quickly hid behind Lu Chen. Green Hare stepped forward and signaled to the Sky Bull and the Hellhound not to take action yet, as he wanted to try out his newly acquired stick. Moo! The Sky Bull let out a powerful roar and walked towards the orc warrior, who was stopped by the 8 dwarf warriors. The Savage Bull just took 1 step and swung the battle axe in his hand. The 7-meter-long battlefield destroyer showed its terrifying power at this moment. A huge arc was swung out, and the huge axe blade swept across, and all 19 orc warriors were cut in half. -1,420. -1,380. -1,560. A row of numbers floated up, all black and fatal blows. Bite. Tip. Kill the elite orc warrior and gain plus 560 experience. Bite. Tip. Kill the elite orc warrior and gain plus 540 experience. Bite. Tip. Kill the elite orc warrior and gain plus 570 experience. A series of prompt sounds rang in Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen, who was originally short of more than 10,000 experience points to level up, also successfully reached level 10 with this huge wave of experience points. Bite. Tip. Your level has been raised to level 10, gaining +2 to all attributes and +1 free attribute point. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold item bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the summoner exclusive item, designated summons. Specified summon. You can specify a pet type to summon. Tip. Your level has reached level 10, and the exclusive career advancement abyss copy has been opened. Before your career advancement, the experience you gain will be sealed. You can continue to upgrade your level after completing the career advancement. When Lu Chen heard that the summoner-exclusive item obtained at level 10 was also one of his eyes lit up. Sure enough, the entries obtained at other levels are for summoned beasts, while the entries obtained every 5 levels are for him, the summoner. Especially when he saw the effect of the designated summon, Lu Chen almost jumped up with joy. This is really like a pillow brought to you when you were sleepy. He was just worrying about how to get a monkey as a pet. As a result, a designated summoning function was introduced, which allowed one to specify a type of pet to summon. What are you waiting for? Just summon it. Lu Chen only launched a summons once, specifying a monkey pet. Because it is not difficult to see from the entries such as Tsang Tian Ba Ti and Xian Tian Xing Ti that as his level increases, the entries he obtains become stronger and stronger, but some designated pets are needed to activate the full effects of the entries. Therefore, after having designated summons, he can wait until he obtains the entry and then specify the required pet for summoning. This combination is simply perfect. Bite. Tip. Kill the elite orc warrior and gain plus 580 experience. Tip. The first wave of trials has ended. You get plus 2,000 experience and plus 40 temple points. Tip. If you kill all the orc warriors within 5 minutes, the second wave of orc warriors will have all attributes increased by 10%. Tip. Experience has been sealed, and the sealing effect will be lifted after completing career advancement. Green Hair also successfully killed the orc warrior. Although Green Hair's quality has reached the Lord level, its basic attributes are too low. Now that it has reached level 10, it is not much higher than the elite orc warrior. But it had 2 entries after all, so it killed the orc warrior easily. Buzz! At this time, the summoning skill activated by Lu Chen also completely outlined the summoning formation, and a not-too-big gray-haired monkey was summoned out. Lu Chen originally thought that this was just an ordinary gray-haired monkey, but a golden vertical mark between its eyebrows caught Lu Chen's attention. After checking its properties, Lu Chen was immediately surprised. Three-eyed monkey. Level 10. Quality Leader. Health 1000/1000. Mana 1000. Basic attributes: Strength 100, Stamina 100, Spirit 100, Wisdom 100. Skills none. Leader quality, three-eyed monkey. Who says summoners are weak? Stand up. This is getting better too. Without further ado, Lu Chen immediately attached the innate holy body to the three-eyed monkey. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin had already walked over with snacks and drinks and sat aside to watch with great interest. Moreover, Wong Wenwen also commented, "The quality of the pet summoned by Lu Chen this time is good. I read in a book before that the quality of the pet summoned by the summoner profession is affected by the spiritual attributes of the summoner himself. Now it seems to be true." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Wong Wenwen. Why didn't you say it earlier? All the free attribute points Lu Chen obtained in the first 9 levels were added to his physical strength. Although it's not much, it will have some impact on the spirit, right? Roar! With a loud roar, the three-eyed monkey with the innate holy body attribute began to evolve. A ray of golden light shot straight into the sky, and it turned out that the golden vertical eye between its eyebrows had opened. This strange sight frightened the dwarf priests so much that they knelt down and kowtowed again. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They expected the monkey's evolution to be dramatic, but not to this extent. The scene created by the previous Big Black Bull's evolution was completely on a different level compared to this one. Lu Chen was also surprised, because in that golden light, the three-eyed monkey's gray hair turned golden. Its eyes continued to grow rapidly, finally settling at about 5 meters. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's ears. Bite. Tip. Entry attachment is complete. Three-eyed monkey plus innate holy body equals three-eyed Juyin. Tip. The three-eyed Juyin has activated the holy body vision and currently has obtained the first vision. The immortal king has arrived in the 9th heaven. Tip. The quality of three-eyed Juyin is upgraded to saint level. You get feedback, all attributes plus 1000. Chapter 16. One stick makes the trial difficulty soar. Saint level. When Lu Chen heard this prompt, he was shocked. At this time, the three-eyed Juyin, who had golden hair all over his body and a vertical eye between his eyebrows that emitted golden light when he opened his eyes, was actually wrapped in a golden light and wearing a set of golden armor. The style of the armor is similar to that of ancient generals, with a red cloak behind, which looks very cool. Three-eyed Juyin kowtows to my lord. While Lu Chen was still in shock, Sanyan Jian actually knelt on his knees and kowtowed to Lu Chen. After being bowed to by the three-eyed Zhu Yin, Lu Chen felt like he was about to be sublimated. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin's eyes were filled with envy. It feels so good. Well, get up. This stick is for you. From now on, you can just call yourself Zhu Yin. Lu Chen came back to his senses, took out the black iron stick, and without thinking, gave it a name and added the term, opening the sky with one stick to it. At this point, Lu Chen had used up all the entries. One gold entry at level 1 was not enough, and Lu Chen was helpless. Zhu Yin, thanks my lord. Zhu Yan's voice was very loud, a little low, and full of oppression. Boom! At this time, the second wave of orc warriors of the trial arrived. Compared with the first wave, the overall attributes of this wave of orc warriors increased by 10%. Where did these ugly monsters come from? My lord, wait a moment while I go over and smash them with a stick. Zhu Yin had just taken the black iron stick in his hand and was feeling happy, but suddenly he saw a group of orcs running towards him and immediately became unhappy. Bang! With just one leap, it arrived in front of the group of orc warriors who were still far away. Then, Lu Chen saw Zhu Yin smashing out with a stick horizontally, and those orc warriors were all shattered one by one, as if they were hit by a tremendous force. Minus 2010, minus 1980, minus 2000. The black numbers are still floating up. A fatal blow. Bite. Tip. Kill the elite orc warrior and gain plus 610 experience. Tip. The second wave of trials has ended. You get plus 2,500 experience and plus 50 temple points. Tip. Experience has been sealed, and the sealing effect will be lifted after completing career advancement. Tip. Since you killed all the orc warriors within 1 minute, the third wave of trials will be upgraded to leader trials, and all attributes of all orc leaders will be increased by 50%. So strong. Zhu Yan's stick directly increased the difficulty of the trial by a large margin. It's just outrageous. It was not until this time that Lu Chen remembered to check Zhu Yan's attributes. Three-eyed Zhu Yan. Level 10. Quality. Saint level. Each upgrade gains 100 points of all attributes. HP. 60,000/60,000. Mana. 60,000. Attributes. Strength 6,000. Vitality 6,000. Spirit 6,000. Wisdom 6,000. Skills. 3 heads and 6 arms, 72 transformations. Equipment, golden chainmail, dark gold white cloud shin, Mingtang ring beast shoulder, beast driving and bird driving boots, gold holy set, black iron stick purple. Note, equipment attributes are calculated separately and are not displayed on the panel. Holy body vision, Immortal King arrives at the 9th heaven, briefly gains some of the Immortal King's strength, and all attributes are increased by 10 times. Duration is 1 minute, and the cooldown time is 1 day. 1 stick to split the sky. Gather all the strength into the stick in your hand and split the sky with 1 stick. Effect. Causes damage of all attributes times 10. Ancient Holy Body. The Holy Body vision has been activated, and the basic attributes have been increased by 50 times. At this time, outside the copy, inside the official professional guild of Haiqing, Lin Fong had just returned to his office when a tall young woman wearing a black suit, skinny pants, and a pair of black high heels knocked on the door and walked in. Vice President, the F-rank summoner Lu Chen that you asked us to pay attention to has just entered the Hell Difficulty Abyss Dungeon Trial Ground. The young woman placed an A4 paper on the desk in front of Lin Fong, on which was recorded some of Lu Chen's identity information. He entered the trial ground again? Didn't they say that we wouldn't clear the abyss today? By the way, did my niece and her classmates go in with him? Lin Fong frowned. Yes, it's still the 3 of them. The young woman answered concisely. Well, Lin Fong sighed and said helplessly, I hope this guy is really sure. Oh, by the way, help me contact that cousin. Now. Right. In the abyss dungeon of the trial land. Green hair, sister bought you carrots. Crack, crack. Your name is Xiao Miao, right? This is strawberry-flavored cat food. Try it and see how it tastes. The ingredients are very healthy. I've eaten it before. Meow, your stockings look so nice. Really? I knew you would like it. I bought several and will give them to you later. Meow. Dog with 3 heads, do you like it? Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff. Nyo, do you eat grass? Moo. Zhu Yin, have a banana. You are my lord's girlfriend? That makes you the mistress. Thank you, mistress. Oh, not yet, but you can call it that. Lu Chen. What's going on? Lu Chen was very surprised to see all his pets gathered in a circle, with Wong Wenwen standing in the middle with a large plastic bag, distributing food rations to each pet and buying stockings for the cat Queen Xiao Miao. At this time, Zhao Henin came over with 2 bags of potato chips. How is it? Wenwen is very good at taking care of pets. Yes, it is true, but I won't pay for it. The money for taking you to the abyss should not be less. Lu Chen nodded, took the potato chips handed to him by Zhao Henin, tore them open, and started eating. Zhao Henin, isn't your focus a little bit wrong? Lu Chen, what's wrong? The two of them just started chatting. There was no other way. Zhu Yin knocked all the orc warriors to death with 1 stick. The 3rd wave of leader trials had not appeared yet, and they really had nothing to do. On the side, the 4 dwarf priests and the 8 surviving dwarf warriors gathered in front of the altar, looking at Lu Chen and others eagerly. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful messenger, especially the 3-eyed monkey with golden hair. It is so awesome. Lu Chen had nothing to do, so he checked his system panel. Upon checking, he realized that he had unknowingly become like a boss. System panel. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, F-Class Summoner. Level, 10. Experience, Sealed State /51200. HP, 16860/16860. Mana, 1679 Attributes, Strength 1678, Vitality 1686, Spirit 1679, Wisdom 1678. Nature Rabbits, Favor LV2. HP recovery speed increased by 10 times. Recover 20% of current HP per second. Favor of the Cerberus LV2. Increases mana recovery speed by 10 times. Recovers 20% of current mana per second. Summon. You can summon a pet to assist in battle. With the blessing of double summon, you can summon 2 pets every 5 levels. May 6th. Equipment. Teleportation Ring Cyan. Pet Space. Click to open. Portable Space. Click to open. Item None. Summoner Exclusive Entry. Double Summon Designated Summon. Description. You have obtained a gold entry bonus at level 1. Chapter 17. 10 pieces of cyan equipment. The trial ended early. After waiting for about half an hour, 10 tall orcs finally walked slowly towards us from a distance. Lu Chen stood up and looked, and found that each of these 10 orcs had his own unique characteristics. For example, the orc on the far right is the tallest and most well-proportioned among the 10 orcs. He carries 4 flags on his back and holds a long black sword in his right hand. His light green skin is covered with many lines painted with black paint, giving him a mysterious and powerful feeling. The orc in the middle was hunched over, wearing a black robe, and was actually a wizard. The orc on the far left, wearing a snow-white wolf fur vest and riding a huge gray-haired wolf, is the most impressive one. Lu Chen checked the attributes of the wolf-riding orc. Snow Wolf Chieftain Crazy Fawn. Level, 10. Quality, Leader. HP, 5900/5900. Mana, 5500. Attributes, Strength 610, Vitality 590, Spirit 550, Wisdom 520. Skills, Charge Trample Rage. Equipment, Fong Blade Cyan. Mount, Snow Wolf Elite. Good job. Seeing this attribute, Lu Chen was speechless. I guess only Lu Chen can enjoy such treatment. The 2 waves of trials were killed instantly one after another, and the 3rd wave of trials directly turned into boss monsters. After increasing all attributes by 60%, the total attributes of these bosses exceeded 500. All attributes exceed 500. You have to know that this is only level 10, especially the Orc Leader with a flag on his back and a black sword in his hand, whose strength attribute is as high as 850. He even has a heavy attack skill that can cause twice the strength damage. If this is pulled out, it can become the final boss in other Abyss copies. But now, Lu Chen's first wave of trials has not yet passed. It's just outrageous. Roar! Who dares to kill our Beastman warriors? Why don't you? At this moment, the Orc Leader carrying the flag let out a roar and was about to shout a few words. Boom! Boom! As a result, Zhu Yin jumped over directly, and the black iron stick fell down, causing the Orc Leader to stop talking. And a prompt sound immediately rang in Lu Chen's ears. Bite! Tip! Kill the Orc Leader to gain plus 1,500 experience and plus 50 temple points. Tip! the Orc Leader dropped a cyan equipment. Yo-ho! Not only will you get temple points, but you will also get equipment. Lu Chen immediately teleported over and found that the dropped equipment was the Black Sword. He was immediately very happy. Kill them all? These bosses not only drop equipment, but also temple points, which naturally cannot be missed. So, after receiving the order, even Green Hair and Little Cat rushed over. Unfortunately, with Zhu Yin and Song Tianmanyo around, they couldn't do anything. Even if the Sky Barbarian Bull swung his battle axe, he could only kill one small leader with one blow, let alone Zhu Yin. Bite! Tip! Kill the Orc Leader to gain plus 1,500 experience and plus 50 temple points. Tip: the Orc Leader dropped a cyan equipment. Bite! Tip: kill the Orc Leader to gain plus 1,500 experience and plus 50 temple points. Tip: the Orc Leader dropped a cyan equipment. What made Lu Chen even happier was that every one of these leaders dropped equipment. They were all weapons in their hands and of uniform green quality. Zhu Yin was killing in the front, and Lu Chen was following behind picking up equipment. It was so cool. From the moment Lu Chen gave the order to kill them all, in less than 10 seconds, all 10 Orc Leaders who had appeared at their best were gone. Even the Orc Leader in the black robe wanted to activate the teleportation skill to escape, but Lu Chen teleported over and stabbed him to death with one knife. Are you kidding? His current attributes are even higher than those of the Sky-Destroying Bull. Thus, with a few dungeon prompt sounds, the first stage of the trial came to an end. Tip: you have killed all the Orc Leaders. The leader trial is over. You get plus 5,000 experience and plus 200 temple points. Tips: the first stage of the trial has ended. The altar is now 100% complete. Priest, 4/4. You gain plus 10,000 experience points and plus 500 temple points. Gain trial bonus. All members have 50% higher attributes. Tip: experience has been sealed, and the sealing effect will be lifted after completing career advancement. Tip: the second stage of the trial has begun, and the coordinates of the Orc tribe have appeared. Please reach the Orc tribe within 4 hours and kill the Orc Lord directly to end this trial. Lu Chen. Why did he sense anger from the prompt tone of this copy? Shaking his head, Lu Chen teleported in front of Wong Wenwen and Zhao Hanin. Looking at their excited expressions, he knew that they also gained a lot. However, because they have not completed the first stage of career advancement, their levels are currently stuck at level 10. But Wong Wenwen was so happy to get a large amount of temple points that she said she would definitely give Lu Chen some money when she got out. Lu Chen said this was possible. Afterwards, Lu Chen checked the coordinates of the Orc tribe, only to find that it was more than 20 kilometers away from their current location. Even at the speed of the Cerberus, it would take half an hour of running nonstop to arrive. After putting Green Hair, Zhu Yin, and other pets back into the pet space, Lu Chen immediately set off with Wong Wenwen and Zhao Hanin. Along the way, the three chatted a lot. To be precise, Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen talked a lot. After Wong Wenwen deliberately explained several times that she had nothing to do with Luo Yuankuen, and then briefly talked about the interest relationship between their Wong family and the Luo family. Only then did Lu Chen realize that the professional equipment stores, pharmacies, material stores, etc. that had been monopolizing Haiching were actually controlled by major century-old families, led by the Luo family. The so-called century-old families are those families that have existed for 100 years and rose to prominence after the advent of monsters. The Wong family is on the list, but their strength is far inferior to that of the Luo family. Since Luo Yuankuen first met Wong Wenwen 2 years ago, he was deeply attracted by her stunning beauty and began his fierce pursuit of her. But Wong Wenwen doesn't like Luo Yuankuen at all. Lu Chen had also seen Luo Yuankuen. He was less than 1.6 meters tall, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. It was hard to describe his face. One could only say that the awakened thief profession was very consistent with his image. Not to mention that Wong Wenwen doesn't like such a person. She wouldn't be attracted to any other girl either. However, Wong Wenwen couldn't do anything to the other party, because Luo Yuankuen's pursuit of Wong Wenwen was supported by her father. After meeting Wong Wenwen once, Luo's father and son were very satisfied with her. Luo's father also wanted to change the inferior genes of their family through Wong Wenwen's amazing looks. I'm sorry, I didn't stop Hanin from saying that in front of Luo Yuankuen. I really wanted to use you as a shield at that time. At this time, Wong Wenwen also apologized to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't care at all. It doesn't matter. What she said is the truth. There's no way This can't be denied. He did look. So, after Lu Chen said this, he successfully ended the conversation. Wong Wenwen's face turned red. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Zhao and Nin turned her head and looked away, as if she didn't hear anything. Fortunately, the three-headed hellhound arrived at the orc tribe at this time. But what surprised Lu Chen was that in such a huge orc tribe, there was only one lonely orc. The orc didn't look very tall and stood alone in the center of the empty tribe. "We're here. Something seems to be wrong. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look." After Lu Chen teleported off the back of the three-headed dog, he summoned Zhu Yin first. Then, Zhu Yin jumped into the orc tribe. Lu Chen also teleported and followed closely behind. Chapter 18. The Mystic Necklace. The entire orc tribe was empty with only one orc left, half kneeling in the center of the tribe. This looked weird no matter how you looked at it. If Lu Chen didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't have come in so easily. 300 years ago, after the temple digitized the world, data represented everything. After all, this trial ground is just a LV5, LV10 Abyss copy, and the appearance of 10 orc leaders with all attributes exceeding 500 was already outrageous. If there were another orc who could kill him, a professional with all attributes exceeding 1,600, then this Abyss dungeon would be truly outrageous. "My lord, there is only one orc left here who is about to die." Zhu Yin jumped in front of the orc, and the golden vertical eye between his eyebrows opened and closed, seeing through everything here. At this time, Lu Chen also teleported in front of the orc, who was half kneeling on the ground. Looking at the other's body that seemed to have been drained of energy and his muscles were shriveled, he was full of doubts. Then Lu Chen took a look at the orc's information and frowned. The leader of the Northern Orc tribe, Kachin, level 10, quality lord, health 8 out of 10, mana 0 out of 10, attributes, strength 1, vitality 1, spirit 1, wisdom 1, skills, lord summoning, orc bloodline, equipment, God's necklace, red, status, near death, gradually losing vitality, close to death, countdown, 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 9 seconds. What is going on? All attributes are only 1 point, magic power is completely exhausted, and health points are only 8 points left. There was also a countdown in a near-death state. Lu Chen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the previous copy's prompt asked him to get here within 4 hours. If more than 4 hours pass and the Orc Lord dies, will he be judged as having failed the trial? What are the consequences of failing the trial? Lu Chen couldn't quite imagine it. At this moment, he put away all his curiosity and planned to take action immediately to kill the dying Orc Lord. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens and the Orc Lord dies, it will be fun. Are you the professional who cut off our star upgrade in the trial ground? Well, you do have the ability. Suddenly, a word from the Orc Lord Kachin made Lu Chen freeze on the spot. Lu Chen looked at the shriveled Orc Lord with a look of horror on his face. Can a lord in an abyss copy know this information? Oh, don't be surprised. We actually exist. It's all these damn rules and order that have trapped us, yet at the same time given us a glimmer of hope. Damn it, the Orc Lord said sadly. Lu Chen didn't understand what he said, but vaguely, Lu Chen seemed to feel that he was about to come into contact with some fundamental things of this world. Just do it. I can't hold on any longer. Just when Lu Chen wanted to carefully inquire about the specific meaning of the other party's words, the other party suddenly reminded him. Lu Chen was horrified to find that the countdown for the Orc Lord's dying state suddenly decreased to only 10 seconds. His remaining health points of only 8 began to decrease little by little. Lu Chen didn't dare to hesitate any longer. The black long sword appeared in his hand. A black arc passed by, and a prompt sound suddenly sounded. Bite! Tip! You have killed the Orc Lord Kachin and gained plus 10,000 experience points and plus 500 temple points. Tip! Orc Lord Kachin dropped a red equipment. Tips! You have killed the final boss Orc Lord and have cleared the half-star Hell trial ground, with rewards of plus 50,000 experience points and plus 1,000 temple points. Tip: since this is your first time to clear the half-star Hell trial ground, you will receive additional rewards. 1 piece of orange equipment, plus 100,000 experience points, and plus 1,500 temple points. With the death of the Orc Lord, the teleportation array to leave the copy was also opened. Lu Chen picked up the red equipment dropped by the Orc Lord, which was the God Enchanting Necklace. Lu Chen first put the necklace into his personal space, and looked at the Orc Lord, who disappeared in a puff of dust. Although he was full of doubts about the Orc Lord, he quickly adjusted his mood. He is the type of person who lives in the present, and the most important thing for him, right now, is to clear the exclusive professional Advanced Abyss copy to see what the difference is for him as an F-level summoner. At this time, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin, who were outside the Orc tribe and heard the copy prompt, also rushed over. The two of them looked at the empty Orc tribe, full of confusion. Is this the end? Zhao Henin held his weapon and looked around. Lu Chen was walking towards the open teleportation array. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, "You didn't get the reward for clearing the level?" "I got it." Zhao Henin didn't understand why Lu Chen asked her that. Lu Chen kept walking and was about to step into the teleportation array. "You got it, but you're still not leaving? Let me tell you, something is not right with this copy. Don't blame me for not reminding you if the teleportation array is closed after I leave." "Ah, then wait for us." Inside the temple, although it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, the dungeon hall was still crowded. Compared to the day, there seemed to be more people coming to the Abyss at night. At this time, at the exit of the LV1 LV5 Wild Boar Forest Abyss copy, several figures appeared one after another, and everyone had the joy of victory on their faces. "Yuchi, your sharpshooter class is so strong. It's worthy of being an S-level class." One of the girls complimented Wong Yuchi, who was in the lead. This 5-member team is none other than Wong Yuchi's team. They have just cleared the Nightmare level Wild Boar Forest, and all members are now above level 6. However, there were some changes in the personnel of her team, and Ling Feiyu was also in the team. The entire team consists of 1 S-class, 3 A-class, and 1 B-class. It can be said to be quite luxurious, and such a team does have the ability to clear the Nightmare level Abyss dungeon. At this time, Ling Feiyu suddenly said, "Yuchi, since we cooperate so well, why don't we go to the trial land later? I heard that it is the only dungeon below level 10 in our Haiching that has half a star, and no one has cleared the Nightmare difficulty so far. We can just go and get the first pass." "Yes, sure. Ling Feiyu is right. We just finished the Nightmare difficulty. There is no pressure at all." The other 2 A-level professionals in the team also agreed. Wong Yuchi was also a little moved when she heard this. She nodded and was about to say a few words when the announcement in the temple suddenly sounded. Announcement. The team led by F-level summoner Lu Chen has cleared the trial ground of half-star hell difficulty. The dungeon has lost half a star and returned to normal difficulty. Announcement. The team led by F-level summoner Lu Chen has cleared the trial ground of half-star hell difficulty. The dungeon has lost half a star and returned to normal difficulty. Announcement. The team led by F-level summoner Lu Chen has cleared the trial ground of half-star hell difficulty. The dungeon has lost half a star and returned to normal difficulty. 3 consecutive temple announcements rang out, sweeping across the entire Haiching at an extremely fast speed. Lu Chen. Everything Wong Yuchi wanted to say was suppressed by the 3 temple announcements, and in the end she could only mutter Lu Chen's name angrily. At this time, at the exit of the trial site, Lu Chen had already come out first. Following closely, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin also stepped out. "Call! I was so scared. I thought this teleportation array would really close suddenly." "Why are you so timid? He tried to scare you on purpose. Can't you see that?" "Hey, woman, we are best friends. You can't abandon your best friend just because you have a man. Get out, get out." Chapter 19. If you hold hands, you will be responsible. After coming out of the Abyss copy, the first thing Lu Chen did was to take out his mobile phone, click on the payment code, and hand it to Wong Wenwen. "Pay." Wong Wenwen was immersed in the joy of Zhao Henin saying Lu Chen was her man in the last second, and in the next second Lu Chen asked her to pay like a male prostitute. Wong Wenwen didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing her best friend like that, Zhao Henin tried hard to hold back her laughter and took out her phone. "I'll pay for mine myself. Let me make it clear first, I'm not as rich as Wenwen. Together with the money from Goblin Forest, I'll give you a total of 100,000 yuan. Drop. Green Bubble's balance has reached 100,000 yuan. Hearing the sound of 100,000 yuan being deposited into his account, Lu Chen suddenly showed a bright smile on his face and bowed to Zhao Henin. "Thank you, boss." Zhao Henin was a little flattered. At this time, Wong Wenwen also took out her mobile phone, scanned the payment code on Lu Chen's mobile phone, and first entered a 1 in the amount, followed by a string of zeros. Drop. The green bubble balance has reached 1 million yuan. 1 million. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Wong Wenwen and first emphasized. Whether you are mistaken or not, I will not return the money. He thought Wong Wenwen had pressed an extra zero. Wong Wenwen said, unhappily, no need to refund. I told you I'd give you more money. Humph. Xie Hanin doesn't even know how to thank me. Thank you, Boss Wong. Hearing this, Lu Chen howled at the top of his lungs. As a result, this voice immediately attracted countless eyes. The professionals who had just heard the announcement and were about to rush to the exit of the abyss in the trial ground suddenly had their eyes brightened when they saw the familiar team of one man and two women at the exit of the abyss. At the same time, a voice that Lu Chen was particularly familiar with suddenly sounded. Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Yuqi in the crowd. She was wearing tight leather armor for an archer and holding a longbow that was glowing green. She was walking towards him quickly. Get out of the way. That boy is my boyfriend. Wang Yuqi walked over, loudly saying that Lu Chen was her boyfriend, and rudely pushed away a group of people who were blocking her way. When Lu Chen saw Ling Feiyu following behind Wang Yuqi, his face looked very ugly, as if he had just lost several $1 million. When Wong Wenwen heard what Wang Yuqi said, she couldn't help but frown. She had deliberately asked Lu Chen if he had a girlfriend in the copy before, and Lu Chen said no. So how come one suddenly appeared now? Could it be that Lu Chen lied to her? He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. While eating from the pot, you still have to look at what's in the bowl. At this time, Wang Yuqi also walked over angrily. She started by asking Lu Chen, why did you block all my contact information? Previously, when Wang Yuqi learned that the person who actually cleared the Hell-level Abyss dungeon was Lu Chen, she sent a message to Lu Chen. As a result, she found that Lu Chen had blocked all her contact information. She couldn't understand it at the time. How dare Lu Chen do that? He hasn't even settled the score for calling her a bitch when he woke up after graduation, but he even has the guts to block all her contact information. He simply doesn't take Wang Yuqi seriously. It just so happens that we have encountered each other now, so let's settle the new and old accounts together. At this time, Lu Chen heard Wang Yuqi's questioning tone, and he was also amused. Wang Yuqi, you are mentally ill. When I graduated and awakened, you saw that I awakened an F-level profession and broke up with me in public. After breaking up, I can't delete your contact information, right? Snort. Wang Yuqi snorted coldly and said as a matter of course. What qualifications do you have to delete my contact information first? If anyone wants to delete it, I will delete yours first. Lu Chen. A group of professionals gathered around and instantly turned into spectators, asking what was going on. There were many students from key high schools in the crowd. One boy witnessed everything and told others what happened when he woke up in the morning. So, this girl regrets it now? Who wouldn't regret it? This isn't an F-class summoner. I would believe it if he said he was an SSS-class summoner. Well, to be able to clear the only half-star Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon in our Haiching, there must be something wrong with this F-rank summoner. Have you noticed that the girl next to the summoner is much prettier than his ex-girlfriend? Nonsense. That's the school beauty from our second high school. Wong Wenwen naturally heard what the boy said, and her brows immediately relaxed. But Wang Yuqi didn't care at all, and even said to herself, Lu Chen, now I think about it, I still have some feelings for you. Otherwise, let's get back together. Burp. I'm full. This is the strongest plea for reconciliation I've seen this year. I still have some feelings for you. I'm dying of laughter. All kinds of disdainful voices suddenly rang out around. Wang Yuqi was so angry that she said, Shut up. Otherwise, I will make you suffer. Did you hear that? She said I was pretty. Speaking of mine. Faced with Wang Yuqi's threat, none of the onlookers around were afraid. Seeing that Wang Yuqi was arguing with those who were watching the fun, Lu Chen was too lazy to say more to her, so he replied to her what she had said in the morning. What's the point of you still having some feelings? I don't have any feelings for you. Also, we are not from the same world. Go back to your Mars. When Lu Chen said this, he immediately received approval from the group of boys around him. Well done, brother. Just based on what you said, I recognize your strength. Who are you? I don't need your approval to know my strength. But, brother, I support you. I can do anything but be a bootlicker. That's right. You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me. Lu Chen's words and the ridicule from the crowd around him made Wang Yuqi's face turn extremely ugly. She was a little confused. Why did Lu Chen, who was so easy to control before, become so unyielding now? Lu Chen, don't go too far. Do you remember what you said to me at the beginning? Wang Yuqi brought out the trump card of her past words. If Wang Yuqi hadn't said this, Lu Chen would not have been angry. The reason why her predecessor became Wang Yuqi's boyfriend was because she knew nothing about matters between men and women and was fooled by Wang Yuqi, who said that she might get pregnant if they held hands. She forcibly held Lu Chen's hand and asked Lu Chen to be responsible for her, and then the two became boyfriend and girlfriend. Afterwards, she even asked Lu Chen to swear that he would treat her wholeheartedly and listen to her in everything. This is why Wang Yuqi had such a firm grasp on him. How dare you say that? You're trying to fool me, right? You can get pregnant just by holding hands. I see how fierce she is, so she's going to give birth right away. Lu Chen pointed at Wang Wenwen and spoke quite rudely, and the content was quite explosive. Wang Wenwen, the school belle of the second high school and the goddess in the eyes of countless young boys, was also included. Wang Wenwen's face turned red, but she did not refute or look angry at all, which immediately made the group of boys around her who had fantasies about her feel like the sky was falling. What a beast! I should have thought of it earlier. They have cleared 2 hell-level abyss dungeons together. My goddess has been defiled. The group of boys who had supported Lu Chen just now all looked as if they wanted to stab Lu Chen. There's nothing I can do. Wang Wenwen is just too beautiful. Especially in the second high school, Wang Wenwen is the white moonlight in the eyes of countless boys. But now, the white moonlight shines on one person alone. It was not until this moment that Wang Yuqi set her eyes on Wang Wenwen. Naturally, she had noticed Wang Wenwen beside Lu Chen a long time ago, but Wang Wenwen's appearance, which made her jealous, was too aggressive. She didn't need to say anything. Just by standing there, she had already been defeated. But at this moment, someone suddenly stood up. Lu Chen, bullying a girl is nothing. Can't you clear the hell-level abyss dungeon? Do you dare to compete with me? Chapter 20, Giant Sword, Black Knight. Plop! Ouch, what the hell? As soon as Ling Feiyu stood up and finished speaking, Lu Chen teleported over and kicked him away. And the direction in which he was kicked was exactly the same group of onlookers who had just scolded Lu Chen. Ling Feiyu, who was wearing metal armor, also successfully injured those people. Just when Ling Feiyu was about to make a move, Lu Chen noticed him, and he actually dared to stand up and challenge, and even wanted to compete with Lu Chen, so I had to do as he wished. Minus 1,270. Moreover, after this kick, the damage number that appeared above Ling Feiyu's head was also very scary. Ling Feiyu is an A-level professional after all. After reaching level 6, his physical attributes are as high as 138 points. He has 1,380 health points and wears blue quality armor. As a result of Lu Chen's kick, Ling Feiyu's health dropped to the bottom. I didn't know how many bones were broken all over my body, and I lay on the ground unable to move. Those who were hit by Ling Feiyu also felt bad and took out recovery potions to drink. The onlookers around looked at Lu Chen in shock, and then all of them retreated tacitly. Many people just left. Wang Yuqi came to her senses, looked at Ling Feiyu who was lying on the ground, and almost kicked to death for standing up for her, then looked at Lu Chen and was finally frightened. Lu Chen first glanced at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Wang Yuqi. I'll let you go today, but if you try to act rashly in front of me again next time, I'll make sure all your health points are reduced to 0. After saying that, Lu Chen walked towards the point store behind the dungeon hall. The crowd of onlookers made way, dispersed, and went about their own business, as if nothing had happened. But the fact that Lu Chen almost kicked an A-level professional who was wearing equipment to death was secretly spread. For a moment, the bigwigs in Haicheng, who had just been shocked to learn that Lu Chen had once again cleared the Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon, were shocked again. Some people immediately became restless and sent people to the temple to try to win over Lu Chen. But most people planned to wait and see. After all, Lu Chen's profession was an F-level summoner, and he had only cleared Abyss dungeons below level 10. Although it was amazing, even monstrous, they still did not think highly of Lu Chen. In the past 300 years since the monster invasion, there have been geniuses and evildoers. There have also been cases of low-level professionals making a comeback, and they were particularly strong in the early stages, but in the end they did not grow up and were buried in history. Moreover, this world does not only have the Abyss copy. The monsters blocked outside by high walls are even more powerful. For example, the SSS-level professional who had appeared in Haicheng before, who swept through all the Abyss copies and grew very fast, could be said to be the star of the era at that time. Just when everyone thought he would become the new god of war, he fell into the hands of monsters on the first day he stepped out of the city. Therefore, in the eyes of those big shots, a momentary stunning performance is nothing. Only when one can remain strong and grow will one be favored. Official Professional Guild, inside the Vice President's office. Lin Fong hadn't gone back to rest yet, and at this time his female secretary came in again. Vice President, Lu Chen has passed the trial ground. However, before he entered the trial ground, he attacked Luo Yuanquan, the son of the Luo family, and almost killed him. Currently, the Luo family is monitoring Lu Chen and has not taken any action yet. Okay, I get it. The Luo family is demonstrating to us. Spread the word that Lu Chen is a talent that our official professional guild focuses on training. Anyone who dares to touch him is declaring war on our official professional guild. Lin Fong stood up, his tone very firm. The female secretary was a little surprised. Are you really going to choose him? Isn't that enough? Lin Fong looked at the female secretary and asked back. The female secretary said no more, just nodded and walked out. On the other side, Lu Chen came to the point store, stood in front of an energy panel, selected the equipment category, and a page full of red equipment appeared. After passing the trial ground, Lu Chen's temple points reached 3,890 points. The reason why he came to the point store to exchange equipment as soon as possible was because Lu Chen had just checked his exclusive Professional Advanced Abyss copy and found that he needed to go through it alone. Exclusive Abyss Dungeon for the first stage of Professional Advancement. When you enter the Abyss Dungeon for the first stage of Professional Advancement, an exclusive Abyss Dungeon will be opened. In this dungeon, you cannot summon pets to assist in the battle. You can only complete the Professional Advancement by clearing the dungeon with your own strength. It was also the first time that Lu Chen heard that pets were not counted as part of the summoner's own strength. Then why is this profession called summoner? But since the system had done this to him, Lu Chen had no choice. Fortunately, his current strength is not weak. His total attributes exceed more than 1,600, which is stronger than the Tsang Tian Man Neo. It should be no problem for him to clear this first stage Professional Advancement copy. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Chen decided to get some equipment first, so he came to the point store. But what surprised Lu Chen was that purple equipment only cost 100 points each, while red equipment directly increased to 800 points. And the orange equipment is not displayed. In other words, with his current points of nearly 4,000, he cannot even redeem orange equipment. It's just outrageous. Finally, after some selection, Lu Chen chose 4 pieces of metal plate armor that were most suitable for knight-type professionals. Why choose plate armor? First, it looks good, and second, it has the highest defense. In addition, there is no level limit for professional equipment, but there will be some attribute restrictions when wearing high-quality equipment. It doesn't mean that anyone can use it. Glitter plate. Type: plate armor upper. Quality: red, legendary. Defense: 800-1000. Additional attributes: physical strength plus 400. Additional features: sturdiness. Immune to destruction. Wearing requirements: strength attribute reaches 800 and physical attribute reaches 1,000. Bright board boots. Type: plate armor boots. Quality: red, legendary. Defense: 500-700. Additional attributes: physical strength plus 200. Additional feature: sprint. Increases movement speed by 50%. Wearing requirements: strength attribute reaches 800 and physical attribute reaches 1,000. The other 2 pieces are the Qingguang Greaves and Yuanguang Shoulder Armors, which add 300 and 200 physical strength respectively. After exchanging it and putting it on directly, Lu Chen transformed into a tall and mighty knight. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Hanin, who also came to the point store to exchange items, were surprised to see the set of plate armor that Lu Chen exchanged. But then he thought, since Lu Chen is a summoner, there seems to be nothing wrong with wearing plate armor to protect himself, so he doesn't need a pet to protect him. But they didn't know that there was actually another reason why Lu Chen chose a set of plate armor with good-looking style and high defense. That was the orange equipment he obtained when he passed the trial land. It was a handsome giant sword. Great Sword Black Knight. Type: weapon. Length: 2.2 m. Weight: 150 kilograms. Quality: orange epic. Attribute: light. Attack: 1,000 to 2,000. Additional attributes: all attributes plus 800. Additional feature 1. Knight's Glory. When you hold this great sword, a glory aura will be generated. With you as the center, the health recovery speed of the targets you judge within a 500-meter range will be increased by 10%. Additional feature 2. Judgment of Light. When attacking dark attribute creatures or undead creatures, the attack attribute is doubled. Requirements for use. Your own strength attribute reaches 1500. Description. This weapon once belonged to the Knight of Light Saragon and has a strong light attribute. In Lu Chen's view, attributes are secondary. What he really liked was the appearance of the sword. The sword body is silver white all over, with a blue line in the middle and light gold patterns dotted along the blue line. Simple and elegant. The hilt is slender and is also engraved with blue patterns, and is also dotted with a few golden lines. The sword guard in the middle extends about 20 centimeters to both sides, making the giant sword Black Knight look more three-dimensional and slender. It is simply Lu Chen's dream sword. Chapter 21. Career Advancement, Sea-Level Necromancer. With a weapon like this, it would be absurd not to pair it with a set of knight's plate armor. Besides, there's an old saying, isn't there? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good cook. So, a summoner who doesn't want to use a great sword is also unqualified. So, when Lu Chen wore 4 pieces of knight plate armor, carried the giant sword Black Knight, and turned off the light of his equipment, he looked extremely handsome. Wong fell in love with him immediately. She took out her cell phone and took several photos of Lu Chen, which she used as her cell phone wallpaper. Even Zhao Henin secretly took 2 photos. Afterwards, the 3 of them exchanged their equipment and planned to complete the first stage of career advancement overnight. After all, more than 100,000 experience points have been sealed up, and they will skyrocket in level after career advancement. In the copy hall, I don't know if all the professionals have entered the dungeon or gone home to sleep, but there are a lot fewer people in the hall. The 3 of them came to the first stage of the career advancement Abyss copy, said see you later to each other, and then entered the Abyss copy one after another. Career advancement is something you need to accomplish on your own. There's a certain amount of danger, but not much. For occupations above level D, the degree of danger is almost 0. For professions below level D, wearing a set of blue quality equipment can basically complete the career advancement. After all, the purpose of career advancement is to make professionals stronger, not to kill them. Zhao Henin was the first to enter, followed by Wong Wenwen, and Lu Chen was the last one. Bite. Tip. You have entered the exclusive career advancement Abyss copy. Please choose the advancement method. Option 1. Answer 3 questions, whether you are right or wrong. You will complete the career advancement. After the advancement, your career level will be upgraded to E level, and you will get a 50% increase in current attributes. Option 2. Challenge the career advancement player and complete the career advancement after receiving his approval. After the advancement, your career level will be upgraded to D level, and you will get 100% of the current attribute improvement. Is this something that needs to be considered? Definitely choose 2. Otherwise, this set of equipment would be exchanged in vain. Then what is he doing with the giant sword? Bite. Tip. You have chosen to challenge a professional advanced player, and you have been teleported to the duel arena. The next moment, Lu Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared in an abandoned dueling arena. Opposite him, an old man wearing a summoner's robe and holding a summoning scepter was looking at him in confusion. Behind it was a gray-haired brown bear, less than 2 meters tall. Hello! Lu Chen greeted him and checked his attributes. Professional Advancer, Masterly. Occupation, D-Class Summoner. Level, 10. Health, 950/950. Mana, 1100. Attributes, Strength 90, Stamina 95, Spirit 110, Wisdom 100. Summon, you can summon a pet to assist in battle. The current number of pets you have, 3/3. Equipment, Summoner's Robe, Blue, Summoner's Scepter, Blue. Pet Space, Blue Eagle, Elite Quality, Phantom Wolf, Elite Quality. Hello, young man. Are you sure you are a summoner? Masterly looked confused and couldn't help asking. Lu Chen teleported twice and appeared in front of Masterly, scaring him. I'm a summoner, an F-class summoner, guaranteed. Lu Chen pushed the Black Knight to the ground and looked up at the gray-haired brown bear behind Masterly. Masterly looked at the delicate patterns on the Black Knight, and as a connoisseur he recognized it was an orange-quality giant sword. A summoner, an F-level summoner at that, holding an orange-quality giant sword. Why does it feel so scary? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this summoner was wearing knight's plate armor. It seems to be of red quality. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? At this time, Lu Chen's face was full of disappointment after seeing the gray-haired brown bear. This is an elite quality brown bear, and its strongest strength attribute is only 190. Even if it and the old man were tied together, they would not be enough for Lu Chen to chop with one sword. Old man, if I defeat this brown bear like you, will I be considered successful in the challenge? Or do I have to fight you for a few moves? Lu Chen turned his gaze to Master Li and asked, No, no, no. No need for you to do anything. Master Li was so frightened that he shook his head like a rattle. Then, Lu Chen suddenly heard the prompt sound of the copy. Tip: you have gained the recognition of professional advancement, and your professional advancement is complete. Tip: your career level has been promoted to C level, and you get a 150% increase in current attributes. Tip: you have obtained a new job title, Necromancer. Isn't it D class? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. When the system asked him to choose just now, it did say that after completing the challenge, his career level would be promoted to D. My friend, my ability is limited, so I can only promote your career level to C. I hope you don't mind. Master Li spoke, resolving Lu Chen's doubts. Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed. When he saw that the old man's name was Master Li, he felt that the other party was not simple. He didn't expect that he had such means. That's amazing. So that's how it is? Thank you very much, Master. Lu Chen also thanked him repeatedly. I don't deserve it. Since my friend has advanced in his profession, I will take my leave. Master Li shook his head like a rattle again, then hurriedly walked into the teleportation array opened on the side and disappeared. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang in Lu Chen's ears again. Bite. Tip: your profession has been advanced, and the experience seal status has been released. Tip: your level has been raised to level 11, with all attributes increased by +8 and free attribute points increased by +6. Tip: the host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1, and you get the entry, Emperor Flame. Emperor Flame can only be added to pets above King level and below Saint level, and current attributes are increased by 10 times. Bite. Tip: your level has been raised to level 12, with all attributes increased by +8 and free attribute points increased by +6. Tip: the host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the entry, Red Lotus Sword Dance. Crimson Sword Dance. Only pets with Emperor Flame attached can have this attribute attached, gaining fire attributes and being able to summon the Crimson Demon Sword. Before passing the trial ground, Lu Chen had sealed up more than 180,000 experience points, but it was all used up after only 2 levels. Lu Chen took a look at the experience value requirements on the system panel and was speechless. It's still doubled. This is awesome. There is a gold entry at each level, and the experience is doubled at each level. It's really a scam. Fortunately, his current strength is more than enough. After this career advancement, his current attributes have been improved by 1.5 times, and with the blessing of a full set of equipment, he has become terrifyingly strong. System panel. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, C-level summoner. Level, 12. Experience, 31550/204800. HP, 62150/62150. Mana, 51985 Attributes, Strength 4195 plus 900, Vitality 4215 plus 2000, Spirit 4198 plus 1000, Wisdom 4195 plus 900. Chapter 22 Assassin. Seeing that it only took him less than a day to increase all his attributes to over 4,000, Lu Chen felt very proud. I can only say that the system is awesome. A gold entry at level 1 is too powerful. Of the 2 entries just obtained, one improves the attribute, and the other is related to it. This quite surprised Lu Chen. His eyes fell on the 2 entries, Emperor Flame and Red Lotus Sword Dance. Lu Chen couldn't figure out how these 2 terms could be related together. But given the additional requirements for these 2 entries, among all his pets, only the cat Queen Xiao Miao is the most suitable. Although Tsang Tianmen Yo also meets the conditions for adding Emperor Flame, there is also a related Red Lotus Sword Dance. You can't let a 5-meter-tall bull do a sword dance, right? Just think about that scene, and don't say it. If these 2 terms were really added to the manhwa, it would be absolutely shocking. Shaking his head, Lu Chen walked towards the open teleportation array. Let's get out of here first. Pets cannot be summoned in the professional advancement copy. Even if he wants to add attributes to the barbarian bull, he can only do so after he gets out. Buzz! With a flash of light, Lu Chen appeared in the copy hall of the temple. Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin haven't come out yet. Lu Chen opened the pet space and prepared to add entries to the cat queen Xiao Miao directly in the pet space. You can add additional entries without summoning your pet. The pet space will continue to expand as the summoner's mental power grows. Now Lu Chen's pet space is as big as a small city, and there are even hills, rivers, forests, etc. Zhu Yin was squatting on the hill with a black iron stick standing beside him, like an old monk in meditation. Green hair, sky bull, and hellhound were all lying in the woods to rest, snoring. The cat queen Xiao Miao was sleeping on a big rock far away from the three wild beasts. Her long legs were covered with a pair of white silk stockings given to her by Wong Wenwen, which were shining with a faint luster. Lu Chen concentrated his energy and whispered in Xiao Miao's ear about adding an entry to her. Xiao Miao woke up immediately. She sat up, adjusted her black JK skirt, got down from the big rock, and nodded to the sky. Master, I'm ready, Miao. Seeing this, Lu Chen mobilized the entry Emperor Flame and was about to add it to Xiao Miao. Suddenly, he saw a man in black appear outside the temple. He was invisible and walked towards him quietly with a dagger in his hand. What's going on? To assassinate him? Seeing that its target seemed very clear and was coming for him, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Who wants to kill him? Lang Fai Yu, Luo Yuankun, or Wang Yuqi. He hadn't offended anyone since he came to this world, and only had some friction with these three people. Lu Chen felt that the most likely person was Luo Yuankun, but he didn't understand why. With the Luo family's power, they would send an assassin over? Shouldn't they just block him in the temple with great fanfare and then attack him openly? That would be in line with Lu Chen's understanding of century-old families. At this moment, the assassin suddenly stopped. His name is Li Wu, and he is a B-level assassin who has completed the second stage of professional advancement. Li Wu was indeed sent by the Luo family, but it was not the intention of the Luo family head. Instead, he was sent privately by Luo Yuankun to kill Lu Chen. As an assassin, his perception is very sharp. Li Wu discovered that the target he wanted to kill seemed to have his eyes on him since he came in. This made him a little panicked. He is a level 27 assassin who has completed the second stage of professional advancement. When he just awakened, he acquired a high-level invisibility skill. It was also with this skill that he successfully entered the Luo family and completed many assassination missions. He was highly regarded by the head of the Luo family. But the assassination mission that young Master Luo assigned to him today was a little difficult for him to understand. The target is an F-class summoner, but now he is wearing a set of knight plate armor and holding a giant sword. Why? Moreover, he used detection magic on the target when he came in, but only saw a C-level summoner. The rest are all? Isn't he an F-class summoner? If there hadn't been a spy from the Luo family who was monitoring the target outside the temple, Li Wu would have thought he had the wrong person. Although the target was weird in every way and made him feel dangerous, he had already taken young Master Luo's money, and given young Master Luo's personality, he had to complete this mission. So, he had no choice but to go ahead with it. But when he activated the advanced invisibility technique and came in, why did the target keep staring at him? There were not many people in the dungeon hall at this time, and there was no one around him. The target was looking in the direction where he was. Who else would he be looking at if not him? Li Wu was so scared that he wanted to turn around and run away. But at this moment, the target suddenly turned his back to him, whistled, and looked at the exit of the Abyss copy for professional advancement from time to time. The other party didn't seem to notice him. Li Wu swallowed and walked forward quietly again. How could Lu Chen not notice him? Whenever an invisible target appears, it is like a cursor in Lu Chen's eyes, which is obviously dazzling. He noticed that the assassin was quite perceptive and seemed to have sensed his gaze, so he pretended not to see him. He wanted to try and see if the assassin could do any harm to him. He concentrated his mind again and spoke to the little cat in the pet space, asking her to wait for a moment as he had something to deal with. The little cat also responded obediently and sat on the big rock waiting. In the distance, Zhu Yin, who was squatting on a hill, actually sensed Lu Chen's mental fluctuations. His deep voice suddenly rang out throughout the space. "My lord, do you need me to help you smash that guy?" Lu Chen was a little surprised. Zhu Yan's strength is so terrifying that he can even sense his mental fluctuations. "No need. Your master is also extremely powerful now." Lu Chen concentrated his mind and said in the space. "Yes, sir." Zhu Yin stood up, responded, and stood on the top of the hill with a black iron stick in his hand, as if he was on standby at any time. Outside, the assassin Li Wu was already within 10 meters of Lu Chen. The closer he got to Lu Chen, the more panicked Li Wu became. At the same time, he found that he had no idea where to start against Lu Chen. The knight's plate armor protects the wearer's neck. Now only Lu Chen's head and forearms are exposed. As we all know, Assassin's favorite area is the neck. Not only can it deal a critical hit, but it can also inflict bleeding status on the target. But now, the only target left for him to cut was the head, but the opponent was so tall that he had to jump up to stab. While Li Wu was hesitating, Lu Chen became impatient and turned to look at Li Wu. Are you going to make a move? As an assassin, why are you so hesitant? You can really see me. Li Wu was horrified. At such a close distance, the gaze staring directly at him and the dangerous aura were definitely unmistakable. Escape. Li Wu no longer had any intention of continuing. He even used his extreme speed skill and rushed out of the temple like a ghost. When? But the next moment, it was as if he had hit his head on a steel plate, making him dizzy, and a damage number floated above his head. -530. -0. Chapter 23. Red Lotus Empress. -530. -0. Lu Chen stopped the opponent with a teleportation, but he didn't expect that this assassin was also a ruthless person. He didn't even slow down and directly crashed into his plate armor. Lu Chen was fine. The damage was 0, but the assassin knocked himself down and lost more than 500 blood. Bang! Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. An exaggerated damage number appeared above the assassin Wong Wu's head. -2,119. A slap can cause over 2,000 damage. Does this direct slap to the face ignore defense? Lu Chen looked at the assassin who fell to the ground and fell into coma. He wanted to ask who sent him, but he had to give up. He raised his leg and kicked him again, killing him. -2,556. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gained experience plus 2,700, and gained temple points plus 400. Huh. Lu Chen was surprised to hear the system prompt sound ringing in his ears. This was the first person he killed after coming to this world. He didn't expect that he could also gain experience and temple points. And there are quite a few. Lu Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily, as if he had accidentally discovered another way to upgrade and gain temple points. Since everything in this world, including professionals, has been digitized, the assassin turned into smoke and disappeared after being killed by Lu Chen. This kind of death will be more thorough. It will be completely erased. Not even any data will be left. With the 400 temple points sent by the assassin late at night, Lu Chen went to the point store again and exchanged them for an arm guard. At this point, his entire body, except for his head, was protected. The key is that with the arm guard, the overall look is more handsome. When Lu Chen came out of the point store, Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin had also completed their career advancement. Now, one of them is a first-level hunter, and the other is a first-level offensive and defensive warrior. Wong Wenwen takes the attack burst route, while Zhao Henin takes the functional warrior route. It seems that both of them have their own goals. You want to change your equipment again? Seeing Lu Chen coming out of the point store with an arm guard on his arm, Wong Wenwen couldn't help but ask, "Well, someone just gave me some points." Lu Chen nodded and responded, "Someone gave you points? How? Did you kill someone?" Wong Wenwen didn't react at first, but after she understood, she couldn't help but look at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen nodded again, not feeling surprised. "It was an assassin. He wanted to kill me. I found out, so I killed him." Lu Chen said it lightly, as if what he killed was not a person, but a chicken or duck waiting to be slaughtered. "You okay?" The official does have a clear rule that if you meet someone who wants to harm you, you can kill him. Wong Wenwen looked at Lu Chen and suddenly felt that this big boy was a little strange. Lu Chen had already walked out and waved his hand. "Let's stop here for today. We really don't want to brush anymore. Go back and rest. Wait for the notification when tomorrow starts." After saying that, Lu Chen teleported several times in succession and disappeared. Wong Wenwen stood in the dungeon hall, looking in the direction of the temple gate, and was stunned for a long time. Finally, it was Zhao Henin who stepped forward and said, "Let's go." Lu Chen did nothing wrong. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill him without hesitation. Haven't you heard what Uncle Wong said about the outside world? Human life is cheaper than grass. Well, let's go. At this time, Lu Chen teleported away from the temple and the central square. With his current magic value of more than 50,000, plus a magic value recovery rate of 20% per second, Even if he uses teleportation continuously, his magic value will not decrease at all. This makes the teleportation ring, a piece of equipment of only cyan quality, even more powerful than a divine weapon in his hands. Teleport 10 times in 1 second, which means a distance of 100 meters. So, in the eyes of those who were monitoring Lu Chen only took 1 step and was 100 meters away, and then took another step and he disappeared. The Luo family sent a total of 5 professionals to monitor Lu Chen. At this time, all 5 of them looked at each other in confusion. One of the young men looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked in the direction where Lu Chen disappeared and couldn't help but complain. Is this a F-class summoner? I would believe it if he said he was a god. Stop talking nonsense. The target is too strong. We can no longer monitor him. Report the news immediately. After Lu Chen teleported out of the central square, he turned a few streets and came to a hotel. Now that he had money in his hands, Lu Chen luxuriously found a 5-star hotel, asked for a luxury suite, and checked in. After Lu Chen took the elevator to the luxurious suite on the top floor, he lay down on the soft big bed and felt so comfortable. After just lying down for a while, Lu Chen felt sleepy. However, he still had things to do, so he concentrated his mind, opened the pet space, and added the Emperor Flame entry to the little cat that had been waiting. Although he is alone in the hotel now, Lu Chen did not summon Xiao Miao to add additional entries, because adding additional entries will cause quite a stir, especially since Emperor Yin is obviously related to fire. If he burns something, it will just be looking for trouble. Bite. Tip. Entry attachment is complete. Nether Cat Queen plus Emperor Yin equals Nether Queen. Tip. The quality of the Nether Queen is upgraded to the Emperor level, and you get feedback, all attributes plus 800. Lu Chen's vision has always remained in the pet space. When the entry was added, a black flame appeared out of nowhere and enveloped the cat queen's body. Lu Chen's guess was correct. The destructive power of this Emperor Flame was extremely strong. It burned the clothes on the cat queen's body to ashes in just a moment. Then, black flames surged into the cat queen's body, instantly covering her entire body with black flame patterns. Originally, the cat queen had a smaller body, but now, under the influence of the black flame patterns, the cat queen's body became mature. His height also increased a lot, reaching about 1.75 meters. That originally cute face shape also became cool and stunning, with the temperament of an empress. When the shape was finalized, the black flames transformed the cat queen into a black long dress. Lu Chen was almost dumbfounded. Only then did I remember that there was a red lotus sword dance to add. One more attribute can be added to a pet every 5 levels. The cat queen previously had a netherworld bloodline added to it, and now with the addition of divine flame and red lotus sword dance, the total number of attributes is exactly 3, reaching her upper limit of 10 levels. Bite. Tip. Entry attachment is complete. Nether Queen plus Red Lotus Sword Dance equals Red Lotus Queen. Tip. The Red Lotus Empress has a new name, Di Qingwu. Tip. You are favored by Emperor Qingwu and gain the skill, Red Lotus Fury. As the prompt sounded, Lu Chen saw the Red Lotus Empress, who had a new name, stretch out her slender jade fingers, draw out a long sword with a slender blade engraved with red lotuses from the void, and then dance gracefully. The Empress's sword dance. Lu Chen was so amazed by this scene that he was speechless. Moreover, he also discovered that during Di Qingwu's sword dance, red lotus patterns gradually emerged on her black dress. It's so beautiful. Chapter 24. Your pet is great. I'll buy it. The Empress's sword dance made Lu Chen fall asleep. When Lu Chen woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. When Lu Chen saw the time on his mobile phone, he was surprised that he could sleep so long. At the same time, what surprised Lu Chen was that apart from Zhao Henin, who sent him a message, no one else contacted him. Zhao Henin, Lu Chen, when one is in solitary confinement. I won't play Abyss today. I'll go accompany her, but I can't take my phone. Crying expression. What's going on? He was fine yesterday. Why is he put in solitary confinement today? Unable to figure out the reason, Lu Chen didn't think about it. Besides, he didn't want to get involved in other people's family affairs. After getting up and washing, Lu Chen did not wear professional gear. Instead, he took out a set of black sportswear from his luggage and put it on. Take a look inside the pet space. Di Qingwu sat cross-legged on a large rock, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. Beside her was the red lotus devil sword, and her black dress was covered with red lotus patterns, which was indescribably stunning. Green hair, the three-headed dog, and the sky bull are still staying in the woods, as if this is their territory. Zhu Yin squatted on the top of a small hill, with golden light radiating from his eyes as he opened and closed his eyes between his brows. Lu Chen checked Di Qingwu's attribute information. With the addition of 3 entries, her strength could be compared with the strongest Zhu Yin. Red Lotus Empress, Emperor Qingwu. Level, 12. Quality, Imperial Grade, every level up, all attributes plus 50. HP, 58,000/58,000, plus 30,000, Equipment Attribute Edition. Mana, 58,000/58,000, plus 30,000, Equipment Attribute Edition. Attributes. Strength 5800, Vitality 5800, Spirit 5800, Wisdom 5800. Equipment. Emperor Flame Red Lotus Skirt Gold. All attributes plus 1,500. Red Lotus Magic Sword Gold. All attributes plus 1,500. Netherworld Bloodline. The Netherworld Royal Bloodline has been activated, and the basic attributes have been increased by 10 times. Emperor Flame. The current attribute has been locked at level 12 and increased by 10 times. Crimson Lotus Sword Dance. An unparalleled sword skill named after the Crimson Lotus. When this sword skill is performed while holding the Crimson Lotus Magic Sword, the attack is doubled and it ignores defense, immunity, and all avoidance effects. Looking at Di Qingwu, who is so powerful and no different from a human being, Lu Chen directly summoned her out. Owner! As soon as Di Qingwu appeared, she bowed to Lu Chen. Her cold face seemed to melt ice and snow, and she broke into a brilliant smile. Well, go have a meal with me. Bang! While Lu Chen was speaking, he reached out and patted Di Qingwu's butt. Di Qingwu's face suddenly turned red, and her beautiful face was filled with shyness. Lu Chen was shocked. The feel has become better. When Lu Chen brought Di Qingwu out of the elevator, the hotel front desk staff were stunned. They didn't understand when that girl with such a stunning appearance came in. Last night, the boy didn't bring the girl with him? Xiao Mei, that boy seems to be a summoner, but other than his profession, I can't find out anything else. A girl at the front desk told her colleagues the information she had secretly obtained. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that the red equipment, the God-enchanting necklace, obtained when he killed the Orc Lord in the trial ground, seemed to have the effect of concealing and modifying professional information. Magic necklace. Type, accessories. Quality, red, legendary. Additional attributes. All attributes plus 200. Additional feature 1. It can conceal all your occupation information, and no detection skills can detect your information. Additional feature 2. You can modify your occupation information when being detected by the detection skill, modification. Requirements for use. Your own spiritual attribute reaches 1,000. Description. This necklace is endowed with divine power by the bewildered god, so it has some magical effects. This piece of equipment is useless to other professionals, but it is very interesting to Lu Chen. Without using the concealing information effect of additional feature 1, Lu Chen wrote down the modification of additional feature 2, A-level paladin. Good. From now on, in the eyes of those professionals who have detection skills, he is an A-level paladin. Later I will go to the shop that sells professional skill books and buy 2 night skill books to learn. With Lu Chen's attributes, he can easily pass the fake for the real thing. It would be interesting to think about going to the abyss as a paladin with other professionals at that time. But now, let's go eat, because I was so hungry. Fortunately, there was a very high-end Western restaurant next to the hotel. After Lu Chen left the hotel, he took Di Qingwu in. Lu Chen chose a seat by the window and ordered 2 steaks, as well as 1 portion of each of the other recommended dishes. While waiting, Lu Chen and Di Qingwu chatted. Lu Chen kept saying all kinds of dirty words, which made Di Qingwu blush. At this time, an extended car with a little golden man on the front of the car slowly drove to the restaurant door. After the car stopped, the service staff at the door hurried forward, opened the door, and made a gesture of invitation. Inside the car, a middle-aged man in a white suit was about to get out slowly, when a man in black suddenly appeared at the door. The man in black bowed slightly to the middle-aged man in the car. Sir, the target is in the restaurant. But there was a small accident. He has a humanoid pet with him, and I can't find out any specific information. Huh, a humanoid pet? This kid is quite good at playing with it. The middle-aged man didn't care. He got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. The man in black led the way and brought the middle-aged man directly to the dining table where Lu Chen was. Then, Lu Chen saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walking over under the guidance of a man in black. Then the waiter pulled out a chair, and the man sat opposite Lu Chen and Di Qingwu. Lu Chen immediately looked at the other person curiously. It was obvious that the other party was coming for him. Sure enough, when Lu Chen cast his gaze, the middle-aged man also spoke. I am Wang Shui, the head of the Wong family in Haicheng and the father of Wang Wenwen. Oh, I heard that Wenwen was put in solitary confinement. Was it you who put her in solitary confinement? Lu Chen looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Wang Shui. Without responding to Lu Chen's words, Wang Shui waved his hand, and the man in black beside him immediately flipped open a document in his hand and read it out. Lu Chen, male, 18 years old this year. Abandoned at the door of a hospital when he was young. Picked up by an old man and raised for 12 years. After the old man died. Stop! Lu Chen shouted, staring coldly at Wang Shui opposite him, and said in a cold voice, What do you mean? I know my own life experience better than you do, and I don't need you to repeat it. It's good to be clear. Wang Shui said calmly, his eyes swept across Di Qingwu and finally fixed on Lu Chen. Since you know what kind of person you are, you should know that my daughter, Wang Shui, is not someone you can get close to. I came here just to give you a warning. If it weren't for Lin Feng's sake, you would have disappeared from Haicheng long ago. Besides, your pet is pretty good. Name a price and I'll buy it. Chapter 25. The immortal king comes to the ninth heaven and splits the sky apart with one stick. Oh! Hearing this, Lu Chen also smiled. He stood up slowly, still smiling, and said, I also have a great sword that's not bad. I'd like to name a price for it, and you can buy it together. Lu Chen opened his personal space, took out the giant sword Black Knight, and turned on its light effects. Suddenly, a dazzling orange light emanated from the Black Knight's giant sword. Oh, an orange weapon. It was pretty good. How much do you want? Wang Shui's face was full of disdain. He thought Lu Chen would be very strong-willed, but he didn't expect him to compromise like this. Not only do you have to sell your humanoid pet, you also have to sell your orange weapon. Wang Shui was very confident. Even when he saw Lu Chen taking out a weapon, he didn't think that the other party wanted to chop him. The man in black at the side had his eyelids twitching, but he didn't believe that Lu Chen would dare to do anything. After all, the person in front of him is Wang Shui, the head of the Wong family in Haicheng, let alone taking action against him. Even if he has the slightest thought of doing so, he will never be able to survive in Haicheng again. Unfortunately, they all seriously underestimated Lu Chen's courage and strength. Almost without hesitation, Lu Chen raised the giant sword Black Knight and slashed at Wang Shui, saying coldly, I don't want money. Buy it with your life. Boss, be careful. When the man in black saw Lu Chen's actions and heard these words, his heart skipped a beat with fright. Then a shield emitting orange light appeared in his hand, and he stood in front of Wang Shui. When? There was a loud bang, and Lu Chen's sword chopped down, and the man in black couldn't withstand it at all. It was also an orange quality equipment. The shield shattered, and the Black Knight chopped down with a giant sword. The blade hit the man in black, and a terrifying black number appeared. Minus 21,580. A fatal blow. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gained experience plus 8,800, and gained temple points plus 850. Boom! The dining table in front of Lu Chen also shattered. The tip of the sword passed by Wang Shui's belly, cutting a hole in his white suit shirt, revealing his hairy belly. At this moment, Wang Shui's face turned pale. He actually felt the threat of death and felt a fear that he had not felt for a long time. This young man in front of me is so brave. Protect President Wong. The waiter who pulled the chair for Wang Shui shouted, but he was trembling and didn't dare to move forward, because he knew that the man in black was a level 42 professional, holding an orange equipment shield in his hand. As a result, he was killed by a single sword strike. What kind of monster is this? There was chaos in the restaurant, and a group of professionals rushed in from outside the restaurant. Di Qingwu flashed forward, and then was seen holding the red Lotus Demon Sword. She killed all the professionals who rushed in with one sword like chopping melons and vegetables. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gained experience plus 2,900, and gained temple points plus 360. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gained experience plus 2,300, and gained temple points plus 310. A series of prompt sounds rang in Lu Chen's ears. Seeing that the temple points exceeded 3,000 in a short moment, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Lu Chen's mind. Crack! Lu Chen stabbed the Black Knight to the ground and said to Wang Shui, who was sitting on the stool with a pale face, "What are you doing? Call someone. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't get someone here, I'll chop you down." Ah! Wang Shui was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Lu Chen was doing. But since the other party dared to ask him to call someone, what is he waiting for? Pulling out his cell phone, Wang Shui almost roared, "Quick! Everyone come to the Black Rose restaurant. In less than 10 minutes, you will be waiting to collect my body. Do you understand?" "Yeah, not bad." Lu Chen ordered, changed a table and sat down, and shouted, "Is the food I ordered not ready yet?" The staff in the restaurant were frightened and hurried to serve the dishes upon hearing this. Today they finally met a real tough guy. He actually dared to attack Wang Shui. The key is that he still has the strength to do so, especially the woman in the black dress who was so beautiful, she was so scary. He swung the sword in his hand and killed people without blinking. So, when the waiters brought the dishes, Lu Chen and Di Qingwu started eating without being affected at all. Wang Shui sat there and didn't dare to move at all. It was not until about 8 minutes later that an oppressive voice was heard outside the restaurant. Wang Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Who dares to attack the head of my Wong family? Are you tired of living?" Outside the restaurant, a white-haired old man came flying in on a long sword, like an accomplished swordsman. Lu Chen looked at the old man through the glass window, with a look of surprise on his face. No wonder Wang Shui dared to be so domineering. It turns out that there is such a person in their Wong family. Information panel. Name, Wang Jintian. Occupation, 6th-stage SS-level professional swordsman. Level, 65. Experience, 8563210/170456980. HP, 10800/10800. Mana, 1981112 Attributes, Strength 11300, Vitality 10800, Spirit 11205, Wisdom 12830. Equipment, Chingy Suit Gold, Langius Sword Gold. Skills, Sword Control, Chingy Sword Moves, Langius Sword Formation. An SS-level professional with all attributes exceeding 10,000. The Swordsman. Crash. When Wang Jintian approached, all the glass windows of the restaurant shattered instantly. "Who are you?" "My Wong family sword master is here in person. Why don't you come out and die quickly?" Several more figures came rushing over, shouting loudly, with a huge momentum. Wang Shui in the restaurant also stood up slowly at this time, with that disdainful look appearing on his face again. "Humph! Although I underestimated your strength, you were too arrogant. Do you really think that my Wong family's reputation is just made up?" After Wang Shui said this, he walked out of the restaurant. Lu Chen ignored Wang Shui and turned to look out the window. He found that in addition to the ethereal old man, quite a few people had come to the Wong family. "In that case, let's all stay here." "Zhu Yan!" As Lu Chen shouted, golden light burst out. After Zhu Yan was summoned, his eyes opened vertically between his eyebrows, and a golden light shot straight into the sky. The first vision. The immortal king arrives in the 9th heaven. The moment Zhu Yan stepped out of the pet space, the first vision of the innate holy body was activated. I saw Zhu Yan's body swell up in the golden light. In the clouds, a black iron stick that was coated with gold fell from the sky and was caught by Zhu Yan. As the golden energy gathered, the golden black iron stick emitted a dazzling light. One stick splits the sky. Zhu Yan roared, his voice shaking the earth. I saw a golden stick smashing the clouds and falling from the sky. Unmatched. -2480000. Under the strange phenomenon of the immortal king coming to the 9th heaven, after the attributes were increased tenfold, the fixed damage of all attributes times 10 of the stick opened the sky, which created this number. Wang Jintian was the first to be hit, and the dark damage numbers were simply unbelievable. This 6th-turn SS-level swordsman, the ancestor of the Wong family, a legendary figure with the title of Haiqing Sword Immortal, was killed instantly on the spot. Afterwards, no one was spared, including Wang Shui and those people from the Wong family who rushed over, and all were turned into ashes under this stick. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gained +1 million experience points, and plus 100,000 temple points. Bite. Tip. You have killed a professional, gain plus 9,200 experience and plus 1,000 temple points. Chapter 26. The Sword Master falls, and the team fights the abyss. Bite. Tip. Your level is raised to level 13, and you gain plus 8 in all attributes and plus 6 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be upgraded, and a gold entry is triggered at each level. You get the entry, Instant Evolution. Instant Evolution. After being attached, the target will evolve immediately. The lower the target's basic attributes, the stronger it will evolve after this item is attached. You can get an enhancement range of 1 to 50 times the current attribute. Bite. Tip. Your level is raised to level 14, and you gain plus 8 in all attributes and plus 6 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry is triggered at the first level. You get the entry, Unparalleled Physique. Unparalleled Physique. After adding this attribute, the target has an unparalleled physique. The current strength and stamina attributes are increased by 10 times, and the health recovery speed is increased by 10 times. Zhu Yan's stick that opened the sky could be said to have really pierced the sky of Haicheng. At the same time, Lu Chen's level rose twice in a row, and his experience was almost full. He only needed more than 10,000 experience points to upgrade again. After putting Zhu Yan and Di Qingwu back into the pet space, Lu Chen teleported away from there. He doesn't care about the head of the Wong family or the swordsman of Haicheng. He didn't even take into account the fact that Wang Shui was Wang Wenwen's father. Kill them all. Because in Lu Chen's view, this is just a digitized world, and he has a system and an invincible pet. If he doesn't dare to take action against those who threaten him, then he is really a useless time traveler. Moreover, Lu Chen does not think that he is a bloodthirsty person. On the contrary, he loves peace, likes to make friends, and is friendly. Now that he has traveled to this world and has the power to control his own destiny, Lu Chen wants to live more freely and comfortably so that his journey through time is not in vain. From now on, he will live in this world based on the principle that if someone does not offend me, I will not offend them. If someone offends me, I will kill them. After Lu Chen left, people from major families in Haicheng also arrived one after another at the place where the Wong family members died. When someone learned the general situation from the restaurant staff, all the major families were completely shocked. The death of the Wong family sword master was enough to shock the entire Haicheng and at the same time destabilize the existing family forces in Haicheng. If the major families in Haicheng, led by the Luo family, took action, they could immediately quell the impending turmoil, but they did not dare to make any move at this time. The sword masters of the Wong family have all fallen, which means that a terrifying figure who can destroy all of their families has appeared in Haicheng. All of the families are in a panic for a while, not knowing what the purpose of that powerful man is. Is it simply because he has a grudge against the Wong family, or does he want to reshuffle the power in Haicheng? The major families are unknown. Therefore, as the major families deliberately suppressed this matter, only a part of the people in Haicheng knew about it. At the same time, they behaved as usual, but their style of doing things was more disciplined. Lu Chen didn't know about this and didn't care. He has come to the temple again, ready to clear an abyss dungeon and raise his level to level 15 first. Although he is very powerful, being stuck at this level is really fatal. Lu Chen has already added the 2 attributes of instant evolution and unparalleled physique to green hair and sky barbarian bull. Especially the instant evolution is tailor-made for green hair. At this time, 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession. While the strength of green hair and sky barbarian bull increased greatly, Lu Chen's attributes also soared again. Bite. Tip. Your pet nature rabbit evolves into green rabbit, and its current attribute enhancement is 45 times. Tip. The quality of your green rabbit has reached the Emperor level, and you will get feedback, with all attributes increased by plus 800. Tip. The quality of your pet sky bull has reached the Emperor level, and you get feedback, strength attribute plus 1,600, physical attribute plus 1,600. After evolving, green hair is still a rabbit, but its fur turned greener, like the color of jade. The size of the sky brutal bull has not changed, although the unparalleled physique only increases its strength and stamina attributes. It also makes both of its attributes exceed 15,000, making it the pet with the highest strength and stamina among the pets. Even green hair, whose all attributes have been improved 45 times, cannot compare with it in these 2 attributes. And Lu Chen's attributes of strength and stamina also broke through 7,000 with this wave of feedback. Spiritual and wisdom attributes are close to 6,000. After checking the attributes of green hair and barbarian bull, Lu Chen also stepped into the copy hall. Difficult mountain forest area. Come and violently attack the profession. A new guild is recruiting. The guild leader is an S-level, 4th level professional. In the future, a base will be established outside the city. It has great potential. I'm a cute girl without a boyfriend. Please help me. Is there any strong guy who can help me? I can do anything. The dungeon hall is still bustling with all kinds of team formations, requests for leaders, and recruitments. Lu Chen wore knight plate armor and carried a giant sword, the Black Knight, and his occupation was displayed as a level 14 A-level paladin. Originally, Lu Chen was planning to clear the abyss by himself. He was still more than 10,000 experience points away from reaching level 15. But suddenly a team's formation information attracted his attention. The first level S-class Frost Mage leads the team to open up a 1-star Nightmare difficulty Thief village, and a knight with high health and high defense is here. The one who shouted was a berserker with 2 battle axes, and his professional level was A. Their team already has 4 people, except for the berserker who is a boy. The other 3 are girls. All 3 girls are very good-looking, especially the one in the ice blue robe. Not only is she very pretty, but she also has a cool temperament. And she is the S-level Frost Mage. The other 2 girls, one is an archer and the other is a very rare healer, and their professional levels are both A. The quality of this team is quite high. No wonder they dared to open up a 1-star Nightmare difficulty Abyss dungeon. Lu Chen saw many people walking over with a fluke mentality, wanted to join their team, but they were all rejected. They just need a big meat shield who can resist, and they have no shortage of output professions. Seeing this, Lu Chen decided to join in the fun. After all, it is too boring to clear a dungeon alone. Moreover, multiplayer teams not only provide high experience, but also high drop rates. Since the other party wanted a big meat shield, Lu Chen put away the giant sword Black Knight, took out a 3-meter high and 2-meter wide green quality shield from his personal space, held it horizontally, and walked towards the team. This sign quality shield was dropped by one of the 10 orc chiefs in the trial land. In terms of size and length, it is actually not suitable for professionals to use because it is like a door panel, but it feels very safe. So, when Lu Chen walked over carrying the shield that was like a door panel and emitting green light, the 4 members of the team immediately noticed him. "Brother, you look so safe." The berserker was stunned. It was really shocking to see Lu Chen in plate armor and carrying a large shield made of door panels. Lu Chen's occupation information displayed was an A-level paladin, so he joined the team smoothly. After introducing each other, Lu Chen realized that the 4 of them were from the 4th high school. This year, there are 2 S-level professionals among the high school graduates in Haicheng. One is Wong Yuqi from the key number 1 high school, and the other is Liang Meng from the number 4 high school. Chapter 27, Nightmare Level, Thieves Village. Not all 4 of them are from the 4th high school. The A-level berserker holding 2 axes is from the 6th high school. His name is Wu Hao. He is a sibling of Wu Rongrong, the A-level archer in the team. Wu Rongrong is from the 4th high school and is Liang Meng's roommate and best friend. The A-level therapist girl is from the 3rd high school. Her name is Ouyang Xiaoma, and she just joined the team. Lu Chen's self-introduction was naturally about the key high school. Okay, then we'll go into the Abyss dungeon. As the team captain, Liang Meng walked to the Abyss copy, selected a multiplayer team, and clicked to enter. Thieves Village, LV10, LV15. Star rating, 1 star. Difficulty, Nightmare level. Team up. Your team has a maximum of 5 people, and the difficulty and explosion rate increase by 50%. The moment you step into the Abyss copy, the information of the Abyss copy will be presented. Afterwards, the 5 people appeared outside a ruined village. Tip: you have entered the 1-star Nightmare difficulty Thief Village. After completing the plot mission Crazy Thief and killing the final boss thief leader, you can leave the Abyss dungeon. As the dungeon prompt sounded, Wu Hao began to make arrangements. There will be a dungeon story mission at the Nightmare difficulty level. The village in front of us is the prerequisite for triggering the story mission. We need to kill all the thieves in the village. I'll go in front. Lu Chen, you just need to protect the 3 of them. Thieves usually have stealth skills, so don't stay too far away from them. Lu Chen nodded and responded, "No problem." Then, the 5 of them walked towards the village. You know what? Wu Hao is a pretty good guy. Instead of letting him be a big meat shield in front, he leads the way himself. Lu Chen took a look and found that Wu Hao's attributes were okay. Because after the career advancement, the attributes will be greatly improved. His strength attribute has exceeded 600, but his physical attribute is only 475. With the blessing of equipment, his health volume has exceeded 5,000, which is a bit fragile. As for the three girls behind him, they were even more fragile. Their health points are just over 3,000, and even Liang Ming, who is at S level, has only over 4,000 health points. But her magic value is really high as 8,700. As he stepped into the village, Lu Chen saw the first monster. A gatekeeper thief with more than 300 attributes. Wu Hao used a berserker's standard skill, jumping and slashing, and rushed forward directly. Minus 620. Minus 580. The two axes fell, and two damage numbers floated up, successfully cutting off 1/3 of the gatekeeper thief's health. Whoosh! Behind him, Wu Rongrong shot an arrow, and Liang Ming also condensed an ice spike and threw it out casually. Minus 550. Minus 1,670. The arrow shot by Wu Rongrong pierced the thief's head, and Liang Ming's ice spike directly pierced the thief's body. Kill it instantly. Bite. Tip. Kill the gatekeeper thief and gain plus 480 experience. Good. These three people work together really well. This made Lu Chen experience the feeling of being a bystander. You know what? It feels pretty good. Then, when the five people stepped into the village, a large number of thieves poured out. Wu Hao rushed forward with two axes and engaged in a bloody battle. Lu Chen could no longer continue to stand by and watch. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wu Rongrong's archery speed is really fast. She can shoot 2 arrows per second on average. She is like a team of archers. Liang Ming is even more outrageous. She actually knows large-scale frost magic. I saw a blue ice magic circle formed in the air, and then a large number of ice spikes shot down from the air, accurately hitting the thieves. Ouyang Xiaoma also continuously released healing spells to restore health to Wu Hao, who was fighting hard in front. When Lu Chen saw some assassins rushing towards them after turning on their stealth skills, he raised a large shield as big as a door panel and was able to knock down the thieves with one shield whenever they appeared to attack. The seemingly unintentional and coincidental operation also made Wu Rongrong and Liang Ming's eyes light up. Even Liang Ming, the cold beauty, couldn't help but praise Lu Chen. You have good awareness. This made Lu Chen feel very happy. Isn't this the fun of teaming up to clear the Abyss dungeon? Therefore, with Lu Chen's protection, Liang Ming and Wu Rongrong could output without any worries, just standing there without moving, and directly turned into output machines. In less than half an hour, more than 50 thieves in the entire village were wiped out by just a few people. During this period, Lu Chen also reached level 15 and obtained a summoner-exclusive entry. Borrow. You can borrow any pet's attached attribute to use temporarily and apply all the effects of the attribute. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown 1 day. This term needs no explanation. It is ridiculously powerful. Everyone, take a break. There will be a small boss coming in the difficult level. There may be 2 or 3 in the nightmare level. Lu Chen and I will hold the front together. You should prioritize attacking the boss with less health. In the middle of the village, Wu Hao made arrangements again. It seems that he had made a strategy in advance. Unlike Lu Chen, who just relies on recklessness. Lu Chen, your defense is so high. I didn't see you lose any blood just now. At this time, Ouyang Xiaoma walked up to Lu Chen and said in a soft voice. Ouyang Xiaoma is a typical cute girl with a chubby face. Just looking at her makes you want to pinch her. Hearing this, Lu Chen raised the large shield in his hand and explained, it's cyan quality, and it adds full defense. A few little stars seemed to flash in Ouyang Xiaoma's eyes. Lu Chen, what's wrong with your health? I can only see your health bar, not the specific value, and the attributes are all question marks. Wu Rongrong walked over and asked puzzledly. Lu Chen explained that he was wearing equipment with hidden attribute information, which made him look mysterious. At this time, Liang Ming also came over, but frowned slightly and said, the defense of the big shield is high, but the area is too large. Sometimes it will affect the output. After she said that, Wu Hao also discovered the disadvantages of the big shield. Yes, when we fight the boss later, your shield may block the output of Rongrong and Liang Ming. Lu Chen, do you have a smaller shield? No. Lu Chen shook his head. He really had no other shield. Just when he was thinking about whether he could use the giant sword, Liang Meng took out a small round shield and a one-handed axe from a storage equipment and handed them to Lu Chen. Use these two pieces of equipment later. Your health bar looks quite long. You should be able to withstand it without a large shield, Liang Meng said in a cold voice. Oh, okay. Lu Chen took the two pieces of equipment and found that they were of green quality. I'll return it to you after I finish the dungeon. After Lu Chen took the two pieces of equipment, he spoke. 2 pieces of green quality equipment cost more than 100,000 yuan, so he naturally wouldn't take advantage of them. Liang Meng nodded, but did not say anything about giving the equipment to Lu Chen. After Lu Chen changed his equipment, the few of them rested in the village for about half an hour. Then 2 men in black leather armor came from the back of the village. One of them held a long sword, and the other held a pair of daggers. Both are leader quality. One is a rogue warrior, and the other is a rogue assassin. Their highest attribute is 890. The assassin's attack is higher, but his health is 1,000 lower than the warrior's. Wu Rongrong is an archer and is also responsible for exploring the attributes of the boss. After she found out the attributes of the 2 small bosses, Wu Hao immediately formulated a battle plan. I will go and hold down the thief warrior first. Lu Chen will resist the thief assassin, and you guys focus your fire on him and kill him in seconds. Good. Chapter 28, I'm going to stop pretending and reveal my cards. There was absolutely no problem with Wu Hao's arrangement. So, Lu Chen ran towards the thief assassin with a small round shield in one hand and a one-handed axe in the other. By the way, he also checked the specific attributes of the thief assassin. He discovered that the physical strength attribute of this rogue assassin was only 720, and with the help of equipment, his health was only 8,200 points. In order to pull the monster and attract its hatred, one needs to attack the monster first. So Lu Chen ran to the rogue assassin and planned to hit him with his small round shield. When the thief assassin saw this, he also flashed to Lu Chen's side, and the daggers in his hands flashed coldly, stabbing at Lu Chen's waist and neck respectively. But Lu Chen was wearing plate armor. The waist and neck are fully protected. Ding ding, -0, -0. 2 crisp metal collision sounds were heard, but there was no damage at all. Not far away, Wu Rongrong and Liang Meng, who had already drawn their bows and arrows and prepared their magic skills, were stunned when they saw the damage number displayed above Lu Chen's head. At this time, Lu Chen finally controlled his strength and hit the thief assassin with the small round shield. Bah! -3,999. The rogue assassin was like being hit by a truck and flew backwards instantly. The damage numbers floating above his head completely shocked Liang Meng and others. Even though this rogue assassin only has over 8,000 HP, the quality of the monster has a damage reduction effect. Even if Liang Meng, an S-Class Frost Mage, were to attack the small boss thief assassin of leader quality now, she wouldn't dare to say that the damage could exceed 1,000. As a result, Lu Chen's shield impact not only knocked the boss away, but also caused 4,000 damage to it. It's just like a fairy tale. Liang Meng and Wu Rongrong looked at each other and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. However, they did not immediately ask Lu Chen out of curiosity, but instead started attacking. -289, -277, -290. Wu Rongrong shot 3 arrows in succession, but the damage did not exceed 1,000. -866, -905. The damage of Liang Meng's 2 ice spikes is pretty good. When Lu Chen knocked the rogue assassin away and saw the damage number floating above his head, he realized that he could no longer pretend. However, Liang Meng and the others did not ask him immediately out of curiosity, but continued to attack. This awareness of clearing the dungeon is still a good idea. So, he stopped pretending. As soon as the assassin got up and forced himself into stealth mode, he teleported over and chopped him with an axe. -1,574. This number does not mean that Lu Chen can only cause this much damage, but that the rogue assassin only has this little blood left, which was wiped out by Lu Chen's axe. Bite. Tip. Kill the thief assassin to gain plus 2,400 experience points and plus 15 temple points. On the other side, Wu Hao had just met the rogue warrior and had not yet started attacking. Seeing this, Lu Chen threw the axe in his hand away. -9,200. A fatal blow. Black damage numbers appeared, and the enormous power contained in the one-handed axe directly smashed the body of the thief warrior. Wu Hao, Liang Meng, Wu Rongrong. Ouyang Xiaomo. Wow. The scene was quiet for a moment. Wu Hao was the first to come to his senses. He turned to look at Lu Chen and said in disbelief, Lu Chen, what on earth is going on with you? Lu Chen spread his hands and said something that made the others feel even more outrageous. Actually, I am a summoner. Wu Hao. What the hell? Isn't his occupation shown as an A-level paladin? Lu Chen decided to confront them because he felt that these people were pretty good and wanted to make friends with them. Wu Hao's command and arrangement, Wu Rongrong's responsibility for exploration, Liang Ming's magic output, and Ouyang Xiaoma's auxiliary treatment made Lu Chen feel that this was how it should be to clear the Abyss dungeon. It also allowed Lu Chen to experience the digital world, the kind of turn-based fun where you hit me with a knife and cause 50 damage, and I stab you with a sword and cause 100 damage. Otherwise, if it's all seconds, what's the point? Therefore, in order to prove that he is really a summoner, Lu Chen also summoned out the three-headed hellhound, which currently has only a few hundred attributes. When Wu Hao and others saw that Lu Chen summoned a pet, and his profession also became a sea-level summoner, they were dumbfounded again. Wu Hao was exclaiming in his heart, oh shit. He felt that what he saw before his eyes was no longer just outrageous. It feels like the whole world is fake. A paladin threw an axe that dealt more than 9,000 damage and killed a small boss instantly. Then, the paladin said that he was a summoner and actually summoned a pet in front of them. For a moment, no one, including Liang Ming, knew what to say or what to ask. Ouyang Xiaoma's eyes were bright, and she ran to Lu Chen with admiration and said, so, you think you are too invincible, and it's boring to clear the abyss alone. So you want to experience the fun of clearing monsters with us? Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. He didn't expect that there was someone who understood him. Ouyang Xiaoma had an expression that said as expected, and there were even more stars in her eyes. Is it fun? Is it fun to play the pig and eat the tiger? Cool. Lu Chen grinned and found that Ouyang Xiaoma was really cute. At this time, Wu Hao had already picked up the one-handed axe thrown by Lu Chen and a green quality equipment dropped by the thief warrior and walked over. Is your level real? He looked at Lu Chen's level of 15 and couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. I just reached level 15. Have you forgotten the level limit of the Abyss dungeon? I can't enter if I'm over level 15. Lu Chen explained helplessly. Wu Hao nodded, but thought in his heart. If you can deal 9,000 damage with one axe, what else is impossible? You forget it, I won't ask anymore. Wu Rongrong came over and took back the words she had just spoken. Finally, Liang Ming stepped forward and said in a cold voice, what are your plans next? Do you want to use your magical powers to kill them in seconds? Or do we continue to fight monsters the same way as before? Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. But he liked Liang Ming's approach of being absolutely sober, not asking anything, and letting Lu Chen make his own choices. So, we'll continue with the previous method? Lu Chen also asked in a humble tone. Okay, then you will still be a paladin. The dropped equipment will be kept with me as agreed beforehand, and will be distributed evenly after you clear the Abyss dungeon. Liang Ming said very straightforwardly. No problem. Lu Chen readily agreed. Then, he put the Cerberus back into the pet space, and his occupation display changed back to an A-level paladin. This wave of operations also made Wu Hao exclaim 666. Really good at playing. Then, how about we go directly to the last Thieves village? Wu Hao suddenly became brainless when it came to arranging his combat methods. However, he explained the reasons why he made such arrangements. He checked the story missions in the Thieves village and felt that there was something wrong with the final way to pass the Abyss copy. If he wanted to verify it, he needed to go directly to the last Thieves village to face the Thieves leader. In the Abyss dungeon of the Thieves village, there are a total of 6 villages full of thieves in the Nightmare level difficulty. The final boss, the Thieves leader, is in the last village. Only by clearing out the thieves in the other 5 villages and weakening the strength of the Thieves leader can the plot mission Crazy Thief be triggered. Crazy Thief means that when the leader of the thieves finds that his strength has been weakened, he will kill all the villagers in the last village in order to forcibly improve his own level. If you don't clear out the bandits in other villages first and go directly to the last village to face the bandit leader, his strength will be 1 level higher than if he was weakened and then forcibly enhanced. In addition, professionals also have to face thieves who come to support from other villages. The difficulty is much higher than if you follow the steps below. Chapter 29, The Real Leader of Thieves. If Lu Chen hadn't revealed his strength, Wu Hao would definitely not have had such an idea. And Lu Chen naturally didn't care. So, the five of them unanimously decided to go directly to the last Thieves' village to take a look. No matter how strong the boss is, can he be stronger than the pervert Lu Chen? Lu Chen, did you use teleportation before? On the way, Wu Rongrong couldn't help but ask a question. Lu Chen didn't say much and just demonstrated it to her on the spot. Lu Chen took one step and appeared 100 meters away, then took another step and came back. Wu Rongrong, Liang Ming, and Ouying Xiaoma both looked envious. Teleportation. This is a mage's dream skill. But even Liang Ming, an S-class frost mage, cannot learn teleportation at present. He needs to complete the second stage of professional advancement. Moreover, she heard that teleportation magic consumes a lot of mana, and many mages only use it as a life-saving skill even if they learn it. As a result, a first-level summoner could not only teleport, but also move 100 meters in one step, which was really outrageous. But when I think about all the outrageous things that have happened to Lu Chen, it seems understandable that he can teleport. An hour later, the five of them went around 4 villages and eliminated several thieves along the way. When they arrived at the last village, the scene there surprised all 5 of them. The people coming and going in the village are all ordinary villagers, and there is not a single thief. Even after the 5 people entered the village, they did not find anything unusual. There are children running and playing in the village, women planting vegetables and raising chickens in their own vegetable gardens, and old people sitting under the old locust tree at the entrance of the village smoking dry pipes. It looks like a village in another world. Wu Hao was also a little confused when he saw this scene. He scratched his head and asked puzzledly, "Even if we don't attack those 4 villages, there should be the final boss here, right? Stranger, are you looking for me?" At this time, a loud voice sounded in the center of the village. 5 of them turned their heads to look. A man wearing coarse linen clothes and a black turban on his head walked out of a house with a bucket in his hand. He drew a bucket of water from the well in the center of the village and drank it up. He is the leader of the thieves. After Wu Rongrong investigated, she spoke out a reminder. At this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, all the information and attributes of the man were also presented. Thief Leader Lu Kuei, Spirit. Level 15. Quality, King Grade 30% damage reduction. Health, 30,000/30,000, 1-star copy bonus. 1,000 additional health points at level 1. Mana, 13290. Attributes, Strength 1350, Vitality 1500, Spirit 1320, Wisdom 1290. Skills, Leap, Rage, Blood Sacrifice. Equipment, Saber, Cyan. Description: he was originally the village chief of Chue Lu Village. Because a group of thieves massacred the village, he absorbed the energy of nearby villagers after his death. His quality reached the king level and condensed into a soul body. After killing the thieves, he imprisoned their souls in other villages. Killing thieves from other villages can weaken Lu Kuei by 2 levels, but it will trigger a blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice. The villagers of Weeping Willow volunteer to help their chief, even at the cost of their own lives, to force Ma Kuei to move up a rank. I see. This Abyss copy actually has such a plot. At this time, after drinking a bucket of water, Ma Kuei cast his eyes on the 5 people and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Chen. You are very strong, so strong that the rules here seem to have no power over you. By the way, I wonder if you are interested in a stronger boss? Lu Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He actually encountered another boss who knew the rules of the copy. It seems that as long as these bosses do not play by the rules, they will behave differently. Instead of curiously asking the other party about the rules of the Abyss, Lu Chen became interested in the second half of his sentence. Is there a boss stronger than you here? Ma Kuei answered affirmatively. Afterwards, several people heard a copy prompt sound. Tip: the hidden task of this Abyss copy has been triggered. Do you want to accept Ma Kuei's plea and kill the real thieves leader? Liang Ming and the others showed surprise and joy on their faces. And Wu Hao was even more excited, but they all knew their own business and turned their gazes to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Since Liang Ming is the team captain, it is Liang Ming who has to accept the mission. Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Liang Ming also chose to accept it. The copy prompt sound also sounded again. Tip: you have accepted Ma Kuei's request. The hidden mission has been unlocked, and the difficulty of the Abyss has been increased to Hell level. Hell level. When Wu Hao heard this reminder, he was shocked. Although there is only one level difference between the Nightmare level and the Hell level, the difficulty of the two is worlds apart. Someone has done statistics and found that the Hell difficulty is at least 5 times stronger than the Nightmare difficulty. When you face the final boss of the Hell difficulty, you will understand why it is called the Hell difficulty. Wu Rongrong and Liang Ming were also a little worried and turned their eyes to Lu Chen again. Ouyang Xiaoma was particularly impressed, holding her small round face and looking pitiful. Lu Chen had no choice but to make an okay gesture to reassure them. Tips: the hidden mission will recreate the scene of the bandits slaughtering the village. Now the village in front has been restored to its original state. The bandits will arrive at the first village in half an hour and slaughter the village. You need to kill the bandits and protect the villagers. Finally, the corresponding rewards will be issued according to the number of remaining villagers. Hearing that there was another mission to guard the village, Lu Chen also smiled. He likes this kind of task the most. No need to run around looking for someone to blame. The blame will come to you. How great is that? Now that they knew the mission, the 5 of them planned to set off immediately and rush to the first village to make some arrangements in advance. At this time, Makoe suddenly said, "Everyone, I can't leave this village, so the village ahead is left to you. Also, I have a suggestion for you. Those villagers must not die too much, otherwise you will not be able to defeat that person, even with me." Makoe's word surprised Lu Chen a little. With his attributes, is it possible that any accidents could happen? Okay, thanks for the reminder. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao thanked him, and then the 5 of them left Shui Lu village. Fortunately, the 5 villages in front were arranged in a straight line, so they could go straight through the villages without taking a detour. It took the 5 people only more than 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the first village. Here, I'll return your equipment. When they arrived at the first village entrance, Lu Chen returned the small round shield and one-handed axe to Liang Ming. Then, when Liang Ming and others thought he was going to summon a pet, Lu Chen took out the giant sword Black Knight. Liang Ming? Wu Hao felt a little helpless. Wu Rongrong was a little worried. Only Ouyang Xiaoma spoke up. Lu Chen, are you sure you want to continue playing as the paladin? It's hell difficulty now. I know. What's wrong? Don't worry. I'm very strong myself. If you really can't beat me later, I'll just summon my pet. Seeing that everyone had a strange look on their faces, Lu Chen also made some assurances. Chapter 30. Summoners should wear plate armor. You're so handsome. Wu Hao looked at Lu Chen, who was wearing knight plate armor and holding a huge Black Knight sword, and he envied him again. At this time, Lu Chen activated the Black Knight's additional feature 1, Glory of the Paladin. I saw a white halo formed with Lu Chen as the center, which continued to spread outward in the form of ripples, making Lu Chen in the middle look extremely sacred. Halo of Glory. Lu Chen can bind a target, and the bound target's health recovery speed will be increased by 10%. When Wu Hao, Liang Ming, and others found that they had an additional effect like this, they were all extremely surprised. At the same time, they also noticed that this state came from an orange weapon. Black Knight. Wu Hao's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells, and he looked at the giant sword in Lu Chen's hand in disbelief. Fuck. Glory Halo. Health recovery speed increased by 10%. Is your weapon orange? Seeing that his weapon was also exposed, Lu Chen simply turned on the equipment light. For a moment, a dazzling orange light burst out from the Black Knight, and a bright red light emanated from the plate armor on his body, almost blinding the eyes of several people present. You! Wu Hao was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Liang Ming and others were also stunned. They naturally knew that red legendary equipment and orange epic equipment required extremely high wearing conditions. At least none of them were qualified. But now, the guy in front of him who claimed to be a summoner was wearing red equipment, and the weapon in his hand was orange. Is there any justice in the world? Fortunately, at this time the first wave of thieves who came to massacre the village appeared, diverting the attention of several people. Wu Rongrong used the detection technique to check, and her face turned pale immediately. Brother, those monsters are all of elite quality, but their attributes are a bit high, and all attributes are over 1,000. Wu Rongrong told the information she had found. What? Wu Haolai originally thought that he had the blessing of the Halo of Glory and Ouyang Xiaoma's treatment behind him, so he also wanted to rush forward to fight, but he suddenly calmed down after hearing this. All attributes are over 1,000. This is too outrageous. The key point is that there are as many as 20 thieves in this wave, with various professions such as thief warrior, thief archer, thief assassin. With his 5,000 HP, even if his HP recovery rate was increased by 10%, he wouldn't be able to withstand the beating if he rushed in. Kill. Leave no one behind. At this time, the thieves began to run towards the village. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows shot continuously and ice spikes condensed. Wu Rongrong and Liang Meng launched an attack. Seeing this, Lu Chen also took action. This was also the first time he personally killed a monster. Teleport and swing the sword. Minus 10,800. Lu Chen's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already among the group of thieves. At the same time, a black damage number floated up, and a thief warrior was killed instantly. With Lu Chen's current strength of more than 7,000, and the fact that these thieves were judged to be undead creatures, it was not surprising that the Black Knight's attack was doubled, and they were killed instantly. But Liang Meng and others were stunned. Wu Hao even seriously doubted that Knight was Lu Chen's job. What summoner can have this kind of damage? No, the Knight class doesn't have this kind of damage. Bite. Tip. Kill the Thief Warrior and gain plus 1,000 experience. Tip. The Thief Warrior dropped a green quality equipment. Ignoring the equipment that fell on the ground, Lu Chen stood among the group of thieves and faced a wave of attacks from a dozen thieves around him. Ding ding dong. Swords slashed and arrows flew. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lu Chen's head. -0, -1, -0, -0. Basically, none of them broke the defense. Only one arrow hit the giant sword in Lu Chen's hand that was used to block his face, and deducted 1 drop of blood. Even so, Lu Chen deliberately let them attack in order to test his own defense. Otherwise, with the teleportation ring, they couldn't even touch Lu Chen's shadow, so how could they attack him? Buzz! Since he was trying, Lu Chen also planned to try it to the end. He was like a real paladin, standing among the thieves with the Black Knight in his hand, sweeping across with a sword. The orange light emitted from the sword drew a graceful arc, instantly bringing up a black damage number. -11,000, -10,200 to 10,350. All fatal blows. The Black Knight swept past, and those thieves were cut in half by one sword. It was a fatal blow. Then, Lu Chen started to teleport again. His figure was like a ghost, and in an instant he killed all the remaining thieves. Even the thief and assassin who entered the invisible state were the same, and their heads were chopped off with one sword. In fact, the thief assassin who entered the invisible state was even more obvious in Lu Chen's eyes. As a result, this wave of thieves did not last even a minute from the time they appeared to the time they were wiped out. Tip: you have resisted the first wave of thieves' attack and gained plus 10,000 experience and plus 500 temple points. Tip: since the first wave of thieves was killed within 1 minute, the second wave of thieves will appear earlier. Hearing the prompt sound of the copy, Wu Hao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Then he thought it best to say nothing. A knight can teleport? No, it's a guy who calls himself a summoner, but is wearing a knight's equipment and holding a huge sword. He can teleport and can inflict thousands of damage with one sword. If Wu Hao hadn't given him a few big punches long ago to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such an outrageous thing could happen. At this time, Lu Chen picked up the fallen equipment, teleported back to the entrance of the village, stuck the Black Knight into the ground, handed the equipment to Liang Meng, and said, "How is it?" I said, "I am also very strong. Can you take advantage of me?" Liang Meng took the equipment and gave a thumbs up. Wu Hao and the other two also gave him a thumbs up. Ouyang Xiaoma's face was full of admiration, and she said longingly, "Brother Chen, can I wear knight equipment? It's so cool to see you slashing monsters. I've wanted to be a female knight since I was a child, but I awakened a healer instead." Lu Chen responded casually, "Sure. I think equipment like plate armor and heavy armor should be worn by summoners and healers like us. Think about it, we lack life-saving skills, and wearing equipment with high defense and high health can just make up for this shortcoming." After saying this, Lu Chen continued to deceive. Also, after you put on the plate armor and hold the long sword, you don't need to add blood to others. Add blood to yourself. In this way, you can fight in close combat and recover at the same time. Wouldn't you be invincible? The most important thing is that you don't have to care about the faces of those melee professions. Ouyang Xiaoma's eyes lit up when she heard this. She nodded continuously and said that she would definitely try it after she got out. As a soldier, Wu Hao always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about it carefully, what Lu Chen said seemed to be correct. The warrior profession itself has very strong physical fitness and extremely high health, but it also has to wear equipment such as plate armor and heavy armor. Professions like mages and summoners are not only fragile in themselves, but they also wear robes. It does not seem very reasonable. Perhaps Lu Chen himself did not expect that his casual remark would actually create a group of professionals who broke common sense. It was at this moment that the powerful Holy Knight in later generations came up with the idea of wearing plate armor. However, this is all later. At least, now Wu Rongrong no longer believed Lu Chen's lies and even doubted. Lu Chen, you are not wearing plate armor and holding a giant sword because your pet is too weak. Oh, Lu Chen smiled. In Lu Chen's opinion, you can doubt that he is weak as a summoner, but you cannot doubt that his pet is weak. Coincidentally, the second wave of thieves appeared at this time. Lu Chen opened the pet space and summoned Green Hair out directly. Chapter 31. Exclusive Magical Skill. Plunder. Currently, among Lu Chen's pets, only Green Hair and Di Qingwu have 3 entries. With the help of the term Instant Evolution, Green Hair has completely turned around. Even judging from the attributes alone, it is the only one with all attributes exceeding 10,000. Green Rabbit. Level 15. Quality. Imperial. Each upgrade increases all attributes by 50 points. Health. 184500/184500. Recovers 55,350 per second. Mana. 1 no 1 no. Attributes. Strength 12375. Vitality 18450. Spirit 10125. Wisdom 10080. Equipment. Green Skin, Orange, Elder Staff Cyan. Iron Bones. Gain 100 times the basic attribute improvement. Wood Spirit Body LV3. HP recovery speed increased by 30 times. Instant Evolution. Locked to increase all attributes by 45 times at level 14. Green Hair is a real numerical monster, and none of his 3 attributes have the ability of a second burst. However, with Green Hair's current attributes, 180,000 health points and more than 50,000 health points restored per second, he is already invincible. In order to prove that his pet was powerful, Lu Chen directly showed Green Hair's attributes to Wu Rongrong and others. At the beginning, Wu Rongrong saw Lu Chen summon a green rabbit. Although she was surprised that the rabbit was muscular and 3 meters tall, it was still a rabbit after all. How strong could it be? However, when Lu Chen showed all the attributes that exceeded 10,000, Wu Rongrong slapped herself on the spot. Wu Hao, he is truly a summoner. Ouyang Xiaomo, this thigh is too thick. Liang Mengyi. So with different thoughts from several people, Green Hair rushed into the second wave of thieves, and with a few hits of his sticks, he killed all 20 thieves. Even without the teleportation skill, it only took Green Hair about 20 seconds. On average, 1 thief per second. Tip: you have resisted the second wave of thieves' attack and gained plus 10,000 experience and plus 500 temple points. Tip: since the second wave of thieves was killed within 1 minute, the third wave of thieves will appear earlier. The third wave of thieves appeared only a minute later. Afterwards, the fourth and fifth waves came even faster, almost one after another. It was not until the 10th wave of thieves were all killed by the green-haired guys that the copy actually prompted that the thieves' mission to massacre the village was over. Bye. Tip: you have successfully resisted the bandits' massacre of the village and protected 500 villagers, and received reward experience plus 1.5 million and temple points plus 5,000. Tip: your level has been raised to level 16, with all attributes increased by plus 8 and free attribute points increased by plus 6. Tip: the host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the entry, Three-Headed Dragon Emperor. Three-Headed Dragon Emperor. After attaching, the pet will evolve into a Three-Headed Dragon Emperor and increase its current attributes by 30 times. You need a pet with 3 heads to attach. Lu Chen successfully reached the next level. At the same time, he obtained an entry, which was specially prepared for the Cerberus. Lu Chen immediately attached it to the Cerberus in the pet space. However, when Lu Chen took a look at the experience required to upgrade from level 16 to level 17, his eyes darkened. Experience. 72640/3276800. More than 3 million. This is only level 16. Wu Hao also just reached level 16. Lu Chen checked his upgrade experience. He only needed more than 300,000 experience points to reach level 17. However, what made Lu Chen feel better was that Wu Hao did not gain as much experience points as he did. As a reward for the village massacre mission that Wu Hao had just completed, he only received 150,000 experience points and 500 temple points. Lu Chen asked Ouyang Xiaoma and the others again, and suddenly discovered the problem. It seems that the acquisition of experience is related to the profession level. The experience gained by Wu Rongrong and other 3A level professions is the same as the temple points. Liang Meng has twice as much as them, and the experience required to level up is also twice as much as them. As for Lu Chen, well, he was an accident. Everyone is level 16? Or is it because the experience of this hell difficulty is high? The admissions teacher also said that we only need to reach level 15 within a month, and we have already exceeded the target. Wu Hao still added the free attribute points to strength and said with emotion. Like Liang Meng and others, he accepted the invitation from Haicheng No. 1 Vocational University, but they also had to meet an entrance test, which was to reach level 15 within a month. In the opinion of Wu Hao and others, Lu Chen must have chosen the same thing as them, Haicheng No. 1 Vocational University, and they will be alumni in the future. Huh? The mission is over just like that? Boss! At this time, Wu Rongrong discovered that something was wrong and couldn't help but speak out to remind them. Indeed, several minutes had passed since the bandits massacred the village, and there had been no movement at all. Lu Chen called Greenhair back. Just at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the distance. Boom! When it floated to the entrance of the village, the dark cloud suddenly fell down and turned into a tall, middle-aged man. Seeing this middle-aged man, Lu Chen and his companions were surprised, because he looked so much like Lu Kuei, the village chief of Chue Lu Village. They were dressed in the same attire, wearing a coarse linen shirt and a black cloth wrapped around their heads. Their faces were at least 70% similar. The difference was that this middle-aged man was blind in one eye and had a scar on his face that spread from his left eye to his chin. With his appearance, the copy prompt sounded. Tip: the real bandit leader Lu has appeared. Lu has an exclusive God-level skill, Plunder. Lu's information panel has been opened. Please pay attention to the growth of his plundering skills in real time to avoid an irreversible situation. Exclusive God-level skills. Several people exclaimed at the same time. At this moment, the 5 of them saw the information panel next to Lu and couldn't help but gasp. Thief Leader Lu. Level 15. Quality Royal Grade 40% damage reduction. Health 215000/21500. Lielva gains 10,000 extra health points per level. Mana 65,000. Attributes: Strength 6500, Vitality 6500, Spirit 6500, Wisdom 6500. Skills: Dual Blades, Rage, Mountain Splitting. Exclusive skill, Plunder. When other thieves die, Lu will plunder some of their attributes. The current plundered attributes are 2,000. If a villager dies, Lu will plunder 100 points of all attributes of each villager. The current number of villagers, 0/500. Unknown. Triggered when Lu's health is 20% remaining. Equipment: Tiger Head Double Swords Red. Description: the younger brother of Lu Kuei, the village chief of Chue Lu Village, was blinded in one eye by a villager who chopped off his knife when he was 10 years old for stealing sweet potatoes from the neighboring village. When he grew up, he became a thief and by chance obtained the inheritance of a thief saint. He then came back for revenge and massacred all the people in the nearby villages. Gulp! After Wu Hao saw Lu's attributes, his throat rolled, but he felt extremely dry in his throat. He was a little confused about what was going on. Is this definitely a level 15 Abyss instance? Level 15 Dungeon Boss? Is this prepared for them? Wu Hao really wanted to say that they didn't deserve it. Chapter 32 Sacrifice. Oh my god! Is this really a boss that a first-level professional can defeat? Ouyang Xiaoma's face turned pale when she looked at the attribute, which was as high as 6 or 5,000. Liang Meng said with a serious look at this time. Lu Chen, if you have the ability to solve him, solve it as soon as possible. I always have a bad feeling. Yes, my eyelids are twitching too. His unique magical skill is too powerful. We must stop him and not let him rush into the village to kill the villagers. Otherwise, it will be all over. Wu Rongrong said with a pale face. Ouyang Xiaoma did some calculations after hearing this. If he kills all the villagers and plunders a villager for a fixed 100 points of all attributes, then 500 villagers will be 50,000. Wu Hao also turned his head to look at Lu Chen and asked, "Are you sure? This boss is 210,000 HP. Lu Chen looked solemn. His gaze stayed on that, and it was triggered when Lu's health dropped to 20%. This is obviously a variable. Lu Chen looked back at the 5 villages connected in a straight line. Not counting the last Chue Lu village, there were a total of 500 villagers, which was equivalent to the total attributes of Liu Lu. Judging from the way Lu just appeared, he could turn into a dark cloud, and there was no way to prevent him from killing the villagers. Therefore, Lu must have added all the 50,000 attributes. I just don't know if that is to add these 50,000 attributes. If not, then it will be really troublesome. Fight first and talk later." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Green Hair rushed forward. When? Green Hair raised the Elder Stick and smashed it down, but Lu pulled out the Tiger Head double swords behind him to block it. Then Lu raised his foot and kicked Green Hair, then turned his body and chopped down with the Tiger Head double swords in his hands. Minus 7,100. Minus 9,000. Plus 16,100. 2 damage numbers and 1 recovery number floated above the green-haired man's head at the same time. Although Lu caused damage to Green Hair recovered in the first time, but everyone could see that the green-haired guy, who was 1 level higher than the opponent, was actually suppressed. As soon as they fought, the gap between them was immediately apparent. It was obvious that Lu had practiced this technique before. No matter whether it was his parrying movements or his body movements, they were all as smooth as flowing water. Ah! Green Hair got angry and rushed towards Lu shouting, "Raise the stick and smash it angrily." When? The stick was parried again. At the same time, Lu's movements this time were even more handsome. He somersaulted in the air, and his tall body flipped over the green-haired man's head. At the same time, the Tiger Head double swords in his hands chopped on the green-haired man's head, causing 2 terrifying damage numbers. Minus 31,200. Minus 45,600. Plus 55,350. Lu Chen. These 2 strikes took away more than 70,000 blood from Green Hair. Why is this boss so powerful? Lu Chen this. Wu Hao watched as Green Hair's health points suddenly dropped by more than half, and then recovered within 2 seconds, but he was still shocked. "You guys step back." Lu Chen spoke and asked Wu Hao and others to move out of the way. If Lu suddenly came over and stabbed them, they would have to lie down on the spot. At this time, Lu, who found that Green Hair's health was full again, suddenly turned his gaze to Lu Chen. For a moment, Lu Chen felt like he was being stared at by a tiger. "Is this Green Rabbit your pet? I didn't expect you to be a summoner." Lu dodged Mao's stick again and walked towards Lu Chen slowly. To be honest, Lu Chen was a little nervous. This Lu completely fits the image of a boss in his mind, with his powerful strength, oppressive aura, and the calmness that makes him feel like he has everything under control. I heard that once a summoner is killed, his pet will be forever trapped in the pet space until it dies. Lu was still walking towards Lu Chen. On the way, he just slightly turned sideways and dodged Green Hair's stick again. Seeing this, Lu Chen took the green-haired creature, which was about to go berserk, back into the pet space. There was no way. Green Hair was just a rabbit after all. Although he had high attributes and high grade, he was completely crushed by the opponent in terms of skills. "Are you giving up struggling?" Seeing Lu Chen put away his pet, Lu grinned grimly, and the next moment he turned into a shadow. The 2 tiger head swords in his hands crossed and chopped towards Lu Chen's head like a pair of big scissors. Buzz! Lu Chen teleported to avoid it, then teleported again and swung out with a sword. Bang! Lu was knocked flying. Minus 3,100. Lu still couldn't avoid the teleportation attack, but Lu Chen only caused more than 3,000 damage to him. Lu's royal quality reduces damage by 40%, which is unavoidable for Lu Chen as a professional. It's over. In the distance, Wu Hao saw that Green Hair couldn't attack the opponent at all and was taken back by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen only inflicted 3,000 damage with 1 sword, and his face turned pale immediately. Liang Ming's face also showed a trace of panic. she said helplessly. This boss is not prepared for us. If it weren't for Lu Chen, we wouldn't be able to see him at all. What do we do now? Leave it to fate. At this moment, Lu, who was chopped off by Lu Chen's sword, stood up with a somersault, stared at Lu Chen fiercely, and said, "Teleport? You really surprise me. However, you can't kill me, but if you're caught by me, he." Lu seemed very confident. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't waste any more words and just called for help. "Qingwu, come out and help." As Lu Chen finished speaking, Di Qingwu, wearing a black-red lotus dress and holding a red lotus magic sword, stepped out of the pet space. Wu Hao and others in the distance were stunned. Lu Chen also has a humanoid pet? But this humanoid pet is so beautiful. Wow, Brother Chen is really good at this. Ouyang Xiaoma couldn't help but praise. Wu Rongrong curled her lips and muttered, "No man is good. Hey, I'm your brother, and I'm a man too." Wu Hao was unwilling and wanted to clear the name of man. But Wu Rongrong's words silenced him. "Your eyes are wide open." The appearance of Di Qingwu immediately made Lu feel a dangerous aura. Because no matter it was Di Qingwu's attributes, the Red Lotus Sword Dance, or the Red Lotus Magic Sword's attribute of ignoring all avoidance effects, it was easy to defeat Lu. Minus 10,900. When Di Qingwu casually swung her sword and a damage number floated above Lu's head, Lu could no longer remain calm. He began to display his martial arts, but it was like child's play in front of Di Qingwu's Red Lotus Sword Dance. At the same time, Lu Chen was also ready to teleport and attack at any time to suppress Lu. In less than 5 minutes, Lu's health was suppressed to about 20%. Boom! When Lu Chen knocked Lu away with his sword again, he suddenly turned into a dark cloud and floated towards the village. Then, the dark cloud spread and covered the first 5 villages. I saw that the attributes of Lu's information panel above the village began to change. Tip: if a villager offers sacrifice voluntarily, Lu will gain 100 points of all attributes. Tip: if a villager offers sacrifice voluntarily, Lu will gain 100 points of all attributes. Tip: if a villager offers sacrifice voluntarily, Lu will gain 100 points of all attributes. A series of copy reminders sounds rang out. Lu Chen frowned, and Wu Hao and others turned pale. The thing I was most worried about happened. When Lu's health dropped to 20%, that also appeared. Sacrifice. When Lu's health drops to 20%, the villagers in the first 5 villages who have long been infected by the thief soul will sacrifice their lives to provide Lu with attributes and upgrade its grade by 1 level. Chapter 33. Borrowed for use. Emperor Yin. Tip: if a villager sacrifices himself voluntarily, Lu will gain 100 points of all attributes. Listening to the continuous copy prompt sound, Lu Chen originally thought that Lu could turn into a dark cloud and he could not defend against it, but he did not expect that the other party had such a trick. The thieves' souls were polluted, and the villagers offered sacrifices on their own initiative. Well, this is going to leave him with a dead end. Now, Zhu Yan has used the first vision of the immortal king coming to the 9th heaven, and the skill is on cooldown. The true dragon form of the Sky Barbarian Bull only doubles all attributes and lasts for 1 hour, which cannot affect the outcome of the battle. Green hair, Di Qingwu, and the 3-headed dog that had just evolved into the 3-headed dragon emperor were even worse. Tip: all 500 villagers have been sacrificed. Lu has obtained 50,000 points of all attributes, and the quality has been upgraded to the emperor level. Tip: Lu is currently condensing his body. Once the body is formed, it can only last for 10 minutes. It's over. Not far away, Wu Hao shouted, his heart filled with despair. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Liang Meng and said seriously, "Since you are about to die, Liang Meng, I have always wanted to say something to you. In fact, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Can you be my girlfriend before you die? Confession before death." This action stunned his sister Wu Rongrong. Lu Chen, who had already taken Di Qingwu back to the pet space and was studying how to use that entry, couldn't help but look over there. He also wanted to see whether Liang Meng would agree to be Wu Hao's girlfriend in this desperate situation. To be honest, Wu Hao's behavior is a bit like moral blackmail. Liang Meng was also very straightforward, without any hesitation, and answered directly, "I'm sorry, since we are going to die, I can't go against my own wishes. I don't like you and can't agree to your request." Really? Lu Hao smiled bitterly. Then he picked up his 2 axes and rushed into the village filled with black fog. If your confession fails, you're going to die right away. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire Wu Hao. This is a ruthless person. Hey, I still have my ultimate move to use. Where are you going? But Lu Chen still stopped his meaningless heroic act. Wu Hao, feeling filled with sadness, was stunned for a moment. When he realized what was happening, his old face suddenly turned red. Fuck, you still have a big move? Why didn't you use it earlier? Wu Hao felt a bit socially dead at this moment. Lu Chen didn't care. After all, he wasn't the one who was going to be killed. He even joked, I was thinking, what if Goddess Liang takes pity on you and agrees to it? Then I'll use my ultimate move to take down the boss, and you two will be done. Liang Meng? After hearing this, Wu Hao wanted to die even more. At this time, Lu, whose health was restored and in full condition, reappeared. Compared with before, his height increased by 1 meter, reaching about 3 meters, and the 2 tiger head knives in his hands also became larger. Seeing this, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and activated the entry to borrow it. When Lu Chen first obtained this entry, he realized that this entry can only be borrowed for use and not randomly. Some entries improve basic attributes, while some entries improve current attributes. Only by choosing entries that improve current attributes can the current situation be reversed. In addition, the strongest one is still the entry of innate holy body, but the key is to borrow the first vision immortal king Lin Zheqian together. In the end, to be on the safe side, Lu Chen chose to borrow the term Di Yin. Emperor Flame increases current attributes by 10 times and lasts for 10 minutes. Lu can stay in this state for 10 minutes, which is completely enough. When Lu Chen chose to borrow the Emperor Flame, the black flame instantly covered him. Afterwards, under the Emperor's flames, Lu Chen's body grew to 3 meters in height, and the knight's plate armor on his body and the giant sword Black Knight in his hand also burned with black flames. Emperor Yin also has an additional fire attribute effect. Not far away, seeing that Lu Chen really had a big move and seemed even more powerful than Lu, Liang Meng and the others were already shocked. This is not a human being at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a god. So strong. Boom! When Lu Chen activated the teleportation, he found that the distance of the teleportation had increased tenfold, causing him to directly crash into Lu. The black flames immediately touched Lu. Lu screamed. At the same time, damage numbers kept popping up above his head. Minus 2,000, minus 2,000, 2,000 per second, without stopping. Damn it, Lu roared and slashed at Lu Chen with his tiger head double swords. Black flames splashed everywhere, and 2 damage numbers finally appeared above Lu Chen's head. Minus 18,900, minus 19,500, plus 38,400. With an attribute of over 50,000, it only caused such a little damage to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's health has reached over 700,000, and his health is recovering at a rate of 220,000 per second. Even if he stood there and let him hit him, he couldn't do anything to Lu Chen. But Lu Chen would not stand there and let him hit him, nor did he want to delay time. His strength attribute is now over 80,000, which can be said to completely crush Lu. Therefore, when the Black Knight with the God's Flame slashed at Lu, almost every strike was a critical hit. Minus 55,000, minus 67,000. Under Lu Chen's continuous teleportation attacks, in just a moment, Lu was chopped down to only a trace of skin and blood. Lu half knelt on the ground, leaning on the tiger head knife with both hands, breathing heavily. Just now, he was like a madman, attacking randomly, trying to hit Lu Chen. The whole village was destroyed by him, but he couldn't touch Lu Chen again. I can only say that the teleportation ring is the eternal god. It's time to end it. Looking at the mess around him, Lu Chen raised his sword, ready to deal with Lu. But at this moment, a figure suddenly ran out from the last village and shouted from afar, "Stranger, for my sake, please spare his life." The person who came was Lu Kuei. Lu Chen discovered that Lu Kuei had also used sacrifice. Now he was also 3 meters tall, with all his attributes exceeding 10,000. He was extremely fast and rushed over in a moment, holding a saber and trying to stop Lu Chen. "Roll!" Lu Chen shouted loudly and swept the Black Knight in his hand, knocking Lu Kuei out with one sword. Minus 170,000, After Lu Kuei used the blood sacrifice, his physical strength was now 15,000 and his health was 180,000. He was directly chopped down to little health by Lu Chen's sword. Snort! Lu Chen snorted coldly. You were here to make people laugh. I was about to kill the boss, and you came to claim him as your relative. I spared his life for your sake. Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will cut you down too. Puff! Lu Chen swung his sword again, and Lu's head rolled down. Bite! Tip! You have killed the bandit leader Lu and gained plus 800,000 experience points and plus 3,000 temple points. Tip! You have completed the hidden mission and killed the real thief leader. You will receive plus 2 million experience points and plus 10,000 temple points. Tip! Your level has been raised to level 17, and you gain plus 8 in all attributes and plus 6 in free attribute points. Tip! The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the entry, Hand of God, Hand of God. After being attached, the basic attributes are increased by 10 times, and the supreme skill is obtained. Additional requirements. The initial grade of the pet reaches the saint level. Chapter 34 Summoning Pets. 3 Holy Quality. Tip. You have cleared the 1-star Hell Thieves village and received plus 1 million experience, 1 orange equipment, and plus 8,000 temple points. Tip. Since this is your first time to clear the 1-star Hell difficulty Thieves village and complete the hidden mission in the Abyss, you will gain plus 5 million experience, 1 random God level skill book, and plus 20,000 temple points. Tip. You have obtained the magical skill, Endless Plunder. Divine skill, Endless Plunder. Every time you kill a target, you will plunder part of the target's attributes, with the range of plundered attributes being 1 to 100. This is still effective when killing a pet. Lu Chen was also very surprised when he saw the God-level skills randomly displayed in the random skill book. He actually plundered Lu's exclusive magical skill and got it at will. And it's an upgraded version, Endless Plunder. It seems that randomness also has some mechanism behind it. At this time, the teleportation array to leave the copy had also been opened. Lu Kuei, who was knocked away by Lu Chen's sword not far away and had only 10,000 health points left, sat on the ground, covering his chest and looking at Lu Chen with horror. But Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to him. Now he is still under the blessing of the borrowed Emperor Flame, and his spirit is over 60,000. It is a good time to summon a pet. The newly acquired item, Hand of God, can only be attached to a pet whose initial grade reaches saint level. Wong Wenwen said before that the quality of the pet summoned by the summoner is affected by the summoner's own spiritual attributes. Now that my spiritual attributes are over 60,000, I should be able to summon a pet of saint quality, right? You know, the swordsman of the Wong family who was killed by Zhu Yin with a stick had a spiritual attribute of only over 10,000 when he was level 65. Without further ado, Lu Chen immediately activated the summoning skill. Buzz! As soon as the skill was activated, Lu Chen noticed something different. In his vision, the void in front of him seemed to be broken, and a palace appeared. On both sides of the hall are rows of neatly arranged statues. Each statue is lifelike, as if its original body was sealed here. Lu Chen saw an auspicious beast with a body similar to that of a Qilin, surrounded by lightning. There is a terrifying creature with 9 heads and a body shrouded in darkness. There are also angels bathed in holy light with a pair of white wings behind them. Moreover, when Lu Chen's eyes fell on each statue, an information panel would appear next to it, containing detailed information about the creature represented by the statue. For example, the angel. Seraph. Level 1. Quality Saint. Health. 1000/1000. Mana. Siribu. Attributes. Strength 1000, Vitality 1000, Spirit 1000, Wisdom 1000. Skills. Holy Sword, Holy Light Punishment, Angel's Heart. Equipment. Angel Set, Golden Sacred Artifact. Flame Sword, Golden Sacred Artifact. Description. An angel creature from an unknown dimension, with a perfect body and powerful strength. The initial grade is exactly Holy Grade. Moreover, not only is the initial grade of this angel holy, but all the creatures represented by the other statues are also holy. As his eyes swept across the sculptures, Lu Chen realized that the reason why his vision could enter this hall was because these statues actively called him, and with just a thought, he could take the creatures represented by 3 of the statues away from here. That's right, not 1 but 3. Because Lu Chen is now level 17, The maximum number of pets he can summon is 8. Seeing that the summoning formation in front of him had been outlined and that Emperor Yan's blessing would last for more than a minute, Lu Chen made a choice immediately. First of all, Lu Chen chose the angel first. There is no other way. That angel is not only beautiful, but also in human form. Who else should I choose if not her? Since they are all of saint-level quality and have the same attributes, why not choose the one that looks good? Second one, Lu Chen chose a dragon girl. She is not the dragon girl in Eastern mythology, but the magic dragon in Western mythology. The reason for choosing her is that her figure is so amazing. It's explosive level. When she is in human form, there are some symbols of the magic dragon on her body. She has a wild beauty, which made Lu Chen fall in love with her at first sight. For the last one, Lu Chen chose Swanee. It is the auspicious beast that is similar in shape to a qilin and is surrounded by lightning. Lu Chen plans to use it as a mount, because Swanee completely meets Lu Chen's fantasy of a mount. Finally, Lu Chen made his choice, and the 3 statues suddenly shattered. The angel with stunning beauty, the dragon girl with a sexy figure, and the handsome Swanee all broke out of the statues. As they appeared, the summoning formation outlined by Lu Chen also formed a blue portal in front of each of the 3 of them. This was the first time Lu Chen saw how a summoning circle summoned a pet. The blue portal is covered with symbols. As long as 3 saint-level creatures step into the portal, they will be branded by the symbols on the door and will become Lu Chen's pets for life, unable to betray him. Lu Chen looked at the 3 creatures and thought they would be a little hesitant. Unexpectedly, after they broke out of the statue, they immediately rushed into the blue portal in front of them. Then, the image in the hall began to blur. But at the last moment, Lu Chen actually saw a huge black hand reaching out from the depths of the hall and grabbing towards the 3 blue portals. But in the end, the big dark hand was still a step too slow. The moment the 3 saint-level creatures rushed into the portal disappeared. At the same time, Lu Chen's vision also retreated from the hall. Booz, booz, booz. Lu Chen immediately saw the summoning array in front of him tremble continuously, and the angel, the dragon girl, and the lion stepped out of the teleportation array one after another. Wu Hao, Liang Meng, and others who had been waiting to see what kind of pet Lu Chen could summon were stunned. 3! Wu Hao screamed, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the dragon girl. There's no way. The dragon girl is just too eye-catching. Brother, you are making a fuss out of nothing. Look at me. Even though I found out that the 3 pets summoned by Lu Chen are of saint-level quality, I think it is normal. Wu Rongrong said deliberately. 3 saint-level qualities. Wu Hao shouted again and finally took his gaze away from the dragon girl. Liang Meng? Here, after the angel, dragon girl, and Swanee stepped out of the summoning array, they all shouted to Lu Chen very respectfully, Master. The angel was the first to kneel on one knee, holding a long sword covered with red runes in front of him, and performed a standard knight's salute to Lu Chen. The same goes for the dragon girl, but because her figure is so explosive when she kneels on one knee, it is really impactful. Wu Hao turned away embarrassedly. Swanee lay on the ground with his head lowered. Lu Chen was very satisfied when he saw this, but he did not immediately decide who to attach the hand of God to. Instead, he took them back to the pet space first. What do we do with that person? At this time, Liang Ming looked at Lu Chen and suddenly asked. She was referring to Lu Ke, who was lying on the ground not far away and whose health had recovered to about 20,000. Lu Chen glanced at Di Yin and saw that there were only 10 seconds left, so he simply teleported over and killed Lu Kue with one sword. Bite. Tip. You have killed blood sacrifice Lu Kue, gain plus 500,000 experience points, and plus 2,000 temple points. Tip. Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes plus 100 from Lu Kue. Tip. Your level has been raised to level 18, and you gain plus 8 in all attributes and plus 6 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You get the entry. The dragon is coming. Dragon's Descent. After being attached, the basic attributes are increased by 10 times, and the dark dragon form of the god-level dragon Shavana is obtained. Additional requirements. The initial grade reaches the Holy Dragon Pet. Chapter 35. Level 20, Second Transformation Abyss. Killing Lu Kue gained 500,000 experience points, and also allowed Lu Chen to advance to the next level. Liang Meng and others had no objection to Lu Chen killing Lu Kue so decisively. Wu Hao even thought that Lu Chen had done a good job in killing. Because no matter how you look at this hidden mission, Lu Kuei wants to use his brother Lu to destroy them all. This is exactly the case from the moment Lu Kuei released the hidden mission, Kill the Real Thief Leader. It was because he felt that he might not be able to beat Lu Chen that he wanted to use Lu to forcibly increase the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. However, he never expected that Lu Chen's strength would be so powerful. It's outrageous. Even though his brother Lu launched a sacrifice, he was no match for him, and it instead accelerated Lu's death. All I can say is that the two brothers were unlucky and kicked the thick titanium alloy steel plate. Let's go! Wu Hao had already collected all the spoils around. They had completely cleared this one-star thieves' village, which was at the hell level. So, Liang Ming took the lead in stepping into the teleportation array, and several people followed suit and left the Abyss copy. Inside the temple, as Liang Ming stepped out of the Abyss copy, the temple announcement sounded on time. Announcement. The team led by S-level Frost Mage Liang Ming and his team members Lu Chen, Wu Hao Wu Rongrong, and Ouyang Xiaomao have cleared the one-star held difficulty Thieves Village. Since the team has a perfect clearance, they will receive an additional reward level +3, exclusive title equipment, 1 perfect clearance, and plus 10,000 temple points. Announcement. The team led by S-level Frost Mage Liang Ming and his team members Lu Chen, Wu Hao Wu Rongrong, and Ouyang Xiaomao have cleared the one-star held difficulty Thieves Village. Since the team has a perfect clearance, they will receive an additional reward level +3, exclusive title equipment, 1 perfect clearance, and plus 10,000 temple points. This time, the temple announcement sounded 5 times. When Lu Chen, the last person to step out of the Abyss copy, heard the last announcement from the temple, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Tip. Your level has been raised to level 19, and you gain +8 in all attributes and +6 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at the first level. You get the entry, 3,000 Thunders. 3,000 Thunders. After being added, the basic attributes are increased by 10 times, and the pet will gain the ability to fly. Additional requirements. The initial grade of the pet with Thunder attribute reaches the Saint level. Tip. Your level has been raised to level 20, and you gain +8 in all attributes and +6 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry bonus is triggered at level 1. You will get the Summoner exclusive entry. The Master has arrived. Master arrives. Whenever you summon a pet to fight, they will provide you with a 10% bonus to all attributes, with no upper limit. Tip. Your level has reached level 20. The exclusive 2nd level Abyss copy has been opened, and a level has been sealed for you. You can continue to upgrade after completing the 2nd level. Like Lu Chen, Liang Ming, and others also soared directly to level 20 and were able to undergo a secondary career advancement, which is the 2nd transfer. At the same time, at the exit of an Abyss dungeon not far away, a team led by S-level professional Wong Yuqi had just passed a nightmare-level Abyss dungeon for the first time. But including Wong Yuqi, several people in the team were in a rather miserable state. There seemed to be some biological excrement on Ling Feiyu's armor, which was emitting a foul odor. But even so, they were extremely happy because they passed the level. Not only did his level rise to 16, but he also earned a lot of temple points, which he could exchange for high-quality equipment. Yuqi, do you think I can beat Lu Chen with my current strength? Ling Feiyu asked Wong Yuqi beside him. Wong Yuqi frowned slightly, as if she didn't want to hear Lu Chen's name. She was about to say something, but was suddenly choked by the temple's announcement. S-Class Frost Mage Liang Ming led the team to clear the 1-star held difficulty Abyss dungeon. Team member Lu Chen? Why is Lu Chen here again? Wong Yuqi is also an S-level professional, so she naturally knows the weight of S-level professions. It is impossible to clear the held difficulty Abyss copy with 1 star. Therefore, this must be the problem of Lu Chen, who has already cleared the held difficulty twice in a row. So, how did Lu Chen do it? Thinking of this, Wong Yuqi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. At the exit of the Abyss dungeon in the Thieves village, I actually reached level 20 directly. Wu Hao was a little confused after reaching level 3. Because under normal circumstances, even if he is an A-level professional, it will take at least 20 days to reach level 20, and most of the time will be spent on levels 18 to 19 and 19 to 20. Even Liang Ming looked delighted and cast a grateful look towards Lu Chen, but unfortunately Lu Chen didn't see it. After checking the newly acquired entries, Lu Chen decided to go to the second level immediately. So he said, I'll go to the second level first. What are your plans? I'm going to exchange some equipment first. Wu Hao responded that Wu Rongrong and Ouyang Xiaoma had the same plan. Liang Meng walked up to Lu Chen, took out his phone, clicked on the green bubble, and said, add your contact information. I will transfer the money to you directly after I deal with the equipment that exploded in the dungeon. Okay. Lu Chen nodded and added Liang Meng's contact information. Seeing this, Ouyang Xiaoma also took out her phone and added Lu Chen, and then Wu Hao and his sister. After adding each other's contact information, Lu Chen walked towards the second-level Abyss copy at the end of the copy hall. That was the last Abyss copy in the copy hall of the Sea City Temple. In fact, the Abyss copies in the temples of major cities are only up to level 20. Abyss copies above level 20 are all outside the city and are controlled by professional guilds. For professionals who have just graduated and awakened, once they reach level 20 and have completed the second transformation, they are considered to have passed the novice period. Generally at this time, professionals will enter professional universities and join various guilds to continue their professional studies. There are also some people who take 1 or 2 months, or even longer, to complete the second transition and then give up the professional path and choose to use their career to find a job in society and become an ordinary person. And this is also the choice of most people. After all, there were only 2 S-level professionals who graduated and awakened from all the high schools in Haicheng this year, and there were less than 100 A-level professionals. Most of the others were D-level, E-level, or even F-level. After all, there are still more ordinary people in this world. I should contact Lin Fong after I complete the second transformation. I guess he didn't expect me to be able to complete the second transformation so quickly. Standing at the entrance of the second-level Abyss copy, Lu Chen muttered something. Lin Fong had told him before that if he had any needs, he could tell him after the second transformation, and he would arrange the subsequent Abyss dungeon. In terms of resources and the number of high-level Abyss copies controlled, the official professional guilds naturally have the most. After making up his mind, Lu Chen started the second-level Abyss copy. This time, the system did not restrict him from summoning pets, so Lu Chen was not in a hurry to add attributes to the newly summoned pet, and planned to do so after the second transfer. Bite. Tip. You have opened the exclusive second-level Abyss copy, and you can choose 2 ways to advance your profession. Option 1. Enter the Zerg nest and kill 12,000 Zerg soldiers to complete the career advancement. After the advancement, your career level will be upgraded to B level, and all attributes will be increased by 1 times the current level. Option 2. Challenge the Endless Arena. The Endless Arena will constantly refresh increasingly powerful dungeon bosses. The final career advancement strength will be determined by the number of bosses you kill. Chapter 36. Mount Pet, the 3-headed dragon emperor, faced with 2 options, and the second option was completely dependent on one's own strength and had no upper limit. Lu Chen naturally chose the second way of career advancement without hesitation. Just as Lu Chen chose the second career advancement method and entered the second-level Abyss copy, the news of the death of the Swordsman of the Wong family in Haicheng and the death of the head of the family gradually spread in Haicheng. Official Professional Guild, inside the Vice President's office. Lin Fongzheng was sitting at his desk, looking at a document in his hand. In the office, besides the female secretary, there was also a middle-aged man. At this time, the female secretary was constantly narrating the information she had discovered. Vice Chairman, according to the information our investigators have obtained, Lu Chen did have a conflict with Wang Shui, the head of the Wong family, at the Black Rose restaurant, and he also hacked Wang Shui's bodyguard to death on the spot. But the one who killed the Wong family swordsman was indeed a monkey wearing golden armor and holding a golden stick. We cannot be sure that it was Lu Chen's pet. When the female secretary said this, the middle-aged man beside her suddenly spoke up. Secretary Yu, why don't you just say it directly? That's not Lu Chen's pet at all. How could the golden giant ape that can kill the Wong family sword fairy be the pet of a newly awakened F-level summoner? Even if he has cleared 2 hell difficulty dungeons, it is absolutely impossible. Minister Zhang, you should know that when we report on our work, we cannot give any definite answer without absolute evidence, Secretary Yu corrected. The middle-aged man called Zhang Bu was about to say something when he heard this, but was suddenly interrupted by Lin Fong. Okay, no matter if it's Lu Chen or not, this matter involves him. We should make a statement and do our best to protect him. Lin Fong said firmly. Deputy Chairman, if it's him, then he is the murderer who killed your cousin. Do you still want to protect him? Zhang Bu adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and suddenly said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Fong suddenly looked up at Zhang Bu. His sharp eyes instantly made Zhang Bu's palms sweat. Since I have chosen him, I must support him to the end. After all, my cousin's surname is Wong, and mine is Lin. Do you understand? Zhang Bu nodded quickly. I understand. Seeing this, Lin Fong nodded, then looked at the female secretary and said, What's the situation with that kid now? What level is he at? I received news from the local guild that there is an SSS level professional in Lu Chen, and he has already completed the second transformation. It's really abnormal. Secretary, you flipped open the notebook in his hand and took a look. This morning, news came from the temple that Lu Chen, as a paladin, and Liang Ming, one of the two S-class professionals who graduated and awakened this year, entered the nightmare-level Thieves village together. Paladin? Isn't he a summoner? Lin Fong's face was full of confusion. Secretary, you said seriously. I don't know how he did it, but I guess he may have obtained equipment that can modify occupation information. In addition, Lu Chen has completed the first transformation and is currently a C-level necromancer. Oh, I see. Lin Fong nodded. He had indeed seen equipment that could modify or block one's own professional information. This kid is quite good at playing. Second turn abyss copy. Inside an arena built of huge stones. After Lu Chen stepped into the second level abyss copy, he appeared here. This is an oval-shaped arena built of huge stones, as big as 4 stadiums. There were no spectators, no referees, and Lu Chen was the only one in the entire arena. With his arrival, the unique broadcasting sound of the arena was heard above the arena. Welcome to the Endless Arena. First, I want to explain the rules of the competition. This arena is a no-rule competition. Your opponent is a boss simulation from any instance. The upper limit of the level is 20, and there is no upper limit on the grade or strength. Each game lasts an unlimited amount of time until one side falls. The rest time between each competition is 10 minutes. You can choose not to rest. If you want to quit the competition, you can make a choice during the rest time. Well, the competition is about to begin. I wish you good luck and get a good ranking. Interesting. Lu Chen smiled. Since the system did not restrict him from summoning pets this time, Lu Chen summoned all the pets at once. Owner, including the newly acquired pets, angels, dragon girls, and Swanee. The moment they were summoned, all the pets bowed to Lu Chen and shouted Master. All pets can talk. Looking at his 8 pets, Lu Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart. After adding the entry of the 3-headed dragon emperor, the Cerberus successfully evolved from a 3-headed dog into a 3-headed dragon. What surprised Lu Chen was that he had not noticed before that there was actually a golden saddle on the back of the 3-headed dragon emperor. Is the 3-headed dragon emperor a mount-type pet? Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly checked the information panel of the 3-headed dragon emperor and found that it was true. 3-headed dragon king. Type: mount pet. Level: 20. Quality: imperial. Each upgrade gains 50 points of all attributes. HP: 501000/501000. Mana: infinity. Attributes: Strength 15300, Stamina 50100, Wisdom 18200. Equipment: Dragon Emperor's Saddle, Gold Saint level. Hell Black Flame. The 3 dragon heads of the 3-headed dragon emperor work together to spit out black flames from hell, causing damage equal to physical strength x10. Infinite mana. Gain unlimited mana. Hell Black Flame. All attributes are increased by 30 times. 3-headed dragon emperor. Evolved into the 3-headed dragon emperor, with all attributes increased by 30 times. Lu Chen. The magic core with infinite magic power has actually become a mount-type pet. Alright, just mount it. Who made Lu Chen use it as a mount when it was still a 3-headed hellhound? It is estimated that the hellhound also sensed that Lu Chen wanted to use it as a mount. So when it evolved into the 3-headed dragon emperor, it directly evolved into a mount-type pet. Pretty good. At least he will try to figure out his master's thoughts and cater to his preferences. It's a good dog. No, it's a good dragon. Buzz! At this time, a portal opened not far away. A troll leader about 2 meters tall holding a spear stepped out. When? As the troll leader stepped his left foot out of the portal, a pitch-black stick smashed down. Bite. Tip. You have killed an elite troll leader. Gain plus 5,000 experience and plus 200 temple points. Tip. Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes plus 10 from the troll leader. Congratulations, you have won your first competition. The real-time competitive panel has been opened for you. Lu Chen saw that Zhu Yin just strolled over there, and then the portal opened right next to it. It saw an ugly troll stepping out from inside, and it knocked it down with a stick. How could an elite troll leader possibly withstand a blow from Zhu Yin? I also received a box lunch on the spot. The first competition ended just like that, and Lu Chen could almost see what the troll leader looked like. At this time, a blue panel appeared above the arena. Real-time competition panel. Current session 1. Boss quality, elite. Attribute bonus, no bonus. Break time, 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Yes, no. In a competition. Yes, no. Chapter 37 Angel from Heaven. Looking at the real-time competition panel floating in the air, Lu Chen tried to click on the no after the break time. Buzz! A portal was opened at the location next to Zhu Yin. A sturdy wolf with shiny black hair jumped out of the portal. Win! The black iron stick smashed down again. Bite! Tip! You have killed an elite quality phantom wolf leader. Gain plus 6,000 experience and plus 230 temple points. Tip: Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes plus 15 from the phantom wolf leader. Still of elite quality. It seems to be stronger than the troll leader just now because more experience is gained. But Zhu Yin swung the stick too fast, and Lu Chen didn't have time to check the attributes of the boss. Helplessly, he had to warn Zhu Yin not to act rashly so that he could check the attributes of these bosses and the difficulty of the dungeon bosses. As you command, my lord. Zhu Yin nodded and placed the black iron stick beside him. However, Lu Chen saw the green-haired and barbaric bull running over. 3 burly-looking pets formed a circle surrounding the location of the portal. Seeing this, Lu Chen had no choice but to remind them again before clicking no. Buzz! The portal opened again, and out of it stepped a humanoid monster, the leader of the bandits. The moment the bandit leader appeared, he was dumbfounded when he saw the 3 creatures surrounding him. What is going on? The will of the abyss simulated him. Didn't he say that he came here to accept the challenge of the professionals? I also told him that the professional player who came to challenge him was a weak one, just a C-level necromancer, and he could be easily beaten. But what about this 5-meter-tall golden monkey? And what about this huge bull? How come the rabbit with green fur and red eyes has arms thicker than his waist? Okay, let's fight. At this time, a voice was heard. The bandit leader felt a shadow falling on his head, and then his newly gathered consciousness dissipated again. Bite. Tip: You have killed an elite bandit leader. Gain plus 6,500 experience points and plus 260 temple points. Tip: Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes plus 16 from the bandit leader. Lu Chen just checked and found that the bandit was just an ordinary dungeon leader, with all attributes not exceeding 300. So, Lu Chen called Di Qingwu over and asked her to be responsible for clicking the word no behind the rest time on the competition panel. Afterwards, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the 3 pets, the angel, the dragon girl, and the Swanee, who were standing respectfully beside him. After being summoned from the hall by Lu Chen, the 3 of them have been staying in the pet space. They learned from Zhu Yin, who also had saint-level quality, that their master could add powerful attributes to them that could change their fate, so they had been waiting. And now, Lu Chen just happened to have 3 entries and decided to add them. After all, he is now challenging the Endless Arena, and he might need their power later. There is nothing much to say about the arrival of 3,000 thundering demon dragons. They must be for Swanee and Dragon Girl. The hand of God can only be given to the angels. You know what? God and angels actually fit together pretty well. Boom. Ah, boom. When Lu Chen added the attributes to the 3 pets, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the sky above the arena. First, countless bolts of lightning struck down, wrapping Swanee in a sea of thunder. Then, a huge black dragon figure emerged and pounced into the dragon girl's body. The most spectacular thing is the hand of God. I saw a huge hand falling from the sky and slapping the angel. Bite. Tip: Entry attachment is complete. Swanee plus 3,000 thunders equals Thunderbee Swanee. Dragon Girl plus Dragon's Descent equals Dark Dragon Girl. Seraph plus Hand of God equals Angel of God. Tip: The quality of the Thunderbee Swanee is upgraded to the demigod level. You get feedback and gain the skill Thunder Strike, with all attributes plus 2,000. Tip: The quality of the Dark Dragon Girl is upgraded to the demigod level. You get feedback and gain the skill Dragon Incarnation, with all attributes plus 2,000. Tip: The quality of the angel from heaven is upgraded to the demigod level. You get feedback and gain the skill Angel Descends, with all attributes increased by plus 2,000. Demigod level. When he heard the prompt sound, Lu Chen, who had just taken out a chair from his personal space and sat down, jumped up. This time I made a lot of money. So, Lu Chen couldn't wait to check the attribute information of the Angel of Heaven. Angels from Heaven. Type, Combat Pet. Level, 20. Quality, Demigod level. Each upgrade increases all attributes by 500 points. HP, 200,000/200,000. Mana, 200,000. Attributes, Strength 20,000, Stamina 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Wisdom 20,000. Equipment, Angel Set, Semi-Artifact, Flame Sword, Semi-Artifact. Skill, Hand of God. The Angel of God consumes 50% of the current mana, condenses a big hand that falls from the sky, and slaps the target, causing damage to all attributes times 50. Entry, Hand of God. This supreme skill has been obtained, increasing basic attributes by 10 times. Description, an angel from heaven whose destiny has changed. This is too powerful. Sure enough, the golden entries never let him down. Lu Chen then checked the attribute information of the Thunder Beast Swanee and the Dark Dragon Girl, and found that they were the same as the angel from heaven, so he felt relieved. Thank you, Master. After the three pets felt the powerful force in their bodies and the quality that reached the demigod level, they were extremely happy and knelt down to thank Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved his hand and asked them to get up, then sent the Thunder Beast Swanee and the three-headed Dragon Emperor to the portal to help. Dragon Girl, come and massage my shoulders for me. Lu Chen waved to let the Dragon Girl come over. The Dragon Girl was immediately overjoyed. She twisted her slender waist and stepped forward. The angel from heaven was also very discerning. He came to Lu Chen and half knelt down, saying, Master, I will give you a leg massage. Good. Lu Chen nodded and sat back in the chair. The Dragon Girl walked behind Lu Chen and first let Lu Chen rest his head on her chest considerately, and then raised her hands and gently pressed on Lu Chen's shoulders. The angel from heaven also gently lifted Lu Chen's legs, placed them on her own half-kneeling white legs, and gently patted them. Yeah, not bad. Lu Chen was very satisfied and closed his eyes to enjoy it. At the side, Di Qingwu, who was responsible for clicking the word no after the break time, clicked it repeatedly in anger. Before he knew it, Lu Chen fell asleep. It was not until a loud noise woke Lu Chen up that he discovered that the number of competition matches on the real-time competition panel had reached 89. Real-time competition panel. Current sessions, 89. Boss quality, Saint level. Attribute bonus, 670%. Break time, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Yes, no. In a competition. Yes, no. Chapter 38. 100 games, 10 eyes of the monster. What's wrong with you guys? A little monster made such a big noise, and you woke up the master, who just fell asleep. Di Qingwu was a little angry for some reason, and started scolding Zhuyin, the three-headed Dragon Emperor, the Thunder Beast Swanee, and other pets. Hearing this, the Thunder Beast Swanee turned around and said in a humming voice, That guy just now actually had the ability to self-destruct. I didn't notice it. I will open the Thunder Domain now and seal this place off. No, I woke up too, so I just want to take a look. Lu Chen waved his hand. Afterwards, he stood up, pulled Di Qingwu over, asked her to sit on the chair to rest, and he personally controlled the real-time competition panel. Master, let's go over and help. The angel from heaven and the Dragon Girl naturally would not massage Di Qingwu's legs and shoulders, so they planned to go to the portal to join in the fun. Well, go ahead. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. At this time, Di Qingwu, who had just been pressed down by Lu Chen to sit on the chair, stood up again, walked to Lu Chen and said softly, Master, let me do it. Oh, okay. I see you are tired. Lu Chen could probably guess why Di Qingwu was a little angry. I'm not tired. Di Qingwu responded, walked up to Lu Chen, and was about to continue clicking the word no on the panel. Bang! A crisp slap sounded suddenly. Lu Chen had already raised his hand and slapped Di Qingwu on the butt. However, this time Lu Chen did not stop immediately after hitting him, but grabbed him twice more before saying, Okay, don't be angry. I'll take you to a big meal after we get out. Di Qingwu's face flushed, but she smiled, and her mood became beautiful in an instant. Di Qingwu nodded slightly and twisted her butt. Bang! So, Lu Chen slapped his hand again, which he had just retracted. Di Qingwu suddenly became happier. As she pointed her finger at the panel, she also reminded the pets in the distance. Are you ready? I clicked. In the distance, a group of pets looked at each other. Zhu Yin responded, then turned to the thunder beast Swanee beside him and said, Brother Swanee, you were a little loud when talking to Sister Qingwu just now. You should apologize to her later. After all, Sister Qingwu had dinner with the master. Thunder beast Swanee. Thank you, Brother Zhu Yin, for the reminder. As Di Qingwu clicked the word no with her finger, the portal surrounded by pets in the distance opened again. Lu Chen saw a black shadow stepping out from inside, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in black fog, so his figure and face could not be seen clearly. Roar! The three-headed dragon emperor was the first to spit out the black flames of hell, directly covering the bottom of the portal with a layer of black fire. Buzz boom! The Sky Barbarian Bull swept across with a battle axe in hand, and after its quality reached the Emperor level, it also had a set of exclusive armor. Boom! Thunder, lightning, holy light, and black fog surged at the same time. Zhu Yin held a black iron stick and smashed it down from the air. Green Hair was not to be outdone. He raised the stick in his hand and smashed it down angrily. All pets attacked at the same time at this moment. Lu Chen clearly saw that the figure wrapped in the black mist trembled, and then the black mist on his body was burned away by the black flames of hell. It was a humanoid creature wrapped in a black robe. Judging from the staff he holds and his hunched back, he must be a wizard. Lu Chen looked up at the information on the real-time competition panel and found that the quality of this black-robed mage had reached the demigod level. So he turned around and checked the other party's attributes. Dark Mage MOU. Level 20. Quality Demigod. HP 110000/110000. Mana 135,000. Attributes. Strength 10500. Stamina 11,000. Spirit 135 million. Wisdom 13350. Skills. Dark Sphere, Dark Moon Invasion, Dark Domain. Equipment. Dark Robe, Golden Holy Artifact, Divine Power Staff, Golden Holy Artifact. Description. A dark wizard from the dark abyss, mastering various dark magics. Bite. Tip. You have killed a demigod-quality dark wizard. Gain plus 5.8 million experience points and plus 5,000 temple points. Tip. Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes plus 100 from the dark wizard. Just when Lu Chen checked the attributes of the dark wizard MOU, he had been beaten to death by a group of pets. Even though he was at demigod level and his attributes were over 10,000, he still couldn't withstand the attack from that group of pets. So, Di Qingwu continued to click the word no, and the portal opened again, until the competition reaches the 100th. Ouch! A terrifying and shrill howl came from the portal, and then a hideous and ugly creature jumped out, knocking down Green Hair, and then rushed towards Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. Monster, ferocious creature, 10 eyes. Note, this creature does not belong to the Abyss instance, and its specific properties cannot be explored. Monster! Lu Chen stood up and looked at the monster running towards him. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this the monster? A terrifying creature that is kept out of the city? Lu Chen looked at the body covered with spikes and black and red eyes, with sticky liquid constantly flowing out while running. It looked really disgusting. Boom! The Thunder Beast Swanee spewed out lightning, striking the monster that was running towards Lu Chen away and causing a certain amount of damage to it at the same time. Minus 31,700. The damage was over 30,000, but the health bar above the monster's head was only reduced by a little. Lu Chen was surprised. This monster's health must be at least 3 million. Vomit. At this moment, the monster that was struck by lightning suddenly vomited. Sizzle. The black liquid vomited by the monster can actually corrode the ground of the arena. Green Hair is back. Use ranged attacks. Seeing this, Lu Chen called back the green-haired pet that was rushing towards the monster and ordered the other pets to use long-range attacks. Roar! The three-headed dragon emperor spewed out the black flames of hell. Boom! The Thunder Beast Swanee cast a thunder field and actually trapped the monster inside. Buzz! The angel from heaven directly launched the supreme technique. A huge hand fell from the sky and hit the monster in an instant. Minus 4 million. A dark number floated up, and the monster's health bar was instantly emptied. Bite. Tip. You killed a monster, heroic creature, 10 eyes, and gained level +2, temple points +100,000, and sequence coins +100. Tip. Endless plunder is triggered, and you plunder all attributes +100 from the monster 10 eyes. Congratulations, you have won 100 competitions and earned the title of God of Competition. Since you have won all the competitions in the second stage, the Endless Arena will be closed early. The teleportation array has been opened. I wish you a pleasant journey. Goodbye. Bite. Tip. You have completed the second career advancement. Your career strength is being evaluated. Please wait. Tip. Since you have won all the competitions in the second stage, your final career level will be God level. Chapter 39. Second Transformation, God of Summoners. A monster just disappeared like that? Lu Chen was a little surprised. He walked towards the monster that was killed by the hand of God and found that a big hole had been corroded on the stone floor of the arena where its body exploded. Standing next to the pit, Lu Chen listened to the prompt sounds ringing in his ears, and the joy on his face became more and more intense. Tip. Your basic attributes increase by 10,000, and your profession is upgraded to Summoner God, which cannot be changed permanently. Tip. Your experience band has been unlocked. Your level has been raised to level 21, and you gain +1,000 in all attributes and +500 in free attribute points. Tip. At level 1, a gold entry is triggered, and you get the entry, Night Lord. Night Lord. After the addition, the basic attribute is increased by +10,000, and the title of Night Lord is obtained. A field can be opened to forcibly reverse the current time and turn it into night. Tip. Your level is raised to level 22, and you gain +1,000 in all attributes and +500 in free attribute points. Tip. At level 1, a gold entry is triggered, and you get the entry, Lord of Light. Light Lord. After the addition, the basic attribute is increased by +10,000, and the title of Light Lord is obtained. A field can be opened to forcibly reverse the current time and make it daytime. Tip. Your level has been raised to level 23. Tip. At level 1, a gold entry is triggered and you get the entry, Infinite Growth. Unlimited Growth. After addition, basic attributes are increased by +10,000. Killing or participating in killing will gain a 10-point increase in all attributes, with no upper limit. After completing the second transfer, the level experience was unlocked and Lu Chen's level soared by 3 levels again. Lu Chen took a look at the 3 entries he obtained and added the Lord of Light to the Angel of Heaven. Unfortunately, after adding the Lord of Light, the Angel of Heaven's grade did not break through and remained at the demigod level, but its basic attributes increased by 10,000 and it gained an additional skill. So, Lu Chen gave the Dark Lord that was originally intended for the Dragon Girl to Di Qingwu. Tip. The quality of Emperor Qingwu is upgraded to Saint level. You get feedback, all attributes +1,000. Di Qingwu successfully broke through to the Saint level. The last one with infinite growth was given by Lu Chen to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's strength is extremely strong, and currently he only has the attribute of innate holy body. Tip. The quality of 3-eyed Zhu Yan is upgraded to demigod level. You get feedback and gain the skill of 1 stick to open the sky, all attributes +2,000. The quality of the 3-eyed Zhu Yan successfully broke through to the demigod level. What surprised Lu Chen was that he actually obtained Zhu Yan's skill of opening the sky with 1 stick. This is an entry. It was actually shared with him as a skill, which was quite unexpected. At this point, Lu Chen had completed the addition of all the entries and completed his second transformation, with his career level directly promoted to God level. With excitement, Lu Chen also opened his system panel. System panel. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, Summoner God. Title, God of Competition, Perfect Clearer. Level, 23. Experience, 7 million plus / 400 million plus. HP, 421000 / 421000. Mana, 412700 412700. Personal attributes, Strength 39900. Vitality 42100. Spirit 41270. Wisdom 39900. Nature Rabbits favor LV4. HP recovery speed increased by 40 times. Recover 40% of current HP per second. Favor of the Cerberus LV4. Increases mana recovery speed by 40 times. Recovers 40% of current mana per second. Skills: Thunder Strike, Dragon Incarnation, Angel Descending, and the Sky Opened with one stick. God level skill: Endless Plundering. The current plundered attribute is 3190. Summon: you can summon a pet to assist in battle. With the blessing of double summon, you can summon 2 pets every 5 levels. August 10th. Equipment: Black Knight with Great Sword, Orange Epic, Nightplate Armor Set, Red Legend, God Enchanting Necklace, Red Legend, Teleport Ring, Cyan. Pet Space. Click to open. Portable Space. Click to open. Item None. Summoner Exclusive Entry. Double Summon, Designated Summon, Borrowed, Master Arrives. Description: you have obtained a gold entry bonus at level 1. Yeah, not bad. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Now no pet is stronger than him. This is what a summoner should be like. After this matter was settled, Lu Chen put all the pets back into the pet space, stepped into the teleportation array, and left the second level Abyss copy. As soon as I stepped out of the Abyss copy, the phone that restored network communication started buzzing. Lu Chen took it out and saw more than a dozen green bubble messages, all sent by Wong Wenwen. Lu Chen knew what Wong Wenwen had posted without even thinking about it. It was definitely about asking for punishment. After all, he had just instructed Zhu Yin in the morning to not only kill the Wong family's swordmaster, but also the man's father. However, when Lu Chen clicked on the message on the green bubble, he was deeply surprised by the content sent by Wong Wenwen. Wong Wenwen: Lu Chen, you killed both Wong family sword immortal and Wang Shui? Happy expression. Wong Wenwen: you are amazing. That's great. I am finally free. Wong Wenwen: I didn't tell you before, but my mother remarried Wang Shui, and he is my stepfather. Wong Wenwen: this old pervert abused my mother and even wanted to take advantage of me. He deserves it. Aggrieved expression. Wong Wenwen: where are you? Henin and I ran out. Wong Wenwen: you and others cleared the hell-level Thieves village? You're already level 20. Wong Wenwen: Henin and I are also going to the Abyss dungeon, trying to catch up with your level. No wonder Lu Chen felt that Wang Shui's tone was a little wrong when he warned him before. It turned out that he was not Wong Wenwen's biological father, but his stepfather, and he also wanted to take advantage of Wong Wenwen. I can only say that his death was not unjust at all. If that is the case, then there is no hatred between him and Wong Wenwen for killing his father, and they may even have a life-saving debt. It would be unacceptable for Wong Wenwen not to repay him with her own body. After sending a message to Wong Wenwen, saying that they would talk again after she got out of the Abyss dungeon, Lu Chen teleported away from the dungeon hall of the temple. I promised Di Qingwu in the dungeon before that I would take them out for a big dinner after we get out, and I can't go back on my word. Besides, he himself was a little hungry. Just as Lu Chen teleported to a high-end restaurant 2 streets away from the temple, his cell phone buzzed twice again. One is the transfer record, and the other is the message sent by Liang Ming. Liang Ming: I have sold all my equipment. A total of 4.7 million. I transferred 2.7 million to you, and the rest is divided equally among the 4 of us. Don't refuse. After all, if it weren't for you, we would never have been able to pass that Abyss dungeon. Lu Chen did not refuse. He checked his balance, replied okay, and put the phone in his pocket. As a result, the phone started ringing again as soon as it fell into my pocket. Lu Chen took it out and saw that this time it was Lin Fong calling. After the call was connected, Lin Fong's gentle voice came from the other end. It seems that I called at the right time. You have just come out of the second level Abyss copy. Do you have time later? You can come to my place, or I can come to you. Let's talk about your next growth plan. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked up at the name of the high-end restaurant in front of him and replied, Come to Fu Xingyuan Restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal. Hey, Fu Xingyuan, I'll be there soon. Chapter 40 Sequence Coin. When Lu Chen stepped into Fu Xingyuan Restaurant, he casually summoned 3 humanoid pets, Di Qingwu, Angel of Heaven, and Dragon Girl. This made the waiter at the door stunned. After Lu Chen walked into the restaurant, he began to give instructions to the waiter who was following him before he even sat down. Serve me your signature dishes first, and quickly. No problem. I'll place your order right away. Well, do you have meals for pets? Yes, sir. Okay, give me 5 copies of all the signature dishes, and do it as quickly as possible, understand? Understood, sir. Fu Xingyuan is a high-end Chinese restaurant, so naturally it has chefs who can cook pet food. As soon as Lu Chen and Di Qingwu and their 3 pets sat down, a waiter brought up the dishes. Lu Chen took the 3 pets and started eating. This time, Lin Fong arrived very slowly, taking almost an hour to arrive. Lu Chen was almost full, and Di Qingwu's 3 pets had already returned to the pet space to rest. At the same time, on a large stone in the pet space, all kinds of food were placed all over the stone surface. Zhu Yin, Song Tian Man Niu, and even the 3-headed dragon emperor all shrunk in size and gathered together to eat and drink. You haven't ordered yet? After Lin Fong arrived, he looked at the empty dining table in front of Lu Chen and asked a question. Lu Chen opened his mouth and almost burped. I'm waiting for you to order this. Oh, then don't bother. Waiter, please serve all your signature dishes. Lin Fong shouted directly after hearing this. So, the waiter started to bring out the signature dishes that had already been prepared, and Lin Fong exclaimed that the dishes were served very quickly today. Lu Chen also started eating again. During the period, Lin Fong and Lu Chen talked about his future career development path. Lu Chen is a rising star. After Lin Fong reported Lu Chen's situation to the official guild's headquarters, the top leaders there were very optimistic about Lu Chen. After all, a counterattack by an F-class summoner has much more potential than an extraordinary performance by an A-class professional. Can your profession be advanced? Or is the profession level you are showing now also fake? Lin Fong looked at the profession information presented by Lu Chen and couldn't help but ask. Now, Lu Chen's career information is still modified using the God Enchanting Necklace, and he is an SS-level summoner. The main reason is that the summoner god is too awesome and has a bit of a charlatan feel. It is far less direct and impressive than just 2 SS. As for why he didn't just use the entire SSS, it was because Lu Chen still wanted to keep a low profile. Of course it's true. Am I not worthy of SS level with my current strength? Lu Chen said seriously, lying on the chair. Lin Fong thought about it and finally nodded. The two talked for about half an hour, and Lin Fong told Lu Chen basically everything that needed to be said. Lin Fong's meaning was very simple. Since Lu Chen chose to join the official professional guild, the official professional guild would be responsible for his career path to the end. There will definitely be all kinds of resources available, and there will also be unified training and assignment of teammates. Once Lu Chen goes to the official professional residence, all of this will be arranged for him. The trip to the official professional residence was scheduled for 2 days later. Finally, the conversation ended. Lin Fong said that he had not finished eating yet, so he asked Lu Chen to leave first, and he would pay for today's meal. Lu Chen readily agreed. After Lu Chen left, Lin Fong very economically called the waiter to pack up the few dishes that had not been touched. But when it came time to pay the bill, Lin Fong's face turned green when he looked at the long bill. Then a roar sounded in the restaurant. You bastard, you actually tricked me. After Lu Chen left the restaurant, he naturally went to the temple. Lin Fong just told him that after leaving the city, temple points and money would become useless. Outside the city, there is a universal currency called serial coin. Sequence coins cannot be artificially produced and can only be obtained by killing some special monsters. Its functions are also very extensive. It is needed for transactions between professionals, purchasing sequence equipment and materials in the Abyss store, etc. When Lu Chen heard about sequence equipment, he curiously asked Lin Fong, aren't the gold and colored equipment sold in the temple the top-notch ones? Lin Fong told him that it was of course the best quality, and no one had been able to wear the colored equipment so far. However, those gold and color quality equipment are the strongest only when they are attached with sequences. This is like an enchantment. There is a world of difference between equipment with a sequence attached and equipment without a sequence attached. Moreover, the stronger the equipment, the more difficult the conditions for adding sequences are, and the more sequence coins are consumed. After listening to it, Lu Chen immediately understood. This is the same as strengthening equipment. If you strengthen an ordinary equipment, you only need to consume 1 gold coin. But if you strengthen a magic weapon, you may need to consume 10 gold coins or more. When Lu Chen came to the point store in the temple and stood in front of an energy panel, he found that he had more than 130,000 temple points. But what made Lu Chen feel outrageous was that it only took 800 points to redeem red equipment, but 8,000 points to redeem orange equipment, which was 10 times the original amount. The colorful equipment is even more outrageous, requiring 100,000 points to redeem one. The key is that the requirements for wearing it are extremely high. Not only does it require you to have extremely high attributes, but you also need to have a god-level profession. That's right, it's a god-level profession. In other words, colored equipment is specially prepared for God-level professionals. No wonder Lin Fong said that no one has ever worn colored equipment. It turns out that their professional level is not high enough. In the 300 years since the monster invasion, the world has been digitized and humans can awaken to become professionals. But I have never heard of the birth of a God-level professional. The highest level is SSS. Lu Chen laughed immediately. What are you waiting for? Must have one piece. So, Lu Chen looked through it for a while and found that there were not many colorful equipment displayed. There are only a few weapons, such as 9 Revolution Shura Slash, 7-star Knife, Sword of Light, and so on. Lu Chen doesn't like the names alone. There are only a few sets of armor, and the 6 parts need to be exchanged separately. Each piece also costs 100,000 points. Finally, Lu Chen looked at the accessories and equipment. When he saw the last piece, he was shocked. Ragnarok. Type, ring. Quality, colorful, semi-artifact. Additional attributes. All attributes plus 10,000. Additional feature 1. Storage space. Ragnarok has storage function. The space size is 100,000 times 100,000. Additional feature 2. Twilight retention. When you die, your data will be saved by Ragnarok and you will be resurrected. There is no limit to the number of resurrections, and the cooldown period is 10 hours. Additional feature 3. Twilight blessing. You can pass your own attribute data to others through Ragnarok. Additional feature 4. Funeral of the Gods. You can temporarily borrow the power of others through Ragnarok. The maximum number of borrowables is 0 out of 10. It can be activated once every 10 hours. Additional feature 5. Ragnarok. You can launch an attack that is powerful enough to bury the gods. The attack damage is fixed. The damage is equal to the sum of your current attributes times 100. The total number of times you can launch this attack is 0/10. Lu Chen. Chapter 41 Wong Yuqi's Provocation. Too strong. It can actually be resurrected. Before, Lu Chen had seen Luo Yuanquan wearing an accessory that could offset 3 fatal damages, and he thought it was quite powerful. Now compared to this Ragnarok, it's just shit. Moreover, in addition to these, several other features are also extremely powerful. Characteristic 3 can actually transfer one's own attribute data to others. Isn't this similar to the transmission of skills in martial arts novels? It's really interesting. Lu Chen chose to exchange. When Ragnarok condensed, Lu Chen found that the energy panel in front of him disappeared directly. Hide the light of the equipment, then wear it, and all attributes will increase by another 10,000. Afterwards, Lu Chen changed another energy panel and used the remaining 30,000 temple points to exchange for 4 pieces of orange quality armor. This time, Lu Chen did not exchange for night plate armor, but chose heavy armor. He retained a red quality original light shoulder armor and still did not exchange for a helmet. The main reason is that Lu Chen doesn't like the feeling of having his head wrapped. After updating his equipment, Lu Chen also squandered all of his 130,000 temple points. Next, Lu Chen plans to buy another car. Although ordinary vehicles cannot be driven out of the city, it is still possible to drive around in the city and enjoy yourself for a few days. Besides, he wouldn't be living outside the city permanently in the future and would have to come back occasionally. Because he heard from Lin Fong that there were not as many delicious foods outside the city as inside. Evening. Lu Chen received a green bubble message from Wong Wenwen, saying that she and Zhao Henin had come out of the Abyss dungeon together. Wong Wenwen, Lu Chen, the Abyss dungeon is so difficult to clear. Henin and I tried to clear it on a difficult level and almost died in it. Lu Chen was driving around. He bought an electric tricycle, which not only had a good view, but was also cheap. In the end, he did not believe Lin Fong's lies that the money would be useless after leaving the city. It's useless after leaving the city, so can't he come back to the city to spend it? I almost fell for Lin Fong's trick. When Lu Chen saw Wong Wenwen's message, an idea popped up in his mind. He wanted to pass on some attributes to Wong Wenwen through Ragnarok to improve her strength. Ever since he met Wong Wenwen, it was impossible for him to say that he had no feelings for her. Lu Chen was not a gay, his sexual orientation was normal, and he also liked beautiful girls. Wong Wenwen completely meets his aesthetic standards and is somewhat interested in him. So why not accept her and break the virginity that his predecessor has maintained for 18 years? So he immediately sent a message back to Wong Wenwen. Lu Chen, wait for me in the temple. I'll be there soon. After replying to the message, Lu Chen parked his newly bought electric tricycle on the side of the road, locked it with a large iron chain, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Inside the temple, After receiving Lu Chen's message, Wong Wenwen happily replied with an well-behaved expression, and then went to the rest area in the dungeon hall with Zhao Henin to wait. At this time, Wang Yuqi, who had just finished a dungeon and was sitting in the rest area to rest, noticed Wang Wenwen and the other person. After discovering that Lu Chen was not with Wang Wenwen, and thinking back to the time when Lu Chen and Liang Meng had cleared the Thieves' village together, Wang Yuqi smiled contemptuously, stood up, and walked towards Wang Wenwen. "Oh, you were dumped by Lu Chen so soon. What's the point of being pretty? Didn't Lu Chen choose Liang Meng, who has an S-level profession? Besides, Liang Meng is not worse looking than you. And the key is that she is an S-level professional." Wang Wenwen had just sat down and was about to open her phone wallpaper to look at Lu Chen's photo when she heard Wang Yuqi's sarcastic remarks. "What's it got to do with you? Is it because you can't compare to others in terms of strength and appearance that you come to me to seek a sense of existence? Sorry, you are nothing to me." Wang Wenwen stood up and retorted. "You!" Wang Yuqi's face turned red with anger. She has always maintained the image of a delicate green tea character, never swearing or using dirty words. She showed her tea art in front of Wang Wenwen, which can only be said to be asking for trouble. Because behind Wang Wenwen's stunning looks, she has a somewhat rough heart. She could make Lu Chen look at her sideways with just one sentence. "I'm such a hottie." "What do you mean by you? You know that there's powder on your face? You're still wearing makeup while clearing the Abyss dungeon. Are you planning to seduce those monsters and make them go easier on you?" Wang Wenwen continued angrily. Wang Yuqi became popular immediately. At this moment, she remembered that she was an S-class professional, and the other party was only a B-class professional. So she said, "Do you dare to PK with me? You also followed Lu Chen to clear the Hell difficulty Abyss dungeon. You can't be completely powerless and rely solely on selling your body, right?" When these words were spoken, Wang Wenwen was also angry. However, she still had her sense and knew that she was no match for Wang Yuqi, so she remained silent. But at this moment, she suddenly heard a sound similar to a copy prompt ringing in her ears. "Summoner God Lu Chen is transmitting attribute data to you through Ragnarok. Do you accept it?" Lu Chen, the god of summoners. Wang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately turned her head and looked around, but did not see Lu Chen. She understood what Lu Chen meant and decisively chose to accept it. As she chose to accept it, Wang Wenwen found that all her attributes began to rise rapidly. It felt like someone was moving the data pointer with his finger. In less than 2 seconds, all her attributes increased by 2,000 points. Wang Wenwen was frightened. Before, her highest attribute was just over 200, and that was only achieved after she completed her first career change. Now, Lu Chen directly gave her 2,000 full attributes. It's not just strength or wisdom, but all 4 attributes have increased by 2,000. This is too exaggerated. Wang Wenwen even suspected that Lu Chen had given all his attributes to her. "Can I go back now?" Just as Wang Wenwen was looking around to see where Lu Chen was, she found that her cell phone suddenly buzzed twice. "Lu Chen, beat her up. A girl who has shown me her breasts. You can never give in front of my ex-girlfriend." Seeing the message sent by Lu Chen, Wang Wenwen blushed slightly and decisively accepted Wang Yuqi's PK invitation. However, when Wang Wenwen accepted the PK invitation, she found that Wang Yuqi had placed a piece of Cyan quality equipment in the PK betting column, and then she understood the other party's plan. In the PK betting column, if one party puts in something, the other party must also put in an item of equal value before the PK can proceed. After the PK is over, the winner gets all the items in the PK column. Nowadays, in the professional equipment store in the square outside, a piece of Cyan quality equipment is sold for about 200,000. In other words, Wang Yuqi wants to pass the PK and earn 200,000 from her. After all, at the same level, when an S-level professional faces a B-level professional, it will be a crushing defeat. And this is indeed the case. After one turn, all of Wang Yuqi's attributes have exceeded 500. Both of them are archers, so Wang Wenwen has no chance of winning. Unfortunately, Lu Chen, the cheater, took action. Directly transferred all attributes of 2,000 to Wang Wenwen. As for what the concept of 2,000 full attributes means, let me put it this way: at level 10 or so, with only one transformation, even if an SSS level professional comes, his overall attributes will not be over 2,000. Chapter 42. Express your feelings to each other. With the blessing of 2,000 full attributes, Wang Wenwen was full of confidence. She directly took off a cyan ring on her hand and put it into the PK betting column. Wong Yuqi also smiled when she saw this. It was also the first time for her to see someone about to PK and have someone dismantle their own equipment as a bet. She had heard before that Wong Yuqi seemed to be from the Wong family in Haicheng, but this is the result? However, since the other person was willing to give her a piece of cyan quality equipment, she had no choice but to accept it with reluctance. Surrounded by a group of professionals who were eager to watch the fun, the PK between the two began with Wong Yuqi full of confidence. Whoosh! Wong Wenwen's profession is a hunter. She uses a short bow, so her attack speed is naturally faster, so she shot an arrow first. Miss! All right. Wong Wenwen's accuracy with the bow and arrow is still so bad. This made Wong Yuqi laugh again. Even the group of professionals watching the scene didn't expect that in a completely standing and shooting PK, that incredibly beautiful girl didn't even hit her target. Behind the crowd, Lu Chen was also speechless. He suddenly felt a little regretful about giving Wong Wenwen 2,000 full attributes. With her accuracy in using a bow and arrow, no matter how high her attributes are, it can't save her. Wong Wenwen felt embarrassed and her face turned red. She herself felt that she had wasted the 2,000 attributes that Lu Chen gave her. The distance was less than 10 meters and she even missed the target. It was really embarrassing. Whoosh! At this time, Wong Yuqi shot an arrow and hit Wong Wenwen's chest accurately. -670. A damage number floated above Wong Wenwen's head. Wong Yuqi, who was smiling and full of confidence, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because according to common sense, a B-level hunter profession, when it is in its teens, has a maximum of about 2,000 health points. The damage of her arrow was over 600, which would at least take away 1/3 of the opponent's health. But the actual situation was that she didn't even take away 1/20th of Wong Wenwen's blood. Even judging from Wong Wenwen's overall blood bar, she only took away a thin layer of blood. What's going on? Isn't this Wong Wenwen a level 14 B-class hunter? Wong Yuqi had just checked Wong Wenwen's attributes and found that her health was only over 2,000. How come her health is now obviously 10 times higher? Whoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, Wong Wenwen, who was shot in the chest by Wong Yuqi's arrow, was also angry and used the continuous shooting skill. What she cared about most was her breasts. The other party actually attacked there. It was definitely intentional. He just saw how big her breasts were and was jealous of her, so he wanted to do something bad to her. So, after a series of continuous shooting, Wong Wenwen successfully hit Wong Yuqi with 4 arrows. -1,190, -1,080, -1,220, -1,230. 4 arrows almost emptied Wong Yuqi's blood. Now Wong Yuqi is only level 16, and all her free attribute points after the upgrade have been added to strength. Her physical attribute is only 505, which means 5,050 health points. In PK, you lose if your health drops to 10%. Wong Yuqi was almost killed instantly, so she was naturally judged to have lost the PK. For a moment, Wong Yuqi was stunned. What made her even more angry was that Wong Wenwen seemed to have done it on purpose. The 4 arrows that hit her also pierced her chest, exactly 2 on each side. Wong Yuqi only felt that her already small breasts seemed to have lost air and became even smaller. You cheated? Wong Yuqi was so angry that she pointed at Wong Wenwen with trembling fingers and finally said something stupid like the other person cheated. Wong Wenwen didn't want to pay attention to her. After the PK was over, her injuries would recover. The arrow wound on her chest healed immediately, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. Just because you're not as strong as others you accuse them of cheating. You really have no breasts and no brains. Show me how they cheat during a PK. Wong Wenwen spoke, once again leaving Wong Yuqi speechless. Wong Yuqi was really confused at this time. She had just checked Wong Wenwen's attributes, and they were all around 200. Why did she check them now, and they all turned into... Generally, this situation will only occur when the opponent's attributes are more than twice that of the explorer. In other words, Wong Wenwen's total attributes exceeded 1,000 in just a short moment. Wong Yuqi. How did she do it? Are there ghosts in this world? In the crowd, seeing that Wong Wenwen won the PK, Lu Chen also teleported away and came to the square outside, then sent a message to Wong Wenwen. A moment later, Lu Chen saw Wong Wenwen and Zhao Henin running out of the temple. As soon as they met, Wong Wenwen gave Lu Chen a big hug, saying, "Lu Chen, thank you so much." Zhao Henin, who was following behind, didn't know whether he should go forward or not. Fortunately, Wong Wenwen only hugged Lu Chen for a moment and then let go. By the way, you should take those attributes back. 2,000. They are all wasted on me. Ah, and this, the equipment you won from your ex-girlfriend. Let's sell it and have a feast. I didn't embarrass you in the end, did I? I shot those arrows on purpose. Wong Wenwen acted as if she hadn't seen Lu Chen for a long time. As soon as they met, she not only gave Lu Chen a hug, but also seemed to have endless things to say. Zhao Henin, who was standing by, covered her face, feeling that her best friend was beyond help. This is totally like being in love. Lu Chen naturally noticed the enthusiasm of the beautiful girl in front of him and couldn't help but grin. After the three of them had dinner together, Zhao Henin found an excuse to leave, because she really doesn't want to be a light bulb anymore. Lu Chen took Wong Wenwen for a stroll, and after finding his electric tricycle, he took Wong Wenwen for another ride. During the ride, Wong Wenwen was curious and wanted to ride it, but she almost rode the electric tricycle into the river. Afterwards, Lu Chen took Wong Wenwen to the suburbs of Haicheng. The reason why Haicheng is called Haicheng is because there is a lake like the sea in the suburbs. I walked along the lake with Wong Wenwen, listening to her talking about the current situation of the Wong family. According to Wong Wenwen, the Wong family is now in a panic, thinking that some enemy has come to their door. Many people were so scared that they ran away, including her mother. Before leaving, Wong Wenwen's mother only sent Wong Wenwen a message saying that she was leaving the Wong family and asked her not to look for her, and then there was no more news. After living in the Wong family for so many years, Wong Wenwen eventually became an orphan. But she is very happy now and says she has never been so free. In the past, no matter where she went, there were people sent by Wang Shui to monitor her. Yesterday, she finally got rid of the surveillance and ran to the temple with Zhao Henin to clear the abyss and ended up meeting Lu Chen. Wong Wenwen said that yesterday was the luckiest day of her life. Moreover, she also specifically stated that she was really not a casual girl. The reason why she showed her breast to Lu Chen when they first met yesterday was because she felt that she might never have the chance to see Lu Chen again in the future. At the same time, she also saw Lu Chen's huge potential and wanted to invest in him, and the capital for the investment was herself. Seeing that Wong Wenwen told everything so frankly, Lu Chen also told her his plans. He told Wong Wenwen that the purpose of passing on 2,000 attributes to her was to take her to the official guild headquarters outside the city. Wong Wenwen naturally agreed without hesitation and said that she would follow Lu Chen wherever he went and stay with him forever. In this way, the two of them expressed their feelings to each other. Looking at Wong Wenwen's delicate face and perfect figure, Lu Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated for some reason. Well, since we have already, then you show me your chest again. Lu Chen didn't know what he was saying. Wong Wenwen blushed slightly, and seeing Lu Chen's embarrassed look, she couldn't help but smile. It's boring just to look at it. Come, try touching it. Ah, really? It's true. Don't forget it. Yes, yes, yes. You be gentle. Chapter 43, Leaving the City. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Wong Wenwen successfully upgraded her level to 20 and completed the second transformation. With Lu Chen transferring 2,000 full attributes to her, Wong Wenwen even met the conditions for using orange equipment. She directly exchanged an orange-quality sniper rifle from the point store. That's right, hot weapons are also sold in the temple's point store. Before, Lu Chen took her and Zhao Henin to clear 2 Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeons. With the first clear rewards, Wong Wenwen also accumulated more than 10,000 temple points. After exchanging them for an orange weapon, she also exchanged them for 2 red equipment. So, with the orange-quality sniper rifle, Wong Wenwen solved the problem of insufficient accuracy when using a bow and arrow and her strength sword. I heard from Zhao Henin that Wong Wenwen is particularly cool with a sniper. Wong Wenwen even helped Zhao Henin clear an abyss dungeon of hell difficulty below level 15. Finally, when it came to the second transformation, since Wong Wenwen's current basic attributes were high, after the second transformation challenge attribute doubling was successfully completed, she was completely healed. Wong Wenwen had just finished her second shift in the morning and took Lu Chen to the largest shopping mall in Haicheng. As per the previously agreed time, Lin Fong called him in the morning and asked him and Wong Wenwen to get ready, saying that someone would come to pick them up in the afternoon and go to the official guild headquarters together. After Lin Fong reported the strength that Wong Wenwen had demonstrated in the past 2 days, she was naturally listed as a key training target. Zhao Henin and Wong Wenwen parted ways. The Zhao family had some influence in Haicheng, and Zhao Henin's family made other arrangements for her, so the two good friends separated. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen came out of the largest shopping mall in Haicheng. Wong Wenwen was holding a shopping list in her hand. All the densely packed item names had been marked with square root, but Wong Wenwen was still doing the final item accounting to see if there was anything missed. Okay, we have everything we need to buy. Luckily, your storage ring can preserve the freshness of items. Otherwise, all these carrots would have gone bad before we finished eating them. After Wong Wenwen counted all the items, she crumpled the list into a ball and threw it accurately into a trash can in the distance. Uncle Lin said that there are things for sale in the official guild headquarters, so there is no need to prepare so much. Lu Chen took a look at the pile of carrots and various ingredients in the storage space of Ragnarok, and couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Looking back on the scene when Wong Wenwen was shopping in the mall that morning, it was really terrifying. Although those things were basically paid for by Wong Wenwen, but whose money is not money? Just the pet food, various stockings, and beautiful skirts cost hundreds of thousands. This was bought by Wong Wenwen specially after she learned that Lu Chen had 2 more human-shaped pets. The coins used outside the city are all sequence coins, and we don't have that thing. What if we don't prepare more, and it's not enough when the time comes? Even so, Wong Wenwen felt that she had not prepared enough. Speaking of cereal coins, Lu Chen still has some, and there are 100 of them. However, he did not mention this matter because he did not know the purchasing power of 100 sequence coins outside. If it was the same as 100 in the city, there was no need to mention it. At 2:10, as agreed, Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen were waiting in the central square. Lin Fong is here too. He was really happy to see Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen together. Then he explained a lot of things to the two of them in the tone of an elder. Both of them nodded helplessly. It feels like being told off by parents when going on a long journey. Let me tell you one last thing. The outside of the city is different from the inside. If you can avoid conflicts with others, it's best not to have conflicts with them. Do you understand? Lin Fong said this to Lu Chen. Aha! Lu Chen nodded, but Lin Fong's words went in one ear and out the other. With his strength, how could he come into conflict with others? It's totally his one-sided bullying. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, a roar came from the distance. Everyone in the square turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a modified car like a steel beast speeding towards them. Yarikome. When Lin Fong saw the modified car, he immediately took 2 steps forward and waved. Boom! The noise of the approaching vehicles was deafening. When the vehicle stopped in front of the 3 people, the engine was still on. A small door opened in the middle of the vehicle, and a middle-aged man in camouflage jumped out. After greeting Lin Fong, he motioned Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen to get in the car. The 2 men waved goodbye to Lin Fong and got into the car through the small door one after another. After Lu Chen got into the car, he found that there were 2 other people in the car. They were about the same age as them and should be professionals from other cities. I have heard from Lin Fong before that not all professionals in every city can join the official professional guild after graduation and awakening. Many professionals cannot meet the threshold of the official professional guild and will choose to join other professional guilds. Moreover, some well-known professional guilds are not inferior to the official ones in terms of strength or treatment, so some professionals will voluntarily join these well-known guilds. Every year during the graduation awakening, even the official professional guilds cannot recruit too many people. But this year seems to be pretty good. Haicheng has Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen, and I heard that Lu Chen has even recruited an SSS-level professional. After getting on the bus, Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen sat in the last row. The space inside the car is quite large. But as soon as the 2 of them sat down, the chubby-faced boy in the front row turned his head and looked at Wong Wenwen in amazement. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Lu Chen punched him in the chubby face as he lay on the seat. Minus 5,320. A damaged number floated above the chubby-faced boy's head. The chubby-faced boy tilted his head back and was completely stunned. What's going on? One punch took away more than 5,000 of his blood. She's my girlfriend. In order to prevent you from saying anything abrupt or making me unhappy, I'm giving you a reminder first. Lu Chen's voice sounded slowly. Wong Wenwen was stunned. Another boy in the car also looked at Lu Chen with horror. The damage caused by that punch was really too terrible. More than 5,000 blood. That's almost half of his health. At this time, the middle-aged man who jumped out of the car also came in. Looking at the situation at the scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly, but he said nothing. He just sat in the passenger seat and reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. The chubby-faced boy finally came back to his senses from his confused state. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything harsh and just sat down obediently. Wong Wenwen couldn't help but look at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen just blinked with a smug look on his face. "You!" Wong Wenwen smiled, feeling helpless about Lu Chen's tyranny. However, she did not dislike this feeling. To some extent, she had the same SN mentality as Di Qing Wu and liked the feeling of being firmly controlled by others. Boom, boom, boom. The vehicle drove all the way out of Haicheng and headed towards the official Guild No. 7 headquarters 200 kilometers away from Haicheng at full speed. This is Lu Chen's first time out of the city. When the vehicle passed the tall city wall, Lu Chen saw densely packed energy channels set up on the wall, guarding a large number of professionals, and he understood why the city was so safe. The scene outside the city was also different from what Lu Chen had imagined. There is still a road, and the sides of the road are not desolate. Instead, the trees are taller. It can be said that the vegetation is lush. Some animal roars could be heard clearly. Even the huge engine sound of the modified car could not cover it. In addition, not long after the vehicle drove out of the city, Lu Chen saw from the right window a large tree emitting white light in the distant forest. How beautiful! Wong Wenwen also saw it and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat explained to the people in the car. "It's beautiful, isn't it? But it is a restricted area for us, a white restricted area. Moreover, it is not exactly where you see it. It is at least hundreds of kilometers away from us." Chapter 44, Late Night Gathering? Smashed his communicator. "Lu Chen, look over there. There are two huge monsters fighting." Wong Wenwen suddenly spoke up and motioned Lu Chen to look at the car window on the other side. Boom! As soon as Lu Chen turned his head, he heard a thunderous crash. "I saw two huge monsters colliding and fighting each other in the dense forest in the distance. Each of their attacks was like rolling thunder, making a dull rumbling sound. What level of monster is this? The bosses in the Abyss dungeon are far inferior to them." Lu Chen was shocked because the two monsters seemed too strong to him. "Are you scared already?" The middle-aged man, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head to look at the scene of the two monsters fighting each other and said with emotion, "Every time I pass by Haicheng, I can see their projections. It is still so shocking." "Projection?" Beazaface exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, those two monsters do not exist. They're just projections of the abyss of time and space. Maybe they have existed before, but I don't know in which era." The middle-aged man felt like he was showing off his extensive knowledge. Abyss of time and space. Lu Chen felt like he had opened the door to a new world. And then, in the short journey of more than 200 kilometers, the few people witnessed all kinds of magical things along the way. For example, when the vehicle had traveled about 100 kilometers, Lu Chen saw an ocean inverted in the sky. He thought it was also a projection, a fake scene, but the middle-aged man told him that it was real. It is also a LV-30, LV-35 Abyss copy, the Sea of Sky. On the way, they also encountered a swarm of wasps. Wasps as big as fists flew over them in dense swarms like a blanket of dust. The middle-aged man said that this was a native monster of their blue planet. 300 years ago, monsters descended, and not only did humans gain the ability to awaken and become professionals, but animals were also digitized and turned into monsters. Different from monsters from outer space, local monsters are more like neutral monsters. Generally, if you don't provoke them, they won't actively attack you. Even when you encounter a local monster and an invading monster at the same time, the local monster will help you fight against a foreign invading monster. 2.5 hours later, several people arrived at the guild headquarters at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What surprised Lu Chen was that the guild headquarters was different from what he had imagined, a camp with a few wooden fences and tents. It was actually a small city. When the vehicle entered the city gate, Lu Chen also saw a big number 7 above the gate. This means that this small city is the headquarters of Guild No. 7 of the official professionals. "We'll send you to report first, and other people will arrange things for you later," said the middle-aged man in the co-pilot's seat. Finally, the vehicle stopped steadily in front of a 3-story building. There is a small square in front of the small building. After a few people got off the car, the vehicle turned around in the small square and left. At this moment, a similar vehicle drove over, and as soon as the vehicle stopped, the door was violently kicked open from the inside. A young man about the same age as Lu Chen and his friends jumped out of the car. "Finally, I'm here." This broken car is almost shaking me to death. The damn city in the sky has banned the airspace over us humans. I will defeat them someday and reopen the air territory of my great blue planet." The young man stretched and kept shouting. The other young men who were in the same car with him were all submissive after getting off the car, as if they were following the young man's lead. "Huh, hurry up and report. I'll go to the dormitory and take a nap. I'm so sleepy." The young man yawned and walked into the 3-story building surrounded by several other young men, pretending to ignore Lu Chen and the others standing beside him. Lu Chen's eyes swept over the young man. The confidence in the other party made him a little curious. After investigating, he found out that he was an SSS-level professional. Information panel. Name: Zhang Xinjie. Occupation: 2nd-level telekinesis master. Occupational level: SSS. Title: the one who can beat the game without using hands. Level: 22. Experience: 390,000 plus / 1.43 million plus. HP: 30500 / 30500. Mana: 52,000. Personal attributes: Strength 3100, Vitality 3050, Spirit 5200, Wisdom 4180. Skills: Telekinesis, Telekinesis Impact, Telekinesis Magnetic Field. Equipment: Telekinetic Cloak, Orange Epic, Telekinetic Earrings, Red Legend. Description: a profession dominated by powerful mental power with extremely high potential. That person turned out to be Zhang Xinjie from Huicheng. I heard that he was originally going to join the God of War Guild. Later, he learned that the SSS-level professional from Shanghai City joined our official professional guild, so he also came. The chubby-faced man suddenly said in a low voice. Lu Chen looked back at him and was so scared that his chubby face immediately shut his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled helplessly and asked him, "What's your name?" When Baozi Face saw Lu Chen asking him, he quickly took 2 steps forward and answered, "Boss, my name is Bao Yuan, and my nickname is Bao De Ting. My profession is an investigator, a profession that specializes in finding out information." Oh, Lu Chen was surprised. He had never seen what Baozi Lian's profession was. He didn't expect it to be so interesting. There was actually such a profession as explorer. "Boss, actually you misunderstood me when you got in the car. I was surprised to see that my sister-in-law's job level was only B, but her attributes were higher than those of SSS-level jobs." "Bao Zhuanian et Lai. Is that so? Then I apologize to you," Lu Chen said with a smile. Bao Yuan waved her hands quickly, with a panicked expression on her face. No, big brother. You hit me because you think highly of me. When you become famous in the future, the fact that I got hit by you will become my capital for bragging. In the end, I still win." Lu Chen was also surprised by Bao Yuan's words. This is too much flattery. Seeing Bao Yuan calling him Big Boss all the time, Lu Chen was a little suspicious whether the other party had discovered his specific attributes. After all, the other party was a rare profession, an explorer. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen asked, "Have you discovered my specific attributes? Tell me the truth." Boss, to tell you the truth, I found out that you changed your profession with a red equipment, and I also found out your profession information, but I really didn't find out your attributes," Bao Yuan said seriously, as if he would swear to the sky immediately if Lu Chen didn't believe him. Lu Chen was also puzzled. "Since you haven't found out my specific attributes, why do you call me boss?" Bao Yuan immediately said mysteriously, "Boss, I am a professional who specializes in information exploration. I can't even find out your specific information. Doesn't this show how powerful you are?" Lu Chen: "That makes sense. Okay, let's go, Wen. Let's go report as well." Without continuing to chat with Bao Yuan, Lu Chen turned around and pulled Wong towards the 3-story building. Bao Yuan, who was behind them, quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He did not find out Lu Chen's specific attributes, but after the second transformation, his profession could detect all the attributes of 20,000 professionals. He really couldn't imagine that a summoner in his 20s could have all attributes exceeding 20,000. And it's not just a little bit higher. All of them are F***king? I just want to ask you if this is outrageous or not. Inside a small building, after Lu Chen and Wong filled out a form, received a communicator and accommodation key, they completed their registration. However, Lu Chen and Wong have to separate temporarily. Because the guild's headquarters implements a college management system, boys and girls cannot live together, not even if they're all over 18 years old. This official professional guild's headquarters is more like an official camp, and it places great emphasis on influence. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Lu Chen took out some of Wong Wenwen's daily necessities. After watching her go back and forth 3 times before moving everything upstairs, Lu Chen walked towards the boys' dormitory. The boys' dormitory is quite far away from the girls' dormitory, 2 streets away. After taking 2 steps, Lu Chen used teleportation directly. After walking around the base, he returned to the boys' dormitory. He discovered that although the Guild No. 7 headquarters was quite large, many places were closed, especially in the center of the headquarters, where there was a circular dome-shaped building that almost occupied half of the area of the headquarters city. Lu Chen's dormitory is on the 5th floor, room 502. Although it is a dormitory, the conditions are quite good. Not only does each person have a room, but also a separate bathroom, washroom, etc. It was also the first time that Lu Chen felt the benefits of having an organization and a guild. Lu Chen was a little tired because he and Wong Wenwen went to the mall to shop in the morning and then rushed to the base in the afternoon. He lay on the bed, his mind entering the pet space. Before he had chatted with Di Qingwu, Long Nu, and other pets for a few minutes, he had fallen asleep. But he didn't know how long he slept. In a daze, Lu Chen seemed to hear someone calling for assembly. Gather! Emergency assembly! All professionals between levels 20 and 25 assemble urgently now. The meeting point is the Abyss Dome in the center of the base. I'll give you half an hour. I want to see all the professionals within the level range appear in front of me. Lu Chen had to open his eyes, sit up, find the communicator that made the sound, and throw it away. Then, he woke up completely, but when he took out his cell phone and looked at the time, he suddenly wanted to curse. Because it's 3:30 in the morning. As a result, Lu Chen's temper instantly flared up. After putting on his shoes and opening the door, Lu Chen disappeared at the door in an instant. This made Bao Yuan, who lived on the same floor as Lu Chen and next door to Lu Chen, stunned as she just opened the door. He had just gotten up after hearing the call to assemble on the communicator, thinking of calling the big guy next door to go to the Abyss Dome together. Because he had taken a walk around the base in the evening, he knew that the circular building in the center was the Abyss Dome, and he also knew the shortest way to get there within half an hour. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he went out, he happened to see Lu Chen opening the door and coming out, but before he could say anything, he disappeared on the spot. And it disappeared without a trace. You have to know that this is the 5th floor, and the boss is a summoner, only at the 2nd level. Can you teleport? But then, something happened that shocked Bao Yuan immensely. All he heard was the voice of the boss who had just disappeared coming from his communicator, which had not been turned off. You guys have nothing to do, right? I gave you a broken communicator just to play around like this. Do you know what time it is now? It's 3:30 in the middle of the night. Why are you gathering so suddenly? Can't you wait until 8 in the morning to announce something? You gave us half an hour, but I came here in less than half a minute. Is there any reward? Crack, sizzle. Chapter 45. Rectify the instructors. Sizzle, sizzle. Inside the Abyss Dome. A middle-aged man wearing a black tights inside and a black cloak outside was stunned when he saw the broken communicator on the ground. Behind him stood 7 instructors in camouflage uniforms, also stunned. If they were not mistaken, the student who suddenly appeared in front of them and smashed the chief instructor's communicator should be the F-level summoner from Haicheng, right? Let's not talk about how he teleported here, but he actually dared to smash the chief instructor's communicator and curse the chief instructor for being bored and having nothing to do. His courage is truly commendable. Although when they were woken up just now, they also felt that gathering late at night was something that only people with nothing to do and insomnia would do. But they dared not resist or even complain. Because the person in front of him is the chief instructor of the No. 7 base, who has the title of Dark Knight Butcher and is extremely powerful. Qin Zhong, a 6th level S-level professional. Occupation, Nightblade. It is not difficult to hear from the name that this is a profession that likes to be active at night. This is indeed the case. As the chief instructor of base No. 7, Qin Zhong's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable, especially at night, when his professional characteristics will allow him to gain up to 40% bonus to all attributes. This made Qin Zhong develop the habit of hiding during the day and going out at night. And at night, he was particularly energetic. As the chief instructor of base No. 7, Qin Zhong holds the privilege of training new professionals, and he always does some weird things every year. Late-night emergency gatherings are commonplace, and some even call it a way to hone the willpower of new professionals and their ability to respond to emergencies. In previous years, there had been rebellious professionals who had resisted, but they were all suppressed by Instructor Chen. After all, Instructor Chen's level and strength are there, and it is simply impossible for a new professional at level 10 or 20 to resist. However, no matter how much those professionals struggled in the past, no one had ever dared to smash Qin Zhong's communicator, not to mention pointing at Qin Zhong's nose and scolding him. So at this moment, Commander-in-Chief Qin, who has been living a life of day and night reversal for a long time, has a bad temper and loves to make trouble, is on the verge of a rage. The 7 instructors in camouflage looked at Qin Zhong's slightly trembling body, and they were a little worried that Qin Zhong might be too harsh and beat the boy to death. Call! At this moment, after throwing the communicator and scolding the man in black, who looked like his leader, Lu Chen felt much better. It's not that he has a bad temper or is in a bad mood when waking up or anything, he just feels that this kind of late-night gathering is outrageous. Could it be that serious training and gathering during the day won't produce any results? Why do they have to do this in the middle of the night? Not only did they continue training as usual during the day, but they also scolded them for being lifeless and having no energy at all. Who can be energetic during the day after being suddenly gathered together twice in the middle of the night? Once, during military training at university, Lu Chen was deeply poisoned by a late-night gathering led by a perverted instructor. This time, he encountered this kind of instructor again. He had to discipline him no matter what. He must never let this kind of bad atmosphere happen again in the alien blue planet. Okay. Qin Zhong said 3 good words in a row and looked at Lu Chen, like a lone wolf staring at its prey in the middle of the night. I haven't met a student with such a strong personality for a long time. You are very good. I hope that when I break 2 of your ribs, you can still point at my nose and curse me. Then I will recognize you. Qin Zhong's voice was low, and the whole person suddenly turned into a shadow and pounced towards Lu Chen. TSK, who are you, my father? Most people who don't sleep in the middle of the night don't even have a girlfriend, and you're still calling me father. If you dare to take advantage of me verbally again, I'll beat the shit out of you. Lu Chen's disdainful voice sounded. However, the sound came from the left. Qin Zhong's swift attack turned into an afterimage, but he failed to hit Lu Chen, which surprised him and at the same time made him very angry at Lu Chen's words. The 7 instructors looked dazed, obviously shocked by Lu Chen's words. In addition, they just thought that Lu Chen's sudden appearance was a skill like fixed-point teleportation, and did not think of it as teleportation at all. Because in previous years, a student had to resort to fixed-point teleportation in order to cope with late-night gatherings. Also, the requirements for learning and using teleportation are too high. Even if professionals at level 20 or above accidentally acquire the teleportation skill, they are unable to learn and use it. But now, a second-level F-class summoner can actually teleport. Did you notice? That kid's job level has become SS level. Yeah, it's true. Lin Fong said before that this kid couldn't be judged by common sense, but I didn't believe it. Who will take care of this wonderful seedling? Do we have a chance? Look at our chief instructor. He's obviously interested in that kid. Who knows? This kid is very irritable when he wakes up, and he might even fight back against our chief instructor. Yes. Whoosh. Here, Wang Zhong's attack missed, and he was scolded by Lu Chen. He turned around angrily and chased after Lu Chen again, even faster. This way. However, he still failed to catch Lu Chen. This made Wang Zhong's face turn red. As the chief instructor of the number 7 base, he couldn't even catch a student. If this got out, he would lose the title of Dark Knight Butcher. Boy, let me see how much magic power you still have. Wang Zhong gritted his teeth in anger, but he had to dodge and chase after Lu Chen again. Oh, I'm worried. I don't have enough magic power. When Lu Chen said this, he kept teleporting and voices came from all directions. This scene made Wang Zhong stunned on the spot. You, do you dare to confront me head-on? If you have the guts, don't use such a shameless teleportation skill. Wang Zhong was so angry that he was confused. The 7 instructors couldn't help but cover their faces. It's so embarrassing. The chief instructor of the number 7 base could not catch a single student. He also let a 2nd-level summoner and a 6th-level assassin face off head-on. Why didn't they realize before that Instructor Qin was so shameless? Oh, you don't care about your dignity anymore. Lu Chen teleported in front of Qin Zhong and said sarcastically. Qin Zhong realized what he had said at this moment, but the words had already been spoken, and he was mocked by this kid. He also planned to be shameless to the end. How about it? Do you dare to take my skill head on? If you can take it, then I won't care about what happened today. Lu Chen was also amused by his words. After teleporting 10 meters back, Lu Chen looked at Qin Zhong and said, well, take one of my skills. If you can take it, I won't bother about what happened today. Don't go too far, kid. Qin Zhong was almost furious again. Is it too much for you to have an emergency meeting in the middle of the night? Lu Chen didn't give in at all. Okay, come on, I want to see what a kid like you, who can only run away, can do. I don't believe it. If a summoner like you can break my defense, I lose. Qin Zhong compromised. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to do anything with this kid. I couldn't catch up with the opponent even though I used my speed just now. After all, it's teleportation. Unless he can teleport, there is no way he can touch the other person. It's really unexpected that a second-level summoner can teleport. It seems like it can teleport infinitely. It's outrageous. Chapter 46. Sequence Strong Attack, Sequential Life. Boy, come on over here. Qin Zhong took a stance and said to Lu Chen. He had already made a plan. When Lu Chen came to attack him, he would grab him and beat him severely. Having been the chief instructor for so many years, no student has ever dared to challenge him like this. The key is that he can't do anything to the other party. Lu Chen saw through Qin Zhong's trick at a glance. Moreover, he had no intention of taking action himself. Not because he was afraid that the other party would take the opportunity to catch him, but because he felt that as a summoner, it was time for him to establish his own personality. Otherwise, in the future, all the warriors and assassins would come to challenge him as a summoner, which would be a huge headache. Have you forgotten that I am a summoner? Lu Chen opened his mouth, and a portal appeared behind him. Qin Zhong finally reacted. Yes, this guy is a summoner. He can easily let his pets come and attack him. Wouldn't his plan have failed? Qin Zhong looked at the portal that opened behind Lu Chen, and suddenly he had a new plan. The same thing will happen if we catch his pet later. I don't believe he will just watch his pet get beaten. However, when he saw the first pet stepping out of the portal, he was dumbfounded. A 3-meter-tall rabbit with bulging muscles and green hair. A 3-headed demon dragon with 3 heads and a body length of 7 or 8 meters. A giant ape with golden hair, wearing golden armor and holding an iron stick. A bull-headed warrior who is 5 meters tall, holding a huge battle axe and full of wild aura. This is not the end yet. The last creature, which is surrounded by thunder and looks like the auspicious beast Qilin in mythology, is also his pet owner. After the 5 pets were summoned, they all stood respectfully behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen only summoned 5 of them. He planned to show off some of his strength, so the 5 of them were more than enough. You. Qin Zhong's voice was shaking so much that he couldn't speak. Because he felt a particularly powerful aura from these pets, especially the golden monkey and the strange beast surrounded by lightning. He actually felt the unique aura of demigod quality from them. A pet of demigod quality. Return 2, how is that possible? Give him a good lesson. Beat him with confidence. He won't die. Lu Chen spoke at this time. Yes, master. The 5 pets rushed forward immediately. Qin Zhong felt that something was wrong and was about to use his rapid speed to distance himself. But suddenly he found that lightning was surrounding him, and a cage formed by lightning directly trapped him. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black iron rod came down. Minus 38,900. Zhu Yan hit the opponent with a stick, causing a damage number of nearly 40,000. Qin Zhong's health only dropped a little and began to recover quickly. Just now, Lu Chen had checked Qin Zhong's attribute information and found that the other party actually had sequence attributes, something he had never seen before, and the effect was very powerful. Information panel. Name, Qin Zhong. Occupation, 6th level Dark Knight Blade. Occupational level, S. Title, Night Butcher. Level, 61. Experience, 30 million plus / 200 million plus. HP, 1227000 / 1227000. Mana, 15543 15543. Personal attributes, Strength 15690, Vitality 12270, Spirit 15543, Wisdom 14430. Sequence, Power Attack LV15, increases attack power by 15%. Sequence Life LV10, increases upper limit of health tenfold. Sequence Solidity LV10, damage reduction by 10%. Sequence Recovery LV8, restores 800 health and mana per second. Roar! Ah! Boom! With Lu Chen's order, Zhu Yin, Lu Mao, and others did not hold back at all. They swung their sticks and smashed with all their might. The three-headed Dragon Emperor and the Thunder Beast Swanee directly attacked from a distance. In just a moment, Lu Chen discovered that even if Qin Zhong had more than 1,200,000 health points, he would not be able to withstand the recovery speed of 800 health points per second. The 7 stunned instructors were about to come forward to stop the fight when they saw that things were going badly, but they were frightened by Lu Chen's words and dared not move. Just now when he was about to hit me, you didn't say anything. If you dare to speak now, I will beat you too. Lu Chen's words were still quite intimidating, because now the chief instructor Qin Zhong is being beaten by a 5-meter-tall bull head sitting on him, so they are nothing. When Qin Zhong's health was about 200,000 left, Lu Chen ordered the pets to stop. Seeing that Qin Zhong didn't make a single howl from beginning to end, Lu Chen quite admired this shameless guy. However, when the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull stood up, he realized that it was not that Qin Zhong did not howl, but that the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull sat on his face, and he could not make any sound at all. All right, misunderstood him. When Lu Chen put all the pets back into the pet space, Qin Zhong was still lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up. When 2 instructors in camouflage went forward to support Qin Zhong, they found that the instructor Qin, who was known as the Dark Knight Butcher, was actually beaten and crying. Lu Chen was also a little surprised. This guy was too sensitive, but the warning still needs to be given. How is it? Do you accept it? Will you dare to hold an emergency meeting in the middle of the night again? Woo, no, I don't dare. Qin Zhong squatted on the ground, covering his face and crying. There were no obvious scars on his body, and no one knew why he was crying so sadly. It was not until later, when Qin Zhong told his story, that Lu Chen finally understood why. It turns out that Qin Zhong not only doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has also kept his first kiss. As a result, when the Tsang Tian Savage Bull sat on Qin Zhong's face to prevent him from barking, the bull's fart flame directly covered Qin Zhong's mouth. I won't talk about the taste. The key point is that Qin Zhong's first kiss was given to a guy named Pai Yanzi. How could he not cry? I feel like dying. Woo. Qin Zhong cried for about 3 minutes, but Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore and said that if he cried again, he would summon the Sky Savage Bull to beat him. Only then did he stop crying in fear. After a while, when Qin Zhong came back after washing his face, other students also came over. When Wong Wenwen saw Lu Chen, she immediately walked over quickly and asked him in a low voice if he was okay. She also heard Lu Chen scolding the instructor on the communicator, so she hurried over. Not only Wong Wenwen, but everyone else heard it as well. They all cast curious glances at Lu Chen. It's strange why he is still standing here intact. Disband! As a result, just as everyone arrived, they heard Qin Zhong shouting to disband. Not only did Qin Zhong call for the group to disband, he also solemnly declared that he would never organize an emergency gathering in the middle of the night again. The students once again looked at Lu Chen in surprise. He actually made the chief instructor compromise? How did you do that? What surprised them even more was yet to come. Lu Chen, who was no longer sleepy, said, "Since we are all gathered today, let's talk. I won't be able to sleep when I go back." Indeed, anyone who has woken up late at night should know that once you are fully awake, it is difficult to fall asleep again. Qin Zhong immediately agreed upon hearing this. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the next training and grouping. After that, he looked at Lu Chen and asked him separately, "Are you still training? Practice. If not, why would I be here?" Lu Chen asked back. After receiving Lu Chen's response, Qin Zhong spoke again. "Okay, let's divide into groups directly. After the groups are formed, your instructor will tell you about the subsequent training, as well as things like clearing dungeons and killing monsters." After saying that, Qin Zhong left without looking back. Chapter 47. Team Up Chef and Singer. The training is aimed at those combat professions and actually has little to do with Lu Chen. Of course, summoners can also train their physical fitness and combat skills, and occasionally protect themselves when their pets are too busy. As for forming a team, it means just what it seems. Assign a team to each person so that the professional can have a partner to rely on during battle and someone to trust behind the scenes. This is the unanimous request of the high-level professionals in the guild. They believe that if a person spends a long time in the Abyss dungeon and fighting monsters, he will develop a lonely mentality. With this mentality, it is very easy for people to go astray. Forming a team and having a teammate can solve this problem well. Lu Chen had no objection to this, He even specifically asked for Bao Yuanyuan. This immediately moved Bao Yuanyuan deeply. The boss was actually willing to take him with him. It seemed that the punch was not in vain. In this way, Lu Chen's team now has 3 people. He, Wong Wenwen, Bao Yuanyuan. The requirements for entering the Abyss Dungeon are the same, and the standard for a team is 5 people. Unless those multiplayer Abyss copies. Brother Zhang, take me with you. Brother Zhang, you said before that you wanted me to be part of the team. Brother Zhang, I'll let you play with my girlfriend. You can't go back on your word. Not far away. As soon as he heard about forming a team, Zhang Xinjia was surrounded. SSS-level professionals are recognized as the strongest without any proof. On the other hand, the SSS-level professional from Shanghai was also in great demand and was surrounded by people who all wanted to be on the same team with him. As for Lu Chen, even though many people have discovered that he is an SS-level summoner, and considering Qin Zhong's attitude towards Lu Chen just now, he is still not as popular as the 2 SSS-level professionals. However, there were also many people who wanted to join Lu Chen's team, but they were all rejected by Lu Chen. He has no shortage of fighting power or beautiful women, but he lacks some rare and interesting professionals. For example, the explorer profession like Bao Yuanyuan. Although Lu Chen can investigate by himself and more comprehensively, wouldn't it be more interesting to have someone specifically responsible for the investigation and shout wow a few times in surprise when there is nothing to do to add to the atmosphere? In the end, Lu Chen actually found 2 rare professional teammates. A level 2 life-related A-level gourmet master, Luo Wu. An idol type A-level 2nd level singer, Ling Yu. They are not purely living or idol-type professions. Otherwise, they would not be recruited by the official professional guild. Luo Wu is a life professional, and his professional level can reach a level because the food he makes is not only delicious, but also has some additional benefits and can restore health points. The same goes for Ling Yu's singer. Her singing is not only beautiful, but can also boost morale, increase skill damage, and dispel negative influences. It's also quite interesting. However, when Lu Chen saw that their skill enhancement effects were all based on percentages, he was a little surprised. The increase in percentage is selective. If you encounter a weak person, it is equivalent to being useless. But if you encounter one with high attributes and strong strength, it will be like adding wings to a tiger and take off directly. You're welcome to join my team. When Lu Chen took the initiative to invite the 2 of them, they were a little bit unbelieving. At the scene, apart from the 2 SSS-level professionals, the most mysterious one was Lu Chen, the SS-level summoner. The chief instructor's attitude towards him just now is enough to explain everything. Of course, they were willing to join Lu Chen's team, but they felt they were not worthy, so they never took the initiative. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen took the initiative to invite them. Thank you for taking me, sir. Luo Wu was very happy and patted his chest and said that even if he couldn't help much, at least the food he cooked was delicious and was perfect as a thigh pendant. Like Bao Yuanyuan, he also has a chubby face, but his face is bigger and rounder than Bao Yuanyuan's. Thank you for taking me, sir. Ling Yu imitated Luo Wu's shout. She had a little lowly voice and a small lowly-like figure. Just now, 2 teams composed entirely of boys wanted to join her, but she rejected them both because it was obvious that those 2 teams were not attracted by her abilities. She also came here because there was a beautiful girl in Lu Chen's team. Wong Wenwen also had a good impression of Ling Yu. She went straight up to her and took Ling Yu's hand, as if she had found a new best friend. Soon the 2 of them started chatting together. After the teams were assigned, there were 7 teams in total. 7 instructors in camouflage stepped forward and took the initiative to let the 7 teams choose them. Lu Chen pointed directly to the only female instructor among the 7 instructors. The other party was also very happy and readily agreed. This made Zhao Xinjia and another SSS-level professional, Chen Changqing, very unhappy. However, several other perceptive instructors stepped forward and advised them not to take it too seriously. In the end, considering the attitude of the previous chief instructor Qin Zhong towards Lu Chen, the 2 SSS-level professionals listened to the advice and endured it. Once the teams are divided and the instructors are selected, there is actually nothing to worry about. Everyone can choose to go back and continue sleeping, or choose to stay and train, or go into the abyss to increase their level. After all, the chief instructor who loved to make trouble had been chased away by Lu Chen, and the other instructors behaved very humanely. Lu Chen had some questions to ask. It's about sequence properties. When Lu Chen asked about the sequence attributes, Feng Qian's face showed obvious surprise. Feng Qian, 32 years old this year, is a level 37 auxiliary professional and a Class B data analyst. Specializes in researching and analyzing abyssal data. Have a thorough understanding of various data, skills, including sequence attributes. This is also the reason why Lu Chen chose her as a teacher. You can't add sequence attributes now. That can only be added to professions after the third transformation. Although Lu Chen couldn't add it now, since the other party asked, Feng Qian also patiently explained. According to Feng Qian, the sequence attribute is similar to a human enchantment and requires a material, the sequence rune fragment. This kind of thing can only be obtained from abyss copies above level 30. At the same time, some special monsters can also explode. However, after obtaining the sequence rune fragments, one still has to go to the furnace restricted area and use the rune flames in the furnace restricted area to attach the sequence rune fragments to oneself, thereby obtaining the corresponding abilities of the rune fragments. In addition, sequence attributes have levels. The newly added sequence attributes are actually very weak. Only by constantly collecting more of the same sequence rune fragments and upgrading the sequence attributes can they become extremely powerful. It is said that a level 35 boss that specializes in dropping sequence life rune fragments has a health value of 300 billion because its sequence life level has reached LV 900. Lu Chen was dumbfounded after hearing this. 300 billion health points. Is this boss the source of life that breeds life? With Feng Qian's explanation, Lu Chen finally understood how to obtain and add sequence attributes. Unfortunately, my current level is not high enough. Turning his head to look at the others, Lu Chen was about to roll up immediately. Since we can't sleep, why don't we go to the Abyss dungeon to level up now? Bao Yuan was the first to speak out. You are the captain. Everything is up to you. Luo Wu also nodded and said, I'm just a chef. I don't have any opinion. Lu Chen looked at Ling Yu and found that she was chatting happily with Wong, in a lowly voice. All right, no one objects. Lu Chen directly said to Feng Qian, arrange an Abyss dungeon for us. Feng Qian nodded and said, come with me. Then he walked towards an area in the center of the hall that was blocked by a blue light curtain. As they walked, she said to Lu Chen, then I'll arrange a 2-star hell-level werewolf tribe for you. No one has ever cleared the hell-level difficulty of the Abyss dungeon. Okay, no problem. Lu Chen nodded and agreed. Luo Wu, who was following behind him, was stunned when he heard this. However, he adhered to the principle that he was just a chef and had no opinions, so he didn't say a word, even though he was panicking inside. It wasn't that he doubted Lu Chen's ability or the instructor's arrangement, but the current configuration of their team is really outrageous. A summoner, an explorer, a cook, and a singer. The only profession that looks capable of fighting is only at level B. Chapter 48, 2-star level, Werewolf Tribe. The central area of the Abyss Dome is isolated by a blue light curtain. At first, Lu Chen thought that behind the light curtain was the same as the temple in Haicheng, similar to the dungeon hall, with the entrances to the Abyss dungeons neatly arranged inside. However, when Lu Chen followed Feng Qian into the area blocked by the light curtain, what he saw suddenly broadened his horizons. In the area surrounded by the light curtain, there was actually a sinkhole in the middle with a diameter of at least 20 meters. It was pitch black inside and had an abyss. This is the real abyss. This is the Twilight Abyss of our number 7 station. There are 28 abyss copies ranging from level 20 to 50. They were collected bit by bit by our number 7 station over the years. After Feng Qian explained everything, she walked to a control console next to the abyss. As she operated it, a huge blue screen appeared. On the blue screen, there is a row of vertical abyss icons, and each abyss icon is marked with the abyss level and name. The lowest is the LV20 LV25 abyss copy. There are 6 in total, and the highest is the LV45 LV50 abyss copy. There are only 2 in total. As Feng Qian's fingers continued to tap on the console, the third abyss icon was opened. Then a ray of light shot out from the abyss icon directly from the blue screen and fell into the Twilight Abyss, and a blue abyss rift opened in the Twilight Abyss. Lu Chen looked towards the abyss and found that Feng Qian had actually chosen the difficulty level for him. Werewolf Tribe, LV20 LV25. Star rating, 2 stars. Difficulty, Hell level. Description, werewolves are a branch of the orcs. They are aggressive and extremely bloodthirsty. This map contains hidden tasks that can only be opened after specific conditions are triggered. You can go in now. With your strength, those monsters are not a threat to you. If possible, try to trigger the hidden mission. The reward is very generous. Feng Qian stood in front of the control console and gave a reminder. Luo Wu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Afterwards, he was glad for his wise move. As the captain, Lu Chen was naturally the one who chose to enter the Abyss copy. Turning his head to look at the team members again, they seemed to have no objection. Lu Chen also decisively chose to enter the Abyss copy. A blue light shot out from the crack in the Abyss, covering Lu Chen and his companions, and the next moment they disappeared from the spot. Tip: you have entered the 2-star Hell difficulty Werewolf tribe. You can leave the Abyss dungeon after killing the final boss, the Werewolf King. As the copy prompt sounded, Lu Chen found himself, Wong, and others in a small valley. Lu Chen looked around and found that there were many hills around him. The hills were full of greenery and lush trees, and birds and animals could be seen flying out. The scenery is still very good. Hurry up and go! At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the left, followed by the sound of a whip hitting flesh. Several people turned their heads and looked to the left. I saw that on a small path on the left leading into the valley, there were several werewolves with weapons escorting a group of centaurs chained with iron chains. Lu Chen opened the pet space and summoned out pets including Greenhair and Zhu Yin. When Luo Wu saw Zhu Yin and Song Tianmanyo, who were 5 meters tall and wearing golden armor, he immediately understood why Chief Instructor Qin was so polite to Lu Chen. Why did Teacher Feng Qian prepare a hell-level Abyss copy for them right away? If he had a pet like this, he would be able to enjoy the same treatment. Who are you? In Luo, when Bao Yuan was surprised at the power of Zhu Yin and other pets, the werewolf on the path on the left also discovered Lu Chen and others. A werewolf holding a long knife stepped forward. He was not afraid at all when facing Zhu Yin, Cong Tianmanyo, and other pets. He shouted, "This is the territory of my werewolf tribe. Leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." This werewolf still had some sense and did not attack right away. He knew that Zhu Yin and other pets were not easy to deal with, so he directly brought out their werewolf tribe. At this time, Lu Chen noticed that the centaurs chained with iron chains were all female. Their upper bodies are those of young and beautiful girls, and their lower bodies are those of graceful horses. When they saw Lu Chen and others blocking the road, they all cast hopeful glances at them. Seeing this, Lu Chen directly asked Zhu Yin, Lu Mao, and other pets to kill the werewolves first and rescue the centaurs first. After all, he ultimately wants to kill the Werewolf King and is opposed to these werewolves. Boom! Zhu Yan's attack was still as violent as ever. With one blow of the stick, the werewolf who came out shouting and holding a long knife was immediately smashed into meat paste. Even a hole was smashed into the ground. Minus 11,370. A fatal blow. With Zhu Yan's current attributes, these werewolves with all attributes of around 1,000 can naturally be killed in 1 second with one stick. Tip: kill an elite werewolf and gain plus 3,200 experience. Tip: the elite werewolf dropped a green quality equipment and a silver sequence coin. The kill notification that sounded in his ears surprised Lu Chen a little. Is the serial coin revealed? Bao Yuan had already run forward, picked up the equipment and sequence coin, and then ran back. Boss, a silver sequence coin exploded. Bao Yuan was also deeply surprised. Lu Chen reached out and picked up the serial coin, and found that it was about the same size as a coin, but it was silver-white in color with intricate patterns engraved on both sides, but no specific numbers or anything like that. Seeing this, Lu Chen took out a golden sequence coin from his personal space for comparison. This scene made Bao Yuan dumbfounded. Boss, how come you have a golden sequence coin? The surprise on Bao Yuan's face was comparable to the level when she saw Lu Chen teleport before. It exploded before. This golden sequence coin should be more valuable, right? I just forgot to ask Teacher Feng about the sequence coins. Do you know? Lu Chen tossed the 2 sequence coins in his hand and found that the golden one was heavier. Hearing this, Bao Yuan immediately explained. Boss, I know. There are 5 types of sequence coins, namely brass coins, silver coins, gold coins, diamond coins, and black gold coins. The exchange rate between them is 100. It is said that 1 black gold coin can be exchanged for a god-level sequence rune attached to the equipment. Oh, I see. Lu Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Afterwards, he threw the silver coin directly to Bao Yuan and said, "From now on, when we play the Abyss Dungeon, you will keep all the items that are dropped, and we will distribute them equally after we get out of the dungeon. No problem, big man. Bao Yuanyuan happily took on the task. At this time, Zhu Yin and Lu Mao had already killed all the werewolves. There were 8 werewolves in total, and 2 pieces of equipment and a sequence coin dropped. Bao Yuanyuan happily ran over to pick them up and exclaimed that the drop rate was really high. Lu Chen also felt that the explosion rate was quite high. Before, when I was clearing the abyss in Haicheng, no equipment dropped when I fought the boss. Now, this wave of werewolves dropped several pieces of equipment and 2 sequence coins, which is indeed much higher. Just when Lu Chen was about to go and take a look at those centaurs, the copy reminder sound suddenly rang. Tip: you have triggered the pre-hidden mission, the last centaur. Please go to the centaur tribe immediately to save the centaur that is about to be slaughtered. After completing it, you can officially trigger the hidden mission, Revenge of the Centaur. Chapter 49, Centaur Girl. Does this trigger the prerequisite task for the hidden task? Lu Chen found that his luck seemed to have improved. He couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Luo Wu, Ling Yu, and Bao Yuanyuan in the team. It seems that one of these 3 people has the physique of a koi fish. I really found a treasure. Opening the map coordinates, Lu Chen discovered that the centaur tribe marked in the previous task was not far from their current location. Just when Lu Chen was about to ride the Thunder Bee Swanee and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor over, the team of rescued centaur girls came running over. Benefactor, please save our tribe. The centaur girl in the lead was at least 2 meters 67 inches tall, and Lu Chen had to raise his head to look at her. Don't worry, I'm going to save your tribe right now. Lu Chen looked up and saw a sea of white. He couldn't help but touch his nose and said, the centaur girl's upper body was only dressed in a bib-like garment woven from leaves, covering her chest. But this bib is designed to be tightened at the top and hang down at the bottom. If a creature is not as tall as the centaur girl, it can have a clear view of the 2 mountains just by looking up. As for the lower body of the centaur girl, it was as if she was wearing nothing, but because there was hair on the horse's body and a horsetail on her buttocks to cover her modesty, she did not expose herself. Great, come up quickly, we will take you to the tribe. We centaurs are the fastest among all orcs. When the centaur girl heard that Lu Chen was going to save their tribe, she immediately said happily, "Ah, go up, go up." Lu Chen didn't react for a moment. When the centaur girl turned her horse around, he realized that centaurs are also horses. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen teleported onto the centaur girl's horse, but found that there were no reins to hold on to. But the centaur girl said at this time, "You can hold my waist." Lu Chen couldn't help but look at the centaur girl's slender waist connected to the horse's body. He turned his head to look at Wong Wenwen and the others, each of whom was riding a centaur girl, and hugged the centaur girl's waist with excitement. He couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, especially Luo Wu and Bao Yuanyuan. They even asked the names of the 2 centaur girls who were carrying them. Seeing this, Lu Chen also reached out and hugged the centaur girl's waist and said, "Let's go." The next moment, the centaur girl spread out her 4 hooves and ran at full speed. Lu Chen. The centaur girl is indeed very fast and can adapt to any terrain. You can also jump over obstacles when you encounter them. Just when the centaur girl jumped up, Lu Chen's hands moved up unconsciously and grabbed places that he shouldn't have grabbed. But the centaur girl did not make any sound of discomfort and did not even let Lu Chen take his hand away. Although Lu Chen felt that the part he was holding was more convenient and stable, he knew that he couldn't do that. He put his hand down immediately after realizing it. Almost there. At this time, the voice of the centaur girl sounded. Lu Chen looked up and found a camp-like tribe with animal skin tents beside a small river in front of him. However, now the sounds of shouting and killing can be heard from far away in the tribe. In particular, a voice full of brutality came before Lu Chen got close. "Leave one stallion and kill all the other male centaurs." When this voice came, Lu Chen could clearly feel that the centaur girl was running faster. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately used teleportation to disappear from the centaur girl's horse, and the next moment he appeared in the centaur tribe in the distance. At the same time, the pet space opened, and Lu Chen summoned out Di Qingwu, the dragon girl, and the angel from heaven. Kill those werewolves. As soon as Lu Chen's order was given, a group of pets immediately rushed towards the werewolves. In an instant, the werewolves, who were originally like hungry wolves, immediately turned into little lambs. They were killed one by one with a stick and 2 by a sword. In an instant, Only the werewolf leader, who was 3 meters tall and had hair as red as blood, was left. The centaurs who were fighting bloody battles were stunned. Seeing those werewolves being killed, they realized that these powerful creatures came to save them, and they all knelt down to thank them. "Who are you? How dare you kill my wolf warriors and hinder my wolf tribe's conquest?" The red-haired werewolf roared, but his heart was filled with fear. "Warrior?" Lu Chen sneered. To the centaurs, these werewolves might be called warriors or demons, but to him, they were not good enough. After checking the attributes of the blood wolf leader, Lu Chen immediately lost interest and waved his hand. "Kill him!" Puff! The next moment, the blood wolf leader's huge head rolled to the ground. Minus 139,500. A dark damage number floated up, a fatal blow. This damage was caused by the Angel of Heaven. She had one more attribute than the Dragon Girl and the Thunder Bee Swanee, and her attributes were more than 10,000 more than theirs. With a total attribute of more than 30,000 points, it was more than enough to kill a leader in 1 second. Tip: kill the Blood Wolf leader to gain plus 750,000 experience points. Tip: the Blood Wolf leader dropped 2 pieces of cyan equipment, 1 piece of purple equipment, and 5 silver sequence coins. Tip: you have completed the pre-quest, The Last Centaur. Gain plus 2 million experience points and plus 10 silver coins. Tip: please find the Centaur girl Lilia to trigger the official hidden mission, Revenge of the Centaur. By the time the Centaur girl carrying Lu Chen and the other Centaur girls carrying the others arrived at the Centaur tribe, the battle was already over. When Bao Yuan and the others heard the prompt sound of the copy, their faces flushed slightly, perhaps out of excitement or something else. After jumping off the Centaur girl's horse, Bao Yuan and Luo Wu immediately went to collect the exploded equipment and sequence coins. The Centaur girl who brought Lu Chen here was overjoyed after finding her family. She immediately brought her family to Lu Chen to express her gratitude. At this time, a centaur with a pattern painted on his face came over and bowed his upper body to Lu Chen. "Thank you for saving my life." Lu Chen looked at the centaurs who gradually gathered around him. They all bowed their upper bodies to express their gratitude to him. Lu Chen also shouted directly, "Who called Lilia? Stand out for a moment." "Huh!" The centaur girl who brought Lu Chen here exclaimed in surprise and walked up to Lu Chen. "Benefactor, I am Lilia. How do you know my name?" "Ah, you are Lilia." Lu Chen was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect that this pretty-looking centaur girl who brought me here is actually a key figure." So, Lu Chen didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Lilia, do you want revenge? Revenge for your people, for your tribe?" When Lilia heard this, hatred flashed in her eyes. She nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, I dream of killing those brutal werewolves, but I can't beat them." Just as Lilia finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Lu Chen's ears. Bite. Tip: help Lilia improve her strength to get extra rewards from hidden tasks. Option 1. Directly transfer attribute data to Lilia with the upper limit of 10,000 for all attributes, and you will receive double return. Option 2. Provide Lilia with equipment assistance. The upper limit of equipment quality is orange, and you will receive equipment of 1 higher quality as a reward. Chapter 50 Global Ranking opens. At this time, the remaining centaurs in the Centaur tribe all gathered around. The remaining centaurs are basically all female, and there are only a dozen male centaurs left. After seeing Lu Chen's strength, they were all attracted by Lu Chen's question to Lilia whether she wanted to take revenge. "We want revenge. Please help us." A centaur girl holding a dagger shouted loudly. After hearing the additional task triggered by the system, Lu Chen immediately made a choice. He naturally chose one. "Lilia, I will give you some power now, and all this power will be yours in the future. Don't resist later," Lu Chen said before transferring the attributes to Lilia. "Oh!" Lilia immediately nodded in agreement, with a hint of excitement on her young face. Lu Chen activated Ragnarok and adjusted the transmitted attribute data to 10,000. All attributes are 10,000 points. The centaur girl Lilia immediately heard a mechanical prompt sound, and after she agreed, a huge force was infused into her body. Bite. Tip: you have transferred 10,000 of all attributes to the centaur girl Lilia, and you will get double return, all attributes plus 20,000. The moment the power was transmitted, Lu Chen didn't even have time to feel the weakness of losing power before his body was filled with stronger power. transfer 10,000 and get 20,000 back. It's really like that one person keeps silent when a message is passed, and the other one keeps silent when the message is returned. Lu Chen really hopes that good things like this can always happen, then he will be not far from being invincible. On this side, after Lu Chen teleported 10,000 full attributes over, the body of the centaur girl Lilia was instantly enveloped by a holy light. Lu Chen suddenly saw a set of clothes woven with flowers and leaves flying out from a tent in the middle of the centaur tribe. The clothes seemed to be attracted by Lilia and fell directly on Lilia, who was shrouded in holy light. Then, the flowers and leaves seemed to come alive, covering up Lilia's body and the horse's body. That is the sacred object of my centaur tribe. Ancestors, bless you. You have finally favored your people. Ancestors, bless you. At once, all the centaurs knelt down before Lilia. In Lu Chen's sight, Lilia had completely changed. Her whole body seemed to be painted with colors, with flowers surrounding her chest and clothes woven from green leaves and flowers on her body, making her look like a natural elf. In addition, Lu Chen also saw that Lilia's grade soared sharply and reached the saint level in an instant. Centaur girl Lilia. Level 25. Quality. Saint level, Lilia gains 50% damage reduction. HP 371100/371100. As a hidden boss of the centaur tribe, Lilia gains an additional 10,000 HP per level. Mana 135900. Attributes: Strength 12155, Vitality 12110, Spirit 13590, Wisdom 13240. Skills: Extreme Speed, Nature's Gift, Soul Sharing. Equipment: Nature's Set, Gold Saint level. The first branch of the Forbidden Tree, Gold Saint level. Bond: The centaur girl Lilia has activated the racial bond. The bonder is Lu Chen. Description: The centaur girl who has been recognized by the spirit of nature is now qualified to evolve into the centaur god. Thank you. After taking a look at herself, Lilia was the first to thank Lu Chen. At this time, Luo Wu and Bao Yuan, who had just come to their senses after being shocked by Lu Chen's 3 humanoid pets, were stunned again when they saw that an ordinary centaur girl had been turned into a boss-like existence by Lu Chen. Boss, what kind of tricks are you using? Bao Yuan was stunned. His profession was an explorer, and he knew very well what changes had taken place in the centaur girl. To describe this change as outrageous would be an understatement. It's unbelievable. Well, when this effect is triggered on you, you'll understand. Lu Chen gave Bao Yuan a vague explanation. But it was this explanation that made Bao Yuan excited for a long time. Wong had experienced this kind of transmitted data attributes, and also knew that this method would consume Lu Chen's own attributes. Seeing that Lu Chen sent a lot of data to the centaur girl at once, she was a little worried. After obtaining all attributes of 10,000, Lilia began to organize her people and prepare to take revenge on the werewolves. Thus, the hidden task was officially triggered. Tip: The hidden mission Centaur's Revenge has been unlocked. You can complete this mission by killing the werewolf population to 10%. Hearing the prompt sound of the copy, Lu Chen exclaimed that it was cruel enough. Killing 10% of the werewolf tribe means destroying the werewolf tribe. However, this is exactly what Lu Chen wants. After all, he came here for the werewolf tribe. Every time he killed a werewolf, he could gain a little more experience, and there was a chance that equipment and sequence coins would drop. After staying in the centaur tribe for about half an hour, Lilia gathered all the centaurs who could fight. Lu Chen took a look and found that almost all of them were centaur girls. My benefactor, let me carry you. When preparing to set off, Lilia came to Lu Chen and turned the horse's body to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen glanced at the 2 mount pets, the Thunder Bee Swan Ni and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor, not far away, and then decisively teleported to Lilia's horseback. Lilia is still more fragrant. Set off. Lilia shouted loudly and rushed out of the centaur tribe first. Behind her, Wong and others also got on the horseback of a centaur girl and followed Lilia out of the tribe. Zhu Yin and other pets have been taken back to the pet space by Lu Chen. At the same time, outside the Abyss copy, in a forest 400 miles away from the headquarters of the No. 7 Official Professionals Guild, an inconspicuous meteorite fell and was then swallowed by a monster. At the same time, Wong Yuqi, who had just arrived at the Tianming Union headquarters outside the city, was hit by an inconspicuous meteorite and fell into a coma. In addition, meteorites fell in the Ares Guild headquarters, the Dark Knight Guild headquarters, and other major cities. Even if they did not hit anyone, they would suddenly merge into the body of anyone who approached it, and that person would fall into a coma. Just when no one paid attention to this matter, a loud voice suddenly sounded across the globe. Tip: Blue Star has officially entered the God's Arrival stage, and the global ranking list has been opened. This voice was heard by everyone, including those in the Abyss copy. When Lu Chen heard this loud voice that was similar to the copy prompt sound, a series of system prompt sounds also rang in his ears. Bite. Tip: Your Ragnarok has been ranked first in the equipment rankings, and you will receive rewards. Level +3, 2 random gold quality equipment, and plus 100 diamond sequence coins. Tip: Your profession has been listed on the professional rankings, ranking 10th, and you will receive rewards. Level +1, random complete sequence rune +1, gold sequence coin +100. Chapter 51, Continuous Level Improvement. Bite. Tip: It has been detected that the Blue Star has entered the God's Arrival stage, and you have opened the entry types of a new stage. Tip: Your level is raised to level 24, and you gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip: At level 1, a gold entry is triggered, and you gain the bond entry. I am the Supreme X5. I am the Supreme. The current attributes are doubled. The Supreme Pet Bond is obtained, and a Supreme Divine Pet Setter is obtained. You can use it on the Supreme Pet to turn it into the Supreme Divine Pet. The Supreme Divine Pet will permanently obtain the health limit of 10 times the total health of other Supreme Pets. Tip: When your level is raised to level 25, you will gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip: At level 1, a gold entry is triggered, and you gain an exclusive summoner entry, Copy Expert. Copy Expert. Every 10 days, you can obtain a gold entry replicator, which can be used to copy any attached entry to obtain the entry. Tip: Your level has been raised to level 26. Tip: At level 1, a gold entry is triggered and you gain an auxiliary entry, Halo Holy Body. Halo Holy Body increases basic attributes by 10 times and is added to pets that cannot move. The number of halos that are activated will reach 10. Tip: Your level has been raised to level 27. Tip: A gold entry is triggered at level 1, and you get a bond entry, Ascension X5. Ascension. Double the current attributes and obtain the title of Ascendant. When the title is activated, the Ascendant will randomly and permanently obtain a 1 to 100 point increase in all attributes at regular intervals. Lu Chen, who was riding on the back of the centaur girl Lilia, was already confused by the series of prompt sounds. At this moment, Lilia just jumped over a huge rock. The sudden jump and ups and downs made Lu Chen's hands, which were holding Lilia's waist, move up unconsciously and grab the two peaks again. This time, Lilia let out a soft moan. Lu Chen reacted and quickly put down his hands. Just as she was about to study the newly acquired entry, Lilia actually jumped over another boulder. Lu Chen's palm moved up again and grabbed it. Lu Chen. He felt that Lilia must have done it on purpose, so he just held on and wouldn't let go. You know what? It's much more stable. No matter whether Lilia jumps or runs at full speed next, Lu Chen will be extremely stable after holding on to the two mountains tightly. Soon, Lilia drove Lu Chen to the werewolf's territory, the werewolf tribe. Lu Chen has already attached the two newly acquired bond types, a total of 10 entries, to his pets. Among them, Zhu Yin, the three-headed dragon emperor, the Thunder Bee Swanee, Green Hair, and the Sky Barbarian Bull have the I Am the Supreme bond entry added. As for the Supreme Divine Pet setting device, Lu Chen gave it to the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull. When the setting was successfully completed, Lu Chen saw that the health bar of the Kangram Barbarian Bull turned black. The bull, health, 37796-300/37796-300. More than 37 million. This is really a blood cow. With the blessing of this huge life value, the grade of the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull also successfully broke through to the demigod level. Bite. Tip: The level of the Sky Barbarian Bull breaks through to the demigod level, and you get feedback. All attributes plus 2,000, upper limit of health plus 1 million. As for the other 5 entries for ascending to heaven, Lu Chen gave them to Di Qingwu, the Dragon Girl, the Angel from Heaven, the Thunder Bee Swanee, and Zhu Yin. After Zhu Yan's attributes doubled again, all of his attributes successfully broke through the 50,000 mark. If he activated the Holy Body Vision Immortal King coming to the ninth heaven at this time and used the stick to open the sky, the damage would be unimaginable. The strength of the 8 pets has been greatly improved again, so it will be very easy to defeat the werewolf tribe. Even the Werewolf King was beaten to death by Zhu Yin with just 1 stick. Bao Yuan and Luo Wu kept picking up equipment, and finally even Wong Wenwen and Ling Yu ran over to help. There's no way Zhu Yin and the others killed too quickly. In addition, the entire werewolf tribe's population actually numbered in the thousands, close to 10,000, so the explosion rate also became higher. At first glance, the ground was covered with green equipment. Occasionally, you can see purple equipment. Moreover, with the huge number of werewolves, the exploded sequence coins were everywhere. Lu Chen took advantage of the time when Zhu Yin and other pets had greatly increased their strength to practice with those poor werewolves, and also checked the 2 pieces of gold quality equipment he had obtained, as well as the complete sequence rune. One of the pet equipment is surprisingly similar to the Monkey King's Rui Jingu Bang, and is just right for Zhu Yin to use. Rui felt Iron Soldiers. Type: Weapon, Pet Equipment. Quality: Gold Sacred. Weight: 109,000 gene. Additional attributes: all attributes plus 5,000. Additional feature 1. Flexible. The weapon can be enlarged or reduced, thickened or thinned at will. Requirements for use: all attributes exceed 10,000, and it must be a monkey pet. The other item is also pet equipment, and it is a giant axe, which is just right for the Tsang Tian Barbarian Bull. Black cut. Type: Weapon, Pet Equipment. Quality: Gold Sacred. Length: 10 m. Weight: 30,000 gene. Additional attributes: all attributes plus 5,000. Additional feature 1. Destruction. When colliding with a weapon of lower quality than itself, it will be destroyed 100% of the time. Additional feature 2. Mountain breaking. Double the damage to rocks and trees. Requirements for use: strength attribute exceeds 10,000. After checking the 2 pieces of equipment, taking them out, and handing them to Zhu Yin and Sangtian Maniyu respectively, Lu Chen discovered that all the werewolves in the entire werewolf tribe had been almost slaughtered by them. Before Lu Chen had time to check the sequence rune, the copy prompt sounded. Tip: the final boss, Werewolf King, has been killed, and you will get plus 5 million experience points and plus 200 silver coins. Tip: you have cleared the 2-star hell difficulty werewolf tribe and obtained level plus 1 and silver sequence coin plus 1,000. Tip: since this is your first time clearing an abyss dungeon of this difficulty, you will gain level plus 2, plus 1 orange quality equipment, and plus 100 gold sequence coins. Tip: you have completed the hidden mission Revenge of the Centaur and received the following rewards. Level plus 1, Centaur Girl Lilia plus 1, Special Item Heart of the Abyss plus 1. Then, just as the copy prompt sound ended, the system prompt sound rang again. Bite. Tip: your level is raised to level 28, and you gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip: at the first level, a gold entry is triggered, and you gain a magic entry. Reincarnation Technique. Reincarnation Technique. After attachment, the basic attribute increases by 10,000, and the supreme technique is obtained. Reincarnation. Tip: your level is raised to level 29, and you gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip: at level 1, a gold term is triggered, and you gain an amplification term. Chaos Flame. Chapter 52 completed. Centaur Girl Lilia. Chaos Flame. The strongest and most mysterious flame in the world. After being added, the basic attributes are increased by 100 times, and the pet will be changed into a flame physique. Additional requirements: pets without any additional entries. Bite. Tip: when your level reaches 30, all attributes will increase by plus 1,000, and free attribute points will increase by plus 500. Tip: at level 1, a gold entry is triggered, and you gain a summoner exclusive entry. Summoner's Body. Summoner's Body. No beast will actively attack you unless you provoke them. Tip: you have reached level 30. The exclusive 3rd level Abyss copy has been opened. The current level experience has been sealed, and you can continue to upgrade your level after completing the 3rd level. The series of prompt sounds finally stopped. Lu Chen felt his ears buzzing with all kinds of prompts echoing in his ears. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't want to count and organize those entries, sequence runes, and sequence coins for the time being. At the moment, the werewolf tribe has been cleared, And with Wong Wenwen and Ling Yu helping to pick up equipment and sequence coins, the battlefield cleanup is nearing completion. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that the reward for the hidden mission was to give him the centaur girl Lilia. Not only him, Wong Wenwen and Ling Yu got a centaur boy as a pet. Luo Wu and Bao Yuanyuan got a centaur girl as a pet. The 5 of them each got a centaur pet, and they were distributed according to gender. It's very nice. Lu Chen, come and help. Wong Wenwen waved to Lu Chen to come over and help. The werewolf tribe was directly destroyed. Not a single person was left alive. All of them were killed. Lilia's tribesmen had already gone back, leaving only Lilia and her 5 men, young boys and girls, following Lu Chen and the others. The young man who was on Wong Wenwen's team was very handsome, with an appearance comparable to that of a young boy. At this moment, he was walking beside Wong Wenwen and helping her pick up equipment. After Lu Chen teleported over, Bao Yuanyuan immediately came over and said happily, "Boss, we have a huge harvest this time. There are nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment." Seeing that most of the equipment was green or cyan, Lu Chen was not very interested and asked, "What should we do with these equipment? Does the equipment store at the guild headquarters also accept equipment?" Bao Yuanyuan was surprised and explained quickly, "Boss, why do you want to sell it to the equipment store in the base? We will need to consume them when we add sequence runes to equipment in the future. With just your equipment, you won't be able to add all the sequence runes without consuming hundreds of thousands of cyan quality equipment." What? Lu Chen really didn't know this was happening. Of course, if you have sequence coins, you can directly buy energy crystals. One piece of that thing is equivalent to more than 10 pieces of cyan quality equipment. Bao Yuanyuan added. Oh. Lu Chen suddenly realized, and he said how could there be no other way? However, after hearing what Bao Yuanyuan said, he also began to pay attention to those equipments and joined the ranks of picking up equipment. Soon, all the equipment and cereal coins dropped and the entire werewolf tribe were picked up. While picking up equipment, Lu Chen discovered something. Wong Wenwen's centaur boy had a horse's lower body and was not wearing any covering. But seeing that Wong Wenwen didn't care at all, Lu Chen didn't say anything, otherwise he would seem stingy. Moreover, the relationship between him and Wong Wenwen has not yet broken through the last level, so it would not be good to interfere too much. That night on the beach in Haicheng, when he and Wong Wenwen were about to take the next step, they were interrupted by a patrol team from Haicheng. After returning, Wong Wenwen also went with her best friend Zhao Henin, and the matter that was not carried out was left unresolved. Now, the relationship between the two can be considered as being in love. Okay, that's about it. Lu Chen looked around and found that there were no more glowing equipment and sequence coins. He couldn't help but clapped his hands and said, Wong Wenwen and others came over, especially Luo Wu, looking at the centaur girl following him. His mouth was almost split to his ears with joy. Bao Yuanyuan was also very happy. After all, as a mount-type pet, the centaur girl can really be ridden. Ling Yu looked at the centaur boy beside her, wondering what he was thinking, with red cheeks. Several people counted the equipment they picked up, a total of more than 1,200 pieces. Bao Yuanyuan suggested that they each take 200 pieces, and the rest would belong to Lu Chen. Lu Chen had no objection, and naturally no one else had any objection either. However, Wong Wenwen specially picked out a set of equipment suitable for centaurs and had her centaur boy wear it. Then there are cereal coins, not counting system and copy rewards, only counting those dropped by monsters. There are a total of 985 silver sequence coins and 10 gold sequence coins. It was still Bao Yuanyuan who proposed the distribution. They each took 100 silver sequence coins, and the rest were given to Lu Chen. Others still had no opinion. After all, they had cleared the Hell Difficulty Abyss dungeon, and the rewards were already very generous. They could get so many equipment and sequence coins by picking up equipment, which was a huge profit. After distributing the items, Lu Chen looked around again, then put all the pets, including Lilia, back into the pet space and walked towards the portal. Buzz! When Lu Chen and his team came out of the abyss, they found Feng Qian still waiting outside. Only 3 hours had passed, and the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Feng Qian was very surprised to see Lu Chen and his team come out so quickly. He came up to them and asked, "You guys cleared the levels so quickly. Didn't you do any hidden tasks?" "I did it," Lu Chen replied. A look of disbelief flashed across Feng Qian's face, but he quickly calmed down. Then she told Lu Chen about the major events that happened on Blue Star during the 3 hours they entered the Abyss copy. This was the grand sound that Lu Chen had heard in the Abyss dungeon before. Blue Star has entered the stage of God's presence. After Feng Qian's explanation, Lu Chen and the others also understood what was going on. The so-called gods coming means that the data of gods descends to the earth and integrates into the bodies of some professionals, causing their professional levels to soar directly to the god level. In other words, there is now a group of god-level professionals on Blue Star. In addition, the global rankings were opened, the multiplayer abyss was opened, the killing abyss was opened, and some forbidden areas experienced unusual movements. In general, Blue Star has become more dangerous now. What are your plans? Feng Qian asked Lu Chen. Start with the third career change. Lu Chen responded, nothing is more important than this. Because he is different from others, his level represents his strength. Okay, I'll arrange it for you now. Feng Qian said this and walked towards the Abyss Dungeon operating console. Hey, wait a minute. Lu Chen immediately called her. What? Not doing it now. Feng Qian turned around and looked at Lu Chen. After taking a look at the third-level Abyss copy given by the system, Lu Chen explained, my third level has a designated Abyss copy, which is the Abyss copy of the Sky Sea. Feng Qian then realized, oh, I forgot. You are also a god-level professional. After the global rankings were opened, Lu Chen's profession and equipment were listed one after another, and Feng Qian also noticed it at that time. Not only Feng Qian, but all the higher-ups at Guild No. 7's headquarters basically knew about this matter and made changes to Lu Chen's training plan. Chapter 53. Many acquaintances are on the list. Hearing Feng Qian say that Lu Chen is also a god-level professional, Wong Wenwen and others curiously opened the global rankings to check. Lu Chen also looked at it curiously. Only then did I realize that the global rankings cover many categories. The first is the career ranking list. Lu Chen's career has been ranked from 10th to 5th. This surprised Lu Chen very much. Although I don't know how this ranking is made, since there are professions that rank ahead of me, I should not underestimate them. Career rankings. First place, God level, 4th level judge. Li Yinwen. Second place, God level, 2nd level mechanic. Zhang Chengsheng. Third place, God level, 5th turn demon messenger. Wang Yui. 4th place, God level, 2nd level dragon blood warrior. Luo Yuanquan. 5th place, God level, 2nd level summoner. Lu Chen. 9th place, God level, 2nd level bright archer. Wong Yuqi. 10th place, God level, 2nd level frost kiss. Liang Meng. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that there were quite a few familiar people on the professional rankings. This guy Luo Yuanquan's professional level is actually one level higher than his. His ex-girlfriend Wang Yuqi is also on the list. Liang Meng, the S-class frost mage who had previously cleared the Thieves village with him, also became a god-level professional. This made Lu Chen sigh, wondering if this world was too small or there were too many god-level professions. But as Lu Chen looked down, he found that the list only counted the top 50, all of whom were god-level professionals. This made Lu Chen feel like it wasn't that there were too many god-level professionals, but that they had become like cabbages. Afterwards, Lu Chen checked the level rankings again. In the level ranking list, the one with the highest level is still their Chinese god of war, whose level has exceeded 80 and ranks first. The guild ranked first on the guild rankings is actually the guild founded by this god of war, the God of War Guild. Lu Chen took a quick look at the monster rankings, equipment rankings, etc. at the back, and found that his Ragnarok had dropped to 29th place. A large number of god-level professions appeared, indicating that he was not the only one who could use semi-artifacts. But the first ranked item is still a semi-artifact called the Spear of the Knight of Victory, and the artifact still has not appeared. In addition, for some reason, the pet ranked first on the pet ranking list is a saint-level pet, and its owner is the God of War of China. None of Lu Chen's pets appeared on the list. This is definitely not because Lu Chen's pet is not strong enough, because Lu Chen saw that the one ranked 50th was just a king-level pet of level 30 or so. It seems that my pets are excluded. Just as Lu Chen was checking the rankings, Feng Qian came to Lu Chen with a storage ring. Here are all kinds of sequence runes prepared by the guild for you. Basically, all the runes that can be taken out from the entire number 7 base are in here. You can use them according to your needs, and bring back the ones you can't use up. Feng Qian handed the storage ring to Lu Chen. Then, she took out her cell phone and said, I will be your exclusive secretary from now on. Add my contact information, and you can ask me any questions at any time. Oh! Lu Chen took out his cell phone and added the other party's contact information. Next to them, Wong Wenwen, Bao Yuanyuan and others had already checked the rankings and were all sighing that the world has really changed. Especially Wong Wenwen, who originally thought that with the help of Lu Chen, she had already entered the ranks of first-line professionals. When I saw all the god-level professions on the professional rankings, I almost became autistic. Bao Yuanyuan was even more surprised at the 4 professions ranked above Lu Chen's profession, because he had witnessed Lu Chen's strength with his own eyes, and there was actually a profession that could rank above Lu Chen's. How strong would that be? However, when Bao Yuanyuan saw that there was no Lu Chen's pet on the pet rankings, she couldn't help but feel that the evaluation of Lu Chen's strength on the professional rankings was inaccurate. And his guess was indeed correct, because the career rankings look at the basic attributes of the professionals at level 1. Do you need me to arrange a vehicle to escort you to the Sea of Sky? After adding Lu Chen's contact information, Feng Qian asked another question. No, I'll ride my pet mount over there. The vehicle is too noisy. Lu Chen refused. Okay, you prepare yourself, and I'll go open the 3rd level abyss for them. Feng Qian nodded, turned and walked towards the operating table. The levels of Wong Wenwen and others have also been raised to 30, and they can proceed to the 3rd level. In order to keep up with Lu Chen, they also chose to complete the 3rd transformation immediately, hoping that they would have the opportunity to clear the Abyss dungeon with Lu Chen in the future. Wong Wenwen said goodbye to Lu Chen alone. She seemed to have something to say to Lu Chen, but in the end she said nothing. She just stood on tiptoe, kissed Lu Chen on the face, then turned around and stepped into the opened 3rd level Abyss copy. Lu Chen touched the red lipstick marks on his face and smiled helplessly. He had a feeling that the relationship between him and Wong Wenwen seemed to be coming to an end. Lu Chen also discovered that he didn't seem to like Wong Wenwen that much, because at this moment he didn't feel the heartache that people said when breaking up. Perhaps it is pure nonsense to say that breaking up will make you feel heartbroken. After Lu Chen left the Abyss Dome, he went to the dormitory and lay down for a while. The main thing is to organize those entries, as well as the equipment and sequence runes obtained. Lu Chen first took a look at the storage ring that Feng Qian gave him. There are indeed quite a few sequence rune fragments in it, some attached to weapons and some attached to the professionals themselves. A lot of the energy crystals that Bao Yuanyuan mentioned were also prepared, and all kinds of attributes are available. It's very complete. It seems that Guild No. 7's headquarters has invested a lot of money in him. Naturally, Lu Chen would appreciate this favor. After all, if he were to collect them by himself, it would take a lot of time. Then, he checked the complete sequence rune that was rewarded to him when he opened the leaderboard. This is an item attached to a weapon that improves all attributes. Equipment sequence, all attributes LV1. After attachment, all attributes are increased by 1%. A complete sequence of runes will directly present a level. As for fragments, a certain number of them must be gathered to form a complete sequence. Of course, they can also be added one by one. When there are enough fragments, the sequence attribute can be upgraded to a higher level. One level can increase all attributes by 1%, and there is no upper limit. At this moment, Lu Chen finally understood why people said it was dangerous outside the city when he was in the city before. With this kind of sequence property that breaks the balance, how can it not be dangerous? At the same time, Lu Chen thought of the swordsman of the Wong family, who was killed by Zhu Yan with a stick. He was over level 60 and had no sequence attributes. No wonder he had been hiding in the city and had not come out. Perhaps there was a sequence attribute on his weapon, but Lu Chen didn't notice it at the time. But none of that matters now. After checking the sequence attributes, Lu Chen replaced Green Hair's weapon with an orange quality one. Then he turned his gaze to those entries. As he was about to go to the Sky Sea alone, Lu Chen also planned to use up all the entries before setting off, so that his strength could be improved again. Chapter 54. The Pet That Cannot Move. Lu Chen took a look at the remaining entries. After using up the 10 bond entries, there were still 3 entries left. Halo Holy Body Reincarnation Treasure Technique Chaos Flame. However, Lu Chen's 25 summer exclusive entries can copy 1 more entry, which means that he actually has 4 more entries. When Lu Chen saw that Chaos Flame's amplification effect was to increase the basic attributes by 100 times and could also transform the pet into a flame physique, he immediately decided to copy this entry. In an instant, Lu Chen arrived at the small square of the guild headquarters and activated the summoning skill. Specify to summon a bird pet. Double summons will stack. Buzz! As the summoning formation was outlined, the scene within became hazy, and Lu Chen found that his vision had once again entered an unknown place. He saw cages hanging on the edge of the cliff, filled with all kinds of ferocious birds. There are peerless and ferocious birds with strong winds all over their bodies and feathers like sharp swords, and there are also inconspicuous and ordinary-looking roosters that are chained with iron chains. There are also birds with golden feathers, like the legendary golden-winged roc. As far as the eye can see, there are at least hundreds of cages. Although Lu Chen was surprised, he had the experience of entering a palace when he summoned the angels from heaven last time, so Lu Chen immediately chose two bird pets, a bird with red feathers and an appearance very similar to a phoenix. The other one is the rooster that is locked in a cage and chained. As Lu Chen made his choice, two portals condensed in front of the two avian creatures. The red-feathered bird reacted quickly, and as soon as the portal formed, it flapped its wings and rushed into the portal. However, the rooster, at the moment it saw the portal, burst into colorless divine light all over its body and broke the chains in an instant. "You dare!" It was at this moment that Lu Chen heard a loud voice coming from the sky. When he turned his gaze upwards, he saw a huge dark hand reaching down from the sky. Lu Chen was shocked, because he felt an unrivaled power from that big hand. Swish! At this moment, a five-colored divine light suddenly appeared, and Lu Chen heard the rooster's voice. "Retreat quickly!" Lu Chen looked back and saw that the rooster had broken all the chains and rushed into the portal. He no longer hesitated and immediately disappeared from view. Buzz! The moment his vision returned, Lu Chen just saw a big rooster flying out of the teleportation array. Next to it, the red-haired bird of prey that had come out a long time ago stood obediently aside. "Call!" Lu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not far away, Feng Qian, Qin Zhong, and a middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This kid is amazing. He can actually summon creatures imprisoned in the Forbidden Coast as pets. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Qin nodded in agreement. If I had known that he was a god-level professional, I would never have done the late-night gathering. I won't do it again in the future. Qin Zhong is also an honest type of person. Feng Qian, who was standing by as a data analyst, saw the approximate data of the two pets at a glance. The rooster's true form is a five-colored peacock, but after being summoned by Lu Chen, its grade has dropped to the demigod level, and its level and attributes have also been initialized. The middle-aged man nodded and then asked, "From what you said, Lu Chen's pets seem to have undergone multiple evolutions? Will he evolve these two pets later?" "I don't know, but there's a high probability that I will." Feng Qian shook his head and gave an ambiguous answer. On this side, after Lu Chen summoned two bird pets, he did not intend to stop there, as he still had another pet to summon. The entry for that Halo Holy Body requires an immobile pet that can activate at least 10 auras. Pet that can't be moved? The first thing Lu Chen thought of was plant pets. However, the designated summons show that plant pets can also move. Then Lu Chen found a special type of pet, which included pets that could not move and could be summoned. Try to summon. Buzz! As the summoning formation was outlined, nothing unexpected happened this time, and a scarecrow was summoned. Not far away, the three people who had been watching Lu Chen summoning pets couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Qin Zhong couldn't help but say, "If I'm not mistaken, that's a scarecrow, right?" "You're not mistaken, it's a scarecrow," the middle-aged man echoed. Feng Qian continued to do professional data analysis. According to the information I got from Bao Yuan, including the scarecrow pet, he already has 11 pets. 11! The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Right. Feng Qian nodded and continued to analyze. From the fact that he was able to summon two pets at once, his summoner profession should have the effect of double summoning. Double summons. This time, both the middle-aged man and Qin Zhong were surprised. Then, they all looked at Lu Chen and exclaimed that he was too abnormal. I have to say that Feng Qian, as a data analyst, is quite capable. Here, after Lu Chen summoned the scarecrow, he did not immediately add any entries to it, because he had already noticed the three people watching not far away. After putting the scarecrow and the two bird pets back into the pet space, Lu Chen turned around and looked at Feng Qian and the other two, waved his hand and said, "Instructor Feng, Chief Instructor Qin, I'll be leaving first." Then, Lu Chen disappeared from the spot in an instant. Qin Zhong. Feng Qian. Middle-aged man. After instantly arriving at the Guild No. 7 headquarters, he teleported several kilometers away. Only then did Lu Chen stop and summon Lilia. Ever since he experienced riding a centaur, Lu Chen felt that teleportation was no longer useful. Owner! When Lilia was summoned, Lu Chen could clearly feel that she was very happy. After Lu Chen looked at the coordinates on the map, he pointed a direction to Lilia. He then teleported onto Lilia's horse and naturally grabbed the two mountains with his hands. Lilia whimpered, but happily reminded Lu Chen, "Master, hold on tight, Lilia is about to set off." Hearing this, Lu Chen also tightened his grip. Then Lilia started running. While on the road, Lu Chen's spirit entered the pet space and found that it had become bigger again. Now his pet space is as big as a city. Originally, there was only one hill, but now there is a small mountain range. There are two more woods, rivers, plains, everything. Lu Chen looked at the pet space with a god's perspective, and then began to prepare for the business. Before adding the entries, Lu Chen checked the basic attributes of the three pets as usual. The first thing he checked was the scarecrow, and the strange attribute information surprised Lu Chen. Scarecrow. Level 1. Quality none. Health. Invincible. Mana. No. Attributes. Strength 0. Vitality 0. Spirit 0. Wisdom. Features. I'm a scarecrow. Chapter 55. Attribute values that cannot be improved any further. If you can't move, you will become invincible. No one else has this attribute. Seeing this, Lu Chen directly attached the Halo Holy Body to it. The moment the entry was added, it wasn't as if there was no movement. I saw halos emerging from the scarecrow one after another. Aqua blue, scarlet red, orange, emerald green. In Lu Chen's field of vision, halos popped up one after another on the scarecrow's information panel. Attack Aura LV4. Increases the attack power of friendly units by 40%. Thorn Aura LV4. When a friendly unit receives damage, 40% of the damage is reflected back to the enemy. Speed Aura LV4. Increases the attack speed, movement speed, and skill casting speed of friendly units by 40%. Brilliant Aura LV4. Increases the health and mana recovery speed of all friendly units by 40%. There are 10 halos in total, radiating out from the scarecrow. In the pet space, Zhuyin, Longnu, and a group of other pets felt the improvement brought by the halo and cast curious glances at the scarecrow. The big rooster, which had been a little listless after being summoned by Lu Chen, now regained some spirit. Lu Chen had been curious about the big rooster for a long time. 5-color peacock seal. Type, all-round pet. Level 1. Quality, demigod level. Each upgrade increases all attributes by 500 points. HP, 20,000/20,000. Mana, 20,000. Attributes, Strength 2,000, Vitality 2,000, Spirit 2,000, Wisdom 2,000. Exclusive skills, 5-color Divine Light. Equipment sealed. Note, the sealed Divine Bird, the 5-colored peacock, can be unsealed after its grade reaches Divine level. Oh! Lu Chen was really surprised. This big rooster is actually a peacock, and it was originally a Divine Bird. Lu Chen didn't know what conditions were needed for him to recover his god-level quality, because he currently didn't have a Divine Beast pet and didn't know the specific data. But he felt that considering the Chaos Flame's basic attribute increase of 100, it should be enough. After all, the basic attribute of this big rooster at level 1 is 2,000, and after 100 times increase, it is 200,000. Currently, none of Lu Chen's pets have all attributes exceeding 100,000. If there is one with all attributes exceeding 200,000, it will definitely be a Divine Beast. Without further ado, Lu Chen mobilized the Chaos Flame and directly attached it to the big rooster. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment when Lu Chen added the entry to the big rooster, a dull sound like thunder was heard in the pet space. Then, Lu Chen's spirit remaining in the pet space felt that a hole was torn in the pet space, and a gray flame poured in. Fuck! Chaos Flame? Unexpectedly, the big rooster was a connoisseur and recognized the gray flame as Chaos Flame at a glance. Then Lu Chen's voice also rang out in the pet space. Yes, it is the Chaos Flame. I got it specially to restore your grade. Is it enough? The moment Lu Chen's voice rang out, all the pets in the pet space looked up at the sky. The big rooster flapped its wings, as if it wanted to fly up to catch the Chaos Flame. Enough! It's more than enough. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The big rooster was extremely excited. Only then did Lu Chen realize that he had underestimated the power of the term Chaos Flame. While adding the attribute to the big rooster, Lu Chen also added another Chaos Flame to the red bird. And that red bird turned out to be the legendary Vermilion Bird. As for the Vermilion Bird, it is of standard holy quality, the same as the Heavenly Angel, the Thunder Bee Swanee, and the Dragon Girl at level 1, with all attributes at 1000. However, even so, with the basic attribute upgrade of Chaos Flame 100, it will have all attributes up to 100,000. Boom, boom, boom. When adding entries to the Vermilion Bird, the movements are the same as when adding entries to the rooster. The Suzaku was even more excited than the rooster. Perhaps it itself did not expect that it would have the same treatment as the 5-colored peacock and be baptized by the Chaos Flame. In addition, since it is a bird of fire attribute, obtaining Chaos Flame is like adding wings to a tiger. Chew. In fact, the noise it made was even more terrifying than that of the rooster. The moment the chaotic flame enveloped it, it actually released its own red flame. The red flame was swallowed by the Chaos Flame, and the gray flame suddenly surged. Then, the gray flames wrapped around Suzaku and formed a gray cocoon. Lu Chen was extremely surprised. He always felt that this Vermilion Bird was going to give him a surprise. About 10 minutes later, the big rooster was the first to fuse the Chaos Flame. I saw 5-colored lights flashing, illuminating the entire pet space with colorful lights. The big rooster turned into a peacock. Bite. Tip. Your pet 5-colored peacock has reached the god level and has become a divine beast. You get feedback. All attributes plus 10,000 and get the skill. 5 elements great destruction. Divine beast. The first divine beast. Lu Chen was extremely happy, and at the same time he felt that the divine beast was worthy of being a divine beast. The attributes it fed back to him had risen to 10,000, and it also had a skill that was so powerful just by the name. Chew. At this moment, a cry was heard, and the cocoon wrapped around the Vermilion Bird broke apart, and a red figure soared into the sky. The system prompt sounded again. Bite. Tip. Your pet Suzaku has reached the god level and has become a divine beast. You get feedback. All attributes plus 10,000 and get the skill. 3 flames true fire. Sure enough, Suzaku also became a divine beast. Chaos Flame is really powerful. If this thing could only add attributes to pets that have never had any attributes attached to them, Lu Chen would have wanted to copy one every 10 days and turn all the pets into divine beasts. However, even Lu Chen has discovered the threshold to become a divine beast. That means all attributes exceed 100,000. Thinking about all attributes exceeding 100,000, Lu Chen felt that his attributes should all exceed 100,000. Just now, the 2 divine beasts gave him feedback of 20,000 in all attributes. However, when Lu Chen opened his system panel to check, he was stunned. System panel. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, Summoner God. Title, God of Competition, Perfect Clearer. Level, 30. Experience. Experience has been saved /51.2 billion plus. HP, 999990/999990. Mana, 99999999999. Your own attributes. Strength 99999, Vitality 99999, Spirit 99999, Wisdom 99999. Limited by the upper limit of the occupation level, your attributes cannot break through to 100,000. You need to add the Godforbidden Sequence to continue to improve the attribute value. Skills, Thunderstrike, Dragon Incarnation, Angel Coming, 1 stick to split the sky, 5 elements annihilation, 3 true fires. God level skill, Endless Plundering. The current plundered attribute is 8190. Summon. You can summon a pet to assist in battle. With the blessing of double summon, you can summon 2 pets every 5 levels. November 14th. Summoner exclusive entries. Double summon, designated summon, borrowed, master arrives, copy expert, summoner holy body. Description. You have obtained a gold entry bonus at level 1. Lu Chen? Fuck. My attributes. Chapter 56. White restricted area. Looking at the attribute values that were all 5 nines, as well as the explanations behind them, Lu Chen felt that he had suffered a great loss. This must be an attribute overflow. I just don't know how much has overflowed. After he attaches the so-called God-Forbidden Sequence, will those attributes be returned? Lu Chen felt that the possibility was not high. But when it comes to this divine Forbidden Sequence, Lu Chen is a little confused because he has no idea what it is or where to get it. So he took out his cell phone and prepared to ask teacher Feng Qian. When Lu Chen took his hands off Lilia, Lilia also stopped, turned her slightly red cheeks, and looked at Lu Chen. When Lu Chen teleported off Lilia's horse, he did not forget to pat Lilia's horse's butt. Take a break. Oh, Lilia responded, thinking that Lu Chen was tired. After all, what the centaurs are best at is running. They have only been running for half an hour, so how could they be tired? Here, Lu Chen called Feng Qian and asked about the divine forbidden sequence. Now, the attribute values can no longer be improved, and the third-level tasks have to be put on hold. I have to find this God-forbidden sequence first to solve the problem of my attribute values not being able to be improved. When Lu Chen mentioned the divine forbidden sequence, Feng Qian on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. You need to go to the restricted area to find the God-forbidden sequence. The human restricted area closest to our Guild Number 7 headquarters is the white restricted area. I have some information about it here, and will send it to you later. Also, President Chen asked me to tell you that the restricted area is much more dangerous than the Abyss Dungeon. Be careful. Lu Chen replied with a word of thanks and hung up the call. Buzz! Then, the phone vibrated twice again, and Feng Qian sent the information about the White Forbidden Zone. Lu Chen clicked it to check, and a look of realization appeared on his face. It turns out that the restricted area was formed by the Abyss copy. Because professionals brush Abyss copies, obtain various resources from them, and upgrade their levels, they are actually weakening the strength of this Abyss copy. However, if the strength of an Abyss copy is too strong and professionals continue to die in it, then the strength of this Abyss copy will also increase. When it strengthens to a certain extent, a restricted area will be formed. Once a restricted area is formed, it will get rid of all the restrictions of the Abyss copy and become an existence similar to a secret realm. The creatures in it will be born with various sequence attributes and become extremely powerful. After Lu Chen finished reading the information about the White Forbidden Zone, he turned his head and looked in another direction. There is a giant tree there that emits a bright white light that can be seen even from hundreds of miles away. That's the White Restricted Area. With a clear goal, Lu Chen took Lilia back to the pet space. Next, he prepared to use teleportation to travel. As for why he didn't ride the Thunder Beast Swanee or the Suzaku, which had just evolved into a divine beast, and fly over from the air. That's because the blue planet is now off limits to humans. Above the blue planet, there is a sky city above the clouds. It has occupied the Earth for many years, claimed the sky as its own, and prohibited all humans from high-altitude flight. It is possible to fly at low altitude, but the speed is too slow. Ever since Lu Chen's mental power became stronger, his teleportation distance has also increased. Now he can teleport about 100 meters in one go. Lu Chen can teleport at least 10 times in 1 second. Just as Lu Chen was rushing towards the white restricted area at a high speed, many god-level professionals also arrived one after another. Among them, Luo Yuankuan, who had some conflicts with Lu Chen and whose professional level was higher than Lu Chen, had arrived at the white restricted area first. Traveling with him were several powerful men from the Luo family, all of whom were above level 50. Several people rode on their mounts and stood outside the white restricted area. Looking at the colorful plants and the astonishing number of insects, birds, and beasts, they felt a little scalp tingling. Uncle San, do you really have the divine forbidden sequence in here? Luo Yuankuan asked the middle-aged man beside him while riding on the back of a wolf beast. The middle-aged man next to him was wearing knight plate armor and had a slender knight's sword at his waist, emitting a dazzling orange light. He is Luo Zizai, the third figure of the Luo family, who has the title of Lightsword Knight. Luo Zizai did not respond to Luo Yuankuan's question. He was looking at the situation in the white restricted area. However, a middle-aged man on Luo Yuankuan's right responded to him. Young master, since you have obtained a god-level profession, it is only a matter of time before you use this God-forbidden sequence. And there is a God-forbidden sequence in this white, restricted area, which can be said to be the strongest on Blue Star at present. If you want to surpass other god-level professionals, you must get this God-forbidden sequence. Oh! Luo Yuankuan nodded, but he didn't look concerned. The reason why he appeared here and came for the God-forbidden sequence was because his third uncle Luo Zizai had once been deep into the White Forbidden Zone and knew everything about the God-level professionals. Among them, the most critical one is this divine forbidden sequence. When the total attributes of a God-level professional approach 100,000, he will need to add the first God-Forbidden Sequence in order to continue to improve his strength. The strength of the Divine Forbidden Sequence is related to the attribute upper limit of the next stage, which is critical and important. For example, if both of you have 3 God-Forbidden Sequences attached, but someone else's second God-Forbidden Sequence can accommodate 100,000 attributes, while yours can only accommodate 10,000, isn't the difference immediately apparent? Therefore, after learning that his nephew had also become a God-level professional, Luo Z brought him here as soon as possible. Although Luo Yuankoin is still a long way from reaching the attribute upper limit of the first stage, the Divine Forbidden Sequence can be planted in the body first, and then when the attribute upper limit is reached, he can break through directly and connect seamlessly. Something is not right. There are more poisonous insects in this white restricted area. Be careful when you go in. The toxins of these insects are very strong. Even if you are over level 50, you can't withstand it for a few seconds. Luo's eye reminded with a frown. The others nodded to show that they understood. Afterwards, several people left their mounts outside the restricted area and chose to walk slowly into the white restricted area. Another direction. Lu Chen has teleported to the outside of the white restricted area. When he actually arrived here, Lu Chen realized how big the giant white tree was. Its canopy was like a cloud covering the sky, enveloping the entire white restricted area. According to the information Feng Qian gave to Lu Chen, the size of the white restricted area was as big as a sea city. Lu Chen looked at the huge tree canopy, which was emitting fluorescent light all over, forming an independent ecosystem in the area it covered. From where Lu Chen was standing, which was the edge of the white restricted area, the flowers and plants outside were dull and of normal color, while the flowers and plants inside were directly colorful and emitting light. It's like 2 different worlds. It's amazing. Although there are all kinds of brightly colored insects everywhere, they are obviously poisonous at first glance. But with Lu Chen's current strength, he simply doesn't have that. Besides, he still has the summoner's holy body, so he won't be attacked by these bugs at all. Therefore, Lu Chen stepped into this white, restricted area with complete curiosity. There was no fear at all. Chapter 57: The Benefits of the Summoner's Holy Body. Stepping into the white, restricted area, Lu Chen really felt like he was stepping into another world. Everything in here is brightly colored. Even a stone on the ground can have both red and blue colors. As soon as Lu Chen stepped in, he saw a 7-segmented insect the size of his forearm. Each segment was a different color, as if a rainbow was printed on its body. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen such a beautiful insect. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen checked the attribute information of the 7-segmented beetle and was immediately stunned. Colorful beetle. Type: insect. Level 5. HP: 210000/210000. Mana: 150,000. Attributes: Strength 15, Vitality 21, Spirit 15, Wisdom 15. Sequence: Amplification. Life and magic power are increased by 1,000 times. Sequence: Red Mist. Releases a red poisonous mist, and the person who inhales it loses 1% of his health per second. Sequence: Green Devour. Releases a green poisonous mist, and the person who inhales it loses 1% of his magic power per second. Sequence: Blue Light. Releases a blue light. Being illuminated by the light reduces physical and magical resistance by 30%. Sequence: Green Mist. Releases a wisp of green mist, and the person who inhales it will fall into an illusion. This is too powerful. A small bug of level 5 actually had its health and magic points exceeding 100,000 just because of a sequence attribute. This is outrageous. Goo! The colorful segmented insect seemed to have noticed Lu Chen. It turned its head to look at Lu Chen. Its 2 green bean-like eyes widened, and a joyful cry came from its mouth parts. With the blessing of the summoner's holy body, these insect beasts not only did not attack Lu Chen, but were even very friendly to Lu Chen. Clatter! At this moment, the sound of leaves shaking suddenly sounded. A 3-colored vine spread towards Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was hesitating whether to be on guard, the tricolor vine unfolded a bud at the top, revealing a tricolor fruit inside, and handed it to Lu Chen. Give me? Lu Chen was a little surprised. The tricolor fruits give off a peculiar fragrance. The fruits are large and look delicious. The tricolor vine nodded, and then with a click, the tricolor fruit fell off. Lu Chen quickly reached out to catch it. The fruit inside the flower bud looked small, but he actually needed to hold it with both hands. Thank you. Being force-fed, Lu Chen thanked him happily. Clatter. The tricolor vine seemed very happy as well, shaking its leaves, making a rustling sound of joy. After the three-colored vines retreated, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the three-colored fruit in his hand. His intuition told him that this tricolored fruit was extraordinary. Three-color vine fruit. Sequence? Poison immunity. Gain 10% poison resistance after consumption. Sequence? Fire rejection. Gain 10% fire resistance after use. Sequence? Dark elimination. Gain 10% dark attribute resistance after use. One fruit increases resistance to 3 attributes by up to 10%. Besides, it's a fruit, just eat it. Unlike those sequence runes, you have to go to the furnace restricted area and use the rune fire to attach them. Lu Chen also held it and started to chew it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Lilia seemed to have the title of Spirit of Nature, so he summoned her out. Sure enough, Lilia was also very popular here. As soon as she was summoned by Lu Chen, a colorful butterfly came to feed her with a green plant. Lu Chen took a look and saw that the plant could increase the upper limit of health by 10%. Chirp! At this time, a small bird with bright feathers brought a bunch of grapes. Lu Chen reached out to take it and found that none of the grapes in the bunch were of similar color. Every grape in a bunch of grapes is a different color, and each one increases attributes. Each red grape increases strength by 100 points, and each blue grape increases spirit by 100 points. It's very nice. Since Lu Chen's attribute values could no longer be increased, he put the grapes into the pet space and let Di Qingwu and the others taste them. Afterwards, Lu Chen sat on Lilia's horse and headed towards the giant tree in the central area, while being fed enthusiastically by the animals and plants here. At this moment, Lu Chen exclaimed that he was so happy. It seems that after getting the term Summoner's Body, I will have to visit these restricted areas more often in the future. It will be like going home. On the other side, the Luo family members had been very cautious after entering the white restricted area, but something still happened. A level 59 warrior from their Luo family had just been bitten by a small green snake with 2 eyes, 1 blue and 1 red. His health began to drop by 10% per second. Neither recovery potions nor detoxification potions are of any use. In the end, the strong man from the Luo family only lasted for a dozen seconds before he fell. In addition, there was a level 52 strongman from the Luo family who was paralyzed all over after being stabbed by a pitch-black spike on the ground. Now he is still unable to move and has to be carried by another person. This frightened Luo Yuanquan so much that he only dared to step on the places where Luo Zizai had walked. At the edge of the restricted area, a large group of God-level professionals arrived. What is different from the Luo family is that this group of God-level professionals brought a lot of followers with them, saying that they would take them into the restricted area to upgrade and get sequence runes and the like. But in fact, they intended to use these followers to explore the way. In a restricted area, having someone walking ahead to clear the mines can eliminate many dangers. Among these God-level professional teams, there is a team composed entirely of girls, and the team of archers is particularly eye-catching. The leader was a girl, holding a silver-white longbow without a bowstring, wearing tight leather armor and a gray cloak. This girl is none other than Wong Yuqi, who has obtained a God-level profession. After obtaining a God-level profession, her appearance seemed to have changed a little, becoming much more cool and beautiful. Especially the 2 peaks on the upper body, which became extremely large as if they had undergone a secondary development. The deep V-designed leather top revealed a deep cleavage, attracting the attention of almost all the men around. Yuqi, I will protect you after we enter the white restricted area. I have a high resistance to poison. This white restricted area is basically full of poisonous insects, so it's as easy as walking on flat ground for me. A boy stood next to Wong Yuqi and said, patting his chest. Wong Yuqi heard this and smiled coldly, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you." The boy suddenly became energized as if he had been injected with chicken blood and strode into the white restricted area. Puff! But at this moment, a sharp vine came piercing through and directly pierced the boy. Hurl! At the same time, a flower bud opened and swallowed the boy in one gulp. This scene stunned a group of professionals who were about to enter the white restricted area. Some people came to their senses at that moment and began to back out. Seeing this, several God-level professionals no longer hesitated and took the lead to step into the white restricted area. Some followers followed suit without even considering the pros and cons. Faced with huge benefits, some people are still willing to take risks. After all, if you can get a good sequence rune, whether you add it yourself or sell it, you can live a worry-free life. Wong looked at the boy who had just promised to protect her, but the next moment he became the nutrients for flowers and plants. She couldn't help but curse him as a waste and walked into the restricted area. Chapter 58. White Restricted Area of Differential Treatment. Belch. Lu Chen was already full in the white restricted area. There's no way. The plants and animals here are just too enthusiastic. He ate three-colored vine fruits just to increase resistance. His poison resistance, fire resistance, and dark resistance were all increased to 30%. Each three-colored vine fruit contains a complete sequence rune. Eating one can increase the sequence level by 1, which is very good. Ate a lot of green wind attribute fruit, blue water attribute fruit, and brown earth attribute fruit. Originally, Lu Chen had no attribute resistance at all, but now he has almost all of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lu Chen was burping after eating, a group of colorful little bees the size of a palm came over carrying a flower bud. Before they flew close, Lu Chen smelled a rich, sweet scent. When Lu Chen saw the colorful honey in the flower buds, he was surprised again. Honey? Sequence? Life mana. Increases maximum health and mana by 100%. Sequence? Fountain. Increases maximum health and mana regeneration speed by 100%. Seeing this property, Lu Chen took the flower bud and drank the honey inside without saying a word. It looked like his health points had doubled directly, plus the 1 million health points awarded when adding attributes to the Tsangtian Barbarian Bull. Lu Chen's current health points were close to 3 million. 20 minutes to 20. It can also be said to be 3 million health points. Hiccup. After drinking more than a pound of honey, Lu Chen felt that the food and water in his stomach were about to rise to his throat. At this moment, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate, so he teleported behind a big tree to relieve himself. As a result, several brightly colored vines stretched out. Lu Chen. There was no way. He couldn't bear it anymore. I had to apply some fertilizer to these vines. On the other hand, the ordinary professionals who entered the white restricted area together with Wong and other god-level professionals were simply performing various tricks to seek death. A B-level third-turn swordsman found a completely red fruit and thought he had found the sequence fruit. He ate it happily, but was burned to ashes on the spot. An A-level second-turn explosion, mage, saw some two-colored liquid in a boat-shaped leaf. He remembered that someone had obtained a liquid here before, and after drinking it, it directly increased the magic power several times, so he couldn't help but drink it. As a result, he, a pyrotechnician, gained the water attribute, and whenever he cast a fireball, a wisp of water vapor came out, thus ruining his career. There was also a professional who couldn't help but relieve himself behind a big tree and was pierced to death by countless vines. His body was then sucked into the soil by the roots of the tree. At this time, Wong had a headache, because all the boys who followed her and were dead. No one knew how the last boy died. He turned into a pool of meat paste right in front of her. It was not until then that everyone realized how dangerous this white restricted area, known as the human restricted area, was. They also discovered that after dying here, the body would not turn into data and disappear, but would be eaten by the flowers and plants. This caused a group of professionals who had never seen real blood to become frightened and want to leave. Yuchi, why don't we withdraw? With our current strength, we can't get the divine forbidden sequence at all. A girl who came in with Wong wanted to withdraw. As soon as this girl spoke, another girl followed suit and said, "That's right. You don't even need the divine forbidden sequence with your current strength. There's no need to come to the restricted area to look for it so early." Wong looked at the guild sisters who came with her, then looked at the other god-level professionals, and couldn't help but sigh. She knew very well that the white forbidden zone was very dangerous, and she had no use for the divine forbidden sequence now. And it's not just her. Which of the god-level professionals coming to the white restricted area can use it? It's just to prepare for a rainy day. I want to get the strongest god-level sequence first. Today, Blue Star has entered the stage of God's arrival, and god-level professionals are almost as common as cabbages. If you want to stand out among many god-level professionals and become the strongest, you must take the strongest and most potential ones in the God-Forbidden Sequence. This was a decision she made after she became a god-level professional and learned about the upper limit of god-level professionals. The same is true for other god-level professionals. Look, There's a boy riding a centaur over there. He's going really fast, heading straight for the white sacred tree in the center. Suddenly, someone shouted. Wong Yuqi looked at him curiously. Although the distance was far, she recognized at a glance that the boy riding the centaur girl was someone else but Lu Chen. Lu Chen! Wong Yuqi exclaimed in surprise. She was not surprised that Lu Chen appeared here. After all, Lu Chen ranked 5th on the professional rankings. She was surprised that Lu Chen had actually gone deep into the white restricted area. And look at him, riding a centaur and eating fruit at the same time. Centaur? Girl? Centaur girl? For some reason, Wong Yuqi suddenly became very angry. This Lu Chen seems to have become a different person since his awakening. Now the fun is getting more and more fancy, even riding on centaurs and girls, etc. The centaur girl seemed to be eating fruit as well, of 3 colors. Wong Yuqi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She looked around but didn't find any fruit, so she couldn't help but put the blame on Lu Chen. It must be Lu Chen who picked all the sequence fruits. This damn Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's figure quickly disappear from sight, Wong Yuqi realized that this trip might be in vain. Let's go back. Eventually, she took the advice of her other sisters in the guild and returned the same way. Although Wong Yuqi withdrew, other professionals were excited when they saw Lu Chen going deep into the white restricted area with his arms and hands full of sequence fruits. Go! That guy just had a lot of sequence fruits in his hand. Let's catch up with him and get 2. That's right. He can't eat that much by himself. Let's catch up with him and have 2 to try. Let's go. I just saw that person walking on that road over there. Let's go that way too. A group of people rushed towards the path that Lu Chen had walked. Plop! However, a professional just stepped into a small puddle and fell into it instantly, and then there was no trace of him. Here, wisps of green mist are spreading. Sequence fruits. All of them are sequence fruits. A professional inhaled a wisp of green mist and immediately became crazy. He knocked down a professional next to him and bit the other's neck. Why is my health dropping so fast? Who is attacking me? Mine, almine. In the fog of various colors, a group of professionals attacked each other or committed suicide with knives, and soon there was no movement. Then several vines stretched out and swept away the corpses. Not far away, several God-level professionals watched coldly, remaining indifferent. One of them was a God-level professional holding 2 swords and surrounded by black mist. He turned his head to look in the direction where Lu Chen disappeared and silently withdrew from the white restricted area. Chapter 59, God's Forbidden Sequence, Pale Seed. An hour later, Lilia carried Lu Chen and finally arrived at the central area of the white restricted area. That is the area where the main body of the giant white tree is located. If the plants and small animals had not been so enthusiastic and brought Lu Chen a lot of sequence fruits, nectar, etc. along the way, wasting a lot of time, Lilia would have arrived at the central area earlier. However, Lu Chen does not hate enthusiastic animals and plants. Their enthusiasm not only allowed Lu Chen to add dozens of sequence attributes, allowing him to eat until he was full, but even Lilia and the other pets in the pet space also added many sequence attributes and tasted all kinds of delicious fruits. Oh my god, this is too big. Standing under a giant tree that was like a city wall, Lu Chen looked up and found that there was mist halfway up the tree, blocking his view above. According to the information provided by Feng Qian, there are a total of 6 divine forbidden sequences in the white restricted area, and the one on the giant tree is the strongest. It is also the strongest one in the known God-Forbidden Sequence on Blue Planet. Someone found out that it was a branch of a giant tree. Lu Chen jumped off Lilia, walked to the giant tree, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the white tree that was emitting a bright white light. An information panel pops up. Pale, ancient tree. Type, world tree. Age, a world is destroyed. Grade, health, indestructible. Mana value, God-Forbidden Sequence. Pale bud, 10 out of 10, God-Forbidden Sequence that unlocks the upper limit of God-level occupation attributes. After unlocking, it can accommodate another 100,000 full attributes. The gestation time is 50,000 years plus 1. Description: it was originally the world tree of the Pale Ancient World. After the destruction of the Pale Ancient World, it descended to Earth. Only by gaining his recognition can one obtain his divine forbidden sequence. After reading the information about this giant tree, Lu Chen was shocked. He is actually the world tree of the world. That world was destroyed, but he was safe and sound and even came to Earth. The attribute of its health value directly shows that it is indestructible. Moreover, there are actually attributes that even Lu Chen cannot detect. I can only say that it is really too strong. What surprised Lu Chen the most was that this pale, ancient tree had already produced 10 divine forbidden sequences, and the upper limit was also 10. However, it requires his approval to obtain. Lu Chen couldn't help but look up at the tall tree again, wondering how he could get its approval. This is a world tree. Gain his approval? I don't think highly of Lu Chen anymore. I just want to ask, is there any professional on this blue planet who can catch his eye? Moreover, they didn't even tell me the method. Call. Taking his hand back, Lu Chen sighed. He thought for a moment and prepared to look up. Perhaps there was another copy hidden in the crown of this pale tree. However, just as Lu Chen was about to leave, 3 branches suddenly fell from above, and one of them happened to hit Lu Chen on the head. Boom! The branch was extremely heavy, like a sledgehammer hitting Lu Chen directly on the head. A damage number floated above Lu Chen's head. -1977850. 1,970,000 in damage. Lu Chen was stunned. He only had 3 million HP in total, and a falling branch took away 2 million of his HP. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Lu Chen squatted on the ground with his head covered for a long time before getting up. Then he looked at the branch that hit him. His intuition told him that it was definitely not easy to knock out a branch that could knock out 2 million of his health points. As a result, Lu Chen became excited immediately after seeing this. God's Forbidden Sequence, Peddler effect. After addition, it allows the professional to break through the limit of 100,000 attributes and can accommodate another 100,000 attributes. Isn't this the God-forbidden sequence that he has been thinking about? Lu Chen quickly teleported over and picked up the 3 branches. Lu Chen put the 3 branches into his personal space as if they were treasures. He felt that he should complain about being hit. After all, he almost cried just now. So, he raised his head and said to the pale old tree, I know you have good intentions, but can't you just watch it? You almost killed me, you know? As if feeling sorry for hitting Lu Chen, the crown of the pale ancient tree actually shook, and then 2 branches fell down. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly teleported away. After the 2 branches fell to the ground, he teleported over to pick them up. Good! Lu Chen was very happy. He just made a suggestion, and they actually compensated him with 2 divine forbidden sequences. It's really exquisite. Lu Chen looked up again and wanted to express his gratitude, but suddenly he found a white fruit in front of him. Boom! There was another muffled sound. The fruit hit Lu Chen's face hard. I'm so fucking. Lu Chen was speechless. He felt that the pale ancient tree did it on purpose. I guess he wanted to play a trick on him because he had been staying here for a long time and couldn't move. Otherwise, why would it be branches hitting the head or fruits hitting the face? Although he was hit in the face by a white fruit again, Lu Chen still reacted quickly. He simply bent down to pick up the fruit, then teleported away from the area near the pale ancient tree. Then he looked at the fruit in his hand. God's Forbidden Sequence, Pale Seed. Effect. After attachment, the professional will permanently break the limit of a tribute cap. Description. 1 tree is born, and 1 tree dies. This forbidden sequence is the seed of the pale ancient tree. When it is attached, the pale ancient tree will disappear. Lu Chen. So cruel. Lu Chen couldn't help but look up at the pale ancient tree. Does this ancient tree want to stop living? The God-forbidden sequence that permanently breaks the upper limit of attributes. He attached it, and the pale old tree disappeared, and its seeds grow with him, which is equivalent to changing the way of life. Lu Chen would definitely have to add something to this. However, there are still 5 pieces of the God-forbidden sequence on this pale ancient tree. The pale buds must be dropped, otherwise it will be a waste when it disappears. Although Lu Chen can't use it anymore, he can sell it. This is the most powerful God-forbidden sequence known on Blue Planet, and 1 piece is priceless. Plop! Plop! As a result, just as Lu Chen had this thought and hadn't shouted it out, 5 branches fell from the pale ancient tree one after another. Look, that's the most powerful God-forbidden sequence bred in the white restricted area. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen was startled and looked back, only to find that there were 3 professionals, one of whom was an acquaintance. Luo Family. Ignoring Luo Family and the other 2, Lu Chen first teleported to the ancient tree, picked up the 5 fallen branches, and put them into his personal space. "You dare!" An angry shout was heard. Luo Z, with a green glow peculiar to poison all over his body, jumped in front of Lu Chen. Then he stabbed towards Lu Chen's neck without hesitation with the rapier in his hand. Crash! However, Lu Chen didn't even need to take action. The crown of the pale, ancient tree shook, making a rustling sound, and a white light suddenly fell down. Boom! Chapter 60. Kill Luo Yuankuan. Boom! A beam of white light fell from the crown of the pale, ancient tree. Luo's eye disappeared on the spot. There was no big hole on the ground, and not even a blade of grass was broken, but Luo's eye disappeared. He was annihilated by this white light. At this moment, Lu Chen felt cold sweat pouring down his face. Because compared to this white light, the pale, ancient tree hitting him with branches and fruits just now was really just a joke and a prank on him. Not far away, the Luo family master who was missing an arm and Luo Yuankuan, with a green damage number popping up above his head from time to time, were stunned on the spot. As the third most important person in the Luo family, Luo's Zai often hangs out in the guild headquarters outside the city. He is definitely not comparable to the waist like the Wong family swordsman. As far as Luo Yuankuan knew, his third uncle's strongest sequence attribute, Sequence Life, was already at level 20. With the blessing of this sequence attribute, Luo Yuankuan knew that his third uncle's health value was as high as more than 2 million. But now, the third uncle who seemed extremely powerful in his eyes was directly smashed to pieces by a beam of white light. Luo Yuankuan couldn't help but think back to when he was a child, when his uncle took him out to play everywhere, bought him toys, and took him to eat ice cream secretly. "Lu Chen, you deserve to die," Luo Yuankuan screamed, his eyes turning red. After Lu Chen's heart palpitation subsided, he heard Luo Yuankuan yelling and was so angry that he laughed. The man just jumped over and was about to kill him, but was killed by the pale ancient tree. So it was his fault, right? This big family in Haicheng is really a virtuous family. You have been superior to others for too long. Once you meet someone who dares to resist, that person deserves to die. Oh, Lu Chen sneered, not even bothering to argue, and teleported in front of Luo Yuankuan. "Young master, be careful." The Luo family expert standing by was horrified when he saw this. When he wanted to reach out to pull Luo Yuankuan, Lu Chen had already kicked him out. Boom! Luo Yuankuan obtained the god-level profession of Dragon Blood Warrior, and he was also wearing heavy warrior armor. After being kicked by Lu Chen on the armor, he flew out like a cannonball. -80, 1,900. Black damage numbers floated above Luo Yuankuan's head. A fatal blow. "Young master," the Luo family expert on the side shouted, but after seeing the black damage number, he was determined to die and swung the long sword in his hand to chop towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen took out the Black Knight, teleported behind the Luo family master, and then swung a sword. "Bite! Tip! You killed a professional and gained plus 30,000 experience. The current experience has been sealed. Tip! Endless Plunder is triggered, and you plunder 100 points of all attributes from the killed person. Since your current attributes cannot be improved, this attribute has been sealed." 2 prompt sounds rang in his ears, and Lu Chen now understood that the excess attributes were sealed. At this time, Lu Chen discovered that when he kicked Luo Yuankuan just now, a black damage number representing a critical hit appeared above the opponent's head, but the system did not prompt him. Doesn't this mean that Luo Yuankuan is not dead yet? Lu Chen turned his head to look at Luo Yuankuan, who was kicked away by him, and found that the area was actually covered by a layer of hazy red mist. Ouch! Even a low dragon roar could be heard from the red fog. Lu Chen teleported over and found that the red mist was emitted from Luo Yuankuan's body. As the red mist dissipated, Luo Yuankuan's body began to tremble and twitch, until the red mist no longer overflowed from Luo Yuankuan's body, and the red mist gradually condensed and finally formed a blood-red stone with a dragon pattern engraved on it. Bite! Tip! You killed a god-level professional and gained plus 1 million experience. Tip! You get plus 1 Godhead Fragment. Tip! The god-level profession Dragon Blood Warrior has been resealed. A prompt sound rang in his ears, and Lu Chen finally understood what was going on. It turns out that the god-level professional data in the body of a god-level professional will be resealed after he is killed. That is the blood-red stone with a dragon pattern engraved on it. However, the system also rewarded him with a fragment of divine nature. What was that? Lu Chen took it out from his personal space, checked it, and was speechless. Godhead fragment. Description: broken fragments of the Godhead. When you collect 10 fragments, they can be fused into a complete Godhead. It's also a pretty nonsense introduction. After throwing the fragment of the divine nature into the portable space, Lu Chen picked up the blood-colored dragon pattern stone on the ground. The moment he started to use it, a system notification sounded in Lu Chen's ears. Bite. Tip: receive the data in this seal, and you will obtain the God-level professional Dragon Blood Warrior. Tip: you can have multiple professions and fully apply their skills. Good job. You can play like this. In that case, why hesitate? Lu Chen directly chose to accept it. Roar! As Lu Chen chose to receive the data, the blood-colored dragon pattern stone in his hand instantly turned into a hazy blood mist. Then the blood mist condensed and turned into a giant blood-red dragon. After a roar, it plunged into Lu Chen's body. Bite. Tip: you have obtained the God-level profession Dragon Blood Warrior. Tip: your basic attribute plus 2,000. Since your current attribute cannot be improved, this attribute has been sealed. Lu Chen immediately checked the skills of the Dragon Blood Warrior. But for some reason, Lu Chen felt that it was just SOSO. He did have many skills such as Dragon Transformation, Dragon Soul Rage, and so on. But these skill data are really average. It's simply incomparable to the entries Lu Chen obtained. He now understood why such a profession was ranked 4th, and he was ranked 5th. It is probably because the ranking list only counts one summoning skill for him, and the reason he can rank 5th is all thanks to his strong basic attributes. But now, the 4th and 5th are both him. After closing the attribute data panel of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Lu Chen looked at the body of Luo Family that was swept away by a vine, and couldn't help but sigh that it was really amazing. He and Luo Family had a conflict in the Haiqing Temple because of Wong 1-1, but they didn't expect that it would be resolved in this white restricted area. Looking back at the pale ancient tree, Lu Chen took out the divine forbidden sequence. Pale seed. He was going to attach this pale seed here. With the pale ancient tree here, there is no place safer than here. Wanana. As if sensing Lu Chen's intention, the crown of the pale ancient tree swayed, making a rustling sound, and at the same time, strands of soft white light fell down. Boom, boom, boom. The white light fell and instantly turned into flames, then outlined into runes, lingering around Lu Chen. Looking at this scene, Lu Chen also understood that the other party wanted to help him add the divine forbidden sequence. To be honest, Lu Chen was a little touched. He looked up at the pale old tree and said in a low but serious voice, "Although I don't know why you chose me, since you have made your choice, I will not let you down." Wanana. At this moment, more white light fell from the treetops, all turned into flames, and then condensed into runes, rushing towards Lu Chen. Chapter 61, Starry Abyss. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at this shocking scene with surprise. The pale ancient tree scattered endless white light, which turned into white flames all over the sky, and then condensed into runes, rushing towards him. The pale seed in his hand also sprouted and branched out at this moment. The branches wrapped around his arms, and then drilled into his body without any warning. Bite. Tip: you have attached the God-Forbidden Sequence. Pale seed, the upper limit of attributes has been lifted, and the sealed attributes have been restored. Tip: since you have been blessed by the pale ancient tree, you have obtained 68 sequence attributes: life, magic, strength, spirit, fire resistance, wind resistance, firmness. Well, hint, you get a world tree sapling, the pale ancient tree. Tip: pale ancient tree can be planted in the pet space, but an abyss heart needs to be integrated into the pet space to meet the planting conditions. After seeing that the God-Forbidden Sequence was successfully attached, all the attributes after being unlocked soared to more than 140,000, and Lu Chen was immediately relieved. In addition, the pale ancient tree actually gave him 68 sequence attributes directly. It's so awesome. The last system prompt sound also caught Lu Chen's attention. Obtain a sapling of a pale ancient tree, and the planting condition requires an abyss heart to be integrated into the pet space. Lu Chen now finally understood how to use the heart of the abyss that was rewarded to him by Lilia. Without hesitation, Lu Chen did as he was told. Integrate the heart of the abyss into the pet space, and then plant the seedlings of the pale ancient tree into it. Bite. Tip: your pet space has been promoted to abyss space. Please name it. Lu Chen. Although he was puzzled that the pet space could be promoted to the abyss space, Lu Chen immediately gave it a name. Stars. Bite. Tip. Naming is successful. Your Star Abyss panel has been opened. Tip. The White Forbidden Zone wants to merge into your Star Abyss. Do you allow it? Lu Chen. At this moment, the huge, pale, ancient tree was turning into light and gradually dissipating. The treetops swayed with a rustling sound, as if saying goodbye to Lu Chen or celebrating its new life. Lu Chen looked at the colorful white restricted area beside him and immediately chose to allow it. Boosh! Boom! Boom! The dull sound echoed between heaven and earth. People outside the white restricted area could see from afar that the giant tree standing in the white restricted area had disappeared. Those God-level professionals who had just exited the white restricted area looked back and found that not only the giant tree had disappeared, but the entire white restricted area had also disappeared. They all had expressions of horror on their faces. Interesting, the young man, holding two swords and surrounded by black mist, whose face could not be seen clearly, sneered, and then his whole body turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. At this time, Lu Chen stood in the originally white restricted area, now in an empty area without even a blade of grass left. He was looking at the pet space, which had expanded by twice as much with joy. Oh no, it was the abyss space. And it is an abyss space with a name. Starry Abyss. When the entire white restricted area was integrated into his Star Abyss, all the plants, small animals, and insects inside were brought in without exception. The sapling of the pale old tree was still planted in the center of the white restricted area, in the large area reserved for it. Di Qingwu, Longnu, Zhu Yin, and other pets have curiously entered the white restricted area. Under the influence of Lu Chen's will, the animals and plants in the white restricted area were also very friendly to these pets, and they took out fruits and honey to entertain them. This made Green Hair very happy, and he started to feast on the food in the white restricted area. Lu Chen looked at it for a moment with a god's perspective, then exited the abyss space and checked the abyss panel. Abyss panel. Name. Star Abyss. Abyss level. 30. Your abyss level will increase as your level increases. Abyss Dungeon 1. Pet Territory. Abyss Copy 2. White Forbidden Zone. Description. You can set rules and open an entrance to the Abyss Dungeon. Lu Chen. It was just as he imagined. After the pet space turned into the abyss space, the white restricted area that was integrated into it and his previous pet space became an abyss copy. Good. Next time when you see someone you dislike, set up some generous rewards, lure him into the abyss dungeon, and then have a group of pets waiting to beat him up. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. After closing the abyss panel, Lu Chen looked at the empty surroundings and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Now that this matter is over, it's time to move on to the next thing. 3 turns. Lu Chen simply teleported and rushed towards the sky sea at a high speed. During this time, Lu Chen took a break and ate something. When he arrived at the sky sea, it was already afternoon. Lu Chen looked at the entrance to the sky sea, which was like an inverted tornado, and couldn't help but sigh that these abyss copies were really magical. The Sea of Sky is a public abyss copy, and it is not a real ocean, but a blue mist covering the sky. It looks like an ocean, so it is called the Sea of Sky. Since it is a public abyss copy, there is a small market at the entrance of the abyss below it. Many professionals set up stalls here to trade, or form teams to clear the abyss. 1 sequence assault rune fragment in exchange for 2 sequence solidity. Come on. Special car for brushing life rune fragments. Professionals with high damage come, and the benefits are evenly divided. Is there any brother who can help me farm life runes? My health is so low, please. Lu Chen walked through the market, listening to the sounds of various teams forming and bartering, and he felt like he was back in the Haiqing Temple to explore the abyss. Just as Lu Chen strolled around for a while and was about to enter the abyss copy, a burst of noise suddenly caught his attention. Look, the damage on the sequence monument has been refreshed again. These god-level professionals are too abnormal. They can deal hundreds of thousands of damage even though they can only attack once. Yes, I got 10 complete sequence life runes directly. It's so enviable. Unfortunately, this dungeon has a daily limit on the number of entries you can make. You can't enter it again after you reach level 35. Lu Chen found a group of professionals gathered around a black stone tablet and were discussing something. He walked over and took a look, then he realized that it was something like a list. Since ancient times, wherever there are lists and rankings, there will always be people paying attention and people disputing. and this black stone tablet is connected to a unique Abyss copy in this Sky Sea. It is the Abyss copy that is specifically used to produce sequence life rune fragments. The level limit of this dungeon is 30 to 35, and you can only enter it once a day, and you can only attack the dungeon boss once. Depending on the damage you cause, the dungeon boss will drop varying numbers of rune fragments, or if your damage reaches a certain level, it will directly drop a complete rune. With this mechanism, a stone tablet will be generated in this copy, which records the 10 people who caused the most damage. Furthermore, every time a record is refreshed or someone is on the list, a complete life rune will be rewarded. At present, the data on the stone tablet has just been refreshed. The first one is a god-level professional underworld warrior named Nightwalker. The damage caused by one attack is 329876. The second and third were also god-level professionals, but the damage they caused was much less than the first, only a few 100,000. Lu Chen took a look at his third-level mission. Coincidentally, you also need to go to this special Abyss copy and attack this boss. The final attribute bonus will be determined by the damage he causes. Chapter 62 Sequence Rune. Life LV 999. Make way. Make way for a moment. At this time, several professionals wearing black tight leather armor and holding double swords pushed through the crowd and squeezed in front of the black stone tablet. My lord, your damage ranks first. Behind these professionals dressed similarly. A young man dressed similarly, but with black smoke constantly coming out of his body, walked slowly to the stone tablet. When he saw the damage figures on the stone tablet, he seemed a little dissatisfied. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Only 300,000 damage, but it should be enough to kill some rubbish god-level professionals in seconds." After saying this, the young man prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he noticed a familiar figure entering the Abyss copy of the Sky Sea. At this time, Lu Chen has entered the special Abyss copy of the Sky Sea. Altar of Life. Type: Special Sequence Abyss. Level limit: LV30, LV35. Entry limit: once per day. Dropped items: Sequence, Life Rune, Sequence, Life Rune Fragment. Bite. Tip: you have entered the exclusive Level 3 Abyss Dungeon Life Altar. You can only attack the altar once, and you have 10 minutes to prepare. Tip: the final attribute improvement will be determined by the damage you cause to the altar. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Lu Chen also understood some of the rules of this copy. No matter what your profession is, no matter how you attack, you can only attack once, but there is no limit on using some status, potions, etc. to improve your attributes. Preparation time is 10 minutes. Lu Chen took a look at the attributes of the life altar. It only had one life value, but it was daunting. Altar of Life. Health points, 100 billion. Description: a special altar. If you can smash it in one blow, you will get a mysterious reward. Lu Chen. 100 billion health points. If you can smash it with one blow, you will get a mysterious reward. What a joke. Who can do this? Not to mention more than 30 levels. No one can do it even if they are more than 100 levels. Lu Chen felt it was outrageous, but the next attack would affect the effect of his third transformation, so he planned to go all out and see how high his current damage was. However, when Lu Chen looked at his own attributes, various entries, and equipment, his eyes suddenly brightened. He's ready to go big. First, he activated the characteristic skill of Ragnarok, which can borrow the attributes of up to 10 targets for his own use. Lu Chen chose the 10 most powerful pets to borrow attributes, including the 5-colored peacock, the divine beast vermilion bird, and the angel of heaven. Among them, the 5-colored peacock and the mythical beast vermilion bird alone provided Lu Chen with more than 300,000 total attributes. After borrowing all 10 pets, Lu Chen's overall attributes exceeded 700,000. Then, summon all the pets. Including Scarecrow and Lilia, Lu Chen now has 12 pets. When the Master Arrives entry is triggered, every pet that comes out to help will increase Lu Chen's current overall attributes by 10%. This is 120%. Lu Chen's overall attributes have more than doubled. The basic attributes directly exceed 1.5 million. Next, activate the term Borrow to use the term Emperor Flame to amplify the current attribute. 10 times the current attribute improvement. Basic attributes exceed 15 million. Afterwards, let the pet with amplification skills cast all the amplification skills on him, and add the Scarecrow's various auras and its own 68 sequence attributes. Lu Chen's overall attributes doubled again, directly exceeding 30 million. In addition to attributes, various attack power increases are also as high as more than 100 times. Heavy gasps came from Lu Chen's mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Lu Chen felt like his body was about to explode. He felt that he could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Without any further hesitation, Lu Chen launched the strongest attack he could. Ragnarok. Additional feature 5. Ragnarok. You can launch an attack that is powerful enough to bury the gods. The attack damage is fixed. The damage is equal to the sum of your current attributes times 100. The total number of times you can launch this attack is 1/10. This attack can only be launched 10 times in total, but I didn't expect to use it once here. Boom! When Lu Chen swung the Black Knight's sword, the entire altar made a loud noise, and then a dark damage number floated up. -100789580000. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The altar shattered. 107 billion in damage. After this blow, Lu Chen immediately fell to the ground like a deflated ball. The system prompt sound and copy prompt sound did not sound for a long time, as if they were also confused by the damage number. Outside the Abyss copy, on a black stone tablet surrounded by a group of people, an astonishing number appeared for a moment, and then the entire stone tablet exploded into pieces with a loud bang. The onlookers were all stunned. Some people couldn't believe it, their voices trembling. Just now, did a damage number appear on the stone tablet? Yes, a long list. I saw that too. Hiss. As I recall, to break the altar of life, one needs to inflict 100 billion damage with one strike, right? No, that's right. Yi Xing, who was about to leave, also noticed this situation. For the first time, a look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on his proud face. The altar of life was actually broken? Yi Xing hurriedly turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the abyss. Could it be that person just now? The professional who appeared in the white restricted area, and then the entire white restricted area disappeared? At this moment, a copy of the public suddenly sounded. Announcement. The life altar of the special Abyss copy has been broken. This copy will disappear permanently. This is hereby announced. Announcement. The life altar of the special Abyss copy has been broken. This copy will disappear permanently. This is hereby announced. Announcement. The life altar of the special Abyss copy has been broken. This copy will disappear permanently. This is hereby announced. 3 consecutive dungeon announcements stunned all the professionals in the market. Those professionals who have remained at level 30 for years and make a living by clearing the Altar of Life Abyss dungeon every day all let out a howl. But Lu Chen, who was still in the copy at this time, didn't care about that. After the altar was broken, a sequence rune emitting emerald green light appeared, and its properties made him so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This is the mysterious reward for breaking the altar. Sequence rune? Life LV 999. After attachment, gain 100 billion health points. This is directly destroying the altar of life. Lu Chen hurriedly put it away, and at this time, various prompt sounds began to ring in his ears. Bye. Tip. You have completed the 3rd career change. Based on the damage you caused to the altar of life, your overall attributes will increase by 200%. Tip. Your level experience has been unlocked. Your level has been raised to level 31. And you gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip. A gold entry is triggered at level 1, and you get the bond entry. Peerless Sword Immortal X5. Chapter 63. The strongest professional competition begins. Peerless Sword Immortal. After attachment, all attributes are increased by 10,000, and the title of Peerless Sword Immortal is obtained. Each attack can cause 2 damage effects. Bite. Tip. When you reach level 32, you will gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip. A gold entry is triggered at level 1, and you get a bond entry, which X3, which, after adding it, all attributes will be increased by 10,000 points, and the title of which will be obtained. Pets with the title of which can be combined, and after the combination, they will become the Witch King. Can only be added to female pets. The level was raised by 2 levels, and Lu Chen was very happy that he gained 2 categories and 8 entries in total. The unparalleled swordsman was given to the 5-colored peacock that could transform into a human form, the mythical Bisu, Emperor Qingwu, the angel from heaven, and Zhu Yan. The witch was given to Lilia, dragon girl, and the mythical beast Suzuku. The mythical beast Suzuku is also female. After doing all this, Lu Chen was almost recovered. Standing up and taking a look at the broken altar, Lu Chen teleported into the teleportation array, leaving the Abyss copy, and then teleported again and left the market directly. This made a group of professionals who were blocking the exit of the Abyss dungeon only see a figure flash by, and they couldn't see clearly who the person was who broke the altar of life. Of course, they were blocking the exit of the Abyss copy not to cause trouble for Lu Chen, but purely to see what kind of style of professional who could deal 100 billion damage with one strike looked like. After all, being able to inflict 100 billion in damage with one strike means that killing them is just a matter of snapping one's fingers. It is estimated that the damage will overflow. Therefore, no one would be so desperate as to cause trouble or provoke, even those professionals who have been cut off from making money and make a living by brushing the altar of life every day. However, they didn't see any trace of Lu Chen at all. This made a group of people exclaim that it was a pity. Lu Chen also expected that there would definitely be someone blocking the exit of the Abyss copy, so he decisively teleported away. After teleporting out of the market, Lu Chen summoned Lilia and rode the centaur girl towards the furnace restricted area again. The sequence rune that adds 100 billion health points must be attached to it. But at this moment, a loud voice sounded again in the sky above the blue star. Dear professionals, please note that the strongest professional competition on Blue Star has begun. The competition arena has been set up in major cities, and every professional can sign up to participate. The competition will adopt a draw elimination system, and each registered profession will be matched with opponents of the same level as much as possible. The competition will start on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Contestants who are matched to go on stage need to do so within 3 minutes. Otherwise, they will be deemed to have given up the competition. The competition has set up generous rewards. The 1st to 10th place can get prizes such as Godforbidden Sequence, artifact equipment, etc. The registration option is now open, and professionals are welcome to participate actively. As the grand voice sounded, Lu Chen found a blue panel appeared in front of him with 2 options on it. Option 1, enter the competition. Option 2, enter a contest. That's right, both options are to participate in the competition. There is no option not to participate in the competition. Lu Chen was also speechless. It's not like he isn't participating, so why would he do such a thing? I clicked to participate in the competition, and a prompt sounded. Tip: you have successfully registered for the competition. Your match will be held from 15:30 to 15:40 tomorrow afternoon. Please go on stage 3 minutes in advance, otherwise it will be deemed as giving up the competition. The first game is tomorrow afternoon. There is also a time limit. You have to go on stage 3 minutes in advance, and the competition time is only 10 minutes. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and checked the location map Feng Qian sent him, and found that he was still more than 300 kilometers away from the furnace restricted area. Even if Lilia ran at full speed, it would take more than 3 hours. So, Lu Chen took Lilia back to the pet space and continued to travel using teleportation. After the 3rd transformation, Lu Chen's overall attributes exceeded 400,000, and the distance of teleportation also increased significantly. One teleportation could move 4 kilometers. It took Lu Chen less than a minute to reach the destination, a distance of more than 300 kilometers. Even so, he adjusted the direction twice, which delayed him for dozens of seconds. Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! When they arrived outside the restricted area of the furnace, the phone that Lu Chen was still holding in his hand suddenly vibrated. Lu Chen took a look and saw that it was Feng Qian calling. After the call was connected, Lu Chen and Feng Qian chatted for a while, mainly because the other party asked about his current situation because Lu Chen's current career was ranked 1st or 2nd. In other words, Feng Qian wanted Lu Chen to participate in the global professional competition as a member of Guild Number 7. Tomorrow she will also go to Haicheng to work as Lu Chen's personal assistant. Lu Chen had no objection and agreed to the other party. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the furnace restricted area in front of him. It was completely different from what I had imagined. The furnace restricted area was not all red, nor was there any blazing heat sweeping out. Instead, all you see is a blanket of snow, with small earthen-like houses covered in the snow. Through the narrow doors and windows of the houses, you can see flickering fires inside. This is the Crucible restricted area. It's not like there's a big furnace here, or a sea of fire or anything like that. Instead, there lives a special race here, the Molten Elves. Every Molten Elf has a small stove in his home. This small stove can produce rune flames, which is one of the necessary conditions for adding sequence runes to weapons and the human body. However, it's not free. They will charge a certain amount of energy crystals, and you can give them equipment, but you must meet their conditions before they will give you the rune fire. Also, don't try to provoke the molten elves or do stupid things like stealing their furnaces. Otherwise, the cute and adorable molten elf one moment may transform into a molten monster the next moment to teach you a lesson. Lu Chen stepped into the restricted area of the furnace, found a small house of the molten elf nearby, and knocked on the door. Boom, boom! As soon as I knocked on the door, there was a response from inside. Here I am, wait a moment. Squeak! The door opened from the inside, and what came into view was a male molten elf that was only half a meter tall, looked similar to a human, but had a particularly large head and was covered with white hair. Human, you are here to exchange for rune flames. It just so happens that my small furnace has recently produced 2 rune flames. The old price is 10 energy crystals or 30 pieces of cyan quality equipment for one. The male molten elf stood at the door and had no intention of letting Lu Chen in. Lu Chen directly took out 20 energy crystals from his storage ring and handed them to the other party. I want both rune flames. A hint of joy flashed across the male molten elf's face. He took out a metal basket from the side of the door, put all the crystals in it, then turned and walked towards a small furnace made of mud in the room. A moment later, the male molten elf came over holding 2 rune flames, one red and one blue. Happy trading. The male molten elf said happily after handing the 2 rune flames to Lu Chen. Happy trading. Lu Chen also responded, and then checked the 2 rune flames in his hand. Chapter 64, Snow Beast Granny. The molten elves here are much friendlier than you might imagine. I guess it's because they often trade with humans and have become accustomed to it. After the molten elf closed the door of the small room, which was less than 1 meter wide, Lu Chen looked at the 2 rune flames in his hand. Runefide, red, attack type, level, LV1, LV10. Note, only applicable to LV1, LV10 strength and attack sequence runes. Runefide, blue, defense, level, LV1, LV10. Note, only applicable to LV1, LV10 physical strength and defense sequence runes. 2 rune flames, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, and there are actually level and category restrictions. Seeing this, Lu Chen took out a complete sequence, strong attack, and a complete sequence, defense from the ring that Feng Qian gave him, and attached them to the giant sword Black Knight and the golden quality armor respectively. Adding 2 sequence runes will also require 2 additional energy crystals. Because these 2 sequence runes are both LV1, the increased attributes are also limited, namely 1% increase in attack power and 1% increase in defense power. How do I add the sequence runes of more than 900 levels? After the initial attempt, Lu Chen discovered something very serious. Before, in the white restricted area, when eating fruits with sequence runes, they would directly possess the sequence attributes after eating. However, the sequence runes contained in those sequence fruits are only level 1. And now, I have a LV999 sequence rune in my hand. How should I add it? Lu Chen felt that although there were high-level rune flames in this furnace restricted area, the one with a level of over 900 was probably not enough. After looking around, Lu Chen knocked on the door of the molten elf again. He was going to ask directly, boom, boom. Here I am, wait a moment. Squeak. It was still the male molten elf. Seeing that it was Lu Chen who knocked on the door, the other party was a little surprised and asked, Friend, do you need anything else? I don't have any rune flames anymore. You can go to other houses to have a look. No, I want to ask you something. Lu Chen stated his purpose and handed over a piece of energy crystal. The male molten elf was immediately delighted. After receiving the energy crystal, he bowed to Lu Chen and said, Thank you for your generosity, my friend. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will answer all your questions. Seeing the male molten elf bowing like a little noble knight, Lu Chen found it very interesting. Well, I want to ask, do you have rune flames that can add more than 900 levels? Lu Chen directly stated his needs. Unexpectedly, the other party responded directly. Yes. Sequence runes of that level require non-level rune flames. As he spoke, the male molten elf actually walked out of the house, climbed onto the roof, pointed to the depths of the molten forbidden zone, and said, Friend, go in that direction and find a house with a snow beast lying in front of the door. She has the rune flame you need. Lu Chen looked in the direction the other party pointed and found that there were indeed some relatively large snow piles deep in the molten forbidden zone. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Lu Chen thanked the male molten elf and gave him an energy crystal. My friend, you were so generous. Next time you come, I will definitely invite you to my home. The male molten elf bowed to Lu Chen again, then slid down from the roof and entered the small house holding 2 energy crystals. Lu Chen looked through the door that was less than 1 meter wide and saw a female molten elf and a molten elf baby lying in a cradle in the small house. I didn't expect this was a family of 3. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the next moment Lu Chen appeared deep in the molten fire forbidden zone. The snow-covered houses here are obviously much larger than the previous ones, because the doors of those houses are already the standard 2-meter height. After arriving here, Lu Chen looked around, looking for the house that the male molten elf mentioned, with a snow beast lying at the door. Whoa! At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly heard a whimpering sound similar to a dog barking. When I looked down, I found a snow-white puppy squatting at my feet. This puppy was very tiny, about the size of a palm, and snow-white all over. If it hadn't made a sound, Lu Chen would not have noticed it. Woo-woo! When Lu Chen looked at it, the puppy immediately shook its head and tail and whimpered with joy. Lu Chen understood that this was his summoner's holy body coming into play again. Lu Chen knew better than anyone how powerful this entry was. The fact that the entire white restricted area was given to him for free was a clear example of this. Squatting down, Lu Chen held the puppy in his hand and scratched its chin. The puppy immediately lay in Lu Chen's palm with an intoxicated look on its face. Subconsciously, Lu Chen checked the puppy's attribute information, but the result surprised him. Snow Beast Granny. Level 85. Grade Saint. HP 3.75 million / 3.75 million. Mana 2.98 million / 2.98 million. Attributes: Strength 270,000, Stamina 290,000, Spirit 220,000, Wisdom 250,000. Skills: Giant Beast, Snow Mountain, Avalanche, Rage. Condition Mini. Sequence: Life LV 45. Increase health points by 3.5 million. Sequence: Strong Attack LV 42. Increases attack power by 42%. Description: It was originally a snow beast used as an experiment, but because it was extremely compatible with the sequence attributes, it was kept by its owner. This is actually the snow beast that the male molten elf mentioned. Lu Chen looked around in surprise. The doors of the houses were all closed, and there were no other snow beasts. Seeing this, Lu Chen also said, "Little guy, I have something to ask your master. Can you take me with you?" Woo-woo. The snow beast granny raised his head, blinked his 2 bright big eyes, then jumped down and ran towards a house not far away. Lu Chen followed. The snow beast granny ran towards the house on the far right, at the back. Woo! When they arrived at the door of the house, the snow beast granny just barked outside the door, and the door opened. "Granny, come and help me try the new potion. I added an explosion fruit to it. It is said that after drinking it, you can spit explosive bombs." As soon as the door opened, a clear but somewhat crazy voice came from inside. Then, Lu Chen saw a molten elf wearing a dark blue robe, who was also less than 1 meter tall and had heavy smoky makeup on his big head, walking out from the compartment on the left. Forehead. "Granny, you brought a guest." Seeing Lu Chen, the other party quickly hid the test tube of medicine in his hand and then sniffed her nose. "No wonder Granny brought you here. It turns out you have a quality that animals find friendly." Chapter 65, Giant Body Potions. Lu Chen was amazed at the molten elf that came out of the room. The other party could actually smell the attributes of the entries on him. Moreover, the appearance of this molten elf is really unique. A small body, a big head, heavy smoky makeup, and a dark blue robe, just like Poppy who stays up late in a certain league. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen also checked the other party's attribute information. Molten elf? Fetchies. Level 90. Grade: Demigod. HP: 10.5 million / 10.5 million. Mana: 35 million / 35 million. Attributes: Strength 610,000, Stamina 600,000, Spirit 880,000, Wisdom 850,000. Sequence: Life Sequence, Magic Sequence, Recovery Sequence. Fantastic idea. Description: An elf who likes to do research in the forbidden area of the furnace. A level 90 demigod quality molten spirit. The blood volume is as high as over 10 million. All right, it is true that there are always people better than you in this world. Hello, I want to exchange for a level-less rune flame. I wonder what I need to exchange it for. Lu Chen explained his purpose. Oh, so you are here to exchange for the non-level rune flame. No problem. However, I don't lack anything. If you want, I need you to help me test some newly developed medicines. When Figgis heard that Lu Chen was here to exchange for the levelless flame, she immediately said happily. At the same time, a system notification sound rang in Lu Chen's ears. Bite. Tip. Trigger the hidden mission in the furnace restricted area, Faisai's experimental subject. Tip. After completing this task, the system's fusion function will be enabled. Lu Chen. There are hidden tasks in this restricted area, and it also concerns a function of his system. Lu Chen was really surprised. This system is actually related to these restricted areas? No problem. Lu Chen didn't care what the other party wanted him to test, and just agreed first. Just as Lu Chen agreed, the system prompt sounded again. Bite. Hint. You have accepted the hidden mission in the furnace restricted area, fetch experimental subject. Tip. The real-time test number panel has been opened. Suddenly, a blue panel appeared in front of Lu Chen. Number of trials panel. Number of times, 0/20. Description. You need to survive Fitch's various potion experiments. Only 20 trials are needed? Lu Chen felt that it was easy to control. At this time, Figgis also took out the first potion, which was the one she had just hidden and originally intended for the Snow Beast Granny to test, and which was mixed with the explosive fruit. Come on, drink this potion first. Faisai handed the potion to Lu Chen. When Lu Chen reached out to take it, the Snow Beast Granny at his feet let out a whimper. It seemed as if he didn't want Lu Chen to try it. It's okay. I'm much stronger than you think. Lu Chen squatted down, patted the little head of the Snow Beast Granny, and said confidently, Gulp! Then, he drank the potion in his hand in one gulp. Bang! As soon as the medicine entered the mouth, it exploded in the mouth as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, Lu Chen felt as if he had put a string of firecrackers in his mouth, making a continuous muffled bang. Moreover, shocking damage numbers kept appearing above his head. Minus 11,900. Minus 12,200. Afterwards, when Lu Chen swallowed the potion, the damage doubled. Belch! Bang, bang, bang. What's funny is that when he burped, he actually spit out red bombs. Yeah, seeing this, Fitch jumped up with joy. Success. Now, after drinking this potion, you can transform into an explosive body and sweep away everything. Physis was very happy, but what she said was a bit out of the ordinary. That's right, the spitted bombs can cause damage to the enemy, but you will suffer more damage. 5 damage numbers appear above Lu Chen's head every second. If it weren't for his extremely high recovery, no one else would be able to withstand it. Not to mention the explosive bombs that can hurt people. The moment you drink the potion, you will be killed by the explosion. Lu Chen did not comment on this. He was just doing the mission, and how Fetchies judged the success of the potion had nothing to do with him. The explosive charge lasted about a minute. When the effect of the potion disappeared, Lu Chen unexpectedly gained 10% explosion resistance and a health limit of 100,000 points. This immediately motivated Lu Chen. Come on, take out any potions you have, and I'll test them all for you. Lu Chen said proudly. Real. Figgis' eyes were particularly bright, as if she had discovered a new world. Woo-woo. The Snow Beast Granny also let out a cry of joy. Next, Lu Chen began to show off various potions, and he seemed to have turned into a biological weapon. After drinking a potion, green gas will continue to be produced in the stomach, and then it can be released like a fart. Not only does it have a highly toxic effect, it also causes great psychological damage to the enemy. Of course, it also causes great harm to oneself. There was another potion. After Lu Chen drank it, he found that something was missing between his legs, and his chest also swelled up. He actually turned into a woman, and the effect lasted for a full 10 minutes. Lu Chen was really scared at that time. If the effect of this potion is permanent, then we're screwed. And after changing back, the rewards given are also very good. Length plus 15. Bite. Hint. You have completed the hidden mission in the furnace restricted area, fetches experimental subject. Tip. Fusion is enabled. Hearing that the mission had been completed, Lu Chen put down the potion in his hand. Although there would be certain rewards after completing the test of each potion, Lu Chen still didn't want to continue the experiment. Especially the moment when I just turned into a woman. It was so terrifying. It would be bad if I drank some permanent potion. Hey, you don't want to drink it? This is a potion that can make you permanently enlarged. I added some new formulas. Please let me try one last time. Physis said. Hearing this, Lu Chen also took a look at the medicine in his hand. Size enlargement potion. Deep permanent potion. Description. After using it, you can permanently obtain the giant state, and your body will grow 300% in the same proportion. However, Physis has added some new things to it. Every time you use this state, your body will gain a random special effect. Forehead. It doesn't seem to be toxic. Although it is a permanent potion, it only obtains a status. At worst, you could just not use it. So, Lu Chen raised his head and drank the last dose of the potion. At the same time, he also checked the newly enabled fusion function of the system. Fusion. You can fuse entries, sequence attributes, equipment, skills, etc. Fusion will consume a certain amount of energy crystals, and the amount consumed depends on the items you fuse. Chapter 66. Rune Flame Seed. Can fuse sequence attributes. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been having a headache looking at the long list of various sequence attributes on the system panel. 68 kinds. The blessing given to him by the pale tree before it disappeared covered all sequence attributes, and the lowest one was LV10. But there were just too many. Lu Chen felt a headache just by looking at them. Now that there is a fusion function, if he can fuse them all together and continue to add sequence rune fragments of the same category in the future, wouldn't it be a lot more convenient? You can try this, but not now. He had tested all the potions as Physis had requested, and as agreed, she had given him a levelless rune flame. At this time, Physi was also very happy. She took out a dozen rune flames of no level and threw them all to Lu Chen, saying, "These are the only rune flames I have now. Since you helped me test all the potions, I'll give them all to you." Lu Chen hurriedly took it and found that there were a total of 16 rune flames in various colors. The rune flame used to attach the sequence? Life is green. In fact, rune flame is just a name. They're actually a kind of energy rune. Because they are born in a small stove, the word flame is included in their name. Lu Chen checked the green rune flame and found that it was exactly the purpose of his trip. He was immediately very happy. Runefide. Red life. Level, no limit. Description. The rune flame produced in a high-level rune furnace is effective for sequence runes of any level. Thank you very much. After getting the things, and being given a dozen more, Lu Chen expressed his gratitude sincerely. Woo-woo. As if realizing that Lu Chen was about to leave, the snow beast Granny whimpered and rubbed its little head against Lu Chen's trouser legs. Lu Chen squatted down, reached out, and patted Granny's little head. "I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you later when I have time." Woo! Granny the snow beast let out a cry of joy. Figgis had already walked into the room on her left. Lu Chen took a look and found that the furnishings inside were the same as those in the laboratory. A small workbench was filled with various test tubes, all filled with medicines of various colors. Seeing this, Lu Chen said hello and prepared to leave. "Close the door for me. Thank you." When Lu Chen led the snow beast Granny out, the voice of Physi asking him to help close the door was heard from the room. Just when Lu Chen was about to help him close the door and leave, the snow beast Granny suddenly barked twice and then quickly ran into a room on the right. A moment later, Lu Chen saw Granny running out with a colorful little bottle in his mouth. Whoa! After arriving at Lu Chen's feet, it made a low hum, meaning that it wanted to give the small bottle to Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought that Granny wanted to give him a souvenir or something, but after taking a look at the colorful bottle, he immediately lost his composure. Runefide Seed. Type. Regular energy. Planting requirements. The ground in one area must be the main area. Description. The rule energy used to add sequence runes is a unique product of the Molten Elves. You give this to me. You won't be beaten by Figgis later, right? Lu Chen was a little worried. After all, it looked like Granny had taken it out secretly. Whoa! Hearing what Lu Chen said, Granny raised his little head, as if to tell Lu Chen that he had a very high status in the family and would not be beaten at all. But at this time, Fitch's voice was heard in the room. That seed belongs to Granny. Since it has decided to give it to you, you should accept it. Hearing this, Lu Chen was no longer polite and put away the rune fire seed. Afterwards, he took out a few sequence fruits from the pet space and gave them to the snow beast Granny. Woo woo woo. Granny was very happy holding a tricolored fruit. Finally, Lu Chen teased Granny again and then teleported away from the spot. Lu Chen used teleportation all the way and soon arrived at the tall city wall of Haicheng. Entering Haicheng from the city gate under the city wall, Lu Chen used teleportation to arrive at the central square of Haicheng. The arena for the strongest professional competition is located in this central square. There are 10 arenas in total, numbered from 1 to 10, and Lu Chen's first match tomorrow will be on arena number 5. At this time, the 10 arenas were already surrounded by people. Although the competition will not start until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, many people have already started to reserve their seats today. As you can imagine, this strongest professional competition is absolutely extremely hot. Lu Chen walked around here, disappeared from the spot with a teleportation, and appeared in a nearby snack street the next moment. Then, silently, Di Qingwu, the dragon girl, the angel from heaven, the 5-colored space that could transform into human form, and the divine beast Shizuku appeared beside him. "Master, you're back to Haicheng." Di Qingwu was very happy. She took Lu Chen's arm, and when she saw a man selling candied haws, she asked Lu Chen to sell some for her. "Bah!" Lu Chen reached out and slapped Di Qingwu on the buttocks, then took out several banknotes and handed them over. Di Qingwu was suddenly very happy. She was happy, not because she could eat candied haws, but because her master spanked her again. The dragon girl and the angel from heaven saw Di Qingwu being beaten, and they walked to Lu Chen eagerly. Lu Chen, in his attitude of treating everyone equally, slapped the dragon girl and the angel from heaven in the face. The vermilion bird and the 5-colored peacock, the mythical beasts that had transformed into human form, looked a little confused. The human body transformed from the mythical beast has the image of a royal sister, wearing a long red dress, and her figure is no less than that of the dragon girl. As a member of the opposite sex, she naturally knew what to do, so she walked in front of Lu Chen and raised her hips. "Bah!" Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped it hard. "Oh!" The hand feel is exceptionally good. Many people on the snack street noticed this scene. Some people looked envious, while others looked disdainful. Similarly, some couples imitated this. For a while, 1 or 2 crisp slapping sounds could be heard from time to time on the snack street all day long. The 5-colored peacock transformed into a human being, a handsome young man. He saw Di Qingwu, the dragon girl, and even the mythical beast Shizuku, all of whom were being beaten with their buttocks sticking out. His handsome face turned red. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly waved his hand and explained, "Don't think too much, I'm not interested in males." "Call!" The 5-colored peacock breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If the 5-colored peacock also came over with its butt twisted, the scene would be, better not think about it. Afterwards, Lu Chen gave each pet a few banknotes and let them spend them as much as they wanted in the snack street. It's not much, just 500 yuan for each pet. As a result, this scene was ridiculed by a middle-aged man with a big belly. "Ah, I thought he was a very wealthy person, raising so many beautiful humanoid pets, but he only gave me 500 yuan for each one when I brought them out to play." "Why? You can't afford it. Just sell me 2. I can afford it." Chapter 67, Returning to Haicheng. The He family is seeking death. "Kid, where are you from? You just came back from outside the city, right? Do you know that Haicheng has changed a lot now? Now Haicheng is ruled by our He family." The middle-aged man with a big belly shouted. As soon as he mentioned the He family, everyone in the entire snack street looked at him in awe. It's someone from the He family. The He family is really lucky. This time when Blue Star entered the God's arrival stage, 6 people in their He family actually merged with God-level professional data. Who said it wasn't true? The key point is that the family head, who is over level 50, also obtained a God-level profession. It's so enviable. From the discussions around him, Lu Chen also understood what was going on. It turned out that after the arrival of the gods, the power structure in Haicheng had changed. The Luo family, which once controlled Haicheng for nearly 100 years, has become a thing of the past. The only person in the Luo family who had integrated God-level professional data was their young master Luo Yuanquan, who was killed by Lu Chen in the White Restricted Area. The He family was originally just a small family in Haicheng. This time when Blue Star entered the God's arrival stage, 6 members of their family suddenly had integrated God-level professional data. Even more fortunately, the head of their He family, a professional who had just completed the 5th transformation, was also lucky enough to integrate the God-level professional data, which directly made their He family become the #1 family in Haicheng. As a result, almost everyone in the He family became more confident. In just 2 days, someone in the He family bullied men and women and forced transactions. Today, the middle-aged man who came to the snack street was the cousin of the head of the He family. His name was He Jintang. He Jintang had long since given up his professional career and had been doing business for many years, having made great financial contributions to the He family. Now that the He family status has risen, He Jintang's worth has also risen. In just 2 days, he has taken control of the commercial street that originally belonged to the Luo family. It can be said that he stole the show. Now this entire snack street is under the name of He Jintang. Boy, these pets of yours are pretty good. Name your price. Amid the discussions and flattery around him, He Jintang gradually lost himself, and he felt that he had the capital to lose himself. For example, the 2 black-clad bodyguards following him were both professionals above level 30. Coupled with the current influence of the He family in Haicheng, they can just walk sideways. Lu Chen was in a good mood today. In addition, he had just returned to Haicheng, so he didn't want to kill him, so he smiled and said to the other party, "Uncle, you'd better not have this idea. You can't afford these pets of mine." Snort! Unexpectedly, He Jintang snorted coldly and said with his nose turned up to the sky, "Every object has a price. As long as there is a price, there is nothing that I, He Jintang, cannot afford." As he spoke, He Jintang glanced at Lu Chen with his small eyes. "Boy, you probably don't know. Even the whole street you are standing on is mine. I can't afford it? You must be kidding." Lu Chen. He discovered that if this place wasn't dominated by professionals and there weren't monsters and abyss copies in the world, the person in front of him could indeed be considered to be standing at the top of the pyramid. Unfortunately, this is a world where you can break everything as long as you are strong enough. And Lu Chen's current strength is more than enough to destroy the entire Haicheng, let alone break everything. Boy, I don't want all of them. Sell me that, and I'll give you 3 million. He Jintang pointed at the dragon girl, the vermilion bird, and the angel of heaven. He acted very generous and reported a figure of 3 million. Lu Chen finally lost his patience, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. So he waved his hand and said, "Let him disappear." Brush! As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a 5-colored divine light flashed, and He Jintang disappeared on the spot. The 5-colored peacock with a youthful appearance took action. "What's going on? Uncle He Lu? Why did he suddenly disappear? Boy, what have you done?" Swish! The 5-colored divine light flashed again, and the 2 bodyguards also disappeared. This scene stunned everyone on the snack street. Some people were afraid of being implicated and ran away in a hurry. Someone also secretly went to the He family to tip off the person. Lu Chen didn't care about these at all. When he found out that the whole street belonged to the He family, he even summoned all the pets out and let them eat to their heart's content. At this time, in the official professional guild of Haicheng, in the vice president's office, Lin Fong was still sitting behind his desk. Boom, boom! Suddenly, the female secretary knocked on the door and came in. As soon as he entered the office, the female secretary said, "Vice President, Lu Chen is back." But as soon as he came back, he clashed with the now powerful He family, and even made He Jintang of the He family disappear. "Oh, this kid is back so soon?" Lin Fong raised his head, but was just surprised that Lu Chen came back so soon. Seeing that Lin Fong didn't seem to notice the key point of the matter, the female secretary couldn't help but remind him again. "Vice President, he has clashed with someone from the He family. The He family now has a level 50 God-level professional, whose strength is stronger than a level 70 SSS-level professional." "Yeah, I know." Lin Fong nodded to show that he understood. Seeing this, the female secretary seemed to understand something. Lin Fong also explained, "There is news from the number 7 base that Lu Chen has the strength to break some rules. Since the He family is looking for death, let's use this kid to help clean up." The secretary immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. At the same time, I finally understood why Lin Fong was so calm. It turned out that news came from base number 7. However, the number 7 base actually had such a high opinion of Lu Chen. Already have the power to break some rules? Although Lu Chen is also a God-level professional. Oh no, he has 2 God-level professions, but he is only in his 30s after all. The one from the He family is level 50 and has completed the 5th transformation. Are you sure you can beat this? Although the female secretary was full of doubts, Lin Fong didn't know much and couldn't answer her questions. Here, Lu Chen brought a group of pets to eat from one end of the street to the other, and finally waited for the reinforcements from the He family. However, with the presence of the divine beast, the 5-colored peacock, not to mention Lu Chen. Even Zhu Yin and Lu Mao had no chance to take action. Then they saw a 5-colored divine light descending from the sky, and a group of family masters who had rushed over disappeared in an instant. Bite. Tip. You killed a god-level professional and gained plus 1 million experience and plus 1 godhood fragment. Tip. God-level career data has been recondensed. Snap. An ice blue stone fell out of thin air. A flash of 5-colored divine light appeared, and the stone appeared in front of Lu Chen. The use of the 5-colored divine light to pick up items made Lu Chen look at the 5-colored peacock in surprise. It seems that next time he goes to the Abyss Dungeon, he won't have to pick up equipment and sequence coins himself. This 5-colored divine light is so useful. He reached out and took the stone. When the ice blue stone was in his hand, the system prompt sound rang in Lu Chen's ears again. Bite. Tip. Receive this god-level career data, and you will obtain the god-level career, the Messenger of Arctic Cold. Tip. You can use all the skills of the Arctic Messenger. Chapter 68, God-level occupation, the Messenger of Extreme Cold. The Messenger of Extreme Cold? Is this also a god-level profession? When Lu Chen looked at the profession rankings before, it seemed that this profession was not among the top 50 god-level professions. However, this is a magic profession that controls ice and frost, so Lu Chen is still interested in it. Moreover, he could have multiple professions, and as the saying goes, more skills are better than less. He chose to receive the data of this god-level profession. Bite. Tip. You have obtained the god-level profession Arctic Messenger. All attributes plus 2,000. Lu Chen felt as if he had obtained some kind of inheritance and suddenly gained a lot more skills. When checking out these skills, Lu Chen quite liked them. Regardless of their power, they were at least very cool. Especially since this profession has only reached the 3rd level, it already has a domain skill, the Extreme Cold Domain. After being turned on, a 2-kilometer area is formed with itself as the center, and the temperature in the area can be reduced to as low as -150 degrees Celsius. In addition, there are special effects such as ice, snow, and frost. Lu Chen tried it, and when he opened the extreme cold field, the surroundings instantly turned white, and the biting cold swept across the entire snack street. Many professionals who did not leave the snack street felt like they had fallen into an ice cave at this moment. Fortunately, Lu Chen only opened the field for a few seconds before closing it. Otherwise, those professionals would have been frozen into ice sculptures. Moreover, Lu Chen doesn't like an environment that is too cold. Afterwards, Lu tried other skills, single-target skills such as ice spikes and ice spears, as well as large-scale extreme ice spear formations. You know what? The mage profession is more interesting than the warrior profession. After staying in the snack street for another half an hour, Lu Chen saw that no one from the He family had come for a while, so he called back a group of pets that were having a great time eating in the snack street. The Angel of Heaven, the Dragon Girl, Di Qingwu, Shizuku, and Lilia, all of them wanted to drink coffee at this moment. There were also Zhu Yin, Lu Mao, and others, who sat in a fruit shop and did not come out. Since the place was full of He family members, Lu Chen didn't hold back and let these pets run wild for once. Seeing that it was almost time, he put all the pets back into the pet space, then disappeared from the spot with a teleportation. After he left, the professionals on the snack street started a heated discussion. Who is this person? I haven't seen him. Do you think he's the Lu Chen who ranks first on the professional list? Lu Chen is only at level 3, right? Can he summon so many pets at level 3? He's a god-level professional. Do you think he's the same as you? Can you talk? After Lu Chen teleported away from the snack street, he went straight to the official professional guild of Haiqing. After revealing his identity, he walked all the way to the vice president's office on the 2nd floor. Looking at the open door and Lin Fong sitting at the desk, Lu Chen reached out and knocked on the door twice. Boom, boom. Come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Fong said without even raising his head. Lu Chen walked in and seemed to have noticed the difference in the footsteps. Lin Fong looked up and saw that it was Lu Chen. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. You kid, you ran to the snack street after you came back. It seems that food still attracts you more. Lu Chen walked to Lin Fong's desk and began to take out various snacks and some sequence fruits prepared for Lin Fong from his personal space. I saw that you haven't eaten yet, so I packed up all the delicious food in the snack street for you. While Lu Chen was speaking, he had already filled the entire desk with various snacks. Lin Fong looked at the brightly colored sequence fruits placed together with the snacks and couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect you to have taken the white forbidden zone. It's only been a short time. You've already grown to this point. Lin Fong stood up from his desk, took a skewer of grilled squid, and started eating. Seeing this, Lu Chen opened a can of beer and handed it to him. After taking 2 bites, Lin Fong drank the whole can of beer in one breath and sighed. Alas! The world is becoming more and more unpredictable nowadays. After the gods came, all kinds of god-level professionals appeared in large numbers, and the order is about to collapse. What happened? Lu Chen opened another can of beer and handed it over. Lin Fong took it and drank it. He said, someone has discovered that god-level professions can be transferred. As long as those god-level professionals are killed, the god-level data in their bodies will be recondensed, and the person who obtains it can transfer to that god-level profession. Lu Chen. Someone discovered this situation so quickly. Just now, news came from all the major bases that a guild called Godslayer has risen rapidly. Lin Fong said helplessly, "Can I help you?" Lu Chen spoke. He did have plans to take action. If there are enough god-level professionals in the so-called Godslayer guild, then he really wants to go and take a look. Because those are all god-level career data and fragments of godhood. No, there is no need to take the risk. Besides, even our god of war couldn't resist the temptation and has a god-level job, let alone others. Let's make this world even more chaotic. The truth emerges in the midst of great chaos. From Lin Fong's words, Lu Chen understood that the official professional guild had a plan. So he no longer thought about killing the god-level profession, at least not for a while yet. The recent improvement in strength has been a bit too fast. He planned to take a break for a while, sort out his various entries, sequence attributes, and familiarize himself with his own strength. I stayed in Lin Fong's office for more than an hour. In addition to listening to him complain about trivial matters, the two also talked about the strongest professional competition and the current power structure in Haiqing. Lin Fong told him directly that order was about to collapse, so there was no need to hold back, and those who were seeking death could be dealt with freely. Lu Chen understood that the other party wanted him to clean up some forces in Haiqing. For example, the newly emerging He family. However, the two of them didn't know that the He family was already like a purgatory at this moment. Except for the He family's god-level professional who was killed by Lu Chen, the other 5 god-level professionals of the He family had all been killed at this time, including the level 50 patriarch of their He family. The data of 5 god-level professions were stolen, and their whereabouts are unknown. By the time this incident spread in Haiqing, it was already the next day. Lu Chen stayed in a high-end hotel in Haiqing at night, integrating the sequence attributes of midnight. The level 999 sequence life has also been attached. Now Lu Chen's health points have directly exceeded 100 billion. The various sequence properties are finally merged into one. Sequence? Almighty LV30. Known attributes increased by 30%. This known represents all the properties that are already known to humans. It's very nice. In addition, the method to upgrade it is also very simple. Just as Lu Chen thought, whether it is sequence runes or sequence rune fragments, they can all be added at once. Chapter 69, Monster, Giant Mouth, Peddler. The next day, when Lu Chen woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. The all-professional competition started at 8 o'clock in the morning. However, his game is in the afternoon. Glancing at Di Qingwu, who was naked and curled up in the quilt like a kitten, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall the madness of last night. He finally couldn't help himself and attacked his own pet. However, Di Qingwu has already fully evolved into a human body, so it is not against common sense. When I was about to get up and wash up, Di Qingwu also woke up. Master! Di Qingwu sat up from the bed, revealing her beautiful figure in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was instantly excited again. However, now is not the time to have such thoughts, as he is going to the abyss outside the city soon. Feng Qian arrived in Haiqing last night. Lu Chen originally wanted to change his weapon, but he was reluctant to give up the appearance of the Black Knight, so he asked Feng Qian if there was any solution. Feng Qian told him that he could go to the Wanjian Abyss. Wanjian Abyss is also the name of an abyss, a very special abyss. There are only 2 abyss copies in it. One is called Knife Mountain Abyss, and the other is called Swordsea Abyss. Both of them have no level restrictions. The function of these 2 abysses is to upgrade the weapons. Both abyss copies can produce weapon-grade fragments. Once a certain amount is collected, a weapon upgrader can be synthesized. This can be used on weapons that need upgrading to raise the grade of the weapon by 1 level. Of course, the higher the grade of the equipment, the more upgrades you will need. In addition, you can also directly purchase upgrade devices in the Abyss store in Wanjian Abyss, 1 for 10 gold sequence coins. To upgrade an orange weapon to a golden holy weapon, 30 upgraders are needed. Lu Chen looked at his cereal coins and found that they were more than enough. So, he planned to go and upgrade the Black Knight to a holy weapon. Compared to using a staff to cast magic or weapons like an axe, he prefers a greatsword. After washing up, Di Qingwu was already dressed. However, she looked a little tired. It seems that even a sacred beast will experience certain side effects after its first human experience. Lu Chen took her back to the Starry Abyss to rest. In today's Starry Abyss, the territory belonging to the pets has changed a lot. Di Qingwu, Dragon Girl, and several humanoid pets from Heavenly Angels were preparing to build some houses so that they could live more comfortably. Lu Chen is responsible for purchasing furniture and other items. After leaving the hotel, Lu Chen teleported away directly. After going out of the city gate, he took out the map to calibrate his position and teleported away. Abyss of 10,000 swords. As the only Abyss copy that can upgrade equipment, even the Chinese officials are unable to occupy it alone. Therefore, the 10,000 Swords Abyss is also a public abyss. It is located southeast of Haicheng, relatively close to Lucheng, about 600 kilometers away. If you use conventional means of transportation, it will take at least 5 days to arrive, taking into account various situations you may encounter on the road. But that was for others. For Lu Chen, it only took 3 minutes. Buzz! Outside a dense forest, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared. After taking out the map and calibrating the coordinates again, Lu Chen was about to teleport away when he was suddenly attracted by a hawking voice. Rare goods and treasures, come and see. From the dense forest, a special monster appeared, pushing a cart. It had 4 arms, no head, and 4 eyes on its shoulders. We have all kinds of rare goods and treasures. On its belly, there is a big mouth that can open to the back waist on both sides. Every time the mouth opens, 2 rows of black teeth are revealed. This kind of monster was the first time Lu Chen had seen it. So he cast a curious look. Monster? Giant mouth? Peddler. Type. Special monster. Sequence? Eternal life LV max. The Peddler has eternal and unchanging life. Sequence? Invulnerable LV max. The Peddler has a body that is immune to any damage. Lu Chen. Be good. What is this? There are only 2 sequence attributes, but one is immortality and the other is invulnerability, and both are at the maximum level. This is directly invincible. Friend, would you like to come and take a look? I have everything here. When the Peddler saw Lu Chen, the 4 eyes on his shoulders suddenly lit up and waved at him. Only then did Lu Chen notice the car the other person was pushing. It was a 3-wheeled wooden cart, grayish-white in color, but the interior was pitch black, as if there was an abyss entrance inside it. And this car is actually a monster. Monster? 3-wheeled? Strange car. Type. Special monster. Sequence? Immortality LV max. The Wonder Car cannot be destroyed. Sequence? Strange item space LV max. Put an item in, and you can get an item of equal value. Lu Chen. Before, Lu Chen was still wondering why he didn't encounter any monsters when he went to the White Forbidden Zone and the Furnace Forbidden Zone. Especially since Feng Qian had told him that there were many special monsters in the wild, and sometimes encountering one was a great opportunity. Lu Chen finally understood now. Lu Chen teleported over and looked at the Peddler, asking, "You throw in an item and get the item you need, right? Is there a limit to the number of times you can do this?" When the Peddler saw Lu Chen teleport in front of him, he immediately said happily, "Friend, you actually have an item with unique attributes. Are you interested in exchanging it?" Not interested. Lu Chen refused without even thinking about it. He only has one item with the unique attribute, and that is a cyan quality teleportation ring. Although the teleportation ring is only of cyan quality, for Lu Chen, it is an equipment more powerful than a divine weapon. No doubt about it. What a pity. The Peddler stretched out his hand, made the sign of 3, and said, "You can exchange it 3 times in the strange item card. It doesn't matter what the item is, but you can only exchange it 3 times. Good." Lu Chen nodded, then searched through his personal space, and found that he had nothing to give away. The rune fire seed that the snow beast Granny gave him must be precious, but he had to keep it and plant it in the Star Abyss, and he definitely couldn't take it out. Finally, Lu Chen had to take out a branch. Sequence? Pale Bud. This one comes from a pale, ancient tree and is unanimously considered to be the strongest divine forbidden sequence on the blue planet. The divine forbidden sequence of the pale, ancient tree. The peddler's big mouth opened wide in surprise when Lu Chen took out the branch. For other god-level professionals, they might have to break their heads to fight for this thing, but for Lu Chen, it is useless. A sequence? Pale Seed makes his attribute improvement unlimited, completely eliminating the restrictions on attribute improvement. Therefore, Lu Chen threw the divine forbidden sequence into the strange item car without any regret. At the same time, he was thinking about the equipment. Chapter 70. 7-star meteorite set. Gulululu. After Lu Chen threw the pale bud into the strange vehicle, the dark compartment immediately surged. After a gurgling sound, a whirlpool formed in the dark carriage. My friend, the deal is done. The peddler's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, a colorful light suddenly refracted from the vortex in the carriage of the strange vehicle. The next moment, a pair of metal shoes shining with colorful light flew out from the black vortex. Lu Chen hurriedly caught it. The colorful light is guaranteed to be a semi-artifact. Lu Chen was very happy. He first put his equipment into his personal space, then took out 2 branches and threw them all in under the shocked gaze of the peddler. Similarly, Lu Chen still planned to exchange equipment. Gulululu. After another gurgling sound, 2 more pieces of equipment emerged from the black vortex, also emitting colorful light, 1 leg armor and 1 shoulder armor. Judging from its style, it is a bit similar to those metal shoes. Lu Chen put away his equipment and was about to ask the peddler if he had any other good stuff to sell when the peddler told him that he had 1 more chance to deliver the items. Lu Chen, good job. This transaction is based on the number of times you put it in, and it doesn't matter how many items you put in at a time. Isn't this a BUG? After taking a look at the 3 pieces of equipment he had just exchanged, which were a set, Lu Chen simply took out the remaining pale buds this time and threw them all in. At this time, in an unknown plane, a strong man was exchanging a magical item for the divine forbidden sequence. This kind of rare item is connected to the rare item car. If someone uses the divine forbidden sequence to exchange for items, he will also see it, and then give the other party the item they need, and they can exchange it. Very convenient. And just now, when he was preparing to exchange a few God-forbidden sequences for his precious son in case of emergency, he unexpectedly discovered the top-level God-forbidden sequence, the Pale Bud. He was excited at that time. As a top-level strongman in this plane, if his son can attach the Pale Bud, he will have hope of breaking through the limitations of this plane and going to a higher plane. Moreover, when he saw that the other party needed equipment, he decisively took out a set of ancestral semi-artifacts for exchange. His set of semi-artifacts is a complete set. Wearing the whole set can trigger a set effect, which is as powerful as an artifact. Now the shoes, leg armor, and shoulder armor have been exchanged, and he still has 4 pieces in his hand: breast armor, arm armor, helmet, and cloak. In other words, he can redeem 4 more. At the same time, he also hoped that the other party would have 4 top-level divine forbidden sequences, such as the Pale Buds. Just at this moment, he suddenly saw 7 Pale Buds again. 7. The strong man was stunned for a moment, but soon he exchanged 4 of the 4 semi-artifacts in his hands. After 2 of the remaining 3 were quickly exchanged, he gritted his teeth, took off a metal bracelet on his wrist, and threw it in. So, he successfully exchanged the last one. Here, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw colorful equipment continuously spewing out of the black vortex, including several pieces of equipment that were obviously matching the previous ones. Semi-artifact. It comes in a set. As usual, Lu Chen put away all his equipment first, then looked at the peddler and asked, "Do you have anything else?" The 4 eyes on the peddler's shoulders scanned Lu Chen and said, "Friend, you don't have anything good now except that item with a unique attribute." Lu Chen, do you have to be so straightforward? Friends, go and collect good stuff. We will meet again. The peddler pushed his cart away. Lu Chen saw that as the cart was moved, a black mist emerged, and then the peddler and his cart of strange things disappeared. Lu Chen, it's really magical. He found that he suddenly began to like this interesting world. It seems that I really need to go out more often when I have nothing to do in the future. But good things have to come first. Like the special monster peddler he met today, he cannot be robbed by force and can only be exchanged for things of equal value. But even so, it was still incredible luck. He had no use for the 10 divine forbidden sequences, so now he directly exchanged them for 10 semi-divine artifacts. His strength had increased significantly. Simply perfect. After teleporting to a big rock and sitting down, Lu Chen took out the equipment he had just exchanged and checked it. 7-star meteorite armor, shoulder armor. Type, heavy armor. Quality, colorful, semi-artifact. Additional attributes, all attributes plus 10,000. Additional feature 1, immortality, damage reduction 30%. Additional feature 2, divine immunity, sequence attribute damage reduction by 30%. Additional feature 3, Tianxian, the second of the 7 stars, immune to 1 rule-based mental attack. Cooldown time is 1 hour. 7-star meteorite armor, breastplate. Type, heavy armor. Quality, colorful, semi-artifact. Additional attributes, all attributes plus 10,000. Additional feature 1, sturdy, damage reduction 40%. Additional feature 2, no damage, sequence attribute damage is reduced by 40%. Additional feature 3, 3 of the 7 stars, Tinji, immune to 1 rule-based physical kill. Cooldown time is 1 hour. 7-star meteorite armor, cloak. Type, heavy armor. Quality, colorful, semi-artifact. Additional attributes, all attributes plus 10,000. Additional feature 1, heavy immunity, damage reduction of 20%. Additional feature 2, nothingness, sequence attribute damage reduction by 20%. Additional feature 3, 7 of the 7 stars, light of the 7, immune to 1 set of damage. Cooldown time is 1 hour. 7-star meteorite armor, helmet. 7-star meteorite armor, 7-star meteorite armor, leg armor. 7-star meteorite armor, combat boots. Lu Chen checked all 7 pieces of armor and found that it was actually a complete set of semi-artifact suits named after the Big Dipper. This made him very happy. So I changed it immediately. And when he put on all 7 semi-artifacts, he actually activated a set effect. 7-star formation. Use 7 pieces of equipment to open a Big Dipper 7-star formation, increasing all attributes, defense effect, and attack effect by 77 times. Duration, 77 seconds. Lu Chen, 77 times improvement in all attributes. This is really daring. Although it's only 77 seconds, he will be invincible in these 77 seconds. Lu Chen was truly stunned when he saw the effect of the 7-star formation. I can only say that it is worthy of being a semi-artifact. It is really too powerful. However, when I saw the properties of a bracelet that day, I was stunned for a moment. Diamond. Type, accessories. Quality, artifact. Additional attributes, all attributes plus 20,000. Rules, spiritual damage. When attacking, additional damage equal to 10 times the spiritual power will be incurred. Rules, life fall. Each attack will reduce the target's health by an additional 3%. Rule, heavenly punishment. Attack with all types of elemental attribute damage. Rule, forbidden destruction. When launching an attack, you can choose any of your attributes, and the damage caused is that attribute times 10. Note, the rule attributes of this equipment can be offset. Chapter 71, Greatsword Black Knight Upgrade. Artifact. How could there be a magical artifact? Does it mean that a magical weapon will be produced in 10 consecutive draws? Lu Chen was shocked. Which big boss is so generous? Exchange an artifact for a pale bud. Could it be that the true value of the pale bud is equivalent to that of a divine artifact? However, when Lu Chen saw that the other 2 pieces of equipment were also semi-artifacts, he immediately gave up the idea. It is estimated that the boss really has no semi-artifacts left, and he really wants the pale bud, so he exchanged it for a premium. Although the pale bud is precious, it is also a semi-artifact. Even if points can be exchanged in the temple, there are only a few semi-artifacts. Moreover, Lu Chen also discovered a bug-like problem that restricted professionals from exchanging semi-artifacts in the temple. That is, temple points can only be obtained in low-level Abyss copies, and only those with high difficulty, and those that are completed for the first time can you get temple points rewards. Although Lu Chen found it as easy to gain temple points as drinking water when he was clearing the Abyss dungeon, and even used 100,000 points to exchange for a Ragnarok, many people have never seen what temple points look like in their entire lives. Take the semi-artifacts on the current equipment rankings, for example. In fact, none of them were exchanged from the temple. Some of them came along with God-level career data, and some were purchased by large families in the Abyss store using black sequence coins. This shows how precious semi-artifacts are, not to mention the artifacts that have not yet appeared. With the Diamond Cutter on board, Lu Chen became the first professional on Blue Star to own a magic weapon. However, he hid the names and occupations on the ranking list. Afterwards, Lu Chen checked the remaining 2 semi-artifacts. One of them was a trinket necklace, the other was a longbow without a bowstring. Put on the necklace, and all attributes will be improved by another 10,000. After putting away the longbow without bowstring, Lu Chen stood on the big rock, looking at himself, wearing the 7-star meteorite armor, and found that he was really handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also very strong. Although I was delayed for a while on the way and encountered a special monster who changed into a semi-artifact, I still had to go to the 10,000 Swords Abyss. His giant sword Black Knight is still an orange weapon. Now that he has a set of semi-artifacts, the Black Knight needs to upgrade them. After teleporting all the way to the 10,000 Swords Abyss, Lu Chen found that it was much more lively here than outside the Sky Sea Abyss. The scale of this place has almost developed into a city, which is simply incomparable to the small market outside the Sky Sea Abyss. This may be because the Wanjin Abyss is relatively close to Lu Chen. After arriving here, Lu Chen also took a short stroll. The items and peripherals sold outside each special abyss are also closely related to the products in this abyss. It was the same here. Most of the stalls were selling equipment upgrade fragments. Lu Chen visited some stalls and found that the items sold there seemed to be cheaper than those sold in the Abyss store, so he bought a lot. After a round of shopping, he actually saved 5 gold sequence coins and collected the 30 upgrade devices. Afterwards, Lu Chen found a bun shop and upgraded his giant sword Black Knight to a holy weapon while eating buns. After reaching the golden holy weapon quality, the Black Knight's attack and the accompanying skill effects are improved. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a golden line on its appearance, making it more handsome. After putting the Black Knight into his personal space, Lu Chen ordered a few more steamed buns and a bowl of mutton noodle soup. Just when he was about to finish eating, several young men walked in from the store entrance, constantly talking about the all-professional championship. Yi Xing is too strong. He is also a god-level profession, and he killed the opponent instantly with one sword. Fortunately, the competition can be resurrected, otherwise no one would dare to participate. Who said it wasn't true? I think this god-level professional is just like that. He was just slaughtered like a dog. Ha! You were right about this. There is a Godslayer guild that specializes in hunting down god-level professionals. Ah! Why? You're still asking why? You don't even know this. Of course, after a god-level professional is killed, their god-level professional data will be recondensed. Whoever obtains it will become a new god-level professional. Ah! Then, these god-level professionals are doomed. Lu Chen was suddenly surprised. The secret that Lin had just told him yesterday is now known to everyone. It seems that someone deliberately spread the news that after killing a god-level professional, the god-level professional data in their bodies will be recondensed. Lu Chen opened the professional rankings and took a look, and found that most of the professionals on the list had hidden their names. Even god-level professionals were afraid. After eating a bowl of noodle soup and a dozen steamed buns, Lu Chen left. The effect of this equipment update far exceeded expectations, and even exceeded his imagination. It's time to get back to the big game. Lu Chen found the discussion of those young people just now quite interesting. All the way back to Haicheng, Lu Chen found that there were fewer pedestrians on the streets of Haicheng. When he arrived at the central square, he was frightened by the noise before he even got close. The entire central square was filled with people. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Chen found that his cell phone vibrated twice. When he took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be a message from Feng Qian, telling him that the entry rules of the competition had been changed. 3 minutes before the start of the game, as long as the contestants are in the city, they will be automatically transferred to the ring. The reason was that there were too many people watching, making it difficult for the contestants to squeeze in. So many people were forced to give up the competition. Lu Chen. This is really exaggerated. After Lu Chen walked around the square, he discovered a lot of interesting things. Due to the all-professional competition, some professionals who were both good-looking and capable appeared, and thus a goddess list was born. Among the people Lu Chen is familiar with, Liang Meng is on the list. His ex-girlfriend Wang Yuqi is on the list. Wong Wenwen, who secretly participated in the all-professional championship without telling Lu Chen, was also on the list. When Lu Chen saw Wong Wenwen's name on the list, he wanted to take out his cell phone and send her a message, but then he thought better of it. Since she didn't take the initiative to send him a message, she probably had some plans. Ring number 4, the next match will be between god-level professionals. Everyone go and watch. One of them is Li Yangguang, who was once ranked first in the professional rankings. Li Yangguang, that middle-aged uncle whose profession is a judge? I heard he's very handsome. Speaking of which, how can Lu Chen, a summoner, be ranked first in the professional rankings? Because I'm strong. Besides, I now have a god-level job as a Dragon Blood warrior. Lu Chen, who was standing by, never thought that he would be eaten by the melon. Seeing a group of people running towards the number 4 ring, he also planned to go over to take a look. After all, he was once ranked first in the professional rankings. He was also curious about its strength. When he arrived in front of the number 4 arena, Lu Chen found that he couldn't squeeze in at all. Fortunately, there were high platforms built around, but he had to pay to go up. Lu Chen chose to pay and go up. It's no wonder that after standing on the high platform, you can see the scene on the ring clearly. At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air on the stage. The game is about to begin. Chapter 72, The Judge, Li Yangguang. Looking at the 2 people being teleported up to the stage in front, and the dozen or so spectators surrounding the stage, Lu Chen finally understood why the way to go on stage was changed. It was so crowded that not even a fly could fly in. Even when it was the turn of the god-level professionals to compete, he wouldn't be able to squeeze in. Li Yangguang? Li Yangguang? Li Yangguang? Suddenly, Lu Chen heard a uniform shout coming from the left. When I turned around, I found that it was a group of girls who looked like a cheerleading team. They were wearing the same clothes and shouting loudly. Inspired by this group of girls, many girls on the stage and below the ring shouted Li Yangguang's name. Li Yangguang is still so handsome. You think you got the title of the immortal male god for nothing? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Not only is he handsome, but he has also become a god-level professional. I'm so envious. Is your dick purple? Let me see. Get lost. It was not until he heard the discussion of the 2 boys beside him that Lu Chen remembered who the familiar name Li Yangguang was. It turned out to be Li Yangguang, the former idol star who was known as the ageless male god. No wonder so many people support him. Lu Chen. Just when Lu Chen turned his gaze to the ring again, a voice that he missed came from the right. Lu Chen quickly turned around. Then I saw Wong walking towards me, wearing a white roll-neck shirt, a light blue JK skirt, and a pair of white short boots, exuding a youthful and beautiful aura. You! Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Wong suddenly threw herself into his arms. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lu Chen, Xiao Qi is dead. Wong suddenly cried and said, "Ah, who is Xiao Qi?" Lu Chen was a little confused. Didn't he know someone named Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi is my pet, the centaur. Wong raised her head and actually cried. Aren't you guys playing a difficult level Abyss dungeon? How could it die? Lu Chen asked casually. As a result, this question seemed to hit Wong's sore spot, and she cried even more sadly. Woo, I saw that your pets are so powerful, so I let Xiao Qi fight a monster alone, who knew that he looked so tall and big, but was hacked to death with just 1 knife. Wong sobbed and told how her centaur pet died. At this time, Lu Chen saw Bao Yuan, Luo Wu, Ling Yu, Chief Instructor Qin Zhong, and his personal secretary Feng Qian coming over together. When Bao Yuan saw Lu Chen, she immediately ran over and explained to Lu Chen how Wong's centaur pet died. Boss, my sister-in-law's pet was killed by the dungeon boss, but we avenged it in the end. Lu Chen looked at Wong in surprise and asked, "You let your centaur pet fight the final boss of the dungeon alone?" "Well, I saw that your pet can kill the boss in 1 blow." Wong said somewhat aggrievedly. Lu Chen, good job. Is this murder? What's the idea behind letting an elite quality centaur pet fight against the dungeon boss alone? It is estimated that Wong may have really been influenced by him. After all, he has always shown that his pets are powerful and his summoners are amazing. Wong must have seen too many scenes of Zhu Yin killing bosses in seconds, so she wanted to let her centaur pet try it as well, but she ended up giving it away for nothing. It's okay. After the game is over, I will take you to catch another one. Lu Chen patted Wong on the back and comforted her. Well, then I want a female. Male pets are too inconvenient. Wong nodded in agreement and made a request. Lu Chen suddenly realized. Could it be that Wong disliked the fact that her pet centaur was a male, so she deliberately sent it to the boss? You know what? It's really possible. Boy, how about it? Are you sure you can take the first place in Haiqing? Qin Zhong and others came over and asked. Lu Chen smiled and said, Instructor Qin, You have lost confidence in me so quickly? Well, unexpectedly, Qin Zhong actually sighed. Feng Qian on the side explained. He just lost, in Arena number 2, to a rank 5 God-level professional. Do you need me to send you the data of that God-level professional? No need. Lu Chen shook his head, then looked at Qin Zhong in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the opponent lost in the first game. Kid, what are you looking at? Don't you know that there are so many God-level professionals now? I didn't mean what you said. Qin Zhong seemed very indignant. Lu Chen wanted to ask something else, but Feng Qian suddenly said, Li Yangguang's competition has begun. He may be one of the biggest threats to your competition for the first place in Haicheng. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the ring. Wong Wenwen kept holding Lu Chen's arm and never let go. It wasn't a long separation for the two of them, as they had only been apart for 2 days. Lu Chen was also happy to enjoy it. After all, Wong Wenwen was one of the top 3 goddesses on the Haicheng goddess list. Oh, how did this old man maintain his looks? He seems to have not changed in all these years. Qin Zhong complained, leaning on the railing of the platform. Lu Chen's eyes were also on Li Yangguang at this time. The opponent's profession, judge, has very high statistics. It is worthy of being the profession that once ranked first in the professional rankings and now ranks 3rd. Information panel. Name, Li Yangguang. Occupation, 4th level judge. Occupational level, God level. Title, the Ageless God, the Judge. Level 49. Experience, 70 million plus / 600 million plus. HP, 4863000 / 4863000. Mana, 367800 367800. Personal attributes, Strength 37500, Vitality 36300, Spirit 36780, Wisdom 36640. Skills, Devil's Hand, Wheel of Sin, Redemption, Demon Transformation. Equipment, Demon Scythe, Colored Semi-Artifact, Judgment Knight Set, Orange Epic, Demon Necklace, Golden Holy Artifact. Sequence, Life LV 15 Sequence, Solidity LV 10. Description, once a master and apprentice, he later discovered the power of judgment and became a demon. It's really strong. This is the only professional Lu Chen has seen so far whose all attributes exceed 30,000. Of course, he himself is not included. As the 3 minutes of preparation time passed, Lu Chen saw Li Yangguang on the ring stretch out his hand and clench it. A black mist appeared out of thin air and condensed into a huge devil's hand, grabbing the professional on the opposite side. The one on the opposite side is also a God-level professional, and it is still within the top 30 in the professional rankings. It's a melee profession with a very domineering name, Berserker. But he was no match for Li Yangguang at all. After being caught by his devilish hand, he became unable to move. You are guilty, Li Yangguang, who was standing still, said in his magnetic voice, You are guilty. And a pitch-black sickle appeared on the neck of the mad swordsman opposite. Puff! Minus 778,500. Flash sale. Chapter 73. All Professional Championship is in full swing. Minus 778,500. A dark damage number floated out. A fatal blow. When this damage number appeared, the cheering audience below the stage were silent for a moment, and then broke into even louder cheers. Li Yangguang? Li Yangguang? The ageless male god is so handsome. My lord, I am guilty too. Please punish me. Lu Chen was surprised to hear such cheers. What kind of train of thought is this? Is star chasing so crazy? However, the strength of Li Yangguang should not be underestimated, especially since he just tied up the person first and then used the skill Redemption with rule damage to kill the person instantly. Redemption. When the target is unable to move, indicating that he has confessed his guilt, he can be executed directly. What an awesome skill. How is it? Can you beat him? Qin Zhong, who was leaning on the railing behind him, suddenly asked. Lu Chen didn't even turn his head or say anything. He just made an okay gesture. Ask him if he can win? This is not a question. It is an insult to him. On the stage, after Li Yangguang won the competition, he did not leave the stage immediately. Instead, he started a concert on the stage before the competition was over. Everyone, how about I sing a song for you during the remaining time? Li Yangguang took out a microphone from his storage equipment and spoke loudly. My male god, please sing I Only Love You. My dear, I want to give birth to a baby for you. God, please, judge me. I am guilty too. Li Yangwan. Li Yangwan. Crazy. Completely crazy. The group of middle-aged women in the audience were even crazier than the young girls. They were all heavily made up and shouted with great energy, instantly suppressing the group of young girls. Lu Chen was a little dumbfounded. This guy is also a genius. After defeating his opponent in seconds, he used the remaining game time to hold a concert. No one else could do that. He plans to pursue the path of a professional star and wants to become China's second god of war. Feng Qian spoke at the right time to help Lu Chen clear up his confusion. Lu Chen, is it possible? However, it seems that Li Yangwang on the stage has actually started singing. Wearing knight's plate armor and holding a microphone, he looks like a two-dimensional star. The effect was surprisingly good. The spectators from the other arenas all came over and surrounded arena number 4. Look, your ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, Wong Wenwen, who was holding Lu Chen's arm, shook his arm. Lu Chen immediately felt 2 elastic balls hitting his arms violently. To the right of the group of cheerleading girls, a group of professional archers led by Wang Yuqi were also watching the concert. Probably because she saw Lu Chen, Wang Yuqi said a few words to a charming-looking woman next to her, and then the two of them walked towards Lu Chen together. Wong Wenwen had been paying attention to Wang Yuqi's movements. When she saw them coming over, she immediately adjusted her collar, revealing a deep cleavage. Lu Chen? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Chen. Wang Yuqi walked over, and she returned to her usual superior demeanor. What's up? Lu Chen looked at the other person with squinted eyes. He really didn't like the look on Wang Yuqi's face, because in the past, she had always used this attitude to control Lu Chen. Hello, I'm the president of Tianming Union, Lin Luoxue. The middle-aged woman who came with Wang Yuqi walked forward and introduced herself. I don't know him. Lu Chen didn't give any face at all. Instead, Qin Zhong walked up to her, had a few words with Lin Luoxue, and gave her a way out. At this time, Wang Yuqi also stated the purpose of her visit to Lu Chen. What she meant was that the entire white restricted area had disappeared, and it should have been obtained by Lu Chen, so he must have a lot of divine forbidden sequences. She hoped that Lu Chen would give her the 2 divine forbidden sequences, preferably the Pale Bud, because of their past relationship. Of course, she didn't want Lu Chen for nothing. She was willing to exchange 2 pieces of orange equipment with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what do you think? I'll trade you 2 pieces of orange equipment. You won't suffer any loss. Wang Yuqi's voice was cold, but she spoke without any shame. If Lu Chen hadn't just exchanged the Pale Bud for a semi-artifact and an artifact, he wouldn't have been able to compare to how shameless Wang Yuqi was. As for this shameless woman, Lu Chen seemed to be rude. Get lost. Don't say I don't have it. Even if I have it, I won't give it to you even if I feed it to a dog. What the hell? You're even exchanging it with me for orange equipment. Do you know what the value of Pale Bud is? Wang Yuqi lost her composure the moment Lu Chen scolded her. You? What do you mean? Didn't you hear my husband tell you to get out? How can you be so cheap, woman? You always pester my husband. Wang Wenwen spoke, leaving Wang Yuqi speechless. Lin Luoxue, who was reminiscing about the past with Qin, realized that something was not right and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Feng Qian. President Lin, if you want to say something morally blackmailing, you'd better not say anything. Feng Qian and Qin Zhong both seemed to know Lin Luoxue. Unlike Qin Zhong's attitude towards Lin Luoxue, Feng Qian hates her very much. Yuqi, let's go. Lin Luoxue sighed and pulled Wang Yuqi away. After the two left, Lu Chen turned his head to look at Wang Wenwen, and his eyes were unconsciously attracted by her cleavage. You just said that I am your husband? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Wang Wenwen's face suddenly turned red, and her hands holding Lu Chen's arms tightened. I was just trying to help you get your ex-girlfriend angry, but you laughed at me, Wang Wenwen said as she dribbled the ball into someone. Lu Chen had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. Afterwards, seeing that the competition was indeed boring, several people left the central square. Among them, only Wang Wenwen and Qin Zhong participated in the competition. Wang Wenwen won the first game, while Qin Zhong lost. A few of them found a restaurant, had lunch together, and discussed some rules that needed to be paid attention to in the competition. That is, when all major cities were participating in the all-professional competition in full swing, large numbers of monsters began to gather in the forests, mountains, and lakes outside the city. Among them, in a mountain range 300 miles away from Haicheng, in the deepest valley, a humanoid monster was squatting under a red maple tree, carving something. If you look closely, you will find that every leaf on this red maple tree is different. As the humanoid monster continued to carve under the tree, the leaves on the tree lit up one after another. Clatter! Suddenly, the leaves began to move without wind. Then, the leaves that had already lit up broke away from the branches and flew into the air. Moreover, each leaf became as big as a palm. Clatter! In a moment, all the leaves of the red maple tree fell off and connected with other leaves, like a red tornado, sweeping towards the distant sea city. At the same time, the entire mountain range emitted a low roar at the moment when the red tornado was passing. Then, a black tide of monsters suddenly surged out from the mountains and rushed towards Haicheng along with the red tornado in the sky. Chapter 74. The city was broken and the abyss of war enveloped Haicheng. At this moment, when all major cities are enthusiastically participating in the all-professional championship competition, little do they know that a disaster is about to happen. Outside Haicheng, a tornado formed by red leaves drifted out from the mountains, as if it had really turned into a giant red dragon, winding and circling towards Haicheng. Below, there were densely packed monsters, so many of them that they really looked like a tide sweeping towards the sea city. At this speed, they will reach the city wall of Haicheng in 10 minutes at most. Inside the mountain range, the humanoid monster that had carved the formation under the red maple tree and caused this scene turned around and faced the direction of Haicheng. It can be seen that his appearance and physical features are exactly the same as those of humans. If there weren't several terrifying figures standing around him, anyone who saw him would think he was a human. Move out! The time of God has come. There should be no order or civilization in this world anymore. Everything should return to chaos. Only in chaos can the eternal and immortal true God be born. As you command, my lord. Almost the same situation as that outside Haicheng was happening outside major cities at the same time, especially Lu City, which is close to the ocean. At this time, 200 miles southeast of Lu City is the East China Sea of China. I saw that the monsters emerging from the East China Sea were truly as numerous as the waves. Moreover, each monster is extremely powerful. A small fishing village near the sea was crushed by a monster and was instantly destroyed. The monster was like the Naga in the mythology of the abyss, with dark green scales all over its body and a golden trident in its hand. It was as big as a tall building, and in that ocean, a huge creature surfaced. Its appearance was very similar to the Kuan in mythology. When it flapped its fins, it was able to actually fly into the air and fly towards Lu Chen. Inside Haicheng, after having lunch with Qin Zhong, Bao Yuan and others, Lu Chen originally planned to go shopping with Wong. However, a roar suddenly came from a distance. I saw that the city wall that had defended Haicheng for more than 100 years was burning like a piece of paper and gradually turned into ashes. Roar! The next moment, countless roars of the same frequency, enough to shake people's hearts, came from the city wall, and many people were hurt by these roars. At the same time, countless huge red leaves floated into Haicheng and then exploded like firecrackers. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, thick red smoke spread out and almost instantly filled the entire Haicheng. Bite! Tip. The fog of war has been generated, and you have entered the abyss of war. Tip. The prerequisite task has been triggered. Destroy the war monsters. A prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears, and the scene around him was like a thick red fog. Lu Chen roughly understood what was going on. This is a monster attacking the city. Taking advantage of the fact that the human professionals returned to the city to participate in the all-professional competition and the weak defense outside the city, the monsters, perhaps with premeditated plans, chose to launch an attack at this moment. The effect is very good. The city wall simply disappeared. Roar! Help! Kill! Damn monster, get out! Someone come and save me. I'm surrounded by monsters. After the city wall disappeared, the monsters rushed into the city very quickly. It had only been a short period of time, but some monsters had already rushed into the inner city. Lu Chen, what should we do? Wong has taken out equipment and weapons from the storage equipment. Holding a sniper rifle, she instantly transformed into a sniper. Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Then he began to summon pets, and summoned all of them at once. Owner! After a group of pets were summoned, they shouted to Lu Chen in unison. Lu Chen waved his hand and gave the order directly. The monsters are invading. Destroy them all, but don't get too far away from me. The red fog can destroy the city wall. There must be a powerful boss. Yes, master. All the pets responded in unison again, and then scattered, but kept a visible distance from Lu Chen. Roar! Boom! A monster appeared. It was similar in size to a human, but covered with spikes. It looked a bit ferocious. As soon as it let out a roar, a stick came down and beat it into a pulp on the spot. Bite! Tip! Kill a war monster and gain plus 100,000 experience points. Roar! Ouch! After Zhu Yin killed a monster with a stick, it was as if this place was marked and countless monsters rushed over. Brush! Boom! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, Zhu Yin, Long Nu, and others are too strong. This little monster gives away as many as you want. Lu Chen's ears kept ringing with reminder sounds, and his experience points were increasing rapidly. There are strong people here. Come here quickly. Just then, a loud voice came from the right. Guarding on the right was the five-colored peacock. Seeing a group of humans being chased by a group of monsters, out of kindness, he used the five-colored divine light to rescue the group of humans. Afterwards, this group of humans ran into the circle guarded by a group of pets next to Lu Chen. Oh, we're saved. What on earth is going on? How come the city wall suddenly disappeared? Yeah, the monsters came in all of a sudden. What about the guards on the city wall? What a waste with all those god-level professionals. The city wall was fine for hundreds of years, but after these god-level professionals appeared, the wall broke. Most of the people who escaped here had long given up on the path of becoming a professional, or their levels were only in their teens. They are just ordinary people, and most of them are older. Some of them are wearing well-fitting suits and have big beer bellies. They look like successful people or big bosses. After complaining for a while, they first looked at the pets around Lu Chen, especially the huge Zhu Yin, the Sky Barbarian Bull, the Thunder Beast Swanee, the three-headed Dragon Emperor, etc. Their eyes lit up. Then, one of the middle-aged men in an expensive suit looked at Lu Chen and said, "Young man, these pets are all yours, right? You can't be Lu Chen, the #1 on the professional ranking list." "It's me." Lu Chen nodded. Seeing Lu Chen nod in acknowledgement, the smile on the middle-aged man's face became even more intense. "That's great. I heard that you are from the official professional guild, right? I am the district warden of Haicheng Furong District. My name is Ming Yutsai. In a sense, I am half your boss," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Lu Chen glanced at him. "So, bite. Tip. Your level is raised to level 33, and you gain plus 1,000 in all attributes and plus 500 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be upgraded. A gold entry is triggered at level 1, and a rule entry is obtained. Single combat instant kill. Single combat instant kill. After being attached, a rule ability is obtained. When the pet with this attribute encounters a single combat situation, it can ignore everything and kill the opponent instantly. Lu Chen. It's been upgraded. How many monsters have been killed in such a short while? Just now, because it was too noisy, Lu Chen had turned off the notification sound for gaining experience. Chapter 75. You guys guard this place first. Lu Chen was quite surprised when he saw that the entry he obtained was a rule-based one. It seems that the system is constantly updating various entries based on the current changes in Blue Star. After closing the system panel, Lu Chen was just about to ask Wong Wenwen beside him whether she had contacted Qin Zhong and the others. Unexpectedly, at this time, the district guard Meng Yutsai said with an unhappy face, "Xiao Lu, did you hear what I just said to you? Since you have such strong strength, you should take on this responsibility." Just when the system prompt sounded, the district governor expressed his intention to ask Lu Chen to go to the central square to help save his son. They even say that there are more ordinary people in the central square, and as a member of the official professional guild, Lu Chen should protect them. Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to him. The pets continued to kill monsters and advance towards the city wall at a fairly fast speed. As a result, the district guard followed with a group of people and became anxious. "Young man, where are you going? My neighborhood is not in this direction. Did you hear what I just said to you? Stop. Stop for a moment. Are you planning to go to the city wall?" In the crowd, an old woman stopped Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen at the instigation of Meng Xiusho. Lu Chen immediately looked at the old lady who had been yelling at him to go to the community where she lived and save her grandson when the system prompt sounded, and frowned slightly. "Yes, the city walls have collapsed. I must go and take a look first," Lu Chen explained casually. Unexpectedly, the old woman yelled, "How can this be done? There are so many monsters here. Go to the city wall and take a look. What about my grandson? What about my family? Lu Chen turned around and glanced at the district guard. As a result, when the other party saw him looking at him, he immediately turned his head away and pretended that he saw nothing. Seeing this, Lu Chen also smiled. Does he want this old woman to morally blackmail him? As if afraid that Lu Chen would suddenly slip away, Meng Chu's show winked at a few people. Seeing this, those people immediately ran over and surrounded Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen. Among them, an old man with a red face and a bulbous nose threatened. If you don't go to save people, then we won't leave? Real? Lu Chen looked at the old man. The other party was a little scared at first, but when he saw others gathered around, he also plucked up the courage to say, "Of course it's true. You must listen to us and go save people first. My home is very close to here. Go save my family first." Okay, then I'll go save your family first. Lu Chen suddenly agreed with a smile on his face. The old man was immediately delighted. Wong Wenwen also looked at Lu Chen with surprise, wondering why Lu Chen was morally blackmailed. But the others were unwilling to do so and shouted, "No, go save my grandson first. Go to the central square. There are more people there." Xiao Lu. Just when Meng Yucai couldn't help but speak, Lu Chen suddenly took all the pets back into the pet space. Roar! Ouch! For a moment, the monsters that were blocked by the pets lost their target and all rushed towards Lu Chen and the people surrounding him. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Lu Chen took advantage of everyone's stunned moment and reached out to hold Wong Wenwen's hand, then smiled and said to everyone, "Since you all want me to save your family first, then you will have to bear the monsters here first." After saying that, Lu Chen pulled Wong Wenwen and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The teleportation ring can teleport people along, but the teleportation distance will be halved and the magic power consumed will be doubled. But this is not a problem for Lu Chen at all. The moment Wong Wenwen was pulled away by Lu Chen and teleported away, she also showed a knowing smile. When faced with moral kidnapping, Lu Chen's approach never disappoints anyone. The group of people who were shouting and arguing just now turned pale when they saw Lu Chen and Wong Wenwen suddenly disappear from the spot. Meng Yucai just opened his mouth to say Xiao Lu, but the next moment Xiao Lu disappeared and he was stunned on the spot. Roar! Behind him, a monster pounced at him. Before Meng Yucai had time to think too much, its head and body were separated. Ah! Help! Murder! This is murder! Ah! After Lu Chen teleported away with Wong Wenwen, he first went to find Feng Qian and others. Fortunately, they didn't go far. Lu Chen took Wong Wenwen to the direction where they had left before, and the two of them teleported over and found them. With Qin Chong around, everyone lived in peace. Ling Yu was singing, adding a lot of status to Qin Zhong. Feng Qian, Bao Yuan, and Luo Wu were all using weapons such as guns to kill monsters. When Lu Chen arrived, he simply summoned out a few pets including Zhu Yin and the Thunder Bee Swanee, and the surroundings were cleared in an instant. "Ah, you're finally here." Qin Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qian, Bao Yuan, and others also looked as if they had been saved. Ling Yu also stopped singing. It's not that she was tired, but Lu Chen's pets were so powerful that they didn't need her singing assistance at all. "Do you know what's going on?" Lu Chen looked at Feng Qian. At this moment, after the surroundings were cleared, no monsters appeared for a while. But there were constant roars and screams in the red mist, and it was obvious that there were still many monsters. Not sure, it's probably related to the presence of God. These monsters must have planned this for a long time, otherwise they wouldn't be able to gather in so many. Feng Qian analyzed. Then this city is probably hopeless, right? Lu Chen pointed to Haiqing shrouded in red fog. Feng Qian nodded. It's definitely hopeless. Those who are powerful must have already started to flee. We better leave here first. Aren't you going to save those ordinary people? Lu Chen had just been morally blackmailed, so he asked out of curiosity. Feng Qian looked at Lu Chen in surprise, but then she shook her head firmly. There is no way to save them. The world has changed now, and only the strong will survive in the future. Even if we rescue them now, they will not be able to survive outside the city. Lu Chen. Since Feng Qian had said it so bluntly, Lu Chen no longer remained curious. He took all the pets back again, and then said to the others, "Catch me." Upon hearing this, several people grabbed Lu Chen's arms. Wong Wenwen hugged Lu Chen like an octopus. The next moment, Lu Chen teleported away with a few people. Even with several people, Lu Chen could teleport hundreds of meters at a time. Then in just a few seconds, he and several people rushed out of the sea city, shrouded in red fog. Bite. Tip. You have left the war abyss and the previous task has failed. A reminder sound rang in my ears. Lu Chen was a little surprised, but didn't take it to heart. Afterwards, he summoned Zhu Yin and the five-colored peacock, asking them to protect the few people here, and he teleported into the sea city shrouded in red fog again. Only half a minute passed, and Lu Chen came out again. At the same time, he also brought out Lin Fong and his secretary Yu. Just when Lu Chen wanted to ask them if there were any other people who needed to be rescued, he suddenly saw several figures flying towards Haicheng at a low altitude in the distance. Those bodies looked horrible, and they were obviously monsters. But in front of those horrible monsters, there was actually a person sitting steadily on the back of a strange bird. Chapter 76, The Demon God Hong Luo. Quack! The strange bird made a cry, a hoarse sound, just like the cry of a crow. But the strange bird was red all over, with two wings, one big and one small, and looked a bit like a cooked lobster. That's a monster from the Red Maple Mountains with a red shrimp crow mount. Could it be Hong Luo? Qin Zhong exclaimed immediately when he saw those monsters. Feng Qian, who was standing by, explained to Lu Chen the origin of the humanoid monster. Hong Luo, a semi-god level monster from the Red Maple Mountains, has not left the Red Maple Mountains for more than 10 years. Now that he can transform into a human form, he must have broken through to the level of a demon god. Lu Chen immediately understood after hearing this. It turns out the big boss is here. His eyes fixed on the humanoid monster, Lu Chen checked his attribute information, and unexpectedly, it was really the monster that Qin Zhong and Feng Qian talked about. The devil, Hong Luo. Demon, Hong Luo. Level, 85. Quality, demonic level. HP, 40 million plus / 40 million plus. Mana, 10.5 million / 10.5 million. Personal attributes, Strength 210, 000 plus. Stamina 260, 000 plus. Spirit 280, 000 plus. Wisdom 280, 000 plus. Skills, The Abyss Descends, the God of War summons. Equipment, Scepter of the God of War, semi-artifact. Sequence, Life LV 105 sequence. Magic LV 85. Description, after absorbing the God-level job data, it evolves into a monster of demon god quality, believes in the God of War, and is regarded as his apostle. After reading the other party's information attributes, Lu Chen was still a little surprised, because the overall strength of this demon god Hong Luo is even stronger than that of the five-colored peacock. After all, he was at level 85, while the five-colored peacock was only at level 33. The demon god level is the same as the divine beast level, just with a different name. Escape! Haha, I'm here to kill you. Damn monster, how dare you destroy our city? At this moment, professionals in Haicheng fled one after another. The launch of the all-professional competition has attracted many strong players to return and participate in the competition. Many professionals who had been hanging around outside the city for years, as well as high-ups from various guilds, immediately recognized the demon god Hong Luo, who was rushing towards them at a high speed, as well as the terrifying monsters behind him. It turns out that the monsters in the Red Maple Mountains are causing trouble. This guy riding a lobster can actually transform into a human form, but that doesn't matter. I will still beat you up. A sturdy man who was more than 2 meters tall and holding 2 broad-bladed axes seemed to have fought with the demon god Hong Luo. Even though the other person has evolved to the level of a demon god, he is not afraid. He simply jumps over and blocks the demon god Hong Luo. Roar! A terrifying monster behind Hong Luo roared and pounced on the strong man. Puff! The sturdy man raised the axe in his right hand and chopped it down. It didn't seem to matter how fast he was or how strong he was, but when the axe came down on it, the monster couldn't resist or dodge it and was chopped into meat paste. Lu Chen looked at this scene and was surprised. Before he could check the other party's attribute information, Feng Qian beside him explained, "This person's name is Mo Fu, an SSS-level professional berserker who awakened 50 years ago. Now he has reached the 7th level. He is the second most powerful person in China after the God of War." Oh! Lu Chen nodded. No wonder it's so strong. However, after Lu Chen looked at his attributes, he found that the strength of this Mo Fu and the demon god Hong Luo was quite different. His total attributes have exceeded 90,000, which makes him a strong man among humans. But the world has changed now. God-level professions are really as numerous as dogs, and even monsters have taken this opportunity to evolve into God-level. A brand new era seems to be gradually opening up. The former SSS-level professionals are no longer good enough. Hong Luo, come down and die. After Mo Fu killed a horrible monster with one axe, he pointed at Hong Luo, who was sitting on the back of a strange bird. Hong Luo took out a small tree with all its leaves fallen and waved it gently. Booz, booz, booz. The red mist covering the sea city surged, and a wisp of it separated and turned into a red leaf, falling on the monster's corpse that was split in half by Mafu's axe. Suddenly, the two halves of the corpse turned red, and then they squirmed and came back to life. Roar! The resurrected monster was covered in red, and its aura rose rapidly. In just a moment, it reached a level comparable to that of MOV, and was even slightly stronger than MOV. Crash! Moreover, the red monster's hands also changed and turned into two large machetes. When the red monster swung the red machetes that had transformed into his hands towards Morph, Morph raised his two axes to parry, but was actually chopped back 2 steps. Lu Chen. Yo-ho! The attributes of this resurrected monster actually reached the critical point of 100,000. He couldn't help but look back at the red fog covering Haicheng and the leafless tree held in the hand of the demon god Hong Luo. At this time, some people escaped from Haicheng, including people from Tianming Guild, and Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend Wong Yuqi was among them. What's going on, everyone? After Lin Luoxue came out, relying on his status as the president and his good relationship with some male bosses, he asked. Someone actually explained it to her. He is a middle-aged man, quite handsome, a swordsman by profession, with several long swords floating around him, looking a bit like an elegant swordsman. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At this time, the demon god Hong Luo saw that more and more people were escaping, so he waved the small tree in his hand again, and several red mists surged out from the sea city, turning into red leaves and merging into the body of the demon behind him. Roar! Ouch! A total of 5 monsters all roared, then turned scarlet red, their momentum rising rapidly. Kill them. Hong Luo sat steadily on the back of the strange bird and gave orders. Roar! The 5 monsters roared and pounced towards Lu Chen and others. Lu Chen now only has 2 pets by his side, the 5-colored peacock and Zhu Yin, but that is enough. Because Zhu Yin was so oppressive, 2 red monsters actually pounced towards Lu Chen. At the same time, a large number of monsters poured out from the sea city, shrouded in red fog behind them, and chased everyone. Swish! A 5-colored divine light fell, and the 5-colored peacock took the lead in attacking, directly killing a red monster in an instant. Boom! Then Zhu Yin used the entry skill, one rod to open the sky. After the stick fell, the red monster that pounced on him was smashed into meat paste. This scene not only shocked the surrounding professionals, but also attracted the attention of the demon god Hong Luo. He raised the small tree in his hand and was about to swing it again. Swish! A ray of 5-colored divine light flashed, and the small tree in the hand of the demon god Hong Luo disappeared. Owner! The young man transformed from a 5-colored peacock walked up to Lu Chen and handed him a small tree without a single leaf. Lu Chen took it, and after examining it, he immediately laughed. Va Abyss. Type: Special Abyss. Status: War Abyss is unfolding. Description: The main body of the War Abyss, when unfolded, can form a War Abyss shrouded in red fog. When folded, it becomes a uniquely shaped red maple tree. Chapter 77. Level 35. Onu. Just when he was about to use the power of the War Abyss to strengthen a few more monsters, he found that the War Abyss's body suddenly disappeared. Hong Luo was full of question marks. Then, he saw the real body of War Abyss appear in the hands of the young man who killed the red monster in seconds. When the young man handed it to a handsome, tall, and heroic young man, the demon god Hong Luo also lost his composure. Give it back! The demon god Hong Luo roared, and leaped up from the back of the strange bird, turning over in midair. It actually transformed into a humanoid monster that was completely black, had 4 arms, a pair of flesh wings on its back, and a size comparable to Zhu Yin. When Zhu Yin swung the stick in his hand, and it swept across the sky. The demon god Hong Luo stretched out his hand to block, but was knocked back 2 steps. He couldn't help but look at Zhu Yin in surprise. He could feel that Zhu Yin's rank was that of a demigod, but he did not expect that the other party actually possessed strength far beyond that of a demigod artifact. The power of this stick made him feel afraid. Swish! At the same time, a five-colored divine light smashed down. The five-colored divine light can be said to be the magical skill of the five-colored peacock. It can plunder items and attack enemies. This is a skill with the power of rules. Boom! The five-colored divine light hit the demon god Hong Luo, instantly freezing him in place. At the same time, this five-colored divine light also caused a terrifying amount of damage to the demon god Hong Luo. -5710000. More than 5,700,000 in damage. But for the demon god Hong Luo with a health value of more than 30 million, it is not fatal, and it is not even a serious injury. The demon god Hong Luo also has an extremely high health recovery speed. It only takes 2 seconds to restore the more than 5 million health points that were lost. You can't kill me. The demon god Hong Luo glanced at the five-colored peacock and said confidently. It was at this time that Lu Chen took out the Black Knight. With the various abilities of the Vajra, Lu Chen's current attack power is terrifying, especially the ability that can bring out one of his own attributes, which is simply invincible for Lu Chen. Because Lu Chen's current health attribute is as high as more than 100 billion. If he chooses this attribute as the damage value, what kind of monster can't be killed in seconds? Buzz! Lu Chen was too lazy to waste time talking to a monster. Even though he is a demon, select the health attribute, then teleport over, and then swing the sword in an ordinary way, and a fixed damage will appear. -100 billion. The body of the demon god Hong Luo was shattered into pieces by this blow. Qin Zhong and others looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Even Feng Qian was stunned on the spot, holding the data analyzer in one hand. 100 billion damage. Is this something a summoner can do? It's not his pet, it's the summoner himself. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. The five-colored peacock used the five-colored divine light to eliminate those red monsters. At this time, Lu Chen took out the small tree without leaves, which was the main body of the War Abyss, and chose to close the War Abyss. I saw the sea city shrouded in red fog. The endless red fog surged and gradually rose up, then turned into leaves and flew out of the city. The red leaves fluttered, and when they got close to the small tree held by Lu Chen within a certain range, they automatically shrank. After a flash of red light, they hung on the small tree again. In a moment, the small tree was covered with red leaves again, and each one was different. Lu Chen looked at it in amazement. Roar! Ah! After the red fog and Haiqing dissipated, the monsters that had rushed into the city also began to rush out of the city and fled in all directions. Lu Chen simply summoned out his pets, including Greenhair, Sky Bull, Three-Headed Dragon Emperor, Thunder Bee, Swan and Eye, and others, and asked them to kill those monsters. After all, these are all experiences. How can we let them go so easily? At this time, Lu Chen's reward for killing the demon Hong Luo, closing the War Abyss, and resolving the crisis in Haiqing also arrived. Bite! Tip. You killed the demon Hong Luo, gained level +2, and obtained 1 black gold sequence coin. Tip. Your level is raised to level 34, and you gain +1,000 in all attributes and +500 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry is triggered at the first level, and you gain a physical entry, Innate Taoist Body. Innate Taoist Body. After attachment, basic attributes are increased 100 times, and the innate Taoist body constitution is obtained. Tip. When your level is raised to level 35, you will gain +1,000 in all attributes and +500 in free attribute points. Tip. The host level is detected to be increased, and a gold entry is triggered at level 1, and you get the summoner exclusive entry, Affinity with all things. Affinity for all things. As a summoner, you have a high affinity for all things. Tip. You have resolved the Sea City crisis and received rewards. Abyss Core +1, Black Gold Sequence Coin +1. A series of prompt sounds rang in my ears. After Lu Chen took a quick look, he closed the system panel. In just a short while, almost all the monsters that wanted to escape from Haiqing were killed. At the same time, many people Lu Chen saw were looking at him with awe. Mafu, an SSS-level professional whose strength was second only to the God of War, nodded to Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen also nodded. In the end, although the crisis in Haiqing was resolved, the city wall that gave people in the city a sense of security also disappeared. Lu Chen used teleportation to bring Qin Zhong and others back to the number 7 guild headquarters. The situation at the base was okay. Although it was attacked by monsters, it was obvious that those monsters were trying to contain the professionals in the base. Lu Chen stayed in the base for a few days. In the past few days, he sorted out his own attributes, equipment, and added all the attributes that should be added to the pet. In just these few days, the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. On that day, almost all of China fell, except for Haicheng. The world today seems to be in chaos. Cities occupied by monsters have become public abysses. The god-level professionals seem to have disappeared overnight, and their names were all hidden from the professional rankings. Day 5. A loud voice suddenly sounded over the blue star. Attention, all professionals. The god's temporary era has begun. The god level is not the end, but the starting point. Keep accumulating attributes, sequences, and rules. This way your career level will also increase. The god level has been opened, with each 100,000 attributes being one level, and the attached attributes such as sequence and rules are still valid. Come on, professionals. Lu Chen. It turns out that the previous divine presence was just an appetizer and the front end. Now is the beginning of the true God's era. At the same time, Lu Chen found that his system panel was also updated. System panel. Host, Lu Chen. Occupation, Summoner God, Dragon Blood Warrior, Extreme Ice Apostle. Occupational level, God level 6. Level, 35. Experience, 120 million plus / 6 billion plus. HP, 100 billion plus / 100 billion plus. Mana value, 10 million plus / 10 million plus. Personal attributes, Strength 630, 000 plus. Stamina 640, 000 plus. Spirit 640, 000 plus. Wisdom 630, 000 plus. Sequence Versatile LV 45. All attributes increased by 45%. God level skill, Endless Plundering. The current plundered attributes are 11530. Equipment, Big Sword Black Knight Golden Sacred Artifact. 7-star Meteorite Set, Semi-Artifact Set. Diamond Cutting Artifact, God Fantasy Necklace, Red Legend. Teleportation Ring Blue. Item, Innate Dao Body. Summoner Exclusive Entry. Double Summon Designated Summon Borrowed to use the Master to summon her Holy Body. Description, you have obtained a gold entry bonus at level 1. Chapter 78, Resurrection Stone. Guild Headquarters Number 7. The broadcast in the square sounded from time to time. The tidal abyss in Lucheng is rated as the strongest abyss on the blue planet, with a strength of 15 god-level stars. Haicheng has fallen again. The abyss that occupied Haicheng is the Tianfeng Abyss, which is 3 stars in the god level. The Godslayer Guild has established a guild base. According to the new rules of Blue Star, new guilds will face attacks from monsters. Only by defending the base from being destroyed by monsters can the guild be recognized by the world's will. The location of the Godslayer Guild has been announced by the world will. Any profession can participate in the defense of the city. The guild defense battle will begin at 1500 hours this afternoon. Lu Chen sat on a bench in the small square, listening to the announcements that kept coming from not far away, and became interested in the defense battle of the last Godslayer Guild. Today, Blue Planet has entered the era of God's presence, and the will of the world has come. Although the entire Blue Planet is still in the process of being digitized, many things have changed. For example, the total human population has dropped by 80%. All the cities that originally belonged to humans were conquered by monsters. Some monsters that have never been seen before appeared from the abysses and occupied a place on the Blue Planet. Blue Star is now a place where thousands of races coexist. Humans can only survive in the guild settlements that were once established. The guild headquarters were judged by the worlds will to be an abyss built by humans. Guild headquarters that had existed and were not destroyed by monsters were directly recognized. If you want to build a new guild base, you need an abyss core. After the base is successfully established, there will still be monster attacks. After successfully resisting the monster attacks, the guild base will be recognized by the world's will. At this time, the guild will have an abyss panel generated, where some rules can be set up and some specialties can be produced in the base. Subsequent upgrades will only require the injection of materials. In today's world where cities are being destroyed by monsters, a guild headquarters is crucial. Only with a guild headquarters can it be considered a complete force. Otherwise, it is just a headless fly. The Godslayer Guild actually established a guild headquarters in just a few days. It seems that they are quite capable. Lu Chen rested in Guild Number 7 for a few days and was in perfect condition. Feng Qian arranged a separate residence for Lu Chen in the base, which was a 3-story Western-style building with small courtyards in front and back. In today's world, a strong man like Lu Chen is like a stabilizing force. What's more, Lu Chen himself has the strength to establish a guild. It's just that he was lazy and gave the Abyss Core to Feng Qian. Because the population of Guild No. 7's headquarters is quite large now, it is almost full. With the Abyss Core provided by Lu Chen, the top leaders of Guild Headquarters No. 7 have already begun to build a new guild headquarters next to it. Master, have you rested enough? Lilia ran too fast. We can't catch up at all? Please come and help. In the small square, Dragon Girl, Di Qingwu, Angel of Heaven, Lilia, and Suzaku were playing volleyball. Wong Wenwen, Feng Qian, and Ling Yu also participated. They are all dressed in sportswear, white baseball caps, and blue JK skirts, and they are so beautiful. As the opposite sex closest to them, Lu Chen had the honor to participate in it. However, when they were playing ball just now, several pets and Wang Wenwen kept bumping into him with the ball, especially Long Nu and Juke, who had the best figures. The feeling of being bumped into, don't even mention it. So, Lu Chen was very tired. After playing for a while, you need to take a break to calm your restless heart. At this moment, hearing Di Qingwu calling him, Lu Chen teleported over and joined the battle again. Bah! Lu Chen originally wanted to catch the ball, but Long Nu blocked his way, so he slapped Long Nu on the butt. Master! After the Dragon Girl hit the volleyball, she turned around and looked at Lu Chen. Her bright big eyes were filled with tears. In the past few days, Lu Chen not only successfully captured Wang Wenwen, but also the Dragon Girl and the Angel from Heaven. Among the opposite-sex pets, Suzaku and Lilia are the only two left, and Lu Chen is not ready to take action for the time being. Because one of them is a centaur and the other is the mythical beast Suzaku. And when Suzaku transforms into a human, her charm is no less than that of the Dragon Girl. The reason why he hasn't taken her down yet is because Lu Chen really has no time recently. Bah! Looking at the Dragon Girl's expression, Lu Chen raised his hand and slapped her on the butt again and said, "Play well." Aha! The Dragon Girl nodded in agreement. And the next moment, she deliberately took advantage of the opportunity to catch the ball and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Duan! Lu Chen! No more fighting. This ball cannot be played. Forget it, let's not fight anymore. It just so happens that the time is almost up. Let's go and participate in a defense battle of a guild base. Lu Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to fight anymore. Feng Qian, who was also wearing a blue JK skirt and a white collared shirt, immediately said, "Are you going to participate in the defense of the Godslayer Guild?" You are. Feng Qian is still very pretty when she is not wearing professional attire, and she is not very old. Although her skin is a little dark, she is very capable. Yes, I will be the attacking party. A scourge like the Godslayer Guild should not exist. Lu Chen spoke in a domineering manner. Seeing this, several pets put away their playfulness, stood in a neat row, and prepared to set off. Wang Wenwen brought a bottle of water over, handed it to Lu Chen, and said, "Then I won't go. By the way, will you come back for dinner tonight? I'll prepare the ingredients." Well, I won't come back to eat. There is a time interval between the attackers. Besides, I plan to kill all those people who have taken the god-level professions from others. Lu Chen said. Feng Qian looked at Lu Chen with some surprise and asked, "Do you need me to follow you?" "Need not." A moment later, Lu Chen left base number 7. Before leaving, he did not take the 5-colored peacock back to the pet space, but left him to guard the number 7 base. After checking the location of the Godslayer Guild's headquarters announced by the World Will, Lu Chen directly used teleportation to go there. When he approached, when he was still 10 kilometers away from the Godslayer Guild headquarters, a task panel appeared in front of him. Godslayer Guild Base Defense Battle. Option 1. You can choose to be the defender. As a defender, the experience and rewards you get from killing monsters will be doubled. After successfully defending the city, there will be additional rewards. Option 2. You can choose to become the attacker. As the attacker, you need to provide at least 10 combat units, and you cannot use the Resurrection Stone. However, if you can capture the guild, you will receive a huge reward. Lu Chen naturally chose option 2. He came here to attack the city. As for not being able to use the Resurrection Stone, he didn't care. The Resurrection Stone is a product of the coming of God, and it is a prop that was only discovered by professionals in the past 2 days. It can record the data of professionals, and when the professionals are killed, it can use the energy in it to activate these data and revive the professionals. Chapter 79. Others come to defend the city. You come to attack it. Lu Chen had several resurrection stones, which were found by the material search personnel of Guild No. 7's base. The base's senior management asked Feng Qian to give him 5 of them. Although Lu Chen felt that he might not need this prop, it was still a good idea to have a few in hand. Moreover, this is also the intention of the senior management of the resident. Bite. Tip. You have participated in the Godslayer Guild's defense battle and become the defender. Tip. Because you are too powerful, you are set as the final boss. In addition, you can also set the bosses to fight in the middle waves, but the maximum number cannot exceed 10. 2 prompt tones sounded in his ears, and then a settings panel appeared in front of him. After Lu Chen took a look at it, he found it quite interesting, so I started setting it up on the panel. Lu Chen himself was judged to be the final boss, so Lu Chen could only make the last wave of siege. However, he can add some leaders in the middle wave of siege. Lu Chen looked at the rules and found that there were a total of 12 waves of siege monsters. After every 3 waves of ordinary monsters attack, there would be a wave of leader attacks. In the first wave of leader attack, there is only 1 leader, and Lu Chen can join in with a leader. Of course, the leader who joins needs to be provided by himself. Moreover, the leader he joins can be recalled when his health drops to 20% or after the siege lasts for more than an hour. By analogy, there are 2 leaders in the second wave. Lu Chen can join 2 of them. The third wave has 4, and the last wave is Lu Chen himself. After figuring out the rules, Lu Chen was ready to have some fun with the Godslayer Guild. So, he added green hair into the first wave of leaders. It is worth mentioning that Lu Chen added the rule-based term, instant kill in single combat, to green hair. According to Lu Chen's idea, green hair's harmless appearance would more easily arouse the fighting spirit of a combatant. Therefore, adding this entry to green hair may bring unexpected results. The second wave, the Sky Brutal Bull, Zhu Yin. These 2 brothers are similar in size and strength, so they can definitely give the people of the Godslayer Guild a little shock in the second wave. The third wave, Emperor Qingwu, Dragon Girl, Suzaku, and Angel from Heaven. These 4 pets must be put together. Moreover, after Lu Chen sent some attribute data to Di Qingwu, her strength was close to that of the divine beast Suzaku. The last wave, Lu Chen himself. After completing the settings, Lu Chen closed the panel and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Now that we are here, how can we not go to the Godslayer Guild's headquarters to join in the fun? But 2 days ago, the Godslayer Guild made a call on the World Channel, using the data of a God-level profession as an excuse to attract a large number of professionals to help defend the city. The World Channel appeared 7 days ago. Its function is to allow professionals on Blue Planet to communicate on it. If you consume energy crystals, you can repeat the message on the channel. The Godslayer Guild started making its announcement on the World Channel 2 days ago. They announced the rewards for defending the city and also offered God-level professional data as rewards. Naturally, this attracted many professionals to come and help defend the city. When Lu Chen teleported to the outside of the Godslayer Guild's headquarters, he was shocked by the scene. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the scene as crowded with people. The Godslayer Guild's headquarters simply could not accommodate so many people, so these professionals stayed outside the headquarters, leaving only 1 main road leading into the headquarters. Looking at so many people, Lu Chen was very confused. Didn't they say that the population has dropped by 80%? Why does it feel like there are no fewer people? As Lu Chen approached, he learned a lot of information amid the noisy discussions. It turned out that most of these people were from other guilds who came to help. Most of them are actually from the God of War Guild. That's right, it was China's former God of War, who now possessed a God-level profession, and the God of War Guild he founded was the #1 guild on Blue Star. With the God of War Guild taking the lead and helping, other guilds also sent people to assist. This gave Lu Chen a feeling that all guilds in the world were one family and shared the same hatred for the enemy. The God of War is so powerful. When I saw his eyes just now, I felt like I was facing the abyss. I heard that the God of War is over 100 years old, but he looks younger than me. Did you see the girls from the Tianmen Guild just now? They are so beautiful. We are not blind. Do you need to tell me that? The Tianmen Guild is a holy place in the hearts of Chinese male professionals. I heard that the Tianmen Guild is accepting men. Is this true or false? Fake. Lu Chen gathered in a group of people and found that the topics they talked about were always the same. Strength, economy, power, beauty. Everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded at the gate of the Godslayer Guild's headquarters. I saw a middle-aged man walking out of the city gate. Although it is called a city gate, in fact, the wall of the Godslayer Guild's headquarters is only about 2 meters high, like a courtyard wall. And that middle-aged man was the president of the Godslayer Guild, Wanrenslayer. That's his name. Wanrenshu was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a black leather armor with a tang suit robe on the outside. He walked through the crowd with a smile on his face and said with a cupped hand, "Everyone, thank you for coming to help defend the city. I have asked someone to prepare a banquet, and everyone should have a few more drinks later." Following behind the massacre of thousands of people were representatives of major guilds. Among them, the God of War came in person. He walked at the end of the group. He was wearing heavy warrior armor and had silver white hair. He looked particularly handsome. Among those guild representatives, Lu Chen saw his ex-girlfriend again. This made Lu Chen frown slightly. Why is she everywhere? I will definitely tell Green Hair and the others to kill this woman a few more times. As for killing the other party, it is not very realistic given that there is a resurrection stone on Blue Star and a resurrection monument in the guild headquarters. However, each time a professional is killed, his level will be reduced by 1. It's pretty good to kill Wong Yuchi to level 1. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Wan Rentu, along with representatives from various major guilds and the elites of his own guild, stood at the front of the crowd. At this time, a black wave appeared in the distance. The siege began. Lu Chen also heard a system prompt sound. "Bite! Tip! The Godslayer Guild defense battle has begun. Everyone, follow me to start a new era that belongs to us." With a wave of his hand, Wanrenslayer put on a set of pitch-black armor and a black long sword appeared in his hand. The mysterious thing was that the black sword seemed to be covered with a layer of black flames that kept jumping. Seeing the black long sword here, Lu Chen immediately thought of the semi-artifact that was second only to the Vajra cutter on the equipment ranking list. Black knife, dark flame.